Remove her mentally abusive ex-husband from the mortgage and deed of the marital home, pay off all her debt, attorney's bills, and saved her over $1,000 a month. Team Hochberg has helped thousands of radio listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit 56david.com. Lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour of the show brought to you by Cars for Kids.
Chicago, it's time for the Mully and Haugh pregame show with your host, executive producer of the Mully and Haugh Show, Dustin Rhodes, on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Good morning. All good here.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to a Wednesday, 10th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show, and it is a Wild Fork Wednesday on The Score and the Mully and Haugh Show. We are broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. Mully and Haugh, live and local for you, beginning at 5:30 all the way up until 10 o'clock. They've got the Pick 6 at 6. Top 6 sports stories of the day will be addressed. John Heyman, live from the MLB winter meetings, joining Mully and Haugh. Dan Weeder talks Bears, 7:25. 8:25, back to the winter meetings. We bring in our guy, Bruce Levine. 8:44, Chris Chelio skates in. He's got a bobblehead night at the United Center on Saturday night. Stacey Dales, who is in Green Bay for Bears-Packers, joins us at 9. These guests join you on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, it is the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Your Bears are 9-4, and they are back to work at Hallis Hall. They are the 7th seed in the NFC overall. They host the Browns on Sunday. It is a noon kick on Fox, and we've got an adjustment to those betting numbers. Right now, the Bears are a 7.5-point favorite. The total is 39, so the total has gone down, and the point spread has widened on the gap between the Bears and the Browns Sunday. Also, single game tickets for potential Bears playoff games will go on sale Thursday. That is tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Shedeur Sanders will be the starting quarterback for the Browns on Sunday and for the rest of the season. Bears-Packers Week 16 was flexed. Can keep reminding you of that. It's a 7:20 kick at Soldier Field. Saturday, December the 20th. That one will also be on Fox. Phillip Rivers has rejoined the Colts on the practice squad. Week 15 of the NFL season is going to kick off on Thursday right here on The Score. Coverage beginning at 6:30. It's the Falcons at the Bucks. Bucks are -4. Total 44.5. Again, our coverage starting at 6:30 on Thursday for Week 15 of the NFL season. Your Bulls have lost 9 in a row. They're 9-14 overall. They have the longest active losing streak in the association, and they're at the Hornets on Friday night. Last night, Eastern Conference NBA Cup semifinals. No Bulls in this. Magic beat the Heat 117-109. Knicks topped the Raptors 117-101. So it's Knicks Magic in Vegas on Saturday. Tonight, the Western Conference semis. Spurs at the Lakers, Suns at the Thunder. The winner of those two games will advance to Las Vegas as well. Your Blackhawks over on the west side tonight, hosting the Rangers in an original 6 matchup. The Blackhawks are 12-11-6. MLB winter meetings underway in Orlando, and your White Sox have secured the first pick in the 2026 MLB draft by winning the baseball's annual draft lottery Tuesday night at the winter meetings. Kyle Schwarber not coming back to Chicago, staying in Philadelphia. 5 years, $150 million. Dodgers, they pick up another all-star closer, Edwin Diaz. 3 years, $69 million. College hoops, number 13 Illini, 88-80 winners over the Ohio State. Don't forget our friends over at B96. They've got a toy drive. Mug and Carla mornings with our sister station B96 doing their toy drive once again this holiday season. Their goal is to collect 10,000 toys by the 18th of December for Chicago Gives Back, an organization supporting Chicago kids and families in need. Text the word TOYS, T-O-Y-S, to 44995. Again, the word TOYS, T-O-Y-S, to 44995 to get the Amazon wish list sent right to your phone. Every toy helps bring the joy of the Christmas season to a Chicago kid. Again, right here this holiday season. Help our friends Mug and Carla over at our sister station B96. If you just woke up, well, welcome to a Wednesday. It's the 10th day of the month, and it is a Wild Fork Wednesday right here on the Score. Wild Fork will be here cooking up some delicious food for the crew later this morning. We'll tell you all about it during the Mully and Haugh show. They are excellent and proud to have them as partners here on 670 The Score and with the Mully and Haugh show. Again, the winter meetings are underway. We've got Bears back to work. NBA action going on. And Week 15 of your NFL season will kick off tomorrow. Falcons-Bucks. We've got the game for you starting at 6:30 right here on 670 The Score. But again, the big news going on right now is down in Orlando. MLB winter meetings underway. And great news if you're a White Sox fan.
There are only 2 teams left. And I know, Brett, we might be seeing some theatrics right now. It's the Rays and the White Sox. The White Sox or the Rays. Which one will be the number 1 overall pick? It's time to start at number 2. The team with the 2nd overall pick in the upcoming MLB draft. The Tampa Bay Rays. Which means the number 1 pick in the upcoming MLB draft goes to the Chicago White Sox. The White Sox will land the top pick.
White Sox. Go, White Sox. They've got the number 1 overall pick. Guess who's going to be happy? Mully is going to be happy this morning. Can't wait to hear his reaction with this news. 5:30 to 10 right here on 670 The Score. Of course, we're going to take you down to Orlando. We've got John Heyman checking in at 7 and our very own Bruce Levine at 8:25. Let's stick with the baseball news. Let's hear from the general manager, Chris Getz, reacting to his White Sox getting the overall number 1 pick in the 2026 and MLB draft.
It's an opportunity to just kind of boost what we have going on right now. I mean, it's an honor. I mean, it's a huge responsibility. And, you know, our group, I mean, I'm just so happy for everyone, quite honestly. And, you know, going into this whole thing, you know, you kind of prepared for all different scenarios emotionally. But, man, I can't understate how big of a deal this is.
Explain a bit more on it to our audience. What freedom you have to pick have the number 1 pick in this draft.
Well, I mean, I'm still learning more and more about the draft. I'm getting familiar with some of the top names. And, you know, it looks like at the top of the draft that it's a really impressive one. But on top of that, when you look at the pool space that you're given and a chance to really, you know, walk away from a draft class and do some damage, you know, bring in some real talent. So, yeah, I look forward to diving in further, man. And yeah, I'm just excited for our fan base and the people that are working for the Chicago White Sox.
And adding to an already young core that is so impressive. I mean, Colson Montgomery, among others. You're starting to see the pieces in the south side of Chicago.
No, I mean, you know, last year as those players were making their way to the big leagues and performing really well, and we know that's not an easy thing to do. And you begin to see the light at the end of the tunnel. And to bring in now a top pick, you know, to this group, I mean, it's just a big deal. It really is.
Brilliant move having a number 1 overall pick.
as your club rep, Harold Baines. That was a brilliant move by you. The mojo was working for you. You got the pick. Well done, bud.
Yeah, we did the math.
That's Chris Getz, your White Sox general manager with the MLB Network. You heard them mention Harold Baines. That was the last time the White Sox picked number 1 overall. Harold Baines ends up being a Hall of Famer, has himself a statue over at 35th and Shields. Meanwhile, the big news out of the winter meetings, 2 big signings. Kyle Schwarber stays in Philly, 5 years, $150 million. So quick math, $30 million a year for Kyle, so good for him. The Dodgers pick up closer Edwin Diaz, 3 years, $69 million. So the money just keeps pouring out of the pockets of the Dodgers ownership. Meanwhile, Craig Counsell down in Orlando, talking about the state of the Cubs, if you will. And here he is telling us how the Cubs can get better in 2026.
From a position player standpoint, I mean, the loss right now is Tucker, obviously. The rest of the group is back and likely with us. So, we have young players that did contribute, I thought, in a big way. I thought Moises in September, was played like he gave us the offensive production of Tucker, essentially, in the month of September. And that's those, and between him and Owen, who was unfortunately hurt for most of that month, those are 2 important players as we sit right now, and so it's a pretty. There's not much to think about there. There's obviously bench pieces that are going to be important because I think we were so healthy last year. I think that's another thing that we have to, really think about. Got a lot of work to do completing our bullpen, obviously, and you're never going to be satisfied with what you have from a pitching perspective. So. You're always protecting your depth and protecting the injuries because the injuries are just always a little more significant in that area.
Cubs skipper Craig Counsell on the 2026 outlook for the roster. That, of course, from the winter meetings. Somebody the Cubs are also bringing back on the pitching staff is Shota Imanaga. And here's Craig on Shota.
I think sometimes the injury got him off track. And sometimes I think we had a period of some results covered up some things, but I think they were there. And then, they kind of showed themselves.
One more on that. What was that, if you could tell us, that exit interview like, considering how it ended with him skipping?
No, I mean, I think just that. I mean, I think it's, Shota is looking forward to how I'm going to be better. Like that. That's why, then that's why you're optimistic too. It's look, what's next? I think that's Shota's mindset is what's next. How am I going to get better? How am I going to get, put myself in a place that I should be? So, he got something. I think he feels like he has something to prove. That's a great mindset for an athlete to be in.
Craig Counsell sounding optimistic about Shota Imanaga's return to the Cubs and the Cubs starting rotation. Another piece returning to the Cubs starting rotation, Justin Steele. When might Steele be back on the mound over at Clark and Addison?
Nothing has changed. I mean, it's not going to be opening day, and after that, I think I really don't want to speculate until we get to spring training and see where he's at as we get to, I think we'll know in spring training kind of a target area of dates there. But it's not going to be opening day, but I think it'll be the first half of the season. Yeah.
All right, so no opening day start for Justin Steele, but we'll be back near the beginning. We'll know more by spring training. If you just woke up, welcome to a Wednesday, 10th day of the month. It is the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh broadcasting live from the Hyundai Score Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers beginning at 5:30. And we are having a Wild Fork Wednesday right here on the Score and the Mully and Haugh show. And Mully and Haugh have got a great lineup for you this morning. 6 o'clock, they've got the Pick 6. 7 o'clock, John Heyman. 7:25, Dan Weeder. 8:25, Bruce Levine. 8:44, Chris Chelios. 9 o'clock, Stacey Dales. Those guests joining Mully and Haugh on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire. Atturo.com. ATTURO.com. And head out to Garfield's Beverage Warehouse in Norwich tomorrow between 5:30 and 7 at night. And you'll get to meet Layla Rahimi and register for your chance to win a pair of passes to attend our Football After Dark show with Noah Sewell over at Moretti's in Edison Park. That's on the 16th of December. All brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. Let's hear from Cubs GM Carter Hawkins. Matt Shaw has been talked about a lot. Are the Cubs moving Matt Shaw? Are they looking to improve at third base? Here's Carter on the Cubs' current third baseman.
I think realistically, when the team calls a player untouchable, it's because his value is so high that it's just unrealistic to think that anyone else would come over the top and give you something that's even more than that value. And I think that's where Matt Shaw, comes into play for us. Is he's an unbelievable defender. He's coming around offensively. Had a really solid second half. We have him for a long time. He's cost controlled for a long time. Like those things all create really, really high value. So is he untouchable? No one's untouchable. But the odds of somebody coming in and giving us an offer that would make us want to move them is really, really low. So teams really just don't waste their time that much. Or they'll kick the tires and it's kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, what you have. Because we evaluated our own guys effectively. And yeah. So it's something that we're always thinking about with all of our players, but I think he's just proven his value so much that it's just a high bar to clear.
Carter Hawkins, Cubs GM, down at the winter meetings on third baseman Matt Shaw. Obviously speaking very highly of him. How about Carter's take on Justin Steele's returning to the Cubs starting rotation?
Anybody coming off of a surgery, there's a certain amount of unknown, but what's not unknown is just how much of a competitor he is. So, assuming health, we kind of assume that he's going to figure out ways to get outs. He's a guy that, goes out there and figures out a way, whether he's throwing 88, 92. His last start was unbelievable. He was pitching through what he had. So a ton of confidence in him. Want to make sure that he's healthy before we put him out there, but a ton of confidence that he's going to help us once he does get out there just because of the type of competitor that he is.
So we know Justin Steele will be back. When exactly, to be determined. We also know that the Bears are taking on the Browns next. Sunday noon kick on Fox. Bears are 7.5-point favorite. Now the total is down to 39. It's going to be frigid at Soldier Field on Sunday. And we are going to turn the page and put the focus on the Browns as the Bears return to work up at Hallis Hall today. But yesterday, a couple of more guests with some final thoughts on how the Bears-Packers game ended. And we'll hear from them next, right here on the Mully and Haugh pregame show on 670 The Score.
Coming up at 5:30, the boys are back with the Mully and Haugh Show, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show. 5:30 till 10 a.m. Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. In Odyssey Station.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Preflight Airport Parking.
Next time you fly out of Chicago O'Hare Airport, park with Preflight off-airport parking. Download the Preflight Parking app or visit preflightparking.com to book affordable garage parking 4 short miles from O'Hare Airport. Before your next flight, park with Preflight.
Hey, this is Coach Wanstead here. With the holiday season coming, that means extra time on your feet. I was kind of like the Grinch at Christmas. If you're living in pain, you owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet arch supports will help you. When I first tried on the arch supports, I could feel the difference right away in my balance, posture, and didn't have any discomfort. It's free to try. You'll work one-on-one with a Good Feet arch specialist and then pairs you with your own personalized arch support solution. If you're someone who's in pain, learning if Good Feet arch supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Get back to doing things that you love. Try for yourself and feel the difference. It all starts with one visit to your Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by the store nearest you with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
Hey, it's Spiegs. What if buying and servicing a luxury car was as effortless as driving one? At Genesis of Algonquin, it is. They've redesigned the experience around you. Need service? They'll pick up your vehicle and return it when service is complete. During the Genesis Signature Event, save up to $10,000 off select models, or qualified buyers get 0% financing. Complete the entire process online, from selection to financing. They also offer free delivery of your new Genesis directly to you. This is a new standard of luxury. Experience the difference at Genesis of Algonquin. Visit genesisofalgonquin.com.
Get the help you need with Skill Power Tools from Menards. They're built for power, precision, and portability. From drills and drivers to sanders and saws, Skill delivers performance and durability with the convenience of cordless technology. Plus, the PowerCore 20 battery powers every Skill 20-volt tool for ultimate versatility. Save big on all Skill Power Tools at Menards. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on menards.com for great deals happening now.
Pros don't just show up, they prove how it's done, with precision and without shortcuts. Makita tools are built the same way, with a dedication to lasting quality, trusted performance, and results that reward your effort year after year. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Winter is coming, Chicago. Atturo Tire is your hometown tire and knows this climate. Check out their new all-weather tires at your local independent Atturo Tire dealer. To learn more, visit Atturo.com and find performance within reach.
You could think you found your dream home online, but here's the twist. The lot next door just got rezoned for years of construction. Work with the expertise and ethical training of a Realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
So, your small business is outgrowing your garage. You could go online, find a space, and get catfished. Or you could work with an agent who's a realtor, here to guide and help protect you from the surprises you didn't see coming. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors, right by you.
This holiday season, Rasny Jewelers is proud to offer something extraordinary. Origin by De Beers Group, a natural diamond experience built on transparency, traceability, and purpose.
Natural diamonds build schools. Natural diamonds build hospitals. It builds the infrastructure that is needed in these countries to take them to their next level of economic benefits.
With Origin Diamonds, you can follow your diamond story from the moment it's discovered to the moment it becomes a part of your life. Along with Rasny's 75-year legacy, they hand-select each diamond, ensuring beauty, responsibility, and value.
At Rasny's, we are transparent. Whether you're making a diamond purchase in January or you're making it in May or a week before Christmas, it's the best possible price every day in the store.
This holiday, give a diamond with meaning. Discover Origin Diamonds at Rasny Jewelers, Suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, Chicago Oak Street, and Rasny.com.
This season, some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. They come wrapped in trust, commitment, and integrity. At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise, especially during the holidays. That's why we created the Patrick Promise. Now through the season of giving, enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select new 2025 models. Here at Patrick, we stand by our word, just like the traditions that bring us together.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
Pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. It's not just your knees, your back, or your shoulder. It's time with family and friends. But 2026, that could all change when your body remembers how to heal. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics here in Chicago believe relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. It's time to take that first step, literally, to walk and dance and enjoy the holidays without pain. With QC Kinetics, healing is within reach, easy with weekend appointments. Schedule your free consultation. Now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. Call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X at Low T Center for TRT. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testosterone is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. Get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for Mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
Unlike Mr. Pibb, in a classroom of sodas, most stay quiet. They take notes on sweetness. They whisper about bubbles. One in the front row keeps bragging about its doctorate. Then there's Mr. Pibb in the back. Feet on the desk, sweet cherry for a second, then a bold outburst. The kind of flavor that gets attention. Some sodas raise their hand. Mr. Pibb runs the room.
Bold kick of cherry.
Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
Ham it up with Jewel Osco's hot deals. Cook's or Hormel spiral sliced half ham is just 99 cents a pound. And get Cook's smoked shank portion ham for 55 cents a pound. Both hams are limit one with $25 minimum purchase.
You're listening to the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Coming up in 60 seconds. And coming up at 5:30, it's Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kick was the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweat in that short smells like a dog park. Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Welcome back to the Mully and Haugh pregame show on 670 The Score.
Morning, Chicago. Welcome to a Wednesday, 10th day of the month. It's the Mully and Haugh pregame show. Mully and Haugh right around the corner, and it's a Wild Fork Wednesday on The Score and the Mully and Haugh show. They've got the Pick 6 at 6. They've got John Heyman live from the winter meetings at 7. Dan Wieters, 7:25, talking Bears. 8:25, back to the winter meetings. Our guy Bruce Levine checks in. Chris Chelio skates in at 8:44. Stacey Dales, who was at Packers-Bears game in Green Bay last week, will join Mully and Haugh at 9. These guests join us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, the hometown tire, Atturo.com, ATTURO.com. Bears back to Halas Hall today, prepping for the Browns. One last thought on Bears-Packers, this time from our friend, the long snapper, who joins the midday show of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody each and every week, and that, of course, is Patrick Manley.
Just do the simple better. Get started by not making the little mistakes. And that's just get the game rolling that way. That's what I would like to see. And I Also feel that way with Caleb. Do the simple better on 3rd and 5. Don't miss those little kind of layup shots to whoever's open. I think I heard you guys talking about missing some of the easy throws, and that to me is just do the simple better for Caleb as well. You really can't put that in this last game. I thought that was too, just the 3rd and 15s because of the penalties. But overall, when they start slow, it's them just not executing the little things. And that's coach speak, but they got to get everything right.
Do the simple better. That is the message from the longest tenured Bear, our friend, and the long snapper, Patrick Manley, on with our midday show of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody yesterday right here on 670 The Score. The White Sox have earned the number 1 overall pick in the 2026 MLB draft. The Blackhawks are back at the United Center tonight. They are taking on the Rangers. The Bulls have to wait to try to snap that 7-game losing streak until Friday. They'll be down in Charlotte taking on the Hornets. And it is Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit subscribe.chsn.com to sign up for your 7-day free trial of their all-access plan. You'll get over 300 live games per year. Circus Chicago Sports Network. Again, Chicago Sports Network. Your home stream advantage. It's 5:30, and it's time to hand it off to Mully and Haugh right here on 670 The Score.
Yeah, we're done.
Wake up! Wake up! Mike Mulligan, David Haugh.
Bruce out in the winter meetings. Looking forward to talking a little baseball later.
We were talking about it a second ago. Look, first of all, I hope Bruce has some talisman with him.
Wow.
Some lucky charm of sorts. It's going to get the White Sox that first overall pick.
Huh?
Because if they don't get it,
that's today. That's right.
The day goes down the tube.
He better stay out of our business. He better stay out of White Sox business.
Well,
Mr. David,
I'm going to keep you upbeat till then.
Send him some sort of a talisman. Or
I'm responsible for none of your good luck, bad luck after 10 o'clock, though.
David's not taking this seriously.
No, you claimed that you had today covered.
I'll bring it home.
Okay.
I'll bring it home.
That's all we need.
Start your mornings with Mully and Haugh, 5:30 till 10 a.m. on 670 The Score.
Good morning, guys. First and foremost, I am a huge fan of you guys. You guys are the best in Chicago sports. Really appreciate you guys.
Let's go.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Thank you, Mr. David. On behalf of all the downtrodden Sox fans in the world, thank you for having that covered for us.
Even though I had nothing to do with it, I will take the credit. Good morning, Mully. Happy Wednesday. Happy Sox Day.
It was the Pope then?
What a day it was. We could say that.
Did you say a prayer to the Pope and then Il Papa said a prayer
Didn't
to
everybody in Chicago
Almighty.
Who was hoping for this result?
I was
It's hilarious
pink.
to me.
Yeah.
How Pope Leo already receiving credit for the Sox getting the number 1 overall draft pick.
He's good luck. It's good luck.
Papa.
Yes, Il Papa.
El Papa.
The Pope. God bless him.
Yeah.
I mean, haven't things gone better since he got in charge?
Can't argue with that.
I mean, listen, the guy's got so many collectibles. He could open his own store if he ever retires as Pope.
Was it the Nellie Fox bat or was it the signed jersey? Which one? Which trinket?
Yeah. How did they get that Nellie Fox bat? How did you get this in here? That's still the greatest moment.
Nonetheless, the White Sox are celebrating. It's exciting news.
Wow.
The number 1 overall pick belongs to the White Sox. They will make it next July, and it looks like they will be welcoming a rock star to the South Side.
Yeah. What a Chicago name that is. You need Coach Ditka to announce the
Rock
pick.
Chalowski.
Chalowski is the latest Grabowski.
It really does fit.
It works.
It really does fit.
It works.
If he
I like Rock, too.
is as good as advertised, he will fit ideally on the South Side, hopefully for years to come.
I don't know how many years it takes you to get up. If you're drafted number 1 overall, you're 20. I would imagine within 3 years we'll see
Let's
him.
do the math.
Is that fair?
Matt Shaw wasn't drafted first overall. He was in the top 10. I believe he was 10th. He was drafted in 2023. He started opening day 2025. So there's a quick ascension. That's a quick path to the majors. It could be quicker. Chris Getz did not rule that out, Mully.
So Sox fans should really be looking forward to 2029.
We're not talking ownership here.
I wasn't talking ownership.
No, we're talking on the field stuff. I know what you were implying.
Oh, did I accidentally?
Yes.
I did not mean that.
Yes.
That came out the wrong way.
Subtle as a shove. Yeah, I think that when you look at being drafted in the summer of 2026, then he has an acclimation period.
Sure.
Spends 2027 likely in the minors.
Sure.
Opening day 2028. Rock Chalowski is your opening day shortstop for the White Sox.
Maybe 2029.
Why are you slow playing this?
I don't want to be rushing
This
it.
is a day when anything's possible.
He's 20 years old. That's all
I
I'm
know.
saying.
But look at today's Major League Baseball. Guys make quick trips through the minors.
I know.
And I asked Chris Getz that specifically last night on the Chicago Lead. I didn't hear him rule anything out. He was very giddy.
He should be.
Everybody should be. It's an exciting day.
He was funny. He was there, obviously, and they had Harold Baines represent the White Sox. Why are you laughing? Harold, a former number 1 overall pick, he's there to make sure the Sox get the number 1 overall pick. And they asked him about it, and he said that we did the math. He made a joke about assigning Harold. It was funny.
He was the last number 1 overall pick, 77.
He was a lot more charming than he usually is because he wasn't trying to explain why you lost 100 games. He was talking about
expressionless as usual.
No, not Harold. I'm saying Chris Getz was clearly
Chris Getz
in a very good mood.
Bubbly.
I mean, he was very. Oh yeah.
He was bubbly.
He said he doubted he'd
be.
sleep because he'd be breaking down tape of all these guys.
And he already was familiar, obviously, like most people in baseball would be, with Chalowski. I thought it was interesting. Mike Shirley, who spoke later, I think during a Zoom, was quoted as saying that they were very familiar with the family already. They had done some work, and this is going to be a process.
They probably were anticipating if everything goes right, we could be in on this one, right?
I would think so.
You would hope so.
You would hope so. They're going to be prepared, and they're going to be what this does is it continues the momentum. And for an organization that last season, the second half of the year was about the emergence of Kyle Teal and Colson Montgomery. Now you've got the young pitchers coming in spring training. This is more adrenaline. This is very exciting.
Yes.
And from a baseball perspective, whether it's, I am projecting, it could be 2028 opening day, it could be 2029. Nonetheless, the future looks brighter than it did yesterday.
I'm just so pleased you gave me that. I agree with you. I would also say that it is so early in this process. It's great that they've been going through it, and I understand that it's one of these years where there is a fairly obvious candidate, but it is a process, and there is a lot of work to do. And I was told by a guy I know very tied in baseball-wise that you would prefer to have any of the top 3 players in this draft than the number 1 pick from last year, which seemed like a really good draft.
That seems to be the consensus opinion around baseball.
Yes.
And any of the 3 guys, who are all shortstops, by the way.
All shortstops. One a high school shortstop.
Would be considered the number 1 overall pick in the 2025 draft. But, Mully, I think that it seems to be a consensus that he is number 1.
It's a really loud consensus.
And I don't want to we'll have plenty of time to compare and contrast, but when you look at what the Hawks did with Bedard, he was clearly the number 1 guy.
Oh, yeah, no question.
The Bears with Caleb Williams, he clearly was the number 1 guy.
I totally agree.
And this is very clear as well. Rock Chalowski is the number 1 rated prospect in the 2026 MLB draft.
And as we talked about a little yesterday, it's like he's rated as the number 1 guy, and then you might have nobody at number 2 and nobody at number. He's like clearly ahead of the group. In fact, I saw something, and we'll be breaking it down, and we'll be talking to people and trying to get as much information as possible. But I saw that I don't know if it was I think it might have been. It was one of the baseball websites had proclaimed him as a rating of 65 out of 80.
65 out of 80.
Which would be higher than any first overall pay. If you stay at 65 and that's his work is done. His season is over.
He's scouted.
But yes, but in other words, providing there's nothing that would flag. Like I said, it's a very long process. But that would indicate that he is basically as high a rated player as there's been in a draft coming out in a very, very long time. And I don't know if they were doing these drafts.
Well, he was a Big Ten Player of the Year.
Ago.
He was Baseball America National Player of the Year.
Yes.
Plays shortstop, and he's somebody that you can envision staying at that position.
Yes.
And the White Sox likely moving other people around. That's not a knock to Colson Montgomery.
Right.
And you can't project out everything. But when you do it in your head and when they're doing it on the back of an envelope, they're probably writing in Rock Chalowski next to Colson Montgomery at third base and Chase Mydroth at second and who knows who at first. But this is a core of the White Sox moving forward that's worth getting excited
Who's
about.
the kid they drafted last year at number 10?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he moves from shortstop to second base. Who knows? I mean, we don't know what the plan is for these guys. Billy Conrad? Yeah. Anyway, it's all good news. It's all you want as many of these guys as you can get. You want as many great players as you can get your hands on.
No doubt. Billy Carlson, excuse me.
Billy Carlson.
Billy Carlson was the 10th overall pick last year. That's as good as they could get, remember, because of the restrictions on them drafting that high. They've got a lot of young prospects. How about George Wolkel? By that time, he may be playing first base and hitting 35 home runs. Boy, the White Sox have some fun young prospects in the system.
Yeah. I mean, it's exciting, and the other thing, and I think that it was a small point, but I thought an important one that Chris Getz said that due to the fact that they have the number 1 overall pick, the budget goes way up. Your rookie cap goes way up as a result of that. Now he'll eat up a lot of that, but it will give you more money and you can get more players as you move through the draft and the other rounds.
No doubt about it. They have a nice problem to have. And the example will be used often when you talk about, well, they have all these shortstops. They're drafting all these shortstops. Carlson was a shortstop. Montgomery plays shortstop. Chalowski's a shortstop. Look at the San Diego Padres.
Oh, they got a team of
They
them,
brought
right?
in basically 4 or 5 shortstops. They moved them around, mixed and matched. Tatis is in right field.
Yes.
He's a former shortstop. He won a Gold Glove.
I know.
And they have other guys around their infield and outfield who were at one-time shortstop. So and I thought Chris Getz was interesting because he wasn't afraid to say, I love that position. I love the position because the guy's going to be a good athlete. He's going to be versatile. They're going to be locked in. And it's a nice problem to have.
Former number 1 overall pick in Chicago is Dansby Swanson, the Cubs shortstop.
Yes, good example.
It's a good example of a guy that has done some great things, including be on a winning World Series team.
I like the fact that they have done some homework on this prospect, and Mike Shirley said they know the family, probably because coming out of Arizona, which he lives right in the Sox spring training backyard, essentially, that he was a draft prospect coming out of high school, chose to go to UCLA. So there was a lot of legwork done already, and that was what he was referring to. And now they've got this baseball season in the Big Ten for UCLA to keep an eye on this kid, and then in July,
it's going to be fun.
It's going to be fun.
Yeah, no question. It's going to be a lot of fun. And here's hoping, like I said, we'd like to see the White Sox get lucky with one. Be awesome.
It was a busy day at the winter meetings. That was one of the bigger stories here, but there were some other headlines.
Thought of you when the Schwarbaum stayed in Philly. That didn't seem like it was an outrageous contract. Was it too rich?
It really wasn't.
Was it too rich for the Cubs, though? It was $150
Well, I think a couple
million?
things, Mully. I don't know that it would have been too rich for the Cubs, but I don't think that was ever realistic.
Okay.
I think that Kyle Schwarber, for understandable reasons, likely was waiting for the Phillies to step up and to show how much they appreciate all that he has meant to that franchise. Look, Kyle Schwarber, he is a Cub legend. He will always have 2016 and 2015 when he hit the ball to the moon and it landed on the roof. But he's going to go into the Hall of Fame one day, as a Philadelphia Philly if he can hit 500 home runs, and that seems more likely now than not. And I understand why he would be waiting for that offer. The Mets, the Pirates, they weighed in, but
it's hilarious
the Reds.
that the Reds and the what did I say? The Orioles and the
Orioles, there were two,
and the Reds and the Pirates were in on him. Come on, Cubs, don't you have to be in on that as well? Don't you have to be making offers and standing up for a guy with that background in Chicago and a guy that is just Mr. Power? I mean, he's
I would not deprive anybody that feeling of like, oh, why didn't they go after him? I just didn't want to get my hopes up to the point
you
where
didn't think he was.
I didn't think he was coming back.
And
if I were Kyle Schwarber,
I agree with that. But
if I'm Kyle Schwarber, I'm likely more motivated to want to happen what just happened rather than to say yes to the team that cut me loose.
It's a good deal.
It is a good deal
for him.
I think it really is. I think it's good for both parties because
I agree.
He's an aging designated hitter.
5-year, $150 million.
Yeah.
Their team is getting, like, they've got a lot of guys like that on their team. They got some age on that team, but it's not a bad.
That was the
problem
big
to have.
move. Edwin Diaz going from the Mets to the Dodgers. Crazy.
That's
the rich
nuts.
get richer.
Now that's another contract that was fairly reasonable. A 3-year, $69 million deal.
Set a record for a closer.
I know it's a record for a closer, but that shouldn't scare anybody, should it? Doesn't it seem like you have that kind of money sitting around in the
I didn't go
cushions
into
of-
this
the
offseason.
cushions of
Again,
the
I think
couch?
it's all about expectations. You're making good points. I just didn't go into this free agent period thinking the Cubs have got to come away with Schwarber and Diaz. I just didn't think either one of those were realistic targets for a team that needs starting pitching and a bat.
But wouldn't you love to have come away with those two guys?
Yes,
What the
definitely.
hell? That'd be
Definitely.
pretty good.
Definitely.
I can spend anyone's money with the best one.
No,
Set
but
me loose.
I
in
am
the
curious
shopping
to
spree.
see how they proceed here because almost saying people seem to have an acceptance level about not going after Kyle Tucker. And now the whisper campaign is about how he wasn't such a hard worker and some of these things you hear coming out about his status as a free agent. Toronto makes sense for him. The Cubs, I am trying to show a little bit of discipline in withholding like the reaction and the judgment because why aren't you in this guy? Why aren't you in that guy?
Let's see who they're in on.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, it's just getting started, but that particular Schwarber piece is a big one to fall because I think it kind of it opens up a lot of people to a lot of different things.
I've been
that they
surprised
haven't
at how
pursued.
vehement and adamant they have been in defending Matt Shaw and saying he will be part of next season in some way, shape, or form. And I think that's probably realistic. But the reports yesterday that I perked up a little bit more at was the ones linking them to Alex Bregman and saying they had a Zoom interview or exchange with either Bregman or his representatives.
Right.
And to me, that would be exciting because I do think that as much value as you have in Matt Shaw defensively, I think that when you get a bona fide bat like Alex Bregman is, you make that move. It's
So
only money, and you figure it out.
Let's say they do sign him. What will your reaction be when I mutter something under my breath like, I should have done that last year?
I'll say, oh, Molly, stop it. Just stop it. Last year's last year.
It would have been great.
It would have been great last year.
Just saying.
It would. He got hurt, though. So,
I know.
Yeah, I think that would be a natural reaction. And I would say, well, at least this year they got it done. And they finished and closed the deal. And they realized by missing last year how important he might be to this lineup. Because I think he could be very important to this lineup. And then we'll talk to Bruce at 8:25. But I think they're in or mentioned or linked to a lot of different pitchers, starting-wise. From Zach Gallen as a free agent to Mackenzie Gore in a trade possibility to Imai, the Japanese pitcher who still is on the market.
Right. Yeah. It's really interesting because I think there is an understanding they're going to come away with someone of that ilk. They're coming away with someone like that. But it is fascinating to watch the way this will unfold. And we will be all over it. And Bruce is there, and of course he is all over it. So that is
The Cubs got to do something to match the Sox.
Yeah,
they got to keep up.
Don't even start with that nonsense. But it is good. The Sox got that number 1 overall pick. Our buddy James Fox checks in. This is good information. He says they'll have a ton of draft flexibility. The slot at number 1 will be over $11 million. Nobody's ever received more than 9.3. So they could pay this kid $10 million and then break the record and still have the extra $1 million to use later on in the draft. It's just saying, there's a ton of flexibility when you're looking at players and goading them out of high school, whatever it might be.
Would that make him immediately the second highest paid player in the White Sox?
Oh, I think it might make him the highest paid player.
Well, depending what happens with Luis Robert Jr.
Exactly. He's going to be traded, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. How much does what is the other outfielder make? The richest.
Oh,
free
that's
agent
right,
of all time?
Benintendi.
Yeah, how
he's
much?
a $15 million. He's a $15 million guy.
Yeah, he's the problem.
Yep. Yeah. I don't think there's much trade interest
It's
in him.
all a problem.
It's all a problem.
As James Fox once said. But thank you, James. That's good information. And I got to get on my. I got to get all over all of his stuff and all of the stuff out there from Future Sox, because that is going to be
That's
something
the
we
story
talk
now.
about. No
Prospect
question.
Central.
Yeah,
yes.
That's it.
Bears back to work today. They prepare for the Browns coming in on Sunday to Soldier Field. Shedeur Sanders, Myles Garrett. We'll break that down. Caleb, I think, speaks today. The Bears are they practicing? I don't believe they're practicing today. They have some sort of quirk in the schedule, but I do think they're talking at House Hall this afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we'll get one of those injury
Wait, what?
reports that is a.
I'm not sure they're practicing today. I need to get to the bottom of that, but they are meeting with the media, I believe.
So they're up there for.
I need to find out, Dustin.
If you remember last week, their schedule, they changed the schedule because
they played on a Friday.
Yes.
But they played on a Sunday, and they
Yes.
play on a Sunday again. And
Yes,
they're now in
and then they
7th
play on
place.
a
They're not in
Saturday.
first place.
Okay.
What do you mean they're not practicing?
Calendar check,
They had
December 10th.
yesterday
Could be tired.
They had yesterday off.
They got a lot of bodies that are a little beaten up. A lot of injuries to nurse.
We'll get
an injury
it.
report though, because they have to report.
Yeah, we'll get
who's
that
hurt,
injury
who's not.
report. That is the one.
You can't drop a Haugh bomb like that and not have all the information.
That's not a Haugh bomb.
It's not a Haugh bomb.
No, it does. Yeah, you're right, David. It does says here the Bears will not practice on Wednesday, but they will hold a closed walk.
Thank you, Brandon. That's no Haugh bomb. That's right there in the release.
Okay, well then maybe we should say that, right? I mean,
wow. I mean,
but a walkthrough is like, to me, a walkthrough is like a practice in today's NFL.
Okay.
Mr. Chesty's coming for you here.
No, I'm trying to figure this out.
I didn't know it was going to be that kind of show.
Like,
All right,
does that mean like
where's my
only the
red
people
pen?
that are talking are going to show up at
Where's
House
my-
Hall today?
my
Like,
red
otherwise,
pen here?
take another day off. Which one is it?
Dustin's a little upset, with the Big 12 commissioner, and then, Schwarber is gone. He's a little testy.
Okay. And the Sox had some good luck.
Sox got the number 1 pick.
It's probably all wearing.
Thank goodness it's a Wild Fork Wednesday. That'll cheer me up later.
There you go. It is. It is a Wild Fork Wednesday. How about that?
Hey,
We
great.
are very blessed. All the fine folks from Wild Fork have come in, and they are cooking for us. I believe this could be a little bit of a pre-Christmas gift that we're getting. They're gonna make a meal the likes.
Did you see the
of
menu?
which I got to tell you,
I can't even decide which is the best thing about it.
Well, I think that you're hitting one out of the park with the reserve ribeye roast with morel mushroom sauce and a mushroom medley. Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea how much I love a nice mushroom medley?
Do you have any idea how
Oh
much
my gosh.
I'm anticipated the pineapple glazed Berkshire ham, which is a recipe from the Wild Fork Endless Holiday Feast catalog?
God, I love a good ham. And they've got the chimichurri skirt steak. That is one of my personal favorites.
I am most intrigued by the lobster grilled cheese.
You have been talking about that steak so much that's when I've got circled, because you
Good
have
man.
really sold that
I'm
one.
telling you,
I can't wait.
It's outstanding.
I can't wait. I'm
you
sure
will,
it is.
You will absolutely love it.
Can you get me that bottle of wine I like to get when you and I have a steak? Go along
Oh
with
yeah,
that.
what's that one? The Prisoner, or what is that? The one?
Papillon. If we're really taking out the big credit card. The Prisoner is fine.
The Prisoner is pretty good.
Papillon is the one step above
Papillon.
the Prisoner.
He's a butterfly of a prisoner. Yeah, I saw the movie. They made a remake of that movie. Have you seen the second one?
I have not.
Oh, you've got to get going.
I have not seen that.
Papillon. That's beautiful. Dustin is, it's amazing to have a guy that is definitely kind of got the champagne taste and the caviar dreams on the budget we're on.
A Busch Light draft budget?
Yes.
Well, I save it up. Like, I don't order the milkshake when you offer a Starbucks. I just wait for that time we might be in Vegas.
Yeah.
And you can
get
purchase a bottle of wine.
Get that bottle of wine. I'll take that to go. Guys walking down the street.
Vacuum seal that so I can put that back on Southwest Airlines.
Oh, that's beautiful stuff. All right. Yes, it's a Wild Fork Wednesday. We are so looking forward to it. Should be a real blast. And we're going to get to the Pick Six. A lot of great stories, good baseball news, the whole bit. It should be a glorious and wondrous day of celebration. And we'll be right back with the Pick Six. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know, The Score is your destination all season long. Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Kreutz, Jared Payton, Patrick Manning.
On defense, it's Matt Bowen and Anthony Herron. Plus, former Bears head coach giving us the big picture on offense and defense, Dave Wanstead. And all the inside info from Mark Grody, Brad Biggs, Dan Wiederer, Stacey Dales, and many more.
Unfiltered opinions from the unprecedented team of experts on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Honey, have you seen the winter forecast? Bitter cold, heavy snow. We have to plan a winter getaway.
I'll tell you what we're not doing, traveling abroad. Last time was a nightmare. Passports, flights, layovers, never again.
Perfect. I have the ideal solution. We stay in country and soak up the sun in a truly grand destination. Fairhope, Alabama. The legendary Grand Hotel Golf Resort and Spa Autograph Collection. 2 championship golf courses on the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. A world-class spa, pools, tennis, pickleball, croquet, fine dining, and endless activities for the kids. Plus 2-for-1 golf this January and February.
I'm not driving to Alabama.
Relax. There are daily nonstop flights to Pensacola. Just 2.5 hours in the air.
Wow, really? So, golf, spa, and sunshine, and no passports required?
Nope. The Grand Hotel in Fairhope.
Since 1847, the Grand has been an icon on the Gulf Coast. This winter, stay in the country and vacation in grand style. Visit grand1847.com. That's grand1847.com.
Rasny Jewelers has been Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. If you're not sure what to get everyone on your gift list, check out Refined by Rasny, an exclusive collection of modern diamond jewelry from Christine Rasny Porter, 3rd-generation jeweler. Features innovative, on-trend elements like mixed-shape bezel set, east, west, and chic settings. Think stacking rings, layering necklaces and pendants, diamond tennis bracelets and bangles, studs and huggy earrings, all fashion-forward pieces. Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and on Oak Street in Chicago. It's always available at Rasny.com.
When you've thrown over 4,000 innings like I have, you know joint pain isn't a maybe, it's a guarantee. For you, was it climbing ladders or too much heavy lifting? Hey, we're all in the same boat. But surgery, that was never my answer.
Baseball legend Roger Clemens knows there's a better way. That's QC Kinetics regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself. No scalpels, no fake fixes, just real relief.
What I love about QC Kinetics, these are the most respected medical pros in the country that specialize in non-surgical therapies to get you moving again.
Don't mask the pain, fix it. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation.
I trusted QC Kinetics. You should too.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kick was the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweat and that short smells like a dog park. Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune. Not exactly a back-to-work day for the Bears at Halas Hall. Instead, a walkthrough closed to the media, but we will hear from select Bears players, and of course we'll hear from the head coach, Ben Johnson. Bears hosting the Browns Sunday noon kick on Fox. Bears have a point spread of 7.5 now, the total 39, thanks to our friends over at Circa Sports. And the single game tickets for a potential Bears playoff game will go on sale Thursday morning at 11 a.m. Phillip Rivers has joined the Colts as a practice squad player. Week 15 of your NFL season kicks off Thursday. Our coverage beginning at 6:30. It's the Falcons at the Bucks. The Bucks are -4 total, 44.5 in that one. The Blackhawks are back at the United Center tonight hosting the Rangers. They're 12-11-6. The White Sox, they won the MLB draft lottery, got the first pick in 2026. Kyle Schwarber stays in Philly, 5 years, $150 million. Dodgers pick up closer Edwin Diaz, 3 years, $69 million. College hoops, number 13 Illini, 88-80 winners over the Ohio State. And the Bulls, they look to snap their 7-game losing streak, but they've got to wait till Friday. They'll be at the Hornets. You'll hear that one right here on The Score as well. This hour of the show, it's brought to you by Cars for Kids.
It's Pick Six with Mully and Haugh, where we debate the top 6 sports stories of the day and then open it up to you, the Chicago sports fan. Call us at 312-644-6767, or you can tweet your thoughts at Mully Haugh. Pick Six with Mully and Haugh starts now.
How beautiful was it to see the White Sox land the first overall pick in the MLB draft during yesterday's draft lottery? Much as you may love the UCLA player Rock Chalowski, is it way too early to say he is the man? He's held a rating close to 65 on a scale of 80 for most of the year, which would be better than any number one pick since 2015, including that year's selection, the Cubs, now Cub Dansby Swanson.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is a really highly thought of player, and he has a huge upside to him as a young man. He's a 20-year-old junior in college right now. We'll see. It's it is a process, and there are certain flaming hoops you jump through, and there are certain things you look at and you weigh and you make decisions on. But I think you're right. I think it's like the Connor Bedard thing where, there is one guy that is on top of the board. And if you get the number one pick, you're really getting the gift of that guy. And that's how this is how it feels now. But I don't want to turn a blind eye to all the horrible possibilities out there of the different things that could change. And there are 3 really highly thought of players led by this guy. And I don't want to be disrespectful to him. And I think that we know he is likely to be the number one guy. But when, what is today's date? December 10th. And we're talking about something that will happen in July. I think that means there's going to be a lot of anticipation, but a lot of time as well. So let's go through the process. Let's see how it ends up. Let's have a fun storyline and a subplot to fantasize about and discuss and have some happy thoughts about the whole way forward.
Well, Mully's happy.
That's what went through my mind yesterday when we had our little group text going and we saw that the White Sox did indeed get help from the Pope and land that overall number one pick. They were the odds-on favorite, to be fair, right? They were the odds-on favorite.
Yes.
I would like to know a little bit more about this 65 on a scale of 80 measurement.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem that great. Right? Like, I mean, saying for the number one pick in the draft, and then to say, this is factual, that last year's top 3 people didn't get to this 60. So, I mean, is this a really tough grading scale?
I think there's been like 160, and this guy had a 65. I don't know how tough the grading scale, but most of the number one overall picks are about like a 55.
Yeah, so hopefully we're going to talk to Jim Callis tomorrow from MLB Pipeline, and maybe he can explain that number a little bit more. I just find it just kind of jumps off the page when you think 80's the top. And 65.
80's like Hall of Fame.
That's a wide, but I mean, you're measuring like high school kids and college guys, right? So it's very interesting. David, I thought of you as well with this Rock Chalowski guy. What's the over-under when our friend Brooks Boyer is going to bring like a Rock Chalowski sausage to the CHSN set? Probably some mustard, some grilled onions on it, right? Probably like a Polish.
I mean, if his debut isn't Rock and Roll Night at the rate, then they're doing it wrong.
We're thinking for you, Brooks.
They're doing it wrong.
This name is cool. This guy fits in already.
It's rocking good news.
Certainly is a good solid foundation. Got a guy named Rock. There we go. So the idea of the 65 out of 80, when you look at the Baseball America explanation for scouting, 70 plus is a plus among the best tools in the game, like Freddie Freeman's hitting ability, Blake Snell's curveball, Ronald Acuna Jr.'s arm. Those are the examples. I think when you look at relative to other prospects, you get excited because of where he is right now. It's got me checking out the UCLA baseball schedule to find out, okay, they're in Columbus in March, they're in East Lansing in May. Could we possibly see this kid play in person? They don't play Northwestern this year.
They don't play it?
No.
Oh, that would be perfect.
Would be perfect. It's exciting. What happened yesterday was that you got a jolt of energy and a reminder of just how fun this White Sox process has become. The losing, hopefully for their sake and everyone's sake in town, is over. The 100-loss seasons are a thing of the past. This is why you bottom out, so you can start to climb back. Rock Chalowski is somebody that you can envision ideally at shortstop for 8 to 10 years on the South Side. Hopefully he stays healthy. Hopefully he realizes all that potential. He's going to be surrounded by talent. He's going to be surrounded by guys who could relate to what he's going through now. The anticipation, it will be fun. Drafted in the summer of 2026 in Chicago by the end of the season in 2027? I don't know how fast it can happen. But Chris Getz did not downplay any kind of possibility yesterday when he was interviewed several times. He looked as happy as he did. And the day he was hired, he could not stop grinning, and everyone who's a Sox fan should understand why.
Well, first of all, that'd be a question for Hoyer and his budget.
That's our guy, Bruce Levine. We'll talk to him live from the winter meetings in Orlando at 8:25. Your reaction to the Phillies re-signing Kyle Schwarber to a 5-year, $150 million deal. Did you even consider the Cubs as a potential suitor? And are you happy for Schwarber's success or still lament that he couldn't have made his $250 million and hit his 500th home run here as a Cub?
This guy was the perfect Cub. This guy was everything you want to represent your organization. He loved being here. He was great for the community, the city, the neighborhoods. Everything about Kyle Schwarber screamed franchise player. And it's the one, I don't want to say it's the one blemish. It's the biggest mistake that Jed Hoyer made. And I think he owns it, and he has. But Kyle Schwarber's moved on. And as hard as it is for people who still see the 2016 anniversary coming up 10 years next summer and remember what he meant to that group because of him coming back and being in Arizona and then flying across the country, all those things are still special memories, but they're memories. Because he left here, he was shown the door, escorted out of Wrigley Field, and he made the best of it. I respect Kyle Schwarber as much as any major league player out there because of what he did after the Cubs gave up on him. And the Cubs did give up on him. And I don't think it made sense for them to necessarily get in a bidding war that they figured they were going to lose. This was always going to happen. It seemed like it was predetermined before free agency. Kyle Schwarber, hard to admit, he belongs in Philadelphia. He is the Phillies. I hope that he hits 500 home runs. I hope he goes into the Hall of Fame. And I hope that he enjoys all the riches because he has earned it.
He's definitely my favorite Philadelphia athlete, Kyle Schwarber. I guess if he wasn't coming back to town as a Cub, I guess good for him that he's staying in Philly. He didn't end up on the Dodgers. He didn't end up in New York with the Mets or, God forbid, down south with the Cardinals or something crazy like that. I don't think the Cubs were even in the conversation because I don't think they knew Kyle wasn't coming back. No matter what. I mean, you kind of hear things that it got that bad. He was that ticked off at what went down. Now, David, I think you used the word, he was escorted out of Wrigley. Like, that was not, like, he wasn't literally, was he? No. Okay, I just want to double check. I mean, just because.
Call security.
Well, I'm just saying. Like,
Schwarber's here again.
Did he get that mad at the fact that they didn't get that offer? Because
it was figure
I think
speech.
he really liked his time here. Mm-hmm. I think he really liked being in Chicago. He really liked being a Cub. I don't. If you could get one honest answer, and I'm not saying that he ever lies per se, but like a real, I still can't wrap my mind around it. Why they let him walk for that amount of money with the idea of the DH coming down the highway. So good, but good for Kyle Schwarber. I mean, that's a lot of dough for a 33-year-old DH.
Yeah, it is. I don't think you can't help but feel a little bit embittered about the fact that the guy, started in Chicago, was, he was like a mythological figure for everything he did and how he played and the things that he produced, the knee injury, and then coming back and somehow reappearing and winning a World Series for you. Like, a guy like that should have been with the Cubs forever. And I get it. I understand what the problems were and how the at the time there was no designated hitter. At the time there was, a lot going on. The Cubs didn't kind of, he had to go back down to the minor leagues. The leadoff thing seemed crazy. He ended up kind of having a couple of different teams, right? Where did he went with the Nationals, but
then
he also
the Red Sox.
Then the Red Sox, and then
landed in Philly.
I'm just saying he landed in Philly on his feet, but it's not like he stayed in one or two teams. He was a big bat for hire, and yet I think when you think about him, you think about that year, you think about all those guys on that team, and then you wonder, like, I'd say Rizzo ended up having a pretty good career. That's fair. You don't want to diss him. Chris Bryant, like, that guy was Hall of Fame track, and he's like, it's almost like a magic trick, poof, the guy's gone. It's just insane how that
So
wound
disappointing.
Up. The shortstop,
Javi.
all that stuff. Not Javi.
Javi Baez?
No,
Addison Russell.
Russell.
Oh,
I'm just
goodness.
saying, that was like
Off
I'm just
the
saying,
map.
think about different players that you thought were this or that. Javi's another good example. But Kyle Schwarber is the one guy that is getting $150
He's the Hall of
million
Famer out of that group.
he really is. This is a Hall of Fame career that we're watching, and he's going to wind up. He's hit more home runs than second most home run, whatever it is, in the last how many years. He is just the one guy out of all of them that was the one that got away. So yeah, it's got to be tough if you're a Cub fan to just remember everything that happened and not be able to see his entire career. Sad.
What was the other part of that question?
That was the voice of John Heyman. This is Edwin Diaz's music that he comes out to. And the Mets have lost Edwin Diaz to the Dodgers. 3 years, $69 million. Are the rich simply getting richer? Doesn't that seem like a reasonable deal? Wouldn't he have helped the Cubs?
It is obviously like a super cool thing to have this music playing. Wouldn't that have been great at Wrigley Field in a playoff atmosphere where everyone's already standing and cheering, and then all of a sudden this starts and you're bringing this guy in to dominate.
It only makes me wonder what Rock Chalowski's walk-up music will be with rock and roll, all the kind of options you'll have.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah.
I'm sorry, we digress.
And by the way, Peoria Matt checked in and said that he felt that they should start him for the first time on a pet rock giveaway. But that sounds like a Southside fight, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
It sounds like it would get biblical.
Good idea.
I don't think we need to be giving away rocks.
Would be damaged. Exactly.
Yes.
Stone him. That could be a problem. But Brooks will come up with something better. I love this music. It's total fun. What I can't understand is, how do the Mets let a guy walk? The Mets got nothing but money. He opted out of 2 years at like 38 or something, and now he's getting 3 years at 69. It's insane. And the Dodgers can have anyone they want and any promotion they want and any cool song they want. They can do anything they want. And the rest of the world is limited by budgetary concerns. Give me a break.
Will the Dodgers also be hiring this trumpeter to do this live every game?
Every game
at Chavez Ravine.
Wouldn't it be awesome to have one man stand on the dugout and just
right? I mean,
make it about $1 million a year.
That music just really gets you going. So I read John Heyman, who's coming on at 7 o'clock with you guys this morning, and he said the Mets deal was $66 million. Right, so it's like, but there was some for $3 million, and there were some deferrals and things like that. Maybe he wanted all the money now.
The Mets
versus
got
later.
the guy. They got the guy from Milwaukee, so they were always going to.
Devin Williams.
Yeah. So he'll be their closer. Is that what the decision they made?
Maybe
they offered 66.
Guys, I mean, this the Mets. Why would you play in New York with that pressure cooker of all that? You wake up every morning, you think if you make a bad pitch, it's going to be on the back page. All of the things that go with being a New York Met, and then you could go to L.A. And we're going to win the division this year by 10 or 15 games.
Right.
Oh my gosh. Oh, the sun is too bright today.
Yeah.
My goodness.
You sit by your kidney-shaped swimming pool.
Yes, I know. With your personal trumpeter that has been hired for you by Andrew Friedman. You get escorted to work every morning. You get pillows in the clubhouse. My goodness, why wouldn't you want to be a Dodger? Why wouldn't everybody want to be a Dodger? This is a no-brainer. The only thing I disagree with is that I don't know if $23 million for a closer at his age is reasonable, because he might be an accident waiting to happen. If the Cubs had spent $23 million on a closer, I think I wouldn't have argued, but I would have been like, okay, when's he going to get injured?
Can I ask you guys a question?
Stacey Dales will be here answering questions at 9. And what did you make of the NFL.com report that the Bears' playoff hopes are reliant on a victory over the Browns on Sunday? According to the league's website, a loss would leave the Bears with less than a 50% chance of making the postseason. Is this an absolute must-win game in your mind? How would you depict the game versus the visiting Browns?
There's no doubt about it. If anybody's picking the Browns, then this plan has gone terribly wrong. You cannot lose to the Browns at home in December, and all the things that we have said and all the things that they have proven, frankly, to still be intact. If the Bears lose to the Browns, the football reality in Chicago has been shaken. And I don't know if they can recover from that. Not in an NFC that is very good, and teams, you could make the argument that when we said they could go 2-2 down the stretch, and they probably should get to 11 victories and get into the playoffs, there might be an 11-win team that doesn't get into the playoffs.
Wow.
And this is the year where you start to worry about those kind of realities. So absolutely, get out your red pen, whatever you want to do. This is a must-win game for the Bears against a team that is one of the most beatable on their schedules.
Must-win statement game at Soldier Field. That's what I believe. But apparently, fine folks at Haugh believe this is just worthy of a walkthrough. I guess I don't understand the definition of practice. You know, we've had
you got to look at
the definition of a catch. Like, what's a catch? Then we've had the definition, the Packers crying after the game on Sunday. What's the definition of holding? And now I'm crying about what is the definition of practice. But the Bears have gone out of their way to let the media know the Bears will not practice Wednesday, but hold a walkthrough instead that you're not allowed to watch.
Dustin, you know, you need to get a copy of the collective bargaining agreement or Google it and see what the rules are about in-season practices in the NFL.
I know they're not going to have a
changed
thudded-up
dramatically. Yes,
practice. I understand
that. You have a very limited amount of ability to hit during the season. Would you feel better if they were in shells instead of doing a walkthrough?
You just want to know what this definition is. It just seems odd that they went out of their way, meaning the Bears went out of their way to tell the media that this would not be a practice, but a walkthrough.
Yeah, they don't want them turning up and thinking they can walk in on the practice. I think it's good to, if you're going behind closed doors,
how about you say you're not invited?
Well, because
come interview our guys,
there are
but no
rules
practice.
about that.
There are rules about that too.
Okay,
Yeah,
well.
yeah. It just familiarize yourself a little.
I'm well aware of the padded practice.
As far as this game is concerned, this is one of the few games on the schedule that when you started before the season began, before you knew whether there was going to be an acclimation period, it was one of the games that you had kind of circled and thought, well, they should be able to win that one. This isn't a very good team. They've got all sorts of issues at the quarterback position. This is a game that the Bears should be able to win. And it remains a game they should be able to win, despite one of the best defensive players in the entire league, maybe the single best defensive player in the league. This is a game that you, as the Chicago Bears, should be able to win. The fact that we have now seen them win 9 games, and this is the chance to get to double digits, they must take it. This is a must-win game. There are no gimmies in the NFL, and I understand that, and you got to take everyone seriously. But the reality is that the games you play the rest of the way are going to be very difficult. And this one, difficult as it is to play anyone, you're at home, you're taking on a rookie quarterback. You've got an opportunity here that allows you to get to 10 games. You also have 10 wins. You're coming off a loss, and you got to play the same opponent right around the corner. You better win this one. You better not trip over this game because you were trying to play the Packers a couple of times in 1 week or in a 3-week period. Oh, we're going to play them 4 times. No, you got to beat this team. You better be razor focused, and you better take it seriously, and you better get it done. Because if they don't, we will be screaming to the high heavens on Monday morning. And I'm sure
and they'll
everyone
be squandering a great opportunity.
Absolutely. That's the
That
word.
will be the biggest shame.
Squandering. No question, Dave. All righty. That's some fun stuff to talk about, don't you think? I love it.
We got more fun stuff to talk about.
I can't get that bloody song out of my head. Will you play that song, please, during the entire break? We will be back, and we will be talking more about numero uno and the Bears. It's Chicago Sports Radio 6-7 The Score.
We start at 10 o'clock on Rahimi Harris and Grody. How much adjusting are the Bears doing in game? After the Packers game, we want to examine that question. Fox Sports 1's Danny Parkins isn't counting the Bears out as Super Bowl contenders just yet, so he'll tell us why at 1 o'clock. And we get the latest on the Cubs and the hot stove from Yahoo Sports Major League Baseball insider Russ Dorsey at 11:25, live from the winter meetings. Join us.
Rahimi Harris and Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And live on the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Chicago, Wild Fork is helping you fight inflationary food prices. It's a Wild Fork Wednesday here on The Score, and it's not just about us getting good food. It's about knowing how reasonable and how wonderful it is to be able to go to Wild Fork and you can enjoy organic 85% ground beef for $5.60 a pound when you buy two. New York pork chops for $2.98 a pound. Brazilian beef ribeye steaks for $8.98 a pound. Salmon fillets, $5.99 a pound. My favorite, Argentina red shrimp at $5.99 a pound. Visit a location today or get it delivered. And for new customers, they're offering 3 months free. Shop Wild Fork, shop smart, spend less.
Did you know you have the power to manage your energy? From usage alerts to energy-saving programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Bet365, and when it comes to sports books, Bet365, they've got it all. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be located in Illinois.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on, like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
Can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
Boss, 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 bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids, 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The analytics approach to fourth down is fondly taking hold league-wide. As coaches increasingly go for it on fourth down, they've changed how they manage third downs. Coaches often treat 3rd and 6 or less as two-down territory now, and they're not afraid to run the football on third down. In fact, the success rate on fourth down conversions is over 55%, and with all the pass interference penalties and other defensive penalties being called, why not go for it? I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
It's the season to come together over your holiday favorites at Starbucks. Warm up with a creamy caramel brulee latte, get festive with an iced gingerbread chai, or share a velvety peppermint mocha. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The holidays are back at Starbucks, so share the season with a peppermint mocha. Starbucks signature espresso, velvety mocha, and cool peppermint notes, topped with whipped cream and dark chocolate curls. Together is the best place to be at Starbucks.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Welcome back to Pick 6 with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey and iHeartRadio app.
And the first question, I'm sorry it eluded me, what the first part of that question was.
That's Chris Chelios, 844. Chris skates in. Chicago knows about number 1 overall draft picks. Connor Bedard played immediately for the Hawks in 2023. Caleb Williams started right away for the Bears in 2024. Both guys changed the trajectory of their franchises. How accelerated might the path to Chicago be for presumed number 1 pick Rock Chalowski? Can the Sox learn anything from their fellow Chicago teams that have found this road before?
Love the question. Love the idea. I would say if Rock Chalowski ends up being Connor Bedard, that's like that would be a dream.
Goodness
that
sakes.
would be unbelievable. I would literally go to Canada just to watch him play. Just because
I'll go to Montreal with you.
Because I'd be confused.
Yeah, exactly. By then, maybe the Expos will be back.
Exactly. That would be spectacular. Caleb Williams, we're going to get the baseball equivalent of Caleb Williams. That sounds phenomenal. That does. It just sounds great. I love the idea of the White Sox being able to draft a superstar, of bringing in a player that you are kind of, even if you're not watching a game, you're like, oh, how did Chalowski do? Oh, did Bedard get a goal? And Caleb played well? I think there's so few Bear games that we've probably all seen every one of Caleb's games, but I may have missed the odd game with Bedard at a 9 o'clock start in Canada, in Vancouver or something, maybe 8:30. But I think there's a lot to learn from that. I think that you're going to have a guy coming in here who is going to be one of the best players in the league. This is what the question is. Who's going to be a generational talent? And I would say make sure you build around him. That would be the thing that you would want to make sure you had. It isn't just about having a player like that. It's about featuring him, and it's about making sure that everything is taken care of, and that you're stepping up in class when you are stepping up with talent. So I would say do everything. I know they're trying to do everything in a first-rate manner, but I would concentrate on making sure that you as a franchise are living up to the talent that you get. It's a two-way street.
Play him right away. None of this. He needs 395 at-bats in the minors. None of this, the clock. None of this. Play him right away. First, right away. Put him out there. Let the fans get excited. Let the organization, turn a corner. Put the pressure on him. Let's see if he can handle it. Caleb didn't have to sit around and watch anybody, okay? Connor Bedard never skated with the Ice Hogs or whoever, the Rockford whoever's, to get him out there. Put him at 35th and Shields and let's go.
Baseball is a little different.
I know. I read the
Baseball
collective
does.
bargaining agreement.
Yeah, well, I think that when you talk about just the getting at bats and getting acclimated and getting used to failing, and I think that's helpful for young players. And he'll be 21 years old when they draft him. So even if he's an accelerated path, he'll be 22, 23 by the time he debuts for the Sox. And you could look at opening day 2028 as a realistic target. By the end of the 2027 season, maybe he is in a White Sox uniform. Mully, I'm not going to tease you, but I think I want to tease you here.
Go ahead.
When you look at the White Sox potential lineup, just with prospects, not even talking about the free agents they may pursue by the time this kid gets ready to bring up, because that is a question I wanted to ask Chris Getz yesterday, which is the one worth addressing. How does this change your approach to the offseason, if it does at all? But just on prospects, Mully, this could be your future 2028 opening day lineup. First base, Kyle Teal, because he's a good enough athlete to play there. Second base, Chase Mydroth. Shortstop, Rock Chalowski. Third base, Colson Montgomery. Left field, Billy the Kid Carlson. Center field, Braden Montgomery. Right field, Caleb Bonnemer, player of the year down in the minors. Catcher, Edgar Carroll. Your DH is George Wolko. Those are just Sox prospects. Yeah. All of them are guys who you look at like, he could have a good career. Oh, he could be good. Oh, they could be good again. They should be. And I think they have an opportunity. That's the fun about the Bedard possibility, what Caleb represented. It's hope. It's so easy to peddle hope for a professional sports team like the White Sox. And yesterday, it got a lot easier.
I lost the tail end of your question.
That's Dan Weeder. He'll be here to answer Bears question 725, but he's not allowed to watch practice or the walkthrough today. What are you most curious about on today's injury report from the Bears? Are we allowed to read it? Do you expect Rome Odunze to try and play through his stress fracture? How badly do the Bears need him in the passing game? Or should they rest him one more week for the brutal stretch run?
Nobody knows how badly Rome Odunze's injury is limiting him, but
we don't know.
It's a stress fracture for a receiver who needs to be able to burst out of cuts and routes and all those things. I would be very cautious. If there is a possibility that Rome Odunze can help you in your final 3 games of the season against playoff caliber opponents, 3 teams that are likely to be in the postseason, teams that might be in your way to get to the playoffs, I do not play him if there's any doubt at all. I don't need to see him. I don't need to see how tough he is. If anything you want to commit to this weekend, it's committing to finding ways schematically, if you are the expert play caller that Ben Johnson is. He is. Get the ball to DJ Moore. Figure out a way to increase the role for Luther Burden. Get Zacchaeus involved, fine, if he's all dependable. But don't rush Rome Odunze back. So I think I'm most curious about his designation today. And I think Tyreek Stevenson, they missed him. So I think if he could be back, that would be helpful. Also, you don't want to see another guy, a surprise like a Nashawn Wright, end up on the injury list. So a lot of curiosity surrounding today's report.
Well, it's Club Med Week up at Haugh this week. Nothing pressing other than the fact that you took a loss and went from being the 1st seed to the 7th seed in the NFC. But you got the Browns coming in. So maybe how many guys are on the practice squad these days?
Practice is not punitive.
13. Let's elevate all 13 practice squad guys this week because it's just the Browns. So we'll just walk around in our shorts and our flip-flops. How about go outside and practice? It's going to be like a high of 6 on Sunday. Are they going to get outdoors? Are they going to? Is that a fair question? Are you going to get outdoors and experience the cold weather? It's not going to be that cold today. Is that tomorrow when they're actually going to put a helmet on at Soldier Field, at Haugh, wherever they're going to do this? In all seriousness, I agree that Rome should not play no matter what until he's absolutely needed against the Packers. You probably don't need him against the Browns. But, like, how about Tariq Stevenson? What's going on with him? What's going on with Spider-Man?
He's got a hip.
You know, what's going on with Spider-Man? Is
got a
he
groin.
available to play? So these are the things, those hips and groin injuries, Mully, are the things I'm looking forward to. But, you know, how many guys are we going to see rest? We get Grady Jarrett every week. He gets rest. And then we get Joe Tooney every week. He gets rest. Are we going to have like 19 guys? Rest.
I am guessing here, Dustin, that Grady Jarrett has like a serious injury that has limited him for most of the year. He hasn't been able to do as much as you would want him to do. And I think that's those veteran days off are because he is carrying some kind of an injury and trying to get through it. I'm really interested. I would like to know. I would like to know that. I don't agree with you on Rome Odunze. I want to know how bad that foot is, and if I can get him back on the field, I would play him.
Really,
I would not. If it is the kind of injury that he has to manage pain with, and it's not about. I wouldn't save him for the Packers or anything like that. I would try. If he can't go, he can't go. But if he can go, I would play him because I didn't see a lot achieved without him. And I don't like what's going on with DJ Moore. I just don't understand it. I hope that Tyreek Stevenson's hip is better and that he's able to play this week. Kyler Gordon, I don't expect to see him again this year. I really don't, because he's down with the groin injury again. He had been on the injured list with that. By the way, Tremaine Edmonds is still out with a groin injury. So as you watch him, and he's on the injured reserve list, as you watch him, is he coming back for the last game, the last 2 games?
What's the 4 games? I have to look at that.
4 games. He's 2 into it, I believe, right?
Okay.
So, but I'm saying just because you miss 4 games doesn't mean that you're immediately activated. That could be a 6-week injury. I don't even know if you're going to get him back.
I think he's more likely to come back.
I hope you're right.
Than some other guys on that list, like Kyler Gordon.
Yeah. So I think I'm not counting on Kyler Gordon. Ruben Hippolyte, do you care? Is that a mean thing to say? He hurt his shoulder. Does it impact your team?
Don't set me up for that answer, because
whether he plays or not. I'm just being honest. I'm not trying to be mean. The guys like Kieran Amagaji, is he on the team? Is there? I don't even know if he's going to be in free agency. If he's already kind of packed some stuff up, I have no idea. And it's tough when you don't know anything about some people. But I would say it'd be great if you felt that T.J. Edwards was getting better after that game. If you felt that Jalen Johnson was continuing to improve after that game. Those are kind of the guys, the people that are coming back from injury that probably aren't yet at the point they need to be. If you can get that going, that will help you at the end of the year. Those are the guys. I'll be watching the whole thing. I just hope there's no hidden injuries we don't know about.
All right,
there
Extra
we go.
point coming up.
Yep, get right to it. Mully and Haugh score.
Bears fans, Caleb Williams and company return to Soldier Field to take on the Browns. And the Bears return to the win column and keep pace in a tight NFC playoff race. Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Browns right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. On a hashtag Tequila Thursday and a big one for the Bucs. Their battering ram, Bucky Irving, should roll his way to an impactful ground game. Atlanta ranks outside the top 20 in rush EPAD over their last 5. Checked out mentally, they get smashed in the trenches. Buck up! Give me Irving anytime touchdown at +120. Hashtag Team Huevos. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
We've been serving Illinois for over a decade. After a wreck, you make one call, that's all, to Lerner and Rowe. 708-222-2222. That's 222-2222.
Jonathan Gauss, Managing Attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
Perk up your holiday season with Joel Osco's low prices on high-quality coffee. Whether you're putting on a festive breakfast with Seattle's best or making a quick cup of joe with convenient Nescafe Classico, you can whip up a delicious cup of ambition that's perfect for any occasion. Joel Osco also has some hot deals on everything from fresh bake shop pastries and premium produce trays to breakfast entrees, refreshing juice drinks, and so much more.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
Set up this extra point.
It's time for the Extra Point with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
What did you make of the Bears' announcement yesterday? The single game tickets for potential playoff games would be on sale tomorrow, Thursday, 11 a.m. There are tickets for possible NFC wildcard games on the 10th or 12th of January, divisional round, the 16th or 18th of January, that can be purchased through Ticketmaster or chicagobears.com/tickets. If the Bears don't make the playoffs or make them in either round purchase, they will be fully refunded within 10 days. Do you recommend buying tickets? Will the Bears get in?
If you are on that list and you are in that realm and you go to games and buy tickets and participate in that way, absolutely. You're all in. You are all in on this season. You have belief in your team that they're going to do what's necessary down the stretch to get into the postseason. You are willing to make the investment to go out and watch so many games that meant nothing. You certainly aren't going to bail, I wouldn't think, on games that actually have meaning. These games have meaning. The Bears finish with 3 of 4 games at Soldier Field, and they're within probably 2 victories realistically of being in the mix. They are in the mix. 2 victories would remove more doubt. 3 would cement it. Yes, if there's any time to believe in the Bears, it is now. And I think that I'm not trying to recommend you invest unwisely. This isn't where you go for investment advice. But I do think that if you are a fan of the Bears, it makes all the sense in the world. But always remember this, what Ben Johnson said remains true. Right now, they're just a 9-win team. And 9-win teams do not get to the playoffs. They have to win Sunday, and then they have to win 1 more of the final 3 games. But I do think that's a realistic expectation.
No, 9-win teams get a closed walkthrough ahead of a must-win game at Soldier Field. That's what you get when you have a 9 wins and you've just lost to the Packers again. My Bears Kool-Aid glass was running over with optimism until that bit of news that David shared with me and you this morning. Yes, you should buy playoff tickets because it's not really an investment. It's you're putting your money out for 30 days, and it would be a lifetime of memories and a ton of fun to be at Soldier Field cheering on your favorite football team in the postseason if you were lucky enough to get in the virtual waiting room, right, and land the tickets. So it's not even about, like, first making the decision to invest. Okay, now I'm willing to invest. I logged onto the website. Now I'm in a virtual waiting room. Does my number get called, right? And you get the money back. I'm just terribly disappointed, and I'm sure it's semantics and blah, 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 but to make a point that there will not be a practice but a walkthrough changes my mood on this. Thank you, David.
This is one of the more irrational reactions. Yes.
We should have a ranking system.
Well, should we? Yeah,
should we have a ranking system?
This is the most
I'd say you're
unbelievable
already
overreaction.
You're already post 10. If 10 is the hottest, you're already like.
So it's not that
50.
65 to 80 gap that we've got on this rankings for prospects.
You know,
is this a full 80?
Like,
is this an 80 on that scale of 80?
That doesn't matter what you say. He's going to turn it into a Bears practice thought. It's just you're obsessed with this.
It's not a practice. It's a walkthrough.
Okay, so I would say a piece of cardboard that you can put under your feet will really help you.
Very good advice.
Get some good boots. Make sure you are dressed. You want to make sure you have like a base layer on, and you're going to need some long underwear type of deal. But I would say multi-layers. Make sure your extremities are okay. You need good gloves. But I always found that the little piece of cardboard that you just could put under your feet really did go a long way to helping you from getting your feet too cold while you're standing there for the game. This is a must-do. This should be a bucket list item if you are a Chicago sports fan to go to a Bears playoff game. You really ought to do it. It's worth the commitment of time and money and everything else. I would highly recommend it. And as Dustin said, if the game isn't going to go on, then you're going to get your money back. So I would say, we haven't seen nearly the number of playoff games you would hope for in this particular town.
You want a reminder when the last time they won one?
Yeah, it's been
January of 2011.
It's been a very long time.
Very long time.
And you would like to think about that. January of 2011.
Last time they won a playoff game.
Good God, it's 2025.
Rock Chalosky was only 5 years old.
The building won't be there the next time. That's the way you got to look at it. You got to, Rock Chalosky. I love it. But it is a singular experience, and you need to do it. And if you get an opportunity to go to, say, the NFC Championship game before they win a Super Bowl, that would be something you'll remember for the rest of your sports life. Say all of a sudden there is some snow that breaks out at the end of the game and the Bears are running down the field for a touchdown, and a guy like Dan Hampton is sitting in the middle of the field pounding his legs and arms against the ground, the frozen ground. That is a memory you will have forever. Highly recommend it. Really believe that everyone deserves that opportunity. Get yourself
the coolest moment for the Bears of the last maybe generation I think you could argue was beating the Saints on the field, snow falling, Virginia McCaskey being presented the George Halas Trophy,
to the Super Bowl.
And you're going to the Super Bowl.
I agree with you.
I think that Bear fandom peaked at that moment for the last 25 years.
I didn't mention that because we were both in the press box.
Yeah. Right.
And we were toasty warm.
We're toasty warm.
Had free drinks.
72.
It was glorious.
It was glorious.
So I feel I had to go with
I knew we were going
the
for
earlier one because of the cold.
No, I think that's a great memory as well. Both of those are indelible. And I think that they're on the verge of creating another one if they can just finish what they've started. And they've started a really, I think, inspiring season. It could be a special season. And it's certainly Ben Johnson's first of many, you hope.
Yeah.
You can't lose Sunday, though.
No, boy.
Can't lose Sunday.
Not even,
and they better practice today.
Strike that. Hey, now they better practice outside in full pads.
Timing kind of interesting. I'm just saying, kind of interesting.
You know, we will have a discussion. 312-644-6767. We're going to go out and get our guy John Heyman. We're going to ask him about the significance of a number 1 overall pick and can one player turn a program, or have they already started turning the program? We'll find out who the Cubs are interested in, who's out there, and what John's hearing. We'll talk to our guy John Heyman. Next, it's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
If you're commuting to work, turn on your smart speaker when you get to the office to hear the rest of the Mully and Haugh Show. And then coming up at 10, it's Rahimi Harrison-Grody on The Score.
This host wants to see Aaron Rodgers play, and the Bears beat the Steelers with Aaron Rodgers, period.
And I said it's okay if they lose, if they beat the tar out of Aaron Rodgers.
Whether you're working from home or the office, just tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score for the best Chicago sports talk with Rahimi Harrison-Grody throughout your workday, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the number 1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. Got to love those, from points to rebounds to threes and assists. FanDuel is the place, the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love to bet on, the way that you want to bet on them. Head on over to FanDuel.com/score and sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wintry mix throughout the day. Temperatures dropping throughout the afternoon through the 30s.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
This segment of the show is sponsored by ComEd. Here's a great savings idea. Did you know that you've got the power to manage your energy? Yep. From usage alerts to energy savings programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X at Low T Center for TRT. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testosterone is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. Get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Comparing health insurance plans is never easy. That's why I work for Get Covered Illinois.
We are the state's official health insurance marketplace.
We have a website to compare multiple plans and prices in one place, and people who can help you for free. Community-based navigators and brokers, certified by the state.
And we have live customer service.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, we're here to help.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
The Score Update Studio is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. White Sox win the right to have the number 1 pick in the 2026 MLB draft. The Phillies have signed Kyle Schwarber, 5 years, $150 million. The Dodgers get one of the best closers, Edwin Diaz, 3 years, $69 million. We've got our friend John Heyman live from the winter meetings next to tell us all about it. The Bears will be at Hallis Hall today. They'll be at Soldier Field on Sunday taking on the Browns. It's a noon kick on Fox. The season tickets holders may have a chance to get playoff tickets. They're going to go on sale on Thursday, 11 a.m. We're all able to try to do that. Phillip Rivers joining the Colts practice squad, Week 15 of the NFL. That's Falcons at Bucks. That'll be on the Score at 6:30. The Blackhawks will be on the west side taking on the Rangers tonight. The Bulls have to wait to try to end their 7-game losing streak until Friday, taking on the Hornets at 5:45 pregame here on the Score. The Hour is brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
John Heyman, insider for MLB Network.
Chicago is watching carefully, no question about it.
New York Post columnist, Curb Your Enthusiasm enthusiast.
You hate people. Well, I hate people individually, but I love mankind.
John Heyman with Mully and Haugh.
I'm going to endorse the point where I say you never know with the Cubs, but I'm going to retract the I like the White Sox.
On 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Love the new open.
I love it.
Love it.
We gave John the Edwin Diaz music, and John Heyman joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Great stuff, John. I love the music. Way to go. Is that your new walk-up music?
Yeah, I like it. I'm going to miss Timmy Trumpet, Mr. and Mrs. Matt. I don't know what they're going to have them do. They got no job now. They play those trumpets with them. It's very sad. People in New York are quite unhappy about this, and I frankly do not blame them.
What now for the Mets, John? You're doing a great job talking about a lot of possibilities for a lot of teams and free agents. But I saw you say the Mets maybe now pivot to Pete Alonso. Is that a face-saving move? How realistic is that? And who else is in on the Polar Bear?
I don't even know if they care about face-saving at this point. I'm really not sure what they're doing. I think that Boston and Baltimore are heavily in at this point. Baltimore seems to have big bucks. They bid the same $150 million for Schwarber as Philly did. So, I can't rule out Baltimore on anything, maybe even Kyle Tucker. So Baltimore and Boston are two of the most aggressive teams to this point. And, I'm not going to count on the Mets. You would think that they better bring him back. They've excised Nimmo. They've let go, in effect, Diaz. It's been a very, very rough winter. The winter's actually been worse than the summer, and that's hard to believe for the Mets. I think they will bulk up that bullpen. I mean, Devin Williams was not good closing in the Bronx, so he can't be the closer of the Mets. He could be the setup man, but not the closer. So they're going to have to look at Suarez and some others for that role.
I got to tell you, John, when we see Kyle Schwarber and whatever, a 5-year, $150 million deal, and he's staying in Philadelphia, that's not a shock to anyone that he's staying, and the money is the money. That's how people are paid these days. But when you think about the Cubs and you think about all the guys that they have kind of shed, divorced, whatever, left behind, that's the one that might hurt the most. That was the guy, and I get it.
He's the one that got away.
He's been to a couple other teams. It wasn't just one team that made a bad decision on him. But man, I mean, out of all those guys, and Rizzo had a great career, but Schwarber is the one that keeps going and keeps getting it done, and you shake your head sometimes thinking about that.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm sure they don't want the Bryant deal back. They're fine with him being in Colorado. And Rizzo, well, a great Cub, as was Bryant, obviously went downhill.
Right.
They had more typical career paths. You don't want that whole team back. They are a historic team. It's fantastic, but Baez also.
Yep.
I mean, he made a little bit of a comeback last year, but what if they brought them all back? I mean, you'd be happy with Schwarber, but not the other 3-4 guys. So I'm not going to kill him on it. Schwarber's had an unusual career path. I mean, even 4 years ago when he was a pretty hot number, he signed for half of this much. Right now, he's 32 years old and gets double. That was difficult to predict. Give him credit. It's him. Amazing that he's able to do this. 56 home runs, but that was a hard one to see coming. So, I'd like to kill the Cubs, but I can't really do it on this one.
Let's keep it with the Cubs here, John, and tell us what you know about two things specifically. Number one, they've been linked to Alex Bregman. You wonder if that's a possibility after last year's swing and miss. Number two, trade talk with the Marlins over Cabrera, also with the Nationals over Mackenzie Gore. Which of those three players do you think have the highest possibility of becoming a Cub?
Yeah, I think they all have some possibility. Bregman, to me, more likely Boston, right? They eventually, at least on a per-year basis, outbid the Cubs, as did the Tigers. I do think the Cubs do like Shaw somewhat. So, I mean, his defense was better than expected. Just his first year, so they're definitely in the mix. They definitely had the Zoom call with him. They're definitely interested, but they were outbid by quite a bit last year by not only Boston and Detroit. So not going to count on that one. But they all have somewhat of a shot. I think Imai has a shot too. And that's a guy who's really popular on the free agent market. 27 years old. Age really plays. I think a lot of teams are kind of scared off by many of these free agent pitchers just because a lot of their agents or even they want to get something comparable to what Cease got. And, Cease got a great deal, $210 million for 7 years. And, I'm just not sure anybody else is going to get close to that. He might maybe the only one to the age factor. And, I think they have a legit shot at him as well.
John, I laughed, I cried, I boiled water and tore up sheets, and I managed to, in my own mind, pull that first-round pick out and rip it into existence. It is amazing that the Chicago White Sox finally got themselves a number 1 overall pick yesterday. Thank you, Pope. And I think it has a lot to do with the idea that they've been on a mission to lose 100 games until they got that, and it finally has happened. What does it mean, Rock Chalowski? If ever there was a name that belongs in Chicago,
that's a South Side name.
That's like a Grabowski kind of name, to quote Coach
Might be a distant relative.
That could be.
You never know.
That seems to be the player everyone has picked as the number 1 college player. We'll see what happens. Long way to go till July, but finally a piece of good news and maybe a rock upon which you can build a contender.
I enjoy your optimism. That's fantastic. Yeah, maybe that was the Pope. I don't know, or maybe Harold Baines. I'm not sure. Hall of Famer. The UCLA shortstop is very, very highly touted. Now we've got many, many months to go before this pick, so you never know. It is a very, very, very good year. So even if they didn't win the pick, even if they got anywhere in that top 10, they would get a very good player, but certainly a big advantage to get that number 1 pick. There are like 6 or 7 outstanding shortstops that are out there. So that is the name you hear most at this moment, but many, many months to go. That could certainly change, but good for you, Mully. I know that was almost like winning the World Series. It feels like 2005.
It's a big day, John.
So
it's a big day in Chicago.
Yeah, it's sad.
It's good news for the Sox. All right, let's look at the big picture free agency. Kyle Tucker still is unsigned. He has been linked to the Blue Jays. Starting to hear some whispers about, he wasn't the greatest worker or he wasn't this. Kyle Tucker still very talented all-around player, still asset to any team that signs him. Who's in the mix and what do you expect?
Right. At this point, it seems to be fairly limited, at least publicly. I mean, there certainly could be teams out there that are keeping it quiet, but, Toronto, I think the Dodgers are a long shot, but of course they were playing possum on Diaz, ended up signing him. You never know, I guess, but they seem to prefer short-term. I don't think they're going to go long-term with him, so I do think he will get that long deal, and that's what he's going to go for. Ultimately, the Baltimore's been very aggressive. I'm not going to be shocked. I'm not going to be shocked if they're in there big as well. You got to look at these big market teams that can afford this kind of guy, but certainly does not appear like it'll be the Cubs, but the Cubs are doing decent stuff elsewhere. They probably feel like, just as an example, to spend that $350 million or so might be better to do Imai and Bregman or something else. And I'm kind of with them on that because it didn't feel like, although Tucker had good stats, didn't feel like it really worked the way they wanted it to in Chicago.
I just wonder, David on his does a baseball show on Saturdays here on The Score and talked to Crane Kenny, the Cubs guy, and who told him that the numbers that are being used nationally in terms of what the revenue is coming in and what the payroll is going out were inaccurate. He didn't clarify what the numbers were, but he said they were inaccurate. But you would expect them to be spending a lot of money this offseason regardless. Where do you stand on the amount of revenue coming in versus the payroll going out?
Well, we don't really have exact figures, and I do think the revenues are higher in many of these cases. Look, the Dodgers were listed in that. I think it was Forbes or maybe it was Fortune had them at $780 million. I think most people think they're over $1 billion. So I think the revenues are light, so I would say that's not accurate. The fact that they have the greatest disparity between revenues and payroll, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's the big market team that's done good stuff in business and doesn't spend a ton of money. They've never had a $200 million contract. Open the books. If you want to say that it's inaccurate, say what it is. That's my answer to that. And My feeling is they've underspent over the years. They're on the cusp of something pretty good right now. And, I know this isn't the biggest free agent market, but they were never going to sign a Soto or something like that. So the baseball people wanted to sign Ohtani. That would have been fantastic. Somehow ownership did not approve them signing Ohtani for $700 million. Not that he would have come. He would presumably would have picked the Dodgers anyway, but that kind of tells you where they are, that they're not willing to spend, $2 million in front, $68 million deferred on a guy who's going to bring in $100 million plus. They would have made a profit on him. So, I don't get it. I think they underspend. And if you want to prove us wrong, open the books.
And if they can prove a lot of people wrong this winter by staying aggressive and showing the kind of organizational urgency, what I asked Crane Kenny, and he said it exists at Wrigley Field. Let's hope that is the case. John, you mentioned one of the pitchers they're looking at in Tatsuya Imai. You also said if they use the money allocated to Tucker for Bregman and Imai, I don't think anybody on the north side would complain. Cub fans would take that. What do you think of the Japanese market, specifically Imai, a guy that's getting a lot of attention in this free agent market?
Yeah, Imai is exactly right. He is getting a lot of attention. It does feel like it. He's only 27 years old, so that is that's a thing that everybody looks at, the age, right? Yamamoto was 25. That was an unbelievably great signing. There were teams lining up like crazy for him. Imai's not. Yamamoto is one of the 5 best pitchers in the world, but Imai is a guy who throws 99. He has a good slider. It's a little bit different from many of these Japanese pitchers. He's very poised. The word is anyway, tough, should be very successful pitcher at the major league level. Not quite Yamamoto, but he's gonna do very well. And the Cubs are the team that one of the teams you hear the most on Imai. They've done well. Look, in the Japanese market, I think Imanaga generally has been worth it. Suzuki certainly had a very good year last year. I think he's generally been worth it. Obviously, they're not the Dodgers with Ohtani and Yamamoto, but certainly been a destination spot for the Japanese players. So I think that one has a decent chance of happening. Not saying it's going to, but a decent chance. But a lot of competition there.
I had to chuckle a little, John, when you said the Cubs haven't spent $200 million on a contract. The Sox haven't spent $100 million. They're like one of 2 teams. I think it used to be Oakland. I don't know if Oakland now has more money, but the White Sox haven't spent anything. They don't spend anything. They picked up the Luis Robert contract with the idea of trading it, and I wonder how quickly that will happen. Have you heard anything about anybody interested in taking on the $20 million for Robert, or could that be something that bleeds into the season, the trade deadline?
I think that's a deadline thing. There's some talk, but, the White Sox, after picking it up, aren't going to want to pay anything down. So we'll see as things shake out. Phillies have outfield needs. The Mets have outfield needs. Right-handed bat, both teams. So could happen later, but doesn't feel like anything is on right now with Luis Robert. But, as a deadline pickup, if he plays like he can play, like he did a few years ago, they should be able to get a lot for him. So I get why they picked it up. It's an opportunity, potentially, if he can get his game back together. But for now, I don't see a trade happening.
Has Michael King been linked to any other teams but the Cubs? It seems like that is the most...
Mets.
Okay.
Yeah, Mets. He's an East Coast guy. Does that mean he's staying in the East Coast? I don't know. Some people think so. Boston, Baltimore. He's been linked to a few. I know the Cubs have been linked to, just about all the starters at this point, right? So, you've got trade potential, right? Gore potentially. You've got Cabrera potentially. They're going to have to come up with somebody for sure. But the one I've heard the most is Imai.
What about Skubal? Is that actually going to happen? Are they going to trade him? And if they did, would the Yankees be the team to keep an eye on? Everyone could use that guy, but I'm just curious if that happens, it would be a king's ransom, and it would cost, there are only a few real players that could do that.
I would say the Mets and the Dodgers are the biggest spenders. Not that it costs a lot right away, but certainly any team that gets them is going to want to try to keep them.
Right.
So those are the biggest spenders. They both have prospects to do it. The Mets have a greater need than the Yankees. In the rotation, the Yankees will have Cole coming back. They'll have Clark Schmidt coming back. That's not really their top need. They have looked at Imai, but I think the Dodgers and the Mets will be the most likely. We don't know which way they're going to go. I would keep them since they were a playoff team the last 2 years, but a 500 team over the 2 years without him and winning 2/3 of the games that he started. So I would keep them and play it out, take the draft choice. They're not going to be able to sign him, obviously, at this point. They were, $250 million apart or something like that. So not going to sign him, but I would still keep him. And if you're not in the race, you could trade him. If you are, lay it out and try to win. Because if you do trade him, you're not going to get anything that's going to help you win this year compared to what Skubal can do. So there are some teams that do think that it's legit, and they may actually trade him.
Where will Cody Bellinger land?
I think he'll end up back with the Yankees. We'll see. That seems to be the most likely. They've made that a priority, but they're kind of slow playing everything. They're seeing how the market is, and everybody's kind of slow playing except for Baltimore, Boston, and Toronto. That's really where the activity is. Those three teams in Philly, I think. I would guess the Yankees. I mean, certainly the Mets and the Phillies and even the Dodgers are possibilities. But he certainly is going to have a good free agency, which he has not had as of yet. He had the bad year with the Dodgers. They didn't tender him. Cubs wisely picked him up. A good move by them. And then he wasn't good enough to opt out. And now he finally is at age 30. Going to have a very good free agency. Might take a while, though. We'll see. You never know in free agency. It's all fluid, but it does seem like the Yankees have really stepped to the fore at this point.
It's still really early, and there's so many things that can or won't happen. Who knows? I'm just wondering, the potential labor dispute that's sitting out there, is that not as impactful right now as you imagined it would be, or is that holding anything back?
It might be. I mean, there are a lot of possibilities. It could be that there's so many names in trade that are out there, big stars, the pitchers that you mentioned, plus Ketel Marte's out there, C.J. Abrams is out there. There's a lot of trade possibilities. Maybe teams are investigating that first. Maybe it's the fact that some of the early deals have been seemingly over the top. He's getting $210 million. Then you've got Devin Williams, who was not good as Yankee closer, getting $51 million. I know these contracts are deferred, but still way over the estimates. I think there are agents out there saying, I'm not going to look good. Let's say, give Fromberg Valdez as an example. He's got a better resume than Cease. He's accomplished more than Cease has. And, he's not going to want to sign for, 2/3 of what Cease got. And so I think these early contracts that are big are probably discouraging some other deals, but it is possible that the labor situation is weighing on things as well.
John, you're the best. Thank you, buddy. Great to catch up with you.
Good work, John.
All right, great talking to you guys.
You
Good
too.
luck.
That is John Heyman.
A lot going on.
John Heyman.
Lot of headlines. A lot of speculation.
Yeah.
Gotta love it.
Yeah.
Hey, Cody Bellinger, by the way, you know where he went to high school?
Give it to me.
Same high school as Rock Chalowski.
Oh, my gosh. It's all coming together.
In Arizona, I know.
The Sox will get him, too.
Oh, how about it?
No, never mind.
No.
Rock Chalowski. Just say the name. Doesn't it just kind of...
Makes you smile.
It does. It
Should.
makes me happy.
Yeah.
I wish there was more that would make me happy, but that's one thing.
Let's
Can't
talk Bears.
believe it happened.
Let's
Great
go Bears.
stuff. Yeah, we're going to get to Dan Wiederer. We'll do that next. It's Mully and Haugh on The Score.
The Bears return to Soldier Field to face off with the Browns. Mark Grody here from the Rahimi Harris and Grody Show, middays 10 a.m. to 2. Can Ben Johnson get the Bears back on track and move to 10-4?
I don't think 9 wins is going to get you in this year.
Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Browns right up to the kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
It's David Haugh for Trajan Wealth. Every great coach knows the value of a halftime adjustment. If the first half didn't go according to plan, you regroup, you reassess, you come out stronger. It's the same thing with your retirement strategy, even if you already have an advisor. Trajan Wealth offers a complimentary second opinion, helping you evaluate if your current plan is really putting enough points on the board. Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors create custom portfolios designed around your goals, your risk tolerance, and your timeline. And as a family-owned, veteran-led firm, they pride themselves on putting clients first always. So call Trajan Wealth today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100. Or visit TRAJANWealth.com. Again, that's TRAJANWealth.com. One more time, TRAJANWealth.com. Make your halftime adjustment now before the final whistle blows. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Did you know you have the power to manage your energy? From usage alerts to energy-saving programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
This segment brought to you by NutsOnClark.com. Nuts on Clark, Chicago's original popcorn, serving Chicago for over 45 years. Order holiday gifts for your friends, your family, events, and corporations from NutsOnClark.com, a three-generation woman-owned, family-run Chicago business.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. We carry a great selection of Bosch tools in stock. Whether you need to rip, cut, drill, or drive, Bosch Power Tools provide the power you need for tackling the toughest jobs. Save big on Bosch cordless power tools right now at Menards. View our entire selection of Bosch Power Tools today on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for great deals happening this week.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. It's not just your knees, your back, or your shoulder. It's time with family and friends. But 2026, that could all change when your body remembers how to heal. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics here in Chicago believe relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. It's time to take that first step, literally, to walk and dance and enjoy the holidays without pain. With QC Kinetics, healing is within reach, easy with weekend appointments. Schedule your free consultation. Now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. Call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Jalen Hurts leads the penalty lap runners after his 4-interception debacle that included an unprecedented 2 turnovers on the same play. He'll join Dallas's George Pickens, who his apparent lack of effort could cost him $100 million in free agency, if not more. Meantime, the officially eliminated Commanders, Jets, Falcons, and Browns can now join the Giants, Saints, Raiders, Titans, and Cardinals in running out the schedule. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what
BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this football season unforgettable. Enjoy our all-new app design and same-game parlay builder, which will take your experience to a new level. Earn BetMGM rewards points from your bets, take advantage of football promos found nowhere else, like a second chance offer on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Illinois only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, 426-2537, or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Where does your patience level rest when you have a player that's in and out as frequently as he's been since you got here?
Well, it's disappointing. You know, I wish I had a better feel for the individual, but with him being out as much as he has, I haven't really get to see him on the field and competing and get to know him like I'd like to at this point yet. And so I do know that the biggest predictor of a soft tissue injury is having a previous one, and he's kind of in this rut right now that we're not able to get out of. And so we're going to exhaust all of our resources in and outside of the building to make sure that we're addressing it and doing what we can to get him back and healthy again.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670, The Score. That is the voice of Ben Johnson answering a question from our next guest, Dan Wiederer. We want to give a shout out to everyone watching on CHSN. We appreciate it, and we now get to the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com, and there we find Dan Wiederer. Dan, good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm doing wonderful. How are you guys?
Doing well.
We're living the dream. I mean, there's so much good stuff going on. I mean, the White Sox got the first overall pick. They're going to get their Caleb Williams. Maybe that's...
Or they're kind of Bedard.
Or maybe they're going to blow it, as the texter said, 60-40. But here's the question, Dan. As you look at where this Bears team is at, we talked about the importance of this game. This is a really big game because it is one you should be able to win. That doesn't guarantee you anything. And we know that there is a lot of chaos in the NFL, and we know if you don't show up and you're not ready, then you're going to be in trouble. But this, of all the games left, would seemingly be the one that if they win it, they're at 10 wins, and then they're just trying to get one more, or who knows, maybe they're really involved in trying to win the division. But the fact is, if you lose this, the NFL Network, the NFL website says you're below 50% for even making the playoffs. I mean, this is one that is a really important game, although it isn't, I would say, kind of a premier best game of the week scenario.
Well, it's huge. It's huge. You're at home. You're heavily favored. You're against an opponent that on paper you're a lot better than. They've got a bunch of key injuries that are going to help you sort of accentuate the advantages you should have already. And so now you've just got to go out and play your best brand of football on Sunday. The Bears may lose Sunday, but I don't think it will be because they are not mentally ready. I think this coaching staff and this group of leaders in this locker room has been really good at getting this team to reset and refocus every week. And that's a huge challenge this week. Now, I think you guys have probably peered at a weather forecast the same way I have. Sure. I think they're projecting 20 below wind chills on Sunday. And so now you've got to figure out how that factors into anything that you want to do on both sides of the ball and see if you can come up with another winning blueprint.
Peered or cursed the weather, Dan, because it does not look pleasant for anybody. But such as it is, what is the plan to handle Myles Garrett, who single-handedly could wreck the game plan?
Well, look, you've got a guy who's on pace for 26 sacks, potentially lining up against a rookie left tackle who has made 2-3 starts here, right? I think that's where we're at with Ozzie Trapillo. And so you have a very smart offensive play caller who knows how to devote help to these things. You are not going to completely neutralize Myles Garrett, but you have to make sure that his impact on the game isn't result changing, and so that's a lot of help over there. It's understanding that even with that help, you better, have those guys who are helping understand what that means, right? Like, it can't just be a little half chip here, a little help here. You've got to go after Myles Garrett and do your best to keep him from winning the game for the Cleveland Browns, because he can do that. And so that's the scariest part that the Bears are looking at when they face the Browns. I'll also say that they got a couple other young guys on that defense. Mason Graham, a guy that we all talked a lot about back in April, leading into the draft, and then Carson Schwessinger, this rookie linebacker who's he's got a really cool combination of play speed and vision that you're seeing show up. So yeah, you've got to find a way. Now the Bears have things that they can do to find a way, but you're right, David. Garrett is the first concern, the second concern, and probably the third concern.
When you think about the way they're practicing today, our executive producer, Dustin Rhodes, is really upset that there's not more of an effort to really go at it. And he feels like he's not acknowledging that we're in the middle of winter in Chicago at the end of a very long season, and they've already had a lot of damage done to the roster, but they are inside. They're going to do a walkthrough. They've kind of switched things up the last couple of weeks, acknowledging that they played on a Friday, had 2 quick games. They've got another short week next week. Are you surprised by the way the schedule has fallen, and do you think that given some of the injuries, they could get some players back? I mean, we don't know what to expect, because the injury report will all be one of these kind of projected ones.
Estimated ones. Look, it is. You're right, Mully. It's December 10th. It's the end of a long season. They've been in the middle of a quirky point in their schedule. They've got people in their sports science department that helps them come to these decisions. It'll be interesting to see if Ben offers a little bit more philosophically on why they're doing that today. It doesn't bug me to a great extent. This is just kind of the time of year we're in, and they've got to get themselves reset and ready. And like you say, the next week's a short week, and so you're just trying to do everything you can to find the right formula here. When you talk about injuries, you guys played the soundbite coming out of the break. I mean, Kyler Gordon, I don't know that any of us are planning on him being part of the plans for the rest of the season. It's hard to believe that you could at this point with all the games he's missed and all the in and out he's done. That's one where you're kind of left scratching your head, and I think you could hear it in Ben's voice there in the clip that you played that he's been scratching his head.
Dan, when you look at who they could be getting back, not necessarily this week, but they do have a stretch run here, and we are, I think, with good reason, thinking playoffs. Tremaine Edmonds, this will be the 4th game he misses. After this game, is he eligible to come back? And if he does, what impact could he make on a defense that could use the help?
They certainly could have used him on that 3rd and short the other day.
How about it?
You had 3 guys over there that failed to make a tackle. And
wow.
You hope you can get closer to Hull defensively. I'm interested to see what Jalen Johnson looks like this week and how he's kind of surviving, after coming back so quickly from that injury, and how he's feeling after a couple games of serious action. So I don't know. It's this time of year, right? Like you kind of hold your breath and cross your fingers and hope that you get guys back and nobody goes out. Cleveland's a prime example. Obviously, they're in a different situation than the Bears, but you're without 2 offensive linemen this week. You're without a defensive tackle that's been instrumental to your run defense, and you see some of this. I think they're about to start their 10th offensive line combination in 14 games against the Bears. We're familiar with that, right? Around here, those types of seasons on the offensive line, and so that's just what it is. And you got to find a way to test your depth and make sure that it's an advantage to you.
Yeah, I think it's wild when you look at the Bears and you see, well, Rome Odunze's got that stress fracture in his foot.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what? He's got what? And obviously we've already gone over the whole DJ Moore thing, and what are you doing with that guy? The head coach was like kind of asking his own questions about it. Like, hey, why isn't that guy getting the ball more? I thought we had a bunch of plays for him. He's targeted 3 times, gets 1 catch for -4 yards, and it was almost as if they attempted to injure him, frankly, with a couple of the plays they were running. I mean, it was someone should have brought them up on charges with that end around thing where Tom Brady is marveling he didn't fumble. He was already like being tackled and hit by a Mack truck or something before the ball even got in his hands. It is, I don't know what to make of that relationship, him and the quarterback. I don't know what to make of if Rome's not in a walking cast. Does that mean the stress? I mean, how do you have a minor stress fracture? It's nothing. It's just the stress. Oh, he can still cut in and out of his breaks. Like, it's just crazy.
Mully, we spent the first 6 years of DJ Moore's career talking about how productive he was with like C-tier quarterbacks. And wow, wouldn't it be amazing if you ever paired him with a really good quarterback? And yet now he's got the number 1 overall pick in the 2024 draft, and his production is as low as it's ever been in his career. And it's hard to wrap your brain around. What's even more fascinating about it is, you guys remember, he got a contract extension during camp in 2024. It was featured prominently on Hard Knocks, and we all watched it. That contract is scary for the Bears if this is the return on investment they're getting. They have him signed through 2029. It's a $23.5 million base salary for the next 4 seasons beyond this one. How do you, if you even wanted to entertain the possibility of trading him, how do you get any team in the league to sign up for that? And so now you're in this situation where you're like, man, this isn't just one more year that we've got him. I think they can kind of get out of it for a less dead money after 2026. But you better find a way to make things work with DJ, because there's not an easy escape plan there. And it's been really kind of fascinating to see why that has not come to fruition.
Before we let you go, because I respect your voice of reason, I'd like to have your opinion, what your reaction was to, number one, something getting a lot of attention this week, postscript, the Bears' clock management down the stretch on the final drive, and B, the call on the decisive 4th and 1. What you saw, what you liked, what you might not have liked.
Let's start with the clock management. I'm confused, perplexed, mystified. Hey, you got 3 verbs for me there on why people are upset about that. I thought Ben Johnson and his staff did a great job of understanding the situation. We were talking about it in real time in the press box about how this coaching staff and this particular head coach has not left you on many Mondays going, man, what was he thinking there? And I didn't have a problem with it at all. If you pick up the first down there, I think there's some people that have this misperception that it was a all or nothing play there on the last pass play they ran. Say that DeAndre Swift is open in the flat and he completes the pass. You've still got 22 seconds, 1 or 2 timeouts in your bag to run 4 plays at the end zone. So that, like, they were fine there. The clock management didn't bother me at all. The play is pretty simple for me. They obviously had a play that worked. It got open. If Caleb is able to see Cole Kmet a beat earlier, if he's able to get that throw off in a way that allows Cole a better chance to make a play on the football, we may be spending this entire week talking about how genius it was and how amazing it was that they pulled off another last-minute win on the road to their rivals. It just didn't work. And the quarterback, it doesn't mean the quarterback stinks. He just didn't make the final play, and so like, you just live with that. You go on to the next week, and you understand that you're in a position to win that game with a little bit better execution. And credit Keyshawn Nixon, who did a job that wasn't his, right? He made up for a teammate's mistake, and he got back, and he was able to make a play on a football that was a little bit underthrown. And that's the way it goes sometimes. And this is, again, I've said it all week, this is life on the next tier of NFL football, right? Like, you're not playing the Saints and the Giants anymore. Your mistakes will be magnified. That last one was, and the Bears obviously dropped from the 1 seed in the NFC down to number 7.
Great answer.
Well, I mean, honest to God, I think that anybody that was complaining about the clock management at the end of that game should be forced to watch last year's 10-game losing streak. 330 hours of horror.
How about just the final drive on Thanksgiving last year?
That would do it.
Oh, my God.
That would do it, Dan. PTSD.
And then you send your little apology note to Ben, who obviously, I think he was asked about it on Monday, and he was a little bit a little bit firm in his answer.
What for?
I tell you what, I thought he was so transparent when he said, hey, the guy scored. They had 8 possessions. He scored 4 touchdowns. Like, I mean, is anybody watching the game?
Sideswiped his defense any more than he did, because they couldn't stop Jordan Love.
No, and it was fairly obvious to anybody. Dan, you're
and the
the
other
best.
part,
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
really quick. Like everyone was upset that they didn't run it on fourth down. They ran it on the previous 3 plays, so it's not like it was just this pass-centric situation that they were in. I know you guys got to run, so stay warm this weekend. And David, I'll see you up in the
Thanks, Dan. Yep.
Sunday.
See you Sunday.
See you, Dan.
See ya.
God bless. That is good stuff from Dan Weaver.
Also, the Take the North podcast, they did a great job of breaking that down too. So him and Mark Grody every week must listen.
We were doing the post-game show, and we were told that a lot of people are really upset about the clock management. I'm not even kidding. I was like, they're upset about what?
I know.
Like it made
it's just out of habit almost.
I think it was weird.
Reflex.
Yeah, they didn't run out of time. All right, we'll be right back. 312-644-6767. It's Mully and Haugh on the score.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Always talking Chicago sports with you, the fan. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2.
Tony in Wonder Lake.
Today I had an opportunity to listen to you guys, and you're doing a fantastic job, of course.
Hi, Steve. You're on the score, and Rahimi, Harris, and Grody.
I love the show, guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Hi, Danny. You're on the score.
Love the show, guys. You guys doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
Tune in to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
All right, guys, the holidays are officially here. It means it's time to start thinking about gifts and your list. And if you want to give something people are actually going to wear, Flag and Anthem has 2 pieces that you want to start with. They're the perfect for anybody on your list. Yes, the Chapin quilted shirt jacket and the Forest mid-top boot. The Chapin jacket is one of those gifts that gets a reaction immediately. You might gasp the second it's unwrapped. It's that perfect layer you throw on in the morning when it's cold outside, grabbing coffee, heading to work, walking the dog, whatever the case. You end up wearing it all day. It looks that good. It's lightweight, warm, easy to layer, and comes in great different colors. And if you really want to complete the outfit, well, the Forest mid-top boot, it's the move. Durable, comfortable, clean enough to wear with jeans or maybe with chinos. It's the everyday boot that works for the office, weekends, holiday get-togethers, wherever you're going, you want to be wearing these. Whether you're shopping for family, friends, or even treating yourself this holiday season, you want to get the Chapin jacket and the Forest boot. They're 2 winners. You can't go wrong. So do this. Head on over to flagandanthem.com. Shop their best sales of the season. Get them right now. Flag and Anthem. Real clothes for real life.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
This segment on the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com, because confidence should never cost a fortune.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
This is for all of my listeners who are struggling with hair loss. I'm sure you've tried the lotions, pills, creams, and potions. With so many options and doctors out there, who are you going to trust? What's really going to grow your hair back? The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair is an incredible breakthrough. Receding hairline, thinning hair, bald spots. Advanced Hair offers a simple, quick, one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And get this, Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow. It works for men and women across all ages, and Advanced Hair comes highly guaranteed to everyone. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. And don't forget to ask about that guarantee. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or for the incredible before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh from The Score here, and you know I'm all about staying connected no matter what, and nobody does it like Verizon. I'm talking about the best 5G in Chicago, and with Verizon, everything just works. Need to check traffic before your commute? Boom, instantly. Trying to snag that impossible dinner reservation? Consider it done. This isn't just fast, it's America's most reliable 5G network, keeping you connected to what matters most. And get this, right now, when you bring your own phone and switch to Verizon on Unlimited Welcome with AutoPay Plus, taxes and fees, you can get a single line for just $50 a month. You heard that right. The best 5G in Chicago for just $50 a month. So if you're ready to experience the difference with the best 5G network around, stop by your nearest Chicago Verizon store today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on Unlimited Welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speed. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score. Report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
It's a Wild Fork Wednesday on Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score and the Odyssey app.
What have the last couple of games told you about just if this is a playoff team, if it feels like a playoff team?
Yeah, I mean, we'll be a playoff team once we earn enough wins to become a playoff team. So right now we're a 9-win team, and I don't think 9 wins is going to get you in this year. So we got to do what we can to get enough wins to find a way to get into the tournament.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Yes, it is a Wild Fork Wednesday here on The Score, and it is very distracting. It's very distracting because they are cooking a meal. They are preparing ribeye roast with morel mushroom sauce and mushroom medley, pineapple glazed Berkshire ham. Oh, my goodness. Lobster grilled cheese, garlic bread, key lime pie. Who could do work when they're cooking all that food? And so we are looking forward to that feast at some point before the end of the program at 10 o'clock. 312-644-6767. Ben Johnson talking about exactly what he needs to be talking about, or reinforcing the point that people need to remember. The Browns might stink. The Browns might be one of those teams looking forward to the draft and worried only about draft positioning down the stretch. But you cannot take them lightly. The Bears have really accomplished nothing. They are a 9-win team. They have a winning record guaranteed in Ben Johnson's first year. But the way that they have played, it is not enough. It's not enough to settle. And that's what they would be doing. So this game on Sunday is a must-win because you look at the schedule and you peek ahead and you see, yeah, you got 3 of the last 4 games at home, but the Packers lurking prime time Saturday night. You've got the 49ers prime time Sunday night. You've got the Lions to finish the season. Winner may go to the playoffs, a loser might go home. Could that be flexed to an afternoon game?
That will be flexed. Doesn't it seem like it will be flexed? Because it seems like that game's going to be important.
I don't know. Would they put the Bears on back-to-back
They're flexing
Sunday
the Bears
nights?
like crazy. The Bears are a draw.
But look, are you 3 straight primetime games to finish the season?
It wouldn't stun me. I mean, maybe
or would they just slide it into the Fox slot?
That's what they'll do. They'll move it into the
America's game.
Yes.
We're going to get Tom Brady again?
Here's hoping. I think he's getting better. I know you're not a huge fan of him as a broadcaster, But I get it. A friend of mine texted me during the game, tell Tom to stop talking. Like he was just talking.
He talks a lot.
He does.
And he references his own career a lot.
A lot.
More so than I think you hear from Troy Aikman, for instance, to example. And I think
they're encouraging him to do that, don't you?
I think they must
he's
be.
Tom Brady.
They must be because he takes coaching well. Look, I don't want to get off track because I do think that the bottom line is the Bears are playing games in the final 3 of the year that are marquee games. This one is not. That doesn't mean you can afford to look past the Browns. I know you hate it when people refer to it as a trap game. There should be none in the NFL, Mully, but I do think human nature, when you have this on the schedule, sandwiched between two Packer, rivalry games, there could be a tendency to have a letdown. The Bears cannot come out flat. That's on the coaching staff. That's on Ben Johnson. If they do, it will be held against him. You can't let it happen. The Browns will beat you because they have beaten the Packers.
Yes, they have.
They can come up with any given Sunday was not more than just a movie.
No, and the Bears aren't the kind of dominant team that can half-arse it through a game. They can just, hey, we're here, we've shown up, our crowd's going to cheer, back off and get away. That's not it. They got to win the game. They got to go after them. They got to make some plays. I think that it helps having a rookie quarterback, and no one wants to hear that Shedeur Sanders is a liability and not just one of the great draft picks of our time. No.
You got to look at it as an opportunity.
You got to go after it.
Liability equals opportunity equals Dennis Allen blitz. Yes. 2 out of every 3 downs.
Takeaways. You got to get the ball back. And, listen, could you, if you don't play well, he'll hurt you. But, I mean, the fact that he did hit the damage against Tennessee, you got to remember who they're playing. But nonetheless, he's capable of doing that. So you better be prepared and get ready to go after him.
This is when you want to tighten your defense up. This is when you want to look at this as a get-well game. You don't take him lightly, but it's an opportunity for your pass rush and your edge guys to get home. Montez Sweat had a big play against the Packers. His win rate was 35%, according to PFF. He needs to get home more often against the Browns than he has in previous weeks. He's starting to get a little bit hot. He can finish still with double-digit sacks, but this could be the beginning of a 4-game stretch where he can really, really leave his mark on this season.
All right, 312-644-6767. That's the telephone number. We're going to come back. We're going to take your phone calls, and we should tell you that if there's a good call, we got a little something special for you, okay?
That's right.
So as long as you're not from Green Bay, you may win something.
Because it is a Wild Fork Wednesday, you want to be the caller that wins what we're giving away.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 to the score.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on the Score.
Kurt Warner on the Bears.
I think they're continuing to convince people that it's a really good football team. They didn't just get lucky or Caleb pull out a couple late wins with a team that's not very good. I think they're convincing people that they're playing with the best teams in the league and they're competitive with the best teams in the league. And yes, they can improve and they can get better, but they're a formidable team right now.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
Rasny Jewelers, Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. December is often the single most popular month to propose. Did you know that? Buying an engagement ring can feel intimidating, but Rasny makes it easy and stress-free. At Rasny Jewelers, you get personal attention, real expertise, and a family that is cared for generations of Chicago clients. You'll find classic to on-trend styles in every size, shape, and price point, all handpicked by the Rasny family. They'll take time to understand exactly what you're looking for, exploring diamonds, comparing shapes, and seeing what looks the best. Rasny also has their significant engagement ring collection, Forever by Rasny, crafted to highlight exceptional quality and artistry. Each ring is meticulously designed in-house to reflect your vision. And you get ready to propose now, and Rasny has high-quality engagement rings starting at $4,999 that you can take home the same day. There's no middleman. The Rasny family sources diamonds directly from Africa, hand-selecting only the finest natural diamonds. Only diamonds that meet Rasny's strictest standards make it into their cases. There's no hard sell, there's no risk, or there's no surprise, just the assurance that you selected a superior, beautifully cut diamond full of sparkle and that it's within your budget. Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations: suburban Addison, in Highland Park, Hinsdale, and on Oak Street in Chicago, and always available online at rasny.com.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP limited edition collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
This part of the program is sponsored by ComEd. Here's a great savings idea. Did you know that you've got the power to manage your energy? Yep, from usage alerts to energy-saving programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X at Low T Center for TRT. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testosterone is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. Get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit standbyouillinois.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with nearly 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit standbyouillinois.com or call 866-575-2583 to renew your coverage today.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune. With the first pick in the 2026 MLB Draft, the White Sox will select We'll have to wait till July to find out, but the White Sox did win and secure that first pick in the MLB draft yesterday at the winter meetings. Kyle Schwarber staying in Philly, 5 years, $150 million. Dodgers pick up closer Edwin Diaz, 3 years, $69 million. Cubs so far have been quiet. College hoops, number 13 Illini, an 88-80 winner over the Ohio State. Blackhawks back on the west side tonight hosting the Rangers. Blackhawks are 12-11-6. The Bulls will have to wait till Friday to try to snap a 7-game losing streak. They're in Charlotte against the Hornets. Pregame here on the Score at 5:45. 6:30 tomorrow. Week 15 of the NFL kicks off. Falcons at the Bucks. Again, our coverage here on the Score, 6:30. And the Bears, they're back at Hallis Hall. They've got the Browns at Soldier Field on Sunday. The Hour brought to you by Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago.
White Sox! White Sox! Go, go, White Sox!
There are only 2 teams left. And I know, Brett, we might be seeing some theatrics right now. It's the Rays and the White Sox. The White Sox or the Rays. Which one will be the number 1 overall pick? It's time to start at number 2. The team with the 2nd overall pick in the upcoming MLB draft, the Tampa Bay Rays. Which means the number 1 pick in the upcoming MLB draft goes to the Chicago White Sox. The White Sox will land the top pick.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 6-7 to the Score. That was whatever game show host they had running.
Greg
that
Amsinger, I believe.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
Drives me a little bit nuts.
Does he? What didn't you like about that?
I didn't like anything about it. The build-up was horrible.
You like the result?
I like the result.
Yeah.
But as a human sitting through that
outcome, yes.
And
process, no.
Each they read like 15-7, and then they took a break. And then there's 6 left, and the Sox
they got you though.
Well, they
got you. They reeled you in.
No,
come on, Mully.
No, I wasn't reeled in. I was like, get to it. There's got to be a better way of just saying it, and so you had to kind of sit through it, and then the guy from Tampa was going to do some kind of a dance with his arms, a plane dance, and this guy was telling you, "Hey, we'll be back in 2-2."
And for people that don't know,
Chuck Woolery was doing the
Chuck Woolery.
That's what he looked like, Chuck Woolery.
That was Harold Baines excited.
That was a very excited Harold Baines. He smiled very well.
Harold Baines, the last number 1 overall pick by the Sox, 1977,
I believe.
They
interviewed him before, and he said
great choice,
kind things. He said that he did not have an agent at the time, and that they called him the night before and told him they were going to draft him. They could draft him number 1, and then they looked up a lawyer and got themselves someone that could do the contract. Isn't that funny?
The times have changed.
Times have changed dramatically.
The Sox know all about Rock Chalowski.
Yes.
And you wonder if he still will be the number 1 overall pick. I think it's a pretty good
Plenty of
certainty. Plenty of time. But just like as we have been talking all morning long, the Hawks knew they were taking Bedard. The Bears knew they were taking Caleb. The Sox have to know, probably, maybe, definitely.
Well,
the percentages favor them. They're taking Rock.
There are a million things that can happen with young people at this time of year, months away. He's already been evaluated and he's thought of very highly and all of that. And they
know him.
You heard Mike Shirley say that they know the family.
They know the family from 2023.
Okay.
They vetted him.
That's great. That's great. But there are, I believe there was a high school shortstop. There are 3 players. I'm just saying there are 3 players, one of whom is a high school shortstop. And you never know who you fall in love with.
You research them.
What weird injury
you
comes up.
research them.
Yes.
I'm going to check out the UCLA baseball schedule.
You know, I'm with you.
I got you.
I'm with you.
With Rock,
I can do both.
They might be a stone's throw away from respectability.
Look at you.
They might be, Mully.
Well, I mean,
I'm just saying.
Again, I think that there are so many good puns with a name like Rock.
We love the headline writers in us love this pick.
And he sounds
the possibility.
There is a Grabowski type of feeling to his last name, to quote Coach Ditka back in the day. That's a name that belongs in Chicago. So I'm with you. I hope that he ends up being the guy. All I'm trying to do is make it seem like they have a decision to make.
I understand what you're trying to do, and I respect the fact that you really don't know how to act. Because here it is in December.
I never have.
And there's good Sox news.
I never have. Even walking over to the cooking demonstration, I don't know how to behave. So thank you.
No, I didn't mean that. I mean, as a Sox fan in December, when's the last time you got news this encouraging? It's been a while.
Been a long time.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
So that is.
Yeah, you're right.
That is the takeaway from yesterday. It was a cool production. Chris Getz could not stop smiling. We interviewed him on CHSN.
I saw that.
And it was a lot of fun because he was just giddy and he was effusive and he has every reason to be. So we have a lot of people that want to weigh in.
What time's he joining us, Dustin? Take that call. 312-644-6767. Let's start with Daryl. Daryl is in Aurora. Hey, Daryl.
Hey, gentlemen. Lieutenant Colonel Daryl Vidra, retired. I'm just going to say one thing. Go Army, beat Navy. But let's get back to the Bears. I'd like to see Caleb Williams. We all want to see him do better. I'd like to see Caleb Williams run for 100 yards because it's going to be cold, and he's got elusiveness. So I'd like to see the Bears, run the ball, keep the time of possession in their favor, maybe 2-1, and then throw short passes to the tight ends. That's what I say. Thank you.
Thanks for the phone call.
Yeah.
I think he's been watching a lot of Army-Navy games if he wants Caleb to have 100 yards rushing.
I think he hung up too quickly because that was a great phone call. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily love the sentiment.
I don't want Caleb Williams running for 100 yards.
No, I want him getting the tough yards when they need the tuck and run.
I'd like him to throw for 4 touchdowns. How's that?
Yeah, I think 4 touchdowns is a reasonable expectation.
And then
protect
everybody
the football.
Relax.
How about Caleb Williams having a 300-yard passing day? Even though it's cold, they know where the ball's going. They're going to be prepared for the elements. Have a 300-yard passing game from Caleb Williams against Shadur Sanders, who just had one himself.
That'd be nice. Wouldn't it be nice?
I'd take that.
That'd be a wonderful thing to see. Let's try Jim. Jim is in Northbrook. Hey, Jim.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning to the greatest show on either side of the Swiss Alps. I mean, this is pressure. You got Wild Fork, the White Sox, the Hawks. The Bulls aren't going to the playoffs, but pretty much every other team in the city is. The Bears. I'm here to talk about the ND schedule debate. I'm not here to talk about whether
Go ahead. No, that's fine. I'd like to hear it. I'd like to hear your point.
Yeah. So there is a team in the playoffs that played one team in the top 15 and lost by 10 at home. Their signature win is against the same team that Notre Dame's signature win is, and they started the season against Montana State, who isn't in the league, Oklahoma State, and Oregon State, who are a combined 3-21. They don't have a win in the top 20, and they have basically a bye into the quarterfinals. Can you guess who that team is?
Oregon.
It's Oregon. So all I'm here to say is stop. For anyone with the Notre Dame schedule debate, they scheduled 10 Power 4 conference teams. The Power 5 was Boise State, who's one of the winningest 15 programs since 2000. They scheduled an SEC team. They couldn't control what was going to happen at Arkansas. They started the season against scheduling 2 playoff teams. All I'm here to tell ND schedule haters is leave that for the lunchroom at Naperville North. Thank you.
Jim, I think that's a good phone call.
Yeah,
look,
that's fine.
And I think there are 2 things.
We're not going to argue
a lot
with
of thoughts
that.
here.
Yeah.
I think the reaction to Notre Dame this week has been largely because they have a petulant athletic director who decided to make a decision that hurt the program overall by not practicing this month and saying, we're not going to play in a bowl game. That's a different debate. I think if you leave it to what he just alluded to, they have a strong argument that they belong in this 12-team field.
Listen, I will say this. They definitely belong in the 12-team field because when I was watching college football all year long, they were a team that I thought could make some noise at this time of year.
Same here.
They really were. And there are, but the problem is there are some conflicting elements going on where you're trying to honor every conference and you're trying to give away spots to people who may not deserve to be in. That's the reality of it.
That's true.
There are a couple of teams that got through that probably don't deserve to be in the
Tulane
final.
and James Madison do not belong in this dance.
That's fair.
I'm sorry.
Because
the
I don't think
invitation
they
should have been
can win it.
rescinded.
I don't think
but
they
the
can win
system
it.
is what it is.
Yes.
They voted on it. It was collectively bargained or whatever description you want to make. This was the way that it's a very inclusive process.
What frosts me about this is the way that the committee they manipulated the rankings so that Notre Dame and Miami would be next to each other, and they would select one of the two.
It was manipulated.
It was manipulated.
It's the right verb.
And Notre Dame was moved twice. Notre Dame won a game against Stanford, and they were moved twice out of that game, which didn't make sense to me.
It was like a reality television show, and the producers were behind the scenes manipulating the script.
That's what it felt
so
like.
it built up the suspense that really didn't exist.
And Alabama is now one of two teams that never got punished for a loss in a conference championship. They got rewarded. They got rewarded for losing to Georgia. It didn't make sense to me. They got rewarded for winning the Iron Bowl against a pretty mediocre Auburn team. They didn't win it big.
Whoop-de-doo.
They have 3 losses, and yet the committee wanted to make sure that they weren't in the conversation that ended up between Notre Dame and Miami, a team they had lost to. So they didn't want a buffer between them, and that's why they manipulated it.
That is the committee punished Notre Dame for its independence.
Yes.
Here's the hottest, craziest, most take that you will hear, or the most ironic thing. Notre Dame penalized for having a schedule too soft. They should have made it softer. They lost 2 games by 4 points.
I know.
And had they played cupcakes instead of Miami and Texas A&M, they would have been 12-0. And there'd be no way that they would keep a 12-0 Notre Dame team out of it.
No one would have said boo about it. No one would have cared.
They should have scheduled Central Michigan due respect.
I
or
agree.
a team from the MAC and a team from the Mountain West.
Yeah, that was the only lesson.
Then they would have been undefeated.
They should have learned from the way they were treated in it. But, again, I think that the way Notre Dame has reacted to this has been pretty bad. I don't think they need
That's
to
an
react
understatement.
this way.
It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for Notre Dame.
Like, I get it. They were mad and they're upset. Just stop the pouting. Stop the reaction you had. Act like you've been there before. Take the higher ground. Act like a winner. Don't act like somebody. I'm going to hold my breath until you all go away.
Even if you disagree, act like a winner.
That's it.
Just be professional. I think you expect more professional decorum from the athletic director at one of the most famous universities in America, especially from a sports perspective and what it means to college sports. Nobody's denying Notre Dame's place in the college sports landscape. This doesn't diminish that. I think that it should reinforce how much attention they have created by this, and they deserve better than to be represented by somebody who is, I think, doing as poor of a job as Pete Bavacqua is doing representing their athletic department and their university.
Yeah, it's amateur hour. Let's try John in Norwood Park. Hey, John.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good.
I wanted to talk about the time management issue. Just to clarify, I don't have an issue with the time management if it doesn't affect your play calling. And I think that's what happened, and I see this all the time, that the teams want to make sure that the other team doesn't have any time left when they score. It's not when they score, it's if they score. And the Bears went, 70 yards in about a minute passing the ball, and then they get down to the 20-yard line, and they're going to run it the first 3 downs. So I don't have a problem with the 4th down call, but the 3 before that, where they made sure that Green Bay didn't have any timeouts left and there was no time on the clock, I think that the time management might have affected his play calling.
That's an interesting point, John. So he's basically saying that
they wouldn't go for a run on 4th down.
They ran it to bleed more time off the clock, so they ran 3 straight plays to eat time, so they wouldn't have time left to counter their touchdown because the expectation was they would score a touchdown.
Yeah, but I mean, the problem with here's the thing. They had 3 timeouts left when the drive started. They used 1. The opponent used 1 because they were gassed. What they were doing was working. The 3rd down play, they needed to convert there. Had they done that, then we'd have a different conversation.
I think what John is implying, though, is that on 1st or 2nd down, they might have taken a shot down the field into the end zone had they not been more concerned with eating the clock and taking time off the clock.
Yes.
So I understand what he's saying.
But that was smart to be concerned with taking time off the clock.
I think it probably, based on the way the defense was playing against Jordan Love, that's something you couldn't ignore.
You were acknowledging that they had 8 possessions and he threw 4
But at least that
touchdowns.
is a logical premise. I think when you're talking about why the Bears didn't show more urgency, to me that didn't make any sense. So what John is suggesting, I get what he's saying, but they also could not ignore the fact that Jordan Love was doing whatever he wanted.
Let's try Jerry. He's on I-80. Hey, Jerry.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate the White Sox as a White Sox fan. It's great that they're going to get the number 1 seed. Secondly, Notre Dame could cry as much as they want. BYU got screwed. Georgia, Alabama beat Georgia. That's why they're in. But as for the Bears, I'm waiting for Caleb to come out in the first half and actually play a game. He was 0 for 5 at the very start.
Yes.
With Ben Johnson going away from the run, that was kind of disappointing. I don't know what was going on in that first half, but they played at a terrific second half, the team did. But they put themselves behind the 8 ball, and I think Ben Johnson said at halftime, we have him right where we want. We're losing the game. We come back strong like we always do. We got a chance to win. I think the players actually really believe in this guy. He's phenomenal. I really think that Caleb needs to show us what he has in the first half. He hasn't in like 5 games, unless the game is scripted for him by Johnson. I truly believe that.
Jerry, don't hang up.
Yeah, hang on, Jerry.
We got to give you something.
That's right.
We got a.
You are the winner of a Wild Fork gift card. It's a Wild Fork Wednesday on the Score. You sprayed to a lot of fields there.
Did.
And you're from the South Side.
Okay.
So we
I
love
like
you.
it. He made a lot of good points there.
No, he did make a lot of good
Did
points.
you know that the slow start against the Packers, the Bears only managed 71 yards in the first half? Ruthie Polinsky pointed this out to me yesterday on the Big Pro Football Show.
Yes.
That was the lowest output by any offense that had Ben Johnson calling the plays in the Ben Johnson career.
Isn't that wild?
That is crazy. So that was how bad it was.
You know, the reality is that usually the Bears are able to score on the first or the second possession. There was only one other time this year where the script didn't aid them to getting points. And that is why when you went into halftime down 14-3, it felt like you'd already lost the game. It felt like you were down about 21 points.
That's why that last touchdown before the first half felt like a dagger.
Oh, it was
because
a dagger.
You're like, oh my gosh, 11-point margin?
Exactly.
There's no way they can recover from this.
Yeah, that, and I mean, again, to take a guy on like the coldest day known to man, where you're seeing helmets erupt with contact. And as I was joking, when he kicked that ball, I thought a couple of laces flew off the thing because it was a frozen ball, and you're going for some weird, dirty kickoff that the guy has done, and we've seen him do it before. We haven't seen him do it in the frozen tundra
Haven't
of Green
seen
Bay.
in those conditions.
And the idea that you go from normal kicking of a football to trying to literally
Memo to Hightower.
cut it in half.
Memo to Hightower.
You don't get the float on it that you need,
Don't
so it lands in the landing zone.
Yes, the landing zone. So memo to
Man.
Richard Hightower. Do not try that Sunday.
Too cute for words.
It will be too cold for that.
Don't do that again either.
No,
You're
no.
so right. Hey, you remember that thing you tried
No,
one time?
forget it.
Don't do that again.
No.
Do this, do that. Don't do that. All right, we've got to
Bruce.
We got to get to a timeout. We're going to bring in our guy Bruce Levine. We'll get back to your phone calls later. But Bruce is at the owners' meetings, and he has information. I believe he's identified all of the potential draft picks in the entire draft. No,
That was quick.
He brought the talisman. Bruce was the good luck charm. It was in the person of
Harold Baines.
But it was Bruce Levine, and we'll talk to him next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Hey, you ever think about listening to The Score's Mully and Haugh on your smart speaker at home?
It's super easy. Just ask your smart speaker to play 670 The Score and listen to us and all your favorite Score shows live.
The Score's Mully and Haugh show, mornings 5:30 to 10 a.m. Listen on your smart speaker and enjoy the show.
It's Blackhawks and Bulls season on Chicago Sports Network. Visit chsn.com/radio. Sign up for your free 7-day trial of the all-access plan. Over 300 live games per year. Chicago Sports Network, your home stream advantage.
Did you know you have the power to manage your energy? From usage alerts to energy-saving programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
This segment of the show is sponsored by Jewel Osco.
Ham it up with Jewel Osco's hot deals. Cook's or Hormel spiral sliced half ham is just 99 cents a pound. And get Cook's smoked shank portion ham for 55 cents a pound. Both hams are limit one with $25 minimum purchase.
Imagine this, a brand new finished basement your family can enjoy right now, and you don't pay a dime till 2028. Yep, with Matrix Basement Finishing, you can lock in your 2025 pricing today. Enjoy your dream basement years before you make a payment, whether it's a home theater, a gym, a game room. Make your home bigger, better, and more fun, and you don't have to wait. Go to matrixbasements.com today. You know, the guys with the X, because your dream space should not have to wait until 2028. Matrixbasements.com.
Becoming a truck driver doesn't have to be complicated. At Schneider, we make it easy to get your commercial driver's license and start your new career. With our CDL apprenticeship training, you'll get paid to become a truck driver in just 5 to 6 weeks and have a Schneider driving job waiting for you when you've completed the program. Plus, during training, Schneider will provide transportation, lodging, and meals at no cost to you. Ready to get your career on the road? Learn more and apply today at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on, like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts, and Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
No matter what kind of business you run, finding a bank that supports your success can make all the difference. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We're a bank that invests in relationships with our customers for the long haul. Customers like Marty Nixon from Norman Mechanical would agree.
I'm Marty Nixon from Norman Mechanical. We are a market-leading plumbing contractor operating throughout the Chicagoland area. We take pride in the quality of our work and value our relationships. I have known the team at Cornerstone for over 30 years and became a customer of Cornerstone when they opened their doors way back in 2000. Since then, Cornerstone has been a trusted relationship partner for all our banking needs. Cornerstone is a bank where we belong.
Thanks, Marty. If you're looking for a reliable banking relationship for years to come, give us a call at 847-654-3000.
Member FDIC.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Josh Allen wore his Superman cape to earn another game ball, while Puka Nacua and Tony Pollard also enjoyed monster games. Detroit's Al-Quadin Muhammad sacked Dak Prescott 3 times, while Miami's Zach the Sack Seiler registered 2.5. Chargers' Cam Dicker the kicker converted on 5 of 5 field goal attempts, including Monday night's game winner. And Mike, blow a kiss to the camera, Tomlin, garnered the coaching game ball for his Pittsburgh Steelers performance. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Need parts fast? Need them now? O'Reilly is fast. Just one part that makes O'Reilly Auto Parts stand apart. Get 1 free set of brake pads when you buy 2 Brake Best Select rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select pads for just $10 more. Or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20 more. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I was hoping the White Sox get it because I'm a part of the organization and I want the best for them.
The White Sox and their fans kind of deserve a break like this.
I would agree with that, yeah. Hopefully they get the right person, right player when they get a chance to draft. I mean, it makes something exciting hopefully for Sox Fest, they can give them some news that we got the number 1 pick.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to our guy, Bruce Levine. He joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. You did it, Bruce. You made it happen. You and Harold Baines got it done. Thank you, buddy.
Well done.
I think it was you, Mike, yesterday saying, "Come on, we got to get that number 1."
It's all it took.
Afterwards,
there you
before,
go.
But again, the White Sox have a lot of feel-good moments in the last 3 years, so I think this is something to really look forward to.
Bruce, do you think that the fact that they got the number 1 overall pick, and we're all talking about Rock Chalowski and when he might be here, all those things, the excitement level, the hope that they can sell, will that have any impact on this offseason in terms of being more likely to maybe sign a first baseman or sign somebody else? Will it have any impact?
I don't know if that'll have any impact. I think the idea that the White Sox are starting to have good young players that are identifiable, guys that are major league caliber that White Sox fans and professional teams have to pay attention to. The Teals, the Montgomerys, the Mydros, people out there that draw attention to them because they're good baseball players and they can beat you. So when you continue to have more of those type of players in your organization, like the White Sox are getting to, then you start paying more attention. If you're a fan, if you're other teams coming in not expecting necessarily to win an entire series, win a series but sweep, I think those days are over. The White Sox, I think, are going in the right direction. I can't tell you for sure how the pitching looks for next year, and if some of these guys who kind of fell flat last year are going to be better, but I think there's good days ahead for the White Sox.
So I was obviously, mumbling through some prayers, and I was weeping and laughing and out of control as I watched the entire broadcast. But at some point, I had it on before they started the horrible selection stuff. Just tell me they won, please. At any rate, there was a report on the MLB Network that the Red Sox were interested in trying to get Kyle Teal back.
MassLive.com.
Which made me laugh a little bit just at the idea. Is Crochet coming back for him? How are you going to swing that deal? But what do you think of that report, and where are the White Sox in terms of their willingness or unwillingness, hopefully, to trade some of the younger players?
Well, I think Edgar Carroll could be traded. Teal he's the face of the White Sox going forward. In their eyes, they hope that he's the next former Red Sox that comes over to the White Sox organization and becomes a star, like Carlton Fisk was already when he came to the White Sox back in 1981. Now, that might be a stretch right now, but Teal is the centerpiece of what their rebuild is. So he's not being traded for anybody. But Carroll is a duplication, and he's a fiery, good young catcher that could bring back something really good. Nobody has good catching, and if the White Sox believe that there's not enough room for both of these guys to play all the time, and again, you're starting catcher, you want them to catch somewhere between 100 and 120 games. If that's not enough for Carroll, maybe you're better off trading him, getting something good back.
Bruce, let's talk Cubs pitching market. Free agents. Zach Gallen and Emeyer are the two guys they still probably have money to afford. Trade rumors keep percolating over maybe revisiting Miami with the Marlins and Alcantara or Edwin Cabrera. What about Washington and Mackenzie Gore? I just named 5 pitchers. All could be potential Cubs. What do you think?
Well, talking to scouts about that know the Cubs organization, they're pretty high in position players. But if Washington wants back pitching, the Cubs don't have young pitchers to trade. They don't. I mean, you might throw a Ben Brown in there if you think you're going to roll the dice on him because he's shown at certain times he can be dominant. You might throw Wiggins in there. Their top young pitcher that they feel is going to be ready for Major League Baseball here in 26 or the latest 27. After that, the pitching infrastructure is not great. They're looking to rebuild their pitching infrastructure in the minor leagues. So, if you want pitching back for Mackenzie Gore, excuse me, if you want pitching back for Gore, the Cubs aren't necessarily the ideal trade partner.
Were you at all surprised by the amount of money that Kyle Schwarber got to stay in Philadelphia? Doesn't that seem like a pretty good deal for a 32-year-old guy, albeit a guy that was second only to Judge in home runs in the past whatever number of seasons?
So with these long-term contracts for superstars like Kyle is right now, you have to look at the last year or two as a loss. That you're not getting. You look at the contract differently if you're an owner or general manager, and you look at it as a 3-year, $50 million contract more than you do a 5-year, $30 million per year contract, because realistically, if they get 3 great years of production out of Schwarber, they go to the World Series once or twice, they're happy. That's the way it is. I mean, the money, he was going to get 4 years probably from just about every team out there, but Philadelphia was not going to do anything but try to get him back. The owner loves him there. They feel he's a big part of the culture there, so I'm not surprised he got that. It might be a couple extra years, guys, but I don't think realistically that's a bad deal for Kyle Schwarber.
Bruce, you had nice one-on-ones for the Marquee Sports Network yesterday with Craig Counsell, Carter Hawkins, and certainly Jed Hoyer. Great job. Curious, after talking to them and seeing the reports about their linking to Alex Bregman, where's your confidence level that they will be willing to wade in that deep water and go after somebody like Bregman or spend money on a big bat? Did we lose Bruce?
I think we're having problems with Bruce.
Try to reconnect.
We'll try to
there.
reconnect with him.
But yeah, he was all over the place. Council
we got him
talked.
back. We got
There
him
we
back
go.
already. How about that? Go ahead, Bruce.
Pitching first, guys. So going after a Gallon, or going after an Imai, I think that's probably number one. Or if it is a trade market and Alcantara and Gore, I think they have to satisfy that. Hitting wise, we talked at length to the Cub officials about the idea that they scored 800 runs last year, but the second half they averaged less than 4 runs a game. So do you feel good enough about that offense that the guys like Casey and Ballesteros and the continued development of Bush and PCA and Shaw is going to be enough to produce the runs that you need and want? I'm not sure about that. I don't know. How do you guys feel about, is it pitching or offense first?
I think you need one of each. I don't know that you can. You have to be. You get one, you can't get the other. They should be in a position where they prioritize adding to their starting rotation, but also not neglecting an offense that in the second half of the season really let them down.
The one thing that we have to remember when we talk about Mackenzie Gore coming from Washington or Alcantara Cabrera coming from the Marlins, Cade Horton was the centerpiece of what these teams wanted back. We all know that's not happening, right? So with that in mind, do they have enough to get themselves a top-flight pitcher in a trade? I mean, you guys make up a scenario where Washington is interested in trading arguably one of the top 10 pitchers in baseball in Gore for a combination of Brown, Wiggins, and Casey.
Fine.
Is that a trade?
Well,
yes.
but here's the thing: if you're trading all of your young hitting, then you're going to have to sign a hitter in the market. Like, you can't do both. You can't give up your hitters for pitching and then think, well, we got hitters already.
But I think that would be part of the grand plan. If you get Mackenzie Gore and you give up just prospects, you have the resources to afford.
You spend the money to go and buy.
You can overpay for an Alex Bregman or somebody like that.
Right.
Yeah, I think what David said is right, that they have to do both. Okay,
yeah.
They're going to have to make a great trade, and they're going to have to sign a free agent, and they have money to do it on either end. So I don't think they'll shy away from that. But right now, as you see from these winter meetings, things are being talked about and set up. Very little happening as far as trades. Free agents, we've been told by the general managers here that the free agent market is a little bit slow right now. I mean, we saw it yesterday with 2 massive signings with Schwarber and Diaz, but they're all predicting that the free agent market will be a little bit slower. It might take to the first of the year.
Is that is due to the uncertainty moving forward of the collective bargaining agreement, etc.?
I don't know if it's that, but I think, Mike, you're onto something. And that is maybe the terms of free agent deals have them being a little bit squeamish about giving long-term deals to, in particular, relievers. Now, Diaz got a great deal, but he's arguably the top pitcher or bullpen pitcher in baseball right now. So we get that, but I heard that the Cubs offered 3 years for millions, but it wasn't $51 million that he signed for, with the Mets. So I think people.
We'll have to let you go, Bruce. Keep up the great work. I think he was saying that the Cubs offered 3 years for Devin Williams.
Oh, back before. Okay. Mm-hmm. 312-644-6767. We've got our guy Chris Chelios next. You're listening to Mully and Haugh on Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
Remy Martin VSOP wants to get you into 670 The Score's exclusive Football After Dark event at Moretti's in Edison Park on December 16th with Noah Sewell.
Come on out to Garfield's Beverage Warehouse at 4601 North Harlem in Norridge from 5:30 to 7 p.m. tomorrow night to join me, Layla Rahimi, and register for your chance to win a pair of passes to Football After Dark with Noah Sewell at Moretti's in Edison Park on December 16th. All brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city.
This segment of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com because confidence should never cost a fortune.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-507-9701. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-507-9701. That's 800-507-9701. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, this is Coach Wanstead here. With the holiday season coming, that means extra time on your feet. I was kind of like the Grinch at Christmas. If you're living in pain, you owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet arch supports will help you. When I first tried on the arch supports, I could feel the difference right away in my balance, posture, and didn't have any discomfort. It's free to try. You'll work one-on-one with a Good Feet arch specialist and then pairs you with your own personalized arch support solution. If you're someone who's in pain, learning if Good Feet arch supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Get back to doing things that you love. Try for yourself and feel the difference. It all starts with one visit to your Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by the store nearest you with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
Honey, have you seen the winter forecast? Bitter cold, heavy snow. We have to plan a winter getaway.
I'll tell you what we're not doing, traveling abroad. Last time was a nightmare. Passports, flights, layovers, never again.
Perfect. I have the ideal solution. We stay in country and soak up the sun in a truly grand destination. Fairhope, Alabama. The legendary Grand Hotel Golf Resort and Spa Autograph Collection. 2 championship golf courses on the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. A world-class spa, pools, tennis, pickleball, croquet, fine dining, and endless activities for the kids. Plus 2-for-1 golf this January and February.
I'm not driving to Alabama.
Relax. There are daily nonstop flights to Pensacola. Just 2.5 hours in the air.
Wow, really? So, golf, spa, and sunshine, and no passports required?
Nope. The Grand Hotel in Fairhope.
Since 1847, the Grand has been an icon on the Gulf Coast. This winter, stay in the country and vacation in grand style. Visit grand1847.com. That's grand1847.com.
Guys, you've heard of TRT, but you have no idea what testosterone can do for you. Once you start treatment, you'll wish you had done it sooner. All the guys I know go to Synergen X at Low T Center for TRT. The TRT test is free, not hundreds of dollars. The testosterone is pure, not compounded. Guys feel full of energy, not like they're still waiting for it to kick in. Get in now for your free TRT test. No appointment necessary before 10 a.m. or book ahead at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did. Right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch. So you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part? You can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Guys, my side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Chris Chelios.
Up the boards to Chelios with room. He shoots. Score!
BetMGM ambassador. The sportsbook born in Vegas.
Nice play by Chris Chelios.
Hockey Hall of Famer.
Chris Chelios is not human. I'm convinced of it. Not only will he go in the Hall of Fame, I think he should go in the Smithsonian.
Blackhawks legend.
Chelios will add defense, but he'll also add offense to the Hawks.
Steve Smith ahead to Murphy. Nichols at the line. Chelios moving in. Chelios scores! Chris Chelios has won it for Chicago.
Three-time Stanley Cup champion.
What a competitor Chris Chelios has been over the years, and he's been a winner every place he's ever been.
Chris Chelios with Mully and Haugh on 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always a delight to catch up with Chris Chelios. He is a BetMGM ambassador. BetMGM, make it legendary. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. And Chris joins us on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Chris, good morning. How are you?
Good. How are you guys? Tough week for the Hawks and then tougher weekend for the Bears, but it was a great game, Bears game.
What has happened to the Blackhawks in the West Coast? Did they just run out of gas, losing
SoCal was unkind.
2 games by what was the fine? It was
13-1.
Yeah, 13 games,
Holy
13
cow.
goals against in 2 games. Yeah, I was in Vegas. We went on one of those partner trips, and Vegas they played a great game. They gave up that goal late in the third and ended up losing in the shootout. And said, "Wow, what an effort!" And then they go into LA and beat them, first game of that 2-game series. And then the roof caved in. It wasn't as bad that second LA game as a score period until third period, but that last game was terrible.
So, Chelly, have you inspected the bobblehead that they're giving away Saturday that is you, basically? And are you ready for your big night?
It's an improvement. Yeah, I'm ready. It's an improvement. I guess the most I got now is Ray Romano. I don't know. I haven't seen it live, but I'll take that. But, yeah, it's going to be awesome. Kaner will be back. Another Detroit, Chicago game.
Mm-hmm.
Looking forward to it. They're going to I guess I shouldn't say what they're going to do for me, Jeremy, and Denny Savard, but it's always exciting. We only get to see them once a year, unfortunately, now because of the East-West thing. But it's going to be great. And today, tonight we got a Rangers and original 6 team, so that should be pretty exciting too. And Rangers are a little better, playing a little better, but I think the Hawks are 2-6 in their last, 2-6-2 in their last 10. So they got to get things back on track, and then a home game is just what they need, hopefully.
And I think Patrick Kane is within 3 goals of 500, so he could essentially make history at the United Center.
That would be amazing. After what he did a couple of years ago on that jersey retirement, that would be the icing on the cake for him to do that in front of the Chicago crowd. It'd be perfect. So they're coming off a 4-0 win, I think, last night too. So they're struggling, but you look at the standings. Other than Colorado, it's only like a 5-6 point difference between first place in the division and a wild card. So Hawks just got to keep battling, and you got to expect it's going to get tougher as the season goes on here. But again, noticeable improvement in their play.
Chris, obviously they sent down Sam Renzel and Colton Dock. I wonder, with Renzel in particular, what did you see that was going awry, and are you surprised that they sent him down?
Yeah, I don't know if I'm surprised. He needs to find his game. After coming up last year, he looked like the guy that they wanted, and it was quarterback in the power play and playing pretty well defensively. But he's just taken a step backwards so far this season. Hasn't found his niche, and it's tougher, for a younger defenseman. I know Lezvinov, he kind of surprised everybody with the start he's had. But yeah, I wasn't surprised that they sent him down. He needs to play and get his confidence back.
When you look at what Connor Bedard has done and how opinions have come around on him since the beginning of the season, do you think how much has he improved his chances to make Team Canada for the Olympics?
I mean, that's going to be a tough decision for them. Again, they've got so much depth over there, and Celebrini, I guess, would be the one that he's going head-to-head with for that spot. They got extra spots, and I know talking to John Cooper, he likes him a lot, but it's just a decision. If they want to put him on the team, he probably wouldn't get a lot of playing time, but it's just a great experience to play alongside, Crosby, McKinnon, and they've done that in the past, the U.S. teams and Canada teams, brought those young guys just for the experience and not so much going to play, but if there's an injury, but boy, he sure made a hard decision for them this season with the way he's been playing.
And wanted to ask you about your take on the Bears losing at Green Bay. They were in the game. I mean, it was a bad first half. They're trailing 14-3. They came back and they made a game of it, but came up short.
Yeah, like slow start. Again, I wouldn't question Ben Johnson. I think he's 99% of the time right. I wish they would have went to the first down. I believe they had 2 timeouts left still in the last 2 plays of the game. And then, the play was there. Komet was open. It's just Williams came up a little short, but competitive. Hopefully we can, get back even with them and take care of business here this weekend with Cleveland. And then next weekend's a huge game against the Packers. So we'll see. We got home field, and we're in a good position right now.
Are you going Sunday?
Absolutely. I can't wait.
Bundle up.
My you-know-what out.
That's great stuff, Jelly.
All right, guys.
Thanks, Chris.
Enjoy the weekend. Enjoy Saturday.
All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
That is Chris Chelios. That's hysterical.
Chris Chelios bobblehead night Saturday at the United Center.
Yeah.
It's going to be cool.
He's been trying not to nod off the whole time.
But you mentioned Jeremy Roenick is going to be there, Dennis Savard, obviously, and then Patrick Kane in a Red Wings sweater. Alex DeBrincat, too. Big night. A lot of fun.
I know you love Kaner, and I think everyone does, but I don't think it would be great for him to score 3 goals at the United Center.
I'm hoping that he doesn't need 3 goals at the United Center.
So he's down.
I'd be fine to get. I think they play a couple times. If he gets, 2 goals this week and then gets the 3rd Saturday, I'd be okay.
Okay. Yeah, but you want them to win the game.
Yes.
I think the way you're talking, you want them to
I don't
give
want
up 13
I don't
goals
want Kaner to get a hat trick.
And
I mean, it would be kind of memorable. But this Hawk team needs to start playing better.
Yes,
they definitely, a week ago when we talked to Chelly, they were coming off a great showing against Vegas. They beat the Kings in L.A. And then over the weekend, give up 13 goals in 2 games. That stunk.
All right, we're gonna take a second here and bring in Stacey Dales, and we'll talk to her about what indeed will happen at Soldier Field on Sunday against the lowly but scary Cleveland Browns. We'll do that next. Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Chicago versus Green Bay at Soldier Field on December 20th is going to be the biggest game in the football universe.
Looking, throwing, it is intercepted, and the Packers will win it.
Green Bay, Chicago, I think that's awesome to have this rivalry alive and well right now.
And on Friday the 19th, the Score is crossing the Wisconsin border to host the return of the Brat Bowl.
We'll be back at the world-famous Brat Stop in Kenosha, where the Score will clash with radio hosts from The Fan in Milwaukee.
And you're invited to join us. First, from 10 to 2, it's Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Then, from 2 to 6, it'll be the Spiegel and Holmes show.
Save the date and join us Friday, December 19th. The trash talk will be flowing at the Brat Stop in Kenosha for the Brat Bowl.
Brought to you by Kenosha Subaru. For all you do, Kenosha Subaru.
Pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. It's not just your knees, back, or shoulder. It's time with family and friends. But 2026, that could all change when your body remembers how to heal. It just needs a little help finding the way back. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics here in Chicago believe relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost, helping you move and live and feel like yourself again. It's your body's comeback story powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. No surgery, no pain pills, no long recovery. It's time to take that first step, literally, to walk and hike and dance and enjoy the holidays without pain, life without pain, without hesitation. It's enviable. And with QC Kinetics, healing is within reach. Easy with weekend appointments. Schedule your free consultation. And remember, now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. Just call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
The cost of healthcare coverage is rising this year. That's why we're here to help.
At getcoveredillinois.gov, you can get financial help with the cost of your premium.
Most of our customers get that help at getcoveredillinois.gov.
This segment of the show is sponsored by ComEd. Here's a great savings idea. Did you know that you've got the power to manage your energy? Yep, from usage alerts to energy-saving programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
More and more Toyota customers are finding out the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at the all-new Toyota on Edens. During Toyotathon, get year-end savings on hundreds of new Toyotas. Plus, Toyota on Edens offers extended service hours, including Saturdays and Uber pickup and drop-off. And every Saturday, all Toyota oil changes are just $29.95. See why the best way is right off the Edens Expressway at Toyota on Edens or ToyotaOnEdens.com.
Rasny Jewelers, Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. December is often the single most popular month to propose. Buying an engagement ring can feel intimidating, but Rasny makes it easy and stress-free. Rasny also has their signature engagement ring collection, Forever by Rasny, crafted to highlight exceptional quality and artistry. Each ring is meticulously designed in-house to reflect your vision. There's no middleman. The Rasny family sources diamonds directly from Africa, hand-selecting only the finest natural diamonds. Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago on Oak Street. Always available at Rasny.com.
My husband's an animal in bed.
Well, you know.
Not in the fun way. Think warthog. With a chainsaw.
Snoring and sleep apnea affect over 90 million people, and 1 out of 4 couples sleep in separate rooms. Advent can help. We've been your one-stop solution for nasal congestion, snoring, and sleep apnea for over 20 years. Unlike many other practices, we focus exclusively on these conditions, so you get comprehensive care under one roof. Advent's unique approach can help you breathe and sleep better, and many avoid a CPAP. Plus, most insurance is accepted for our effective 20-minute in-office treatments.
Hey, the only animal you want in your bed is your dog.
Advent. Sleep better. Sleep together. Learn how you can improve your life at adventknows.com.
Chicago's Sports Morning Show with Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Great news, Nick. Legacy boxes are still in stock. With Christmas just around the corner, there's still time to buy the best Christmas gift ever. Legacy Box.
That's right, Adam. Order today and Legacy Box ships immediately. It'll arrive ready to wrap and place under the tree.
Gather the family together this Christmas and collect all your old VHS and camcorder tapes, slides, pictures, and film reels. Then you can binge on the good old days.
From fading over time to risks like fire and water damage, your memories aren't protected unless they're on a digital format. Legacy Box helps you replay those great moments from the past, from Christmas morning to your wedding day.
Legacy Box is the world's largest digitizer of home movies and photos. All the work is done right here in the USA, and over 1 million customers have trusted Legacy Box.
This Christmas is the time to digitize. Visit legacybox.com/value for exclusive holiday savings. That's legacybox.com/value for last-minute shopping. legacybox.com/value.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score! Scoreboard update.
Score Update Studio brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Because confidence should never cost a fortune. Bears host the Browns Sunday at Soldier Field. Our next guest, Stacey Dales, will be there. We're talking to her about that next. The Week 15 of the NFL season will be here on The Score as well. 6:30 the coverage begins. That's the Falcons and the Bucks. The Blackhawks, they'll be on the west side tonight hosting the Rangers. The White Sox will pick first in the 2026 MLB draft. And the Bulls will have a chance to snap a 7-game losing streak on Friday in Charlotte against the Hornets. That pregame here on The Score, 5:45. This hour of the show brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles. And the segment with Stacey Dales brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today.
Stacey Dales, NFL Network correspondent.
Doing great. Good morning, everybody.
Breaking down the Bears beating news around the NFL.
Micah Parsons, you're out of breath, but what do you think of this Bears-Packers rivalry?
It's cool. It's cool. You know, I just like the game of football, and I'm just happy we beat them.
Former WNBA star.
Perkins gets the clean steal over to Dales, easy layup. Stacey Dales off a beautiful feed from Elaine Powell.
Stacey Dales with Mully and Haugh.
And I live in Chicago, and I do the Score radio, a little plug there.
On 670 The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score. Always a delight to talk to Stacey Dales. And she joins us now on the Atturo Tire Hotline. Atturo, your hometown tire, Atturo.com. Stacey, good morning. How you doing?
Good morning, guys. I thought we were thawing out yesterday, but we're back to we're back to winter.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be even colder, if that's possible, at Soldier Field than it was up in Lambeau this weekend. It was pretty cold on Sunday, to the point where we saw a helmet blow up in the freezing cold. That was crazy. But what can you do other than just kind of bundle up and go through what you go through every time you go out there?
Yeah, Sunday was pretty brutal. But that's football weather in the NFC North for the Packers and the Bears. Everybody else has it easy, I feel like. But these guys, when you go to Green Bay and you're standing outside in that, and I was there with ESPN at Lindsey Theory, and Cassie Carlton was there, obviously, with Fox, and we were all kind of braving that weather all morning on a marathon day with a late kickoff. But it was everything we hoped it would be, despite a bad half from the Bears offensively. So I think fans got what they wanted, but certainly Bears fans didn't, because the first half just wasn't there.
It was nearly 3 months ago, Stacey, but the Browns did beat the Packers, and that was maybe Joe Flacco Day, but it was 13-10 game on September 21st, and I guess that is the way that the Bears the method they may use to make sure they don't look past this opponent. But how difficult might it be for them to look past this opponent?
By the way, Cassie Carlson, one of my girls, I think I said Carlson. I'm getting ready to head out to Hallis here shortly. I don't think they're going to overlook them, David, because despite the record with 3 wins, I feel like Ben Johnson's going to have them ready. Obviously, he has made it very clear, abundantly clear, that you're going to have to win 11 or 12 games to get into this thing in the NFC race. And so I just feel like they're going to come out and pounce on Sunday. Everybody offensively on this incoming Cleveland team is a rookie that's good. So, I mean, their stars are rookies offensively. They have the best pass defense in the National Football League, which I think is going to stir something in Ben Johnson's stomach to get these guys ready to beat Jim Schwartz defensively. Myles Garrett has 20 sacks. He is on pace for just an astronomical number. He could break the single-season record, which is 22.5, set by Michael Strahan and T.J. Watt, respectively. And so I don't think the Bears are going to overlook this team by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, I don't think you can afford to at this point because it's, as you say, this is so closely contested. And, this is one of the games before the year started that a lot of people had circled as one the Bears could win. And I think they've managed to win some games that we didn't expect them to. But there is something about the end of the season schedule with the Packers again going out to San Francisco and then closing out against the Lions. You got to win this game. I mean, and by all accounts, the NFL.com says that if they don't win it, then they're less than 50% to actually make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, Mully, it's wild this year because, when you look at this race, I mean, everybody's, kind of all in this mix right now. And, the Bears going into that Packers game are the number 1 seed. Well, that's short-lived for 7 days.
Right.
Because they dropped now to the 7 seed in the NFC race. It is crazy. Per next gen, the Bears have a 64% chance to make the playoffs in 2025. Now, I mean, let's throw that away. They have left, like you mentioned. I mean, they've got, obviously, Cleveland they need to win, and they will win probably on Sunday. And then they have the Pack, the Niners, and the Lions. Green Bay has a difficult schedule to close out the season. So I feel like they've been kind of, on the upward trajectory in terms of getting better. But, the good thing for the Bears is they're so good in the turnover department. I mean, they lead the league with a plus 17 turnover differential this season. And so some of their statistics defensively aren't great, actually. They're giving up a ton of passing touchdowns. They give up yards defensively. But when it matters, they get takeaways. They got one on Jordan Love, one of his 4 picks this season, and they don't turn it over. And I think you have to give a lot of credit to Caleb Williams in that department. But he'll be once again tested by another, incredible pass rusher in Myles Garrett on Sunday.
Enjoyed your post-game interview with Micah Parsons. He was kind of all over the place, but that's pretty typical. You're used to that. I'm just curious because he did not have a sack, but I think you felt him in terms of the pressure. He was coming at the Bears from all different directions, and then there was obviously the examples that we saw replayed. He got held a couple times, maybe, arguably, that they could have called. Overall, how would you describe his impact on the game and your experience post-game?
Love talking to Micah. Glad he did it with me, wink, wink. That was a joke. That was a joke.
He's no Justin Herbert.
Yeah. I mean, come on, dude. Laura's a total pro, and she handled that so well, and that's just, you have you guys at the end of these games there's a PR staff, and everybody's assigned to somebody, and they bring them over. And, I mean, you're the quarterback, man. Come on. Anyway, Micah was fantastic. And I just feel like David and Mully that, when you get a guy like this who's Superman on the field, okay? So Micah is Superman, Myles Garrett, Superman, T.J. Watt, Superman, Max Crosby is Superman. These guys do things that are so extraordinary at the position that you have to deploy a plan against them, but you're not always going to win in that plan. And I thought Ben Johnson's plan was, let's get Caleb, flush him out of the pocket. So we saw a ton of boot and get him on the move, which is what Micah brought up in the postgame, David, to your question. I mean, it's really hard. So Myles Garrett, after this Tennessee loss that they probably should have won, and Shedeur Sanders played his, one of the best games for a rookie quarterback you can play. Tennessee ran the ball, and Myles said after the game, when you run the ball, I can't get to the passer. I can't get to the quarterback. So that's the formula. I think you'll see the Bears do that again on Sunday against Myles Garrett. And that's what they did against the Packers. They ran the ball, which was really hard for him to get to Caleb Williams, as we saw, despite having an enormous amount of pressures and being the entire, game plan for the Chicago Bears, which you have to be because, he's really special.
I'm curious, what is your thought on Shedeur Sanders? I mean, his year has been insane if you think about it. Just the whole thing with the draft and how he was viewed and landing in Cleveland, and then they trade the quarterback, and here they are with Dillon Gabriel. Now they announce he's going to start the rest of the games. It's an unbelievable opportunity for him, and I know he's coming off a good game against Tennessee, but he's 1-2 as a starter. Just curious what your take on him is.
I'm impressed with his mental fortitude, Mully. I think when you're kind of put in a position that he has been, and you can look at him and you can say, all the bells and whistles that come with Shedeur Sanders because of where he comes from. Sure, you can have that eyeball on him and think you can formulate an opinion, but at the end of the day, he just went out and threw for 364 pass yards, 3 passing touchdowns, and he ran in one on the ground. And so he came away with 4 total touchdowns against Tennessee. And I think that Kevin Stefanski feels pretty comfortable declaring him to be the starter for the remainder of the season. Now, what do you have to lose? You have 3 wins if you're the Cleveland Browns. But I'm impressed with his mental toughness, I would say. That's my takeaway. I don't think he's fazed by much, despite what we see in terms of how he delivers, at a press conference.
You were there. You were watching it unfold. You saw the Bears driving down the field and the clock ticking off the scoreboard. What was going through your mind? Did you think, okay, this is a wise use of the clock? We've been talking about it all week long because it continues to be a topic that comes up, Stacey, but just wondered from your vantage point what you were thinking.
I was thinking you better go for the jugular and keep the ball. I mean, I was down there, you're saying, for the last 3 minutes watching it right on the Packers sideline. And Ben Johnson said yesterday, or Monday, that he wanted to keep the football because Jordan Love was playing too well. And he was right. I mean, Jordan's playing really well right now, and he has been for the last 3 weeks. And he's playing efficiently. I think the Packers finally have consistency because of, getting the receiver back, and not just Watson, but Jaden Reed. So, they're actually getting back to full strength now, and he didn't want to give the ball back. So I don't have a problem with that at all. You go for the win on the road, and it didn't work out, unfortunately. And so Keyshawn made a good play on the ball, and the Bears didn't execute the way they wanted to.
We talk about the importance of this game, and the reality is you don't have to look far in the NFL to see teams that are running afoul of all sorts of problems. I mean, my God, look at last year's Super Bowl. The Eagles have lost 3 in a row. The Chiefs are currently out of the playoffs. And people are saying, well, it's the quarterback's fault. I never thought I'd hear that. It just feels like crazy stuff going on.
It is. I feel like we've had this conversation every week, Mully. It's the NFL is just bonkers this year. It really is. And when you look at the Broncos are the number 1 seed currently in the AFC race, and the Patriots and Drake May, and they're sitting there both at 11-2. Those 2 football franchises. So and then you look at by the way, the Bears playing the Browns this week, who beat the Packers back in week 3, I think it was, or 2, that I was there for. So, Packers team that lost to the Carolina Panthers, a Rams team that's the number 1 seed that lost to the Carolina Panthers.
Wow.
So you just can't overlook anybody in this league, and don't disparage a 3-10 football team coming into Chicago this weekend, because they're quite familiar in Cleveland and playing in cold weather. And it's going to be, as you mentioned when we started this conversation, extremely frigid on Sunday. But this is an absolutely critical game for the Bears to get back on track.
How surprised were you that Dennis Allen was as aggressive as he was against Jordan Love?
Yeah, the blitz, I was surprised on a couple of them. Particularly, I was confused by, and I'll be interested to hear what Dennis says tomorrow when he speaks, on the Bo Melton touchdown where Bo got lost in coverage. Now, Tom Brady said he went into a zone. The Bears went into a zone, which it looked like. Well, he found the zone.
Yeah.
Because that was a backbreaker. You don't get that touchdown doesn't happen. I think things could be much different. And by the way, the Packers got the ball coming out again. So there were some puzzling things that happened. But I also give Dennis Allen a lot of credit, because I think he's tried to piece this thing together. Like, you lose Kyler Gordon in the pregame warm-up. I mean, he has gone without many of his stars all season long.
Right.
I don't even think we've seen the best Jalen Johnson yet. So,
Clearly not.
No, we have not.
No. Far from it, Stacey.
He's just, it's amazing he's playing it a lot. But, but he's just basically getting his training camp in.
He is. And so that's why I'm saying Dennis deserves a lot of credit. Like, the Bears right now, statistically in the NFL defensively, they're ranked 25th in terms of their scoring defense. They're 30th in yards per play allowed. They're 30th in yards per carry allowed. But they're the number 1 takeaway team in the NFL. So he's figuring out ways to try to be successful with what he's had, and that's been linebackers in and out of the lineup, no Tremaine Edmonds, and no stars on the back end, and a pass rush that he has tried to, kind of manufacture throughout the course of the year.
You would think they'll go after a rookie quarterback this week, but it was crazy to go after a veteran quarterback last week, especially the way the guy was playing. And, man, did they hit some big plays, some explosives in that game. It just felt like they were getting it done down the field at will. And, frankly, I don't know if you're talking to a lot of special teams coordinators, but it was insane to me to have a guy kick a field goal, conventionally kick a field goal, and then try the dirty kickoff where he's hitting the ball totally different. I just don't know how you do that as a player. And he clearly couldn't do it as a player.
Yeah, it was pretty. There was some. But you know what, Mully? Like, when I watch this rivalry, I don't expect the unexpected. I cannot wait. I mean, I'm trying not myself to overlook this game this weekend, because I can't wait for next Saturday.
Right. You're doing that one too, right?
I am.
That'll be. It'll be in the mid-70s by then. Don't worry about it.
Balmy. It will be balmy on a Saturday night on the lakefront. Stacey, so you know the league as well as anybody, and I imagine you had a reaction to Phillip Rivers rejoining the NFL, going back with the Colts. What was your reaction, and what's realistic to expect from a 44-year-old grandpa?
I'm happy the bolo tie is coming back. I cannot wait just to see him, post game do a bolo tie presser. That's what I'm pumped about. So here's my opinion on that, David. So when they acquired Sauce Gardner, the Colts, this was, you may not hear Chris Ballard admit it, but this was a decision that, hey, we're not going to say we're a player away from potentially going to the Super Bowl, but when you go get a player like that, you feel like you have a chance and you're in the mix. And right now, the Indianapolis Colts, shockingly, after the way they started the season, are 8-5, and they're on that 8th spot, looking on the outside, peeking into the playoffs. This was a decision that, to me, says he can come in and run Shane's offense. They know each other very well. I think there was a report out there that Philip was actually, in his coaching, post-career coaching experience, was running the same offense essentially with his kids that he's been coaching. So listen, he can come in and run it. They have a good offensive line that can protect him, and they have one of the best running backs in the NFL, if not the best, in Jonathan Taylor this season. So they'll hand it off a bunch. They'll protect Phillip Rivers, and we'll see what kind of shape he's in. But this was a decision to me that, hey, we got to make sure we're in the playoffs, and this is the quarterback that can get us there.
Great stuff, Stacy.
Thanks, Stacy.
Have a great
Thanks,
weekend.
Stacey.
We'll see you on Sunday.
All right, guys.
That is Stacy Dales. Great stuff from her, as always. Very interesting. 312-644-6767. We're going to hear from the Cubs manager when we come
there
back.
were some things that we haven't addressed yet that are very important.
There's a very important piece of audio because it talks about a player that people may think is right around the corner. It's not the case.
Okay.
Mully and Haugh on the score.
Bears fans, Caleb Williams and company return to Soldier Field to take on the Browns. Can the Bears return to the win column and keep pace in a tight NFC playoff race? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Browns right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
This segment of the show brought to you by NutsOnClark.com. Nuts on Clark, Chicago's original popcorn, serving Chicago for over 45 years. Order holiday gifts for your friends, for your family, events, corporations from NutsOnClark.com, a 3-generation woman-owned, family-run Chicago business.
Here's a great savings idea. Did you know you've got the power to manage your energy? Yep, from usage alerts to energy savings programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
Save big money on new appliances when you shop at Menards. We have an excellent in-stock appliance selection. We carry great brands at the best prices. Ready to take home? Today. Save big on a Whirlpool top-load washer or electric dryer. Right now, get them on sale for just $6.28 each. Good through December 14th. View our entire selection of appliances on Menards.com. Plus, check out the weekly flyer for great deals happening this week.
Warm season's greetings to you all from Menards.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The University of Utah announced its partnership with the New York-based private equity firm Ordo Capital to create a for-profit company, Utah Brands and Entertainment. That could infuse more than $500 million into the Utes athletic department. The university will maintain full control. A portion of the annual revenue will flow back to Ordo Capital, and the NIL war chest will balloon. This is just the beginning, folks. I'm Boomer Esiason.
You're listening to Mully and Haugh. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Legendary doesn't happen by chance. It happens because it's what BetMGM does. Sign up for BetMGM and check out all the exciting new ways you can make this football season unforgettable. Enjoy our all-new app design and same-game parlay builder, which will take your experience to a new level. Earn BetMGM rewards points from your bets. Take advantage of football promos found nowhere else, like a second chance offer on a first touchdown bet, and keep an eye out for rewards dropping in your account throughout the season. Never settle for ordinary. Sign up today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. See BetMGM.com for terms. Must be 21 years of age or older to wager. Illinois only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER, 426-2537, or by texting ILGAMB to 53342. In partnership with Paradise Hotel Casino.
Nothing has changed. I mean, it's not going to be opening day, and after that, I think I really don't want to speculate kind of until we get to spring training and see where he's at as we get to. I think we'll know in spring training kind of a target area of dates there, but yeah, it's not going to be opening day. But I think it'll be the first half of the season. Yeah.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. That is the manager of the Chicago Cubs. That is super weird, though, to hear that Justin Steele will not be back. He will be back maybe in the first half of the season.
So we went from maybe thinking May 1st, and I think that was almost, at one point, a conservative estimate. Now we're talking in terms of the first half of the season. If that is the case, I think the Cubs have to operate with an organizational sense of urgency that makes getting a top-line starting pitcher who isn't named Shota Imanaga in the fold.
Do they need two?
They might, but I think you want to focus on one before you get two.
Okay, that's fair.
And they have been linked to Michael King, and that would be a fine addition. I don't think anyone would complain. He might be the most affordable of all the possibilities. But I think they need to continue to explore the possibilities we referenced with John Heyman and again with Bruce Levine, who did that interview, I think, with Craig Counsell, had a one-on-one in Orlando at the winter meetings yesterday. Two trade potentials with teams, the Marlins and the Nationals. The Nationals and Mackenzie Gore. That would be the best-case scenario.
Okay.
If we're ranking them.
Okay.
The Marlins, you have Edwin Cabrera and also Sandy Alcantara, who is still on the block. They're having conversations about both of those guys, apparently, reportedly. So those are two potential trade partners. If those guys don't come to Chicago and we still need to see them add somebody, the free agents include Zach Gallen and Tatsuya Imai from Japan.
Yeah, the Japanese player might be the guy. I mean, that just costs money, right?
Same with Gallen.
Yeah.
Who would you rather have? 27-year-old Japanese right-hander or Zach Gallen, proven 30-something former Cy Young Award winner. I don't know. I think I might go. Depends on price, depends on context. I think that
Gallen could be the answer.
I think Gallen would give me more certainty, more confidence, and I would feel better about the Cubs biding time until Justin Steele returned if Zach Gallen is in your opening day rotation. And I think I would feel less certain, maybe more curious if it's Imai. Either one, I think I could live with.
Right.
But I think that they have to, if they're serious about taking that next step, getting to the World Series, add someone to the top of that rotation.
Dustino, just out of curiosity, which route would you go if you were making the choice? And how much does the Justin Steele injury news, we knew it was not an immediate return, but how much has this thrown you?
Well, we know to ask Craig at spring training and not again. That's first and foremost.
Yeah.
I didn't think he'd be ready for opening day, but May's not that far into it. So what is that, 3 starts, 4 starts? But again, don't ask
he's
now.
He's saying halfway through the season. That's later than May, isn't it?
Well, I don't want to say it, but this one, I don't know. This one's confusing to me. I would take the guy that has done it before in Major League Baseball because I feel as a fan burnt a little bit by Shota breaking down towards the end of the season.
He gave you a good season and a half, and you expected more out of him based on that.
I would agree.
I don't know what they're getting in Imai. Could be a higher ceiling, proverbial ceiling, but the floor is maybe sturdier with the former All-Star and the guy like Gallen who's been in it before. And there had to have been something close over the weekend to compel Bob Nightingale to report that they were approaching a deal with Zach Gallen.
And then it
turned out he was getting married, and Jeff Passan refuted that and all those things. But those sides must be talking, communicating, and maybe close to the framework of a deal. Let's hope they find common ground with a veteran, because if they don't, then you need to supplement your starting rotation.
You need certainty.
Especially with the uncertainty surrounding Justin Steele that we just described. So that's the pitching aspect. The offensive pursuit of a hitter, I find this interesting and a little curious. Buster Olney this morning, well-respected, highly plugged in,
we know Buster,
national reporter, tweets this out without any sort of context. Matt Shaw's defense at third base last season was better than what the Cubs expected. He finished at +12 in defensive runs saved and at a -1 for outs above average in his first full year at the position. Why?
Why would you just send that out? Well, the answer is obvious, that you were trying to investigate whether or not the Bregman deal was on the way, and then you were told, apparently, well, Matt Shaw did better than people think, so you went with that one. So you're answering that question with a nay, right?
I think that whether it's Carter Hawkins yesterday, Jed Hoyer the day before, and even Craig Counsell talking about how Matt Shaw will be a big part of the 2026 team.
Yeah.
They're going to great lengths to make sure that everybody knows how much confidence they have in this player who last year had an uneven rookie season, and defensively better than expected. Offensively disappointing, I think, if we're honest.
Oh, without question.
So now they're going to reinvest the hope that was damaged, I think, last year, and the faith that maybe is harder to come by. I get it, but the unsolicited Matt Shaw proclamation about how good defensively he is doesn't do a lot for me when you're talking about upgrading your offense.
We're not getting any more conversation about how, he hit at every level. He's always been able to hit. He can hit at any level. And now that he hasn't, it's kind of like, well, his defense is spectacular and there's no need to make a move. I don't know, man.
And now he's Brooks Robinson. Now he's good field, no hit. When did that happen?
I don't think that's what he is.
Okay.
I think
I don't either.
They're implying that he is going to catch. He's doing well enough defensively, and he's going to catch up offensively.
Methinks thou dost profess too much.
Well, there you go. That's a good one. That is, yeah. They're not.
I don't know why they're doing
protesting.
No.
That's fair, but they are. When you're selling a guy like that, you are saying something about him.
Hey, Jed.
Yeah.
What about Alex Bregman deal? What about Eugenio Suarez?
We don't need to upgrade there.
Let me tell you about Matt Shaw.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But
that's
I'm fine.
exactly what they're saying.
But if you're going into next season and you're going to look to your system and all the options are internal, then you're not going anywhere. You're not improving. I don't think that you are improving. If you're the Cubs, you have to add. I feel like you have a mandate to go out and get a free agent bat that gives you some more slug,
no doubt,
and a top of the rotation starter that stabilizes the pitching.
Here's the thing: you can pretend all you want that well, Kyle Tucker, he wasn't doing much and he didn't work as hard. If you didn't have his first half along with that of Pete Crow Armstrong, you wouldn't have had the season you had. You were in charge of the division for much of that season based on the performance of those two guys in the first half. So if you don't have that to rely upon, then what do you have? You need to definitely get more hitting in here. And, to say now that, well, Owen Casey's the answer. He's always been the answer. Well, then why wasn't he the answer last year? Well, he had a strain. He got hurt a little bit. Like, you're just pretending that things didn't happen.
He did have the injury at the end of the year.
I know he did.
But I was more struck by how Craig Counsell, in his interview with Bruce, I believe, likened Moises Ballesteros' contributions in September to Kyle Tucker's, saying essentially that, well, you didn't have Tucker, but Moises Ballesteros contributed in the way that had made up for Tucker's absence, which to me was, again, we're listening for things that maybe not there, but it sounded like a manager trying to prop up the idea that this is your designated hitter.
But, well, see, the problem with that is it means then that Shota is your outfielder, that you've replaced Kyle Tucker
with
Ballesteros, but that means that Shota has to play right field. I thought there reached a point where that wasn't considered a good idea, and that's why you needed an upgrade and you went with Kyle Tucker.
I'm not so sure
that
Shota
played better because he was not in right field.
I'm not so sure that 145 games of Shota in right field is a good idea.
This was the answer was that it wasn't a good idea. Which is
not
why
Shota, Seiya Suzuki. In right field. Yes. Seiya Suzuki in right field for 145 games gives me the idea that they're not as strong defensively as they could be.
Well, and then what was it that they had last year that really kind of propped up everything?
It was their defense.
It was exceptional.
It was a defense that they still understand is the strength of this team. When Bruce asked Craig Counsell about, you guys had some luck, and Craig Counsell countered with, well, you know what? When you have the defense that the Cubs do, you make your own luck.
Right.
And that is a good answer to that question. But I think that hopefully this will be an active day. I think that when they...
Do you think today's the day, or do you think every day could be the day? How do you look at it?
I guess every day could be the day, but it sounds like a couple of those trades. The Nationals reportedly were close with several teams on Gore, so they're talking. Cabrera seems to be on the move with the Marlins. If those two guys are dominoes, then they could go today, and that could create some ripple effect. So I don't know if it'll happen today, but it is a lot more interesting than I thought it would be. I thought there would be very little activity because of the looming work stoppage and the 2026 issue hanging over everyone's head.
The thing is, as we discussed earlier, there are two huge elements you need to resolve before you can look at the upcoming season and feel good about it. And it's not simply one or the other. It's both. You got to get, in my opinion, you got to get another bat. And in my opinion, you better get a starter.
And I wonder what the White Sox are doing and if they will come away with any more offense after the great news yesterday that the number one overall pick belongs to them. And I just wonder if that will get into the mindset or the mentality or the aggressiveness I know I kind of know the answer to that question before I ask it, but you'd like to see that be the response.
All right, we got some excitement going on here. It is a Wild Fork Wednesday, and we're going to be able to grab some chow before we talk to our colleagues. I believe we have Marshall and Layla in the building today. Is Grody here? I think he's
up
to
at Haugh Hall.
Yeah, that's right.
Big day at Haugh Hall.
Yeah, he'll be on their show, but we'll talk to them about that next. You're listening to Mully and Haugh on The Score.
Coming up today on Spiegel and Holmes, it's Wednesday, and we here at Turn the Page Industries officially do it towards Cleveland. Teron Armstead, former NFL tackle and excellent podcaster, joins us as well. Mark Grody with the Bears hit at 5, and we'll check in down in Orlando at the winter meetings. It's Spiegel and Holmes on a Wednesday. What are you doing? Come hang out on 670 The Score.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Welcome back and welcome in. We are delighted to welcome in Josiah Carell. He is the chef du jour, and he has done some great work with Wild Fork Foods, and he's cooked us an unbelievable meal here. Josiah, thank you so much for being the great chef and spokesperson that you are.
Well, thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure to be here.
How much fun was it today? What are we looking at here?
It was a blast. So today I have a really special, our reserve ribeye roast that I roasted up for you all. We also have some of our chimichurri marinated skirt steak that I know you love.
Oh, I love it.
And I did a pineapple Jamaican jerk glazed ham, Berkshire ham, along with our lobster grilled cheese and some of our Brazilian garlic bread as well.
What makes Wild Fork different from other grocery stores?
Well, really, one of the biggest things that comes down to our selection. We have over 500 different products inside the store that are all priced at less than $10 a pound. And so we've just got a massive variety of really excellent things, everyday staples from, like just for instance, right now we've got our organic grass-fed ground beef at $6 a pound.
Yeah.
And we've got our skin-on salmon fillets we just marked down to $8.95 a pound. Just really, really excellent products.
Yeah, I mean, I have talked about this before. The affordability aspect is unbelievable because I have gone to the store many times. I can go in there, I can get a week full of meals at a really good price. And then you're all set up, and my wife's set up too to help me do the cooking. But I'm curious, what is your favorite? What's your holiday favorite? When you cook, what is it that you love to do?
I'll tell you, this holiday season, it is going to be our reserve ribeye roast. We have this brand new reserve ribeye. And what it is we are taking these select ribs, the ones that look the best, that have the best marbling, and we're adding a little extra aging. They're getting aged for 28 days. And we're reserving those for our Wild Fork customers to take home and have on the center of their table for their holidays.
People might want to know, do you deliver, and is there a membership?
Absolutely, we do deliver. We deliver, and there's a delivery membership. It's $28 annually, but right now, if you've not done delivery with us before, we're offering that for 3 months free to try it out, especially during these winter months where it's a little snowier, you don't want to get out. We've got that available for you, and it's basically free delivery as long as your order is over $35.
And, how quick is the delivery? It's so fast. It kind of astounds me.
Yeah, if you're nearby in the city, it's going to be usually same day. And if you're within a 60-mile radius, it'll be next day. So it's super fast. And just to be clear, you don't have to have the membership to get delivery.
Yeah.
It's just a great value option to add on.
Where in Illinois and Wisconsin are there Wild Forks?
We've got Glenview and then 12 locations all throughout the suburbs, from Aurora to Vernon Hills, here in the city as well.
Evanston, they're everywhere.
Absolutely.
I mean, I can't tell. I drive by about 3 of them, and I always try to stop. And I think people know how good Wild Fork is. You just got to pull over and take an example of this stuff. My God, you've also brought in the cheesecake for the love of God. This is my favorite. I know I'm not supposed to keep saying it, but this is such a treat. Oh my gosh.
It's a really great key lime pie.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here on the Wild Fork Wednesday. Delicious.
Yeah. Thank you, Josiah. Really appreciate it. We're going to eat like kings. We'll be right back at Mully and Haugh on the Score.
Okay. Only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
For so many, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown's disappearing. Hair loss can feel like identity theft. Well, there's good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It is the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They may sometimes help retain what you have, but they will never regrow hair that's completely missing. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or go to advancedhair.com. Once again, that's advancedhair.com.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Hey, this is Coach Wanstead here. With the holiday season coming, that means extra time on your feet. I was kind of like the Grinch at Christmas. If you're living in pain, you owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet arch supports will help you. When I first tried on the arch supports, I could feel the difference right away in my balance, posture, and didn't have any discomfort. It's free to try. You'll work one-on-one with a Good Feet arch specialist and then pairs you with your own personalized arch support solution. If you're someone who's in pain, learning if Good Feet arch supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Get back to doing things that you love. Try for yourself and feel the difference. It all starts with one visit to your Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by the store nearest you with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Mully and Haugh will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now we're in a transition a little bit. Mully and Haugh, Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Having a feast, for God's sake. Want to let you know we're broadcasting live from the Score's Hyundai Studios, brought to you by local Hyundai dealers. Want to thank them. Want to thank Jacob for getting us up, Jacob Stutz for getting us up and running on Twitch this morning. And thanks to everyone for calling and texting and emailing.
Most of all, thank you for listening to us eat on this Wednesday, December 10th.
Unbelievable. Just fantastic stuff. And the fine folks at Wild Fork are very welcome guests on this beautiful Wild Fork Wednesday here on The Score. And we want to say thank you to our executive producer. He is Mr. Dustin William Rhodes.
I will say this, and I'm a little outspoken about it. I don't like how Notre Dame's reacted to it.
So
okay, I think Pete's his behavior has been egregious. It's been egregious going after Jim Phillips when they saved Notre Dame during COVID.
That's the Big 12
Big 12 commissioner. Referring to in 2020 when Notre Dame needed to play a schedule during the COVID season when the people were scrambling, the ACC stepped in and provided opponents.
Yeah, it's an interesting take from the commissioner of the Big 12, and Dustin has stormed out of the room as a result of it. So thank you, Brandon Fryer, for that.
Well, Mully's happy.
Thank you, Hawk. Bless you. Mully's delighted.
I have not heard that.
What is that from? That was during a game.
I can't. The sound quality is great, and that needs to be played more often. That's outstanding.
It really does.
Also, are you happy with the big news?
Oh, I'm delighted. You have no idea. We were on a chain, and I was out of control.
Giddy.
I was, yeah.
Better than Josh. I have an idea because I listened this morning, and you guys were really. I loved it. It was like it was something that seemed rare the way you guys were.
We were happy.
Well, about the White Sox in the offseason.
About the Sox and off
the Sox in the offseason and optimism and
That's
hope.
Marshall Harris, Layla Rahimi. We love everyone. We love you guys.
Sorry to jump the gun there.
My bad.
I just want to make sure
the Sox optimism has us all kind of in a tizzy.
It's hard to believe.
We are all Soxperts today.
Thank you, Will Papa.
You guys' headline and pun game has been out of control good today.
Yeah.
Like, y'all have been on it.
Well, when you have the opportunity to talk about somebody, Rock Cholowski.
Doesn't he belong in Chicago?
He belongs in a Sox uniform.
I feel like a good affirmative fist
on the
shake
south side
is also like a yeah.
Yeah, it was
fist
really. I mean, I hated watching the thing because it was like every time that wasn't explained well to me.
Well, it's pretty confusing, the rules and everything for baseball.
Fine. Yeah, it's baseball. Yeah, the Sox went through 3 years of losing 100 games and finally landed, hopefully, a great player. And so bless them.
I mean, that's it. There is some justice here because typically 3 straight 100-loss seasons would net you 3 straight 1-1s previously.
And it might be asking too much to expect that one bit of great news yesterday to impact this offseason's approach to free agency or trades. But I think moving forward, it opens a lot of possibilities that might not have existed.
No, and it's a shortstop is expected to be the guy. You're not talking about somebody doing a backflip at the draft or something. This is a much better.
Gosh.
I'm sorry. It's just one of those visuals. Courtney Hawkins?
I remember.
Let's go way back.
I was just super sad that UCLA doesn't play at Northwestern this
I know.
year. I was very upset about that.
pointed that out this morning. Yeah, that would have been.
They don't play at Northwestern.
I was
The
like,
closest is probably Iowa, Michigan State.
I think it's Michigan State.
Columbus.
Because, they play all the West Coast former Pac-12 teams.
Yeah.
And then the schedule. They actually play at Mississippi State, I think, as part of a tournament.
Would you go as part of scouting?
Yeah, Mitch would send you.
I need to get back to Starkville anyway. It's been a decade since I've been on campus. Yeah, Stark Vegas. I wish the football team was good, that I could go watch a football game.
You'll be waiting a while.
Thanks for that, David.
Okay, Mr.
Appreciate
Indiana.
Appreciate it.
Big 10 champions over here.
That was a gratuitous shot.
I'm sorry.
No, it's fine.
I'm from a football state.
We deserve it. We deserve it.
The football state that is Indiana.
How shall you handle the glorious, wondrous, beautiful news?
We are going to talk about it. There's a couple questions that we have in our 5 on It segment at noon. We thought that would be a good place for it. Nice. Marshall has been percolating on a theory. How would you say this has been living in your head?
I think I've been watching and managing my expectations of what Caleb Williams can do in year one of Ben Johnson's offense, and I think I've come to a very sound conclusion on that matter.
I think I'm still not in the same place Marshall is, so we will counterpoint. You are welcome to join us. We will take calls on it. The question is, what is the Bears' ceiling this year if Caleb Williams doesn't improve like you'd like to see? Because this is the big time, is December. Mike Florio joins us at 11 o'clock. Russ Dorsey live from the winter meetings at 11:25. 5 on It, the Chalowski edition, is at noon. Mark Grody will join us with the latest from Halisol at 1:25, and old Danny Parkins. Danny's going to talk to us at 1 o'clock, and there's a team he used to cover that might have a rare situation occur on Sunday.
It's a rock solid show. Have a good one.
All right, guys.
Officer, can I get your perspective as a man of the law?
You know I'm a mall cop, right?
You see this Hyundai Santa Fe? I only paid for it.
Whoa.
Right? I'm not in trouble, am I?
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days on all Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid models. Visit your local Hyundai dealer today. Offer ends January 2nd. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Spiegs. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay, where you can track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers, you get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love. Bet on them the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Matt to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/Matt. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
So the body knows that it needs to heal itself, but it doesn't know how to concentrate it and target it into just one area. So that's where we come in.
By we, Dr. Ashley Caravelli means the nation's leader in regenerative medicine, QC Kinetics.
We put in those treatments, then it sends out like little signalers to your body. We're able to make the body focus on the areas that need the most healing.
QC Kinetics has gathered brilliant medical minds like Dr. Caravelli and Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, a pioneer in the field of regenerative medicine, to lead the way in these innovative pain treatments.
So at QC Kinetics, we have a whole team working nationwide with cutting-edge research to reach our patients and treat them and know that surgery is no longer their only option.
The consultation is free. Find out if you're a candidate. Call QC Kinetics today.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Here's a great savings idea. Did you know you've got the power to manage your energy? Yep, from usage alerts to energy savings programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
Listen up. You want the IRS off your ASS? Do you owe the IRS over $10,000? Do you have unfiled tax returns? Do you owe payroll taxes? Has the IRS garnished your paycheck or taken money out of your bank account yet? They will if you ignore them long enough. Look, deal with the IRS on your own, and there's a good chance that you're going to feel like you've just been run over by a freight train. I'm Patrick Noon, founder and owner of PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800 number 10 states away. We're here in St. Charles, Illinois. Call me now at 630-415-5296. I've helped hundreds of taxpayers resolve their tax issues with the IRS, and I can help you too. Call me now at 630-415-5296 for your free 1-hour, no-obligation consultation. Or check us out online at pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, remember, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
The views and opinions of Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, and Mark Grody should not be taken too seriously, especially when they give advice. Do not take Marshall's analogies literally, especially when it comes to Russell Dorsey. The sports thoughts of Rahimi, Harris, and Grody may change at any time. It's just sports. Okay, thanks, bye.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. 10 to 2 on 670 The...
I use the term procrastination often.
So good. It's an appropriate term.
No faffing around, because that's just annoying, and definitely no procrastinating. That's a good word, isn't it? Procrastinating. Procrastinating. Oh, I wonder what the etymology of that word is. Obviously, very good. But crest?
But I do think that you see it come back to bite you in these games. And we've seen that. They ran out of time to do what they wanted to do in this game, and it's because they started so poorly.
Even if it bites them in the ass.
You're not going to get away with these poor starts or the procrastinated offense against, and this is what we worried about. You can get away with that kind of stuff.
Against Cleveland, against
Vegas, against some of the lesser teams that the Bears have beaten.
And I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids.
0 for 5 on his first 5 attempts is one thing, but when you look at the halftime, it's just galling, really. 6 of 14. So after the 0-5 start, he was 6 of 9. But if you're 6 of 9 for only 32 yards, that goes kind of back to the accuracy within the accuracy in terms of ball placement and allowing you to have a free runner.
Patrick Manley, we always love talking to him.
Layla has coined the phrase the procrastination offense.
I think I heard you guys talking about missing some of the easy throws, and that to me is just do the simple better for Caleb as well. That's coach speak, but they got to get everything right.
Tim Jenkins, we always love talking to him.
Are you seeing something on the tape besides just his footwork's not good enough in terms of why he's not able to complete more of these passes and comes out to these cold starts in these last few games?
I think 2 of his worst plays that we had were kind of very early in the game on that first series. I do think the context is important, and there's 4 or 5 plays that I could point to that I think shift this whole game if they clean up little things.
Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Listen, just don't go outside. I love being outside, but if you want to be outside today, metaphorically speaking, you got to be inside because this is gross.
I mean, you can be outside. Just make sure you get the Uber or the cab to where you're going. You don't want to really be walking around. You need some sort of
roof apparatus on your person, whether it's a car, whether it's an umbrella, whether it's a hood, something.
How about I say the hood is my apparatus of choice to protect the top. ceiling, the
I have
roof.
a small head, and unfortunately his are too big. And then I had the fortune of walking to work today and the water dripping between my sunglasses and my face.
I got you one
slid
up.
right down.
I accidentally left my backpack open, like unzipped. So my laptop, when I looked at it, had water all over it. And I was like, I hope that's not in the computer, because that would be bad.
Yeah, that was a bold move by you.
It was not on purpose.
Point is, stay inside and listen to us. This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. That's Marshall Harris. I'm Layla Rahimi. And that's an indication in the open that Tyler Buterbaugh just put together of what the head coach has said this week, Ben Johnson, when it comes to wanting to start faster. We discussed that part of it. Procrastination offense may be a good term. I kind of regret coming up with it, but I too am a procrastinator, so you get the job done eventually until you don't. And that's what happened against Green Bay, but it wasn't just them, as we know. We'll get into the defensive part of this a little bit later in the hour, but we also want to know what you think. 312-644-6767. Marshall has been, as I said in our transition segment with Mully and Haugh, percolating on this for a while. I am not there yet. And the question is, what is the Bears ceiling this season if Caleb Williams doesn't show improvement this year? We talked to a lot of people about mechanics. Tim Jenkins, I think, really perked our ears when it came to why he might be overthrowing certain balls. He thinks it's a mechanical issue. But regardless, Ben Johnson had said previously, December is when this offense is going to look its best. And unfortunately, the combination of the NFL sniffing out what you're not doing well as a team and the Bears being able to only do so much of what they want to do in the playbook, and I don't think that's just on the quarterback, leads us to this point where there is a critical game if they want to maintain the record that they started with, if they want to maintain that 9-3 start, if they want to try to get into the playoffs. This Cleveland game becomes much more pivotal. That's the nature of the job when things get better. So how does that translate for the rest of the season? If what you saw against Green Bay is what it's going to be, is that a good way of putting it, Marshall?
Well, I think the main thing you have to remember is for Caleb Williams, it's worked so far. There's a reason they're 9-4 without him being at his best. You go back over the course of the 13 games he's played this season. One, there has definitely been steady improvement from week 1 to now week 13. They've been in most of the games that they've played past the bye week, and Caleb Williams has been a big reason why. It's been his spectacular throws, the off-platform, the off-schedule, the outside of the pocket stuff that he's been able to do that has had them in a lot of these games. I think what I've kind of come to terms with, and it took a while because if you'll remember, one of the reasons I thought that they would beat the Packers last week is I said, I think this is where Caleb Williams will be the difference. And we talk about winning in spite of the passing game as opposed to because of the passing game. I thought he was going to have an opportunity to do that. And you know what? He did have an opportunity to do that. He just failed to execute on a play late in the game where essentially the game was on the line. What could have been a game tying or even a go-ahead touchdown. And I think what I've understood after talking to Tim Jenkins, after talking to Patrick Mully, after talking to Anthony Herron, after listening to Ben Johnson specifically, is that this version of Caleb Williams that we saw last week against the Packers, the one that is inconsistent but still does special stuff throughout a game, mostly geared towards the back half of the game, that's the one we're going to get this season. And the types of adjustments and the things he needs to do to correct his game and make it more consistent, it's not coming until the offseason. So what that means is what you saw last week from Caleb Williams, not that he can't make one more play, that's not what I'm saying, but what we saw as far as lack of consistency is what we're going to get from now to the end of the season. And it's Ben Johnson's job to work around that and to put his team, his offense, his quarterback in the best position in spite of Caleb Williams not being a finished product. He's just not going to be a finished product, and that's fine.
I didn't expect him to be a finished product, but I'm not ready to say that he can't show improvement these next, 4 games left? I'm not willing to say that.
Well, let's go to the tape and listen to the people who talked about why he needs the offseason.
I would also like to submit my opinion, too.
I'm sorry. I thought that was it.
So, no, I was going to get to it. So I think when it comes to, what you're seeing, I think there's a couple of ways that the Bears as a whole were exposed against the Packers. You don't have to call as many passing plays as they called in the first 2 drives, where they outnumbered the pass calls outnumbered the run calls, 4-1, 5-1. So they ran the ball 1 time in the first 2 drives against the Packers. They got a 5-yard rush, which I think is pretty good. And I know that the nature of any offensive coordinator worth his salt is to want to call varied plays. Number one, because it's going to keep the opponent having to commit to various parts of the field and various ideas. Maybe you have a spy on somebody, etc. It's good business. But when they've been running so well, and so much of their successful run game is also helping the passing game, and that is a part of the function of the Ben Johnson offense, I think that you can help him in more productive situations with the play calling being what it is. That said, I think part of the reason we're talking about the last play of the game as much as we are, for example, is because it was the same play as the prior week. So it would make sense that Green Bay studied that play during their tape study this week and during their practice and their film study. I trust Ben Johnson to run different plays as well. And I understand that's a way you might be teaching your team and thusly your quarterback. The biggest thing that I'm concerned about, too, is that part of his offense, a big part of it, is predicated on the screen game, which hasn't been there the past few weeks. So if that gets going, and that's a reasonable thing to want to get going, it's also what you study as far as the quarterback, if he's struggling, that will help Caleb Williams as well. You don't have to have a 300-yard game by throwing 300 yards in the air. You can have a 300-yard game by throwing 2 yards ahead to DJ Moore in the flat, and he can run for you. So I think, yes, has the improvement been where we wanted it to see? If that's your first test of the December look of this offense, is it good enough? No. But am I ready to say that this is the individual I'm going to get for the next 4 games? No.
Well, let's look at the specific thing you just brought up, the screen game, right? Over the course of the season, from start to now, Caleb Williams has been inefficient and inaccurate in getting a runner's ball on a screen.
I'm aware.
And so when we're talking about getting things better, I don't see what you're seeing that tells you that's going to improve based on the mechanical flaws that he has shown us in terms of the pedestrian throws that we've talked about. And that's kind of my point, is that the pedestrian is probably going to be off kilter for the rest of the season. I'm not saying he can't get a little bit better, but the lack of consistency, there's no evidence to show that he's going to get better at the pedestrian stuff without an off season of change. And that's what I'm talking about. The guys that we've talked to this week, they've kind of pointed to, you need an off season to fix that.
Let's listen to Tim Jenkins. He talked to us yesterday when discussing the mechanics that we saw that led to inconsistency.
You see it when he sails the ball. I'd tell you, you see 3 to 4 of them each week. Now, he's also, the thing is he also has enough arm talent where he can make biomechanic. You're not always going to be in a perfect biomechanic position in football. That's what I do love about quarterback play, right? Is you got to have like high-end pitching mechanics, right? High-end pitching biomechanics, but you have to do it with people trying to hit you. You know, there's a big debate. Everybody's like, what's harder to teach, pitchers or quarterbacks? And I would say, hey, pitchers, if the third base coach could hit you, but he can't, right? He's stuck out there. So it's, of course, playing quarterback because sometimes you're just in a compromised position. I'd say you get 3 to 4 every week. I think 2 of them come to bite him in the tail. And that's just, he's got to get it corrected. The easiest fix, like if you were working with a young guy, is to keep the back foot on the ground, right? Keep the back foot on the ground, rotate, because it's really hard. I mean, just while you guys are sitting, try to lock out your front, like try to put both your feet on the ground, try to lock out your left knee and then turn your right. Like that's like you can't do that biomechanically. Like, so to me, it's always easier to just keep that back foot engaged. Simultaneously, these elite throwers, these guys that can rotate, like they don't have to do that. Aaron Rodgers does a great job of both his feet are actually off the ground when he's throwing, right? But I do think there's a lot of little fixes he could make this offseason that will clean all this up. Because ultimately, we just need him to be able to hit his layups. We need him to be able to hit the big in cut instead of sail that one and then complete the one to commit, right? Like, we need him to hit both of those.
So listening to Tim Jenkins there, it kind of hones in on the specifics. And I'll give you an analogy of a basketball player. You ever seen a super athletic, like high school basketball player who can dunk on people and do all kinds of crazy stuff? But then you'll see when he's not able to dunk the basketball because physically he can't get high enough, he misses the layup. That's kind of where Caleb Williams is right now. He can make all the he could be in a dunk contest tomorrow. But as far as layup line, you worry, can he make the layup? And so far this season, we haven't seen enough evidence that he can make the layup. And just listening to how he's describing it, because he can do all the special Aaron Rodgers, like his idol, by the way, throws, but it's the very basic stuff that's really holding back this offense.
No, and I agree. I think one of the things that I talked about first that was an element of concern this season was please don't throw everything as a plus fastball. And in the past couple of games, we have finally seen that not happen. There has been more touch on passes. Passes of consequence, by the way, like third down passes, plays where you knew you needed to move the chains. So I think that because of that, you will see some adjustment here. I understand why footwork might not come as easily. That makes sense. I tend to, if you go through the mechanics yourself and you footwork wise talk about what Tim Jenkins talks about, you could see why, especially for somebody who's not 6'2", who's not 6'4", why they would want to be on their front foot as much as possible, because it helps with seeing the field. So that, I think, is part of this as well, is are you willing to, I'm not saying he's on his tippy toes, but is it a situation where that just helps you stretch up a little bit more to see over the helmets, the hands, where your receiver needs to be?
Yeah, just like we're conscious of him getting balls batted down, he's conscious of it too, right? He wants to see better. He wants to avoid stuff, sidearm throw. There's so many different ways he can try to avoid that.
He's risk averse. But I think because of that, he's got to learn what he needs to do and what his levers are in the NFL. And I think not throwing a fastball all the time is a good indication that this is still something that we can see happen to an extent during the season. And I know Kurt Warner was something that you listened into keenly when he was on earlier this week with Spiegel and Holmes.
Yeah, the thing I loved about what Kurt was talking about is that he didn't necessarily have a problem with all the stuff Caleb was doing, but he said even the way the offense was going was maybe not what he wanted to see from Caleb.
Let's listen to Kurt Warner and what he had to say.
It's hard to really put your finger on what exactly it is. I don't think he's got, terrible technique that would lead him to miss a lot of throws, and again, there's always different nuances to the technique, but I'm just saying when you look at balance of his feet, you look at his shoulders, I don't think that's a big part of it. I think there's certain times where we've talked about him throwing the ball too hard, putting too much on the ball. And when that happens, you miss by a little bit, you miss. And other guys that have more touch on the football, there's more room for air, for adjustment with the guys on the other end. I think some of it, too, is getting comfortable with the timing element of the offense. And whether that's him getting comfortable with exactly how it's going to play out, or whether it's him getting comfortable with seeing the field, reading it, and being kind of ahead of the play. And what I mean by that is a quarterback, you kind of have to read and see ahead of the throw on what's going to be open. And if you're a little bit late on that, now all of a sudden you rush the entire process. You rush physically, you throw the ball a little bit harder than you want to. You're not quite ready to make a certain throw, and that can lead to some of the misses as well.
That's our segment, by the way, brought to you by almostfreeteeth.com. Save on dental implants today. This is Rahimi Harrison-Grody asking a question. We want to ask it of you, too. If Caleb Williams doesn't improve this season to the extent we've already seen, what is the Bears' ceiling?
Now, that's the interesting thing about this. I think Ben Johnson, as I've stated for weeks now, is so dynamic as a play caller, as a head coach, because that was what I wasn't sure about, right? Like, how good of a head coach will he be? We know he can draw it up and put it out there for his players to execute, but how good of a leader as a head coach can he be? Because those are different things. I think he's done a phenomenal job. That's why they're 9-4. But I think there's just a very slim margin of error. But I think this team could still win the NFC. I think that's how good they are as far as I see. That look you're giving me right now.
Because you're all over the place.
I'm not all over the place.
Make it make sense.
No, they have a smaller chance of doing it because Caleb Williams is not going to get where I was hopeful that he might get in 1 year. But they still have a chance. It's just the margin of error is so much thinner. It's just so much there. Like them going on the road to L.A. or Seattle, like I don't like their chances. Not that they can't win because, any given Sunday.
To win the NFC,
yes.
to beat the Rams and the Seahawks, you will have to have a game where your quarterback is the one getting it done for you.
Yes.
Can you say that based on what you just said?
No, I can't. But what I can say is if he doesn't make mistakes, that's part of the battle, right? If they attack, like, who was it that just beat the Rams? The Panthers? Get some interceptions, anything can happen, right? That's how they live, right? Off the takeaway. If the defense can get a hold, if Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards are back as your linebacking core when the playoffs start. These are all things that could happen, right? Reasonably.
Hold that thought. We have more to come on this segment. We want to ask you too. 312-644-6767. You're welcome to chime in via text, via call. Trying to keep you warm out here with the weather being what it is. So we want to know, what is the Bears ceiling if you think that Caleb Williams has reached at least his peak this season as far as development is concerned? This is Rahimi Harrison-Grody on 670 The Score. We broadcast live from the Scores Hyundai Studios, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers. When we have breaking news on the Score and we listen for it because the winter meetings are going on, it is brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. Our producers are Ray Diaz and Tyler Buterbot. Tyler with that great opening you heard earlier. Ray keeps us functioning as he tends to do. Brandon Fryer helps us out as well. And you can join us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. That is where our Twitch mob is hanging out. It's a show within a show, and it's always fun to listen to and read in this case. Our video team, Connor O'Donnell, Jacob Stutz, and Max Curtis, working hard for you. So we continue the conversation next.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on The Score.
Kurt Warner on the Bears.
I think they're continuing to convince people that it's a really good football team. They didn't just get lucky or Caleb pull out a couple late wins with a team that's not very good. I think they're convincing people that they're playing with the best teams in the league and they're competitive with the best teams in the league. And yes, they can improve and they can get better, but they're a formidable team right now.
The Spiegel and Holmes Show. Afternoons 2 to 6 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is sponsored by Duke's Mayonnaise.
This is the Duke's Country Song. It's a song about the best mayo. It has a yellow lid, and its full name is Duke's Mayonnaise. Get Duke's Mayo in store. It's got twang.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcast. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
See website for details. Bills Happen is not a lender and does not make credit decisions. Hey, bills happen! So when you need extra cash fast, go to billshappen.com. Have you been turned down? Are your credit cards maxed out? Do you have bad credit? Go to billshappen.com. You could find a lender and get up to $5,000 cash as early as tomorrow. Billshappen.com is safe, secure, and all online. Just remember, when you need cash, go to billshappen.com. Billshappen.com for the cash you need now. Billshappen.com.
Did you know you have the power to manage your energy? From usage alerts to energy saving programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
Don't live one more day with agonizing joint pain. QC Kinetics has solutions that will give you relief without steroids, harmful drugs, or surgery. The consultation is free. QCkinetics.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute paid for by NHTSA. Drunk driving changes your world. Drive sober or get pulled over. The Colts are scrambling to save their season, and their answer is a 44-year-old Phillip Rivers. Sure, you can't blame them for trying anything with their quarterbacks dropping like flies, but this move screams desperation. Rivers hasn't played since 2020. He's out of game shape. Instead of rescuing the Colts, this comeback could blow up on both Rivers and the team. I'm Maggie Gray.
More Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Rahimi, Harrison, Grody on 670 The Score, and we are asking the question of us, and we are asking the question of you. This is a theory that is a Marshall Harris production, and I think it's a fair question to ask. What is the Bears' ceiling if Caleb Williams doesn't show the improvement that you thought he might show this season? Like, if this is the end product, how do you feel about it? And I think with the important games that we have in the schedule coming up next, of course, there's a second game against Green Bay. There's Cleveland, Myles Garrett and the crew on Sunday. And then there's the 49ers and the Lions. So with that remaining set of games in this regular season, how do you feel? We're going to pick up where we left off, and we want you to join in too. 312-644-6767 is our number. You can call us and you can text us. And the reason we brought this up is because I know, Marshall, you had been asking some of our analysts about this just to kind of get a consortium, some sort of a package of data to figure out your thesis.
I want to make sure that everybody is where they need to be. I mean, let's be honest. There's 4 games left. We're in the fourth quarter of the season. We knew that this is when Ben Johnson thought that things would be getting better. And let's be honest, throughout the season, Caleb Williams' best quarter has been the fourth quarter. So I thought maybe in the fourth quarter of a season, he'd be doing bigger things. And I think their ceiling still remains very, very high. I just think the quarterback, specifically his ceiling, is limited, and Ben Johnson's going to have to work around that until at least he gets another offseason and is in year 2 of this system.
I appreciate 847's text. They say, I wasn't listening intently. It happens. Thank you for admitting it. Thought you asked, is this Caleb's ceiling, period? No, that is not the question. As in his career. No, that is not the question. Regarding the Bears' chances with Caleb's current performance, yes, they can win if they have 0 turnovers. But wait, is it 0 turnovers, or do they have to also take away to add to that?
Well, they were even in the turnover department on Sunday. You see how that game went, although it was down to the wire. But I think that's the easiest way for them to win, is to be plus on the takeaways and also have Caleb Williams playing near flawless ball, which majority of the time he's done, right?
Yes, we have a couple calls too, but I think before we get to the phones, and we definitely will in the next segment, so hang with us. I also think it's important to listen to our guys talk about this. Let's start with Patrick Manley, who was asked the question, what needs to be fixed on the offense? This was yesterday.
Just do the simple better. Get started by not making the little mistakes. And that's just get the game rolling that way. That's what I would like to see. And I also feel that way with Caleb. Do the simple better on 3rd and 5. Don't miss those little kind of layup shots to whoever's open. I think I heard you guys talking about missing some of the easy throws, and that to me is just do the simple better for Caleb as well. You really can't put that in this last game. I thought that was too, just the 3rd and 15s because of the penalties. But overall, when they start slow, it's them just not executing the little things, and that's coach speak. But they got to get everything right.
It is coach speak, but it's so true. It's so on point. And let's not forget, even though statistically it was 0 for 5 with just one run in the first 6 plays, Caleb Williams did run for a first down that got wiped out by a penalty. So it wasn't like there wasn't also an effort to run other than that one running play by a running back. They had a first down and, they went 3 and out twice in a row because it got wiped out by a holding penalty. These are things that you probably don't want to happen. You don't want you to have 4 penalties in the game and 2 of them come on your first 2 drives. That's not what you want. But in the same vein, so you're talking about doing the simple better early. One of the things I'm convinced now after listening to Ben Johnson after the game and then the day after the game, he was trying to establish a rhythm early for Caleb Williams. He is intent on doing that each and every game, and it comes out wonky with the 0 for 5 and the fact that he passed 5 times in the first 2 series to just one running play. It comes out wonky. But if you listen to what Ben Johnson had to say a day later, he even takes some of the accountability on trying to set that rhythm and not being able to do a good job. Listen to Ben.
Oh, we don't have it yet. Yeah, we're working on it.
Oh, sorry. That's
It's
my
okay.
fault. Thought it was there. So
you can read. You've got the quote in front of you, right?
I do have the quote in front of me.
Yeah, you can read it.
So asked about the overthrow to DJ Moore, which would have been a first down, and obviously DJ Moore is targeted 3 times, has 1 catch, -4 yards, gets blown up on another end around attempt. Not a great day for DJ.
And a screenplay. Yeah, I mean he was poor.
Yes.
DJ was mauled out there.
He was. It was good that he didn't do more. Like it's because if he had, come around and not gotten hit when he did, maybe they don't lose yardage on the screenplay. Just drop the ball at that point, But they were back there. They were on him. But he was asked about that early play where he sails the ball over DJ Moore's head on what would have been a first down. He said, on that particular play, I was good with the decision, talking about Caleb. We left it just a little bit high there early in the game. Something I've talked about over the last few weeks with Caleb is, man, how can I best serve him to get him in a rhythm early in games? So when we can, we have some strong starts to the first half. And when you're asking your first completion to be an 18-yard dagger route, that's not always the easiest thing, particularly in those elements on the road like that. So something that he's certainly capable of doing. He makes that throw all the time in practice, and yet we weren't able to do it there yesterday that early in the game. So that's it. So Ben Johnson saying maybe I could have gotten him an easier route to get him going.
Well, here's the thing. I will never forget when we saw, at the time, Luke Getsy go empty to start the game against the Vikings. Justin Fields is the quarterback. The fullback isn't even blocking. Instead, he's not even the hot read. He's the first read on a play empty against a blitz-happy Vikings team that absolutely crushed the Bears' offensive line at the time. And it was about one of the silliest calls I had seen. And if you want to go back and listen to that, I'm sure it's on our YouTube channel, YouTube 670 The Score. But I remember Matt Bowen saying, I don't mind the call because it's a fact-finding mission for the offensive coordinator. I think we knew the facts about the Bears offense, though. Like, you couldn't do that against that particular team and reasonably think it was going to be successful, especially on the first play of the damn game. In this case, I understand the concept of what Ben Johnson was trying to do. Let's see what the feel is regarding this team playing the Packers. Let's see what I can do with my passing game. So he wanted to try to establish it. I understand the thought process. Unfortunately, it didn't work. And I know that he says he didn't make any halftime adjustments. But they ran the ball more in the second half. And then we saw the play action passing game really get them back into it. The play action is, if you want to get right, the easiest way and the simplest way that we've seen, and unfortunately the way the defenses are also probably expecting it, is via the play action. But because they run the ball so well, that play action seems to always be working. But do you want to try some traditional 5-step drop, basic pass play? Maybe you are empty set, or maybe you are just in a more base offensive formation that doesn't require a lot of pre-snap motion, that may even not require being in shotgun or under center necessarily. Those simple pass plays that he talks about, I don't mind doing it at the beginning of the game. It was just, unfortunately, nothing seemed to hit in those first 2 drives except for that run play that got 5.
Well, it comes down to this, and it's such coach speak, but it does come down to execution, because you're talking about the fact that you didn't see enough running in the first half. Well, you know what? When you go 3 and out, you're going to run fewer plays. And when you run fewer plays, you're not going to see the extent of what the game plan is. You talk about scripted first 15. They were off that script pretty quickly, because after 2 3 and outs, you're making adjustment, because now we're in the game now. It's no longer you trying to establish something in the same way you do on a first drive. It's drive number 3, and Green Bay's got points on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's you're going to make adjustments during the game. That is true. But you still have a tried and true way of opening up your passing game. And I feel like they may have to go to that basic. That may be an example of the question you're asking about the Bears ceiling, if this is the finished product mechanically for Caleb Williams right now. And again, we want to see what you think. 312-644-6767. Let's go to a call real quick. Should we? We got a bunch of phone calls. We might as well. Let's go to James in Northbrook. James, you're on with Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score.
Hi, guys. First-time caller. Enjoy your show all the time.
What's up, James? Thanks for calling.
Basically, I'm a huge Bears fan, have been all my life. But, you guys are talking about Caleb Williams. An argument could be made that the Bears have won all these games, not because of Caleb Williams, but despite the Caleb Williams. I think Caleb Williams, if you look at his collegiate career, has been making splendid plays, but on a playground type of a football, not in a structured type of system, which Van Johnson has. Now, if you look at the last play of the Green Bay, that was execution. That was a lot of people. You could make an argument, why didn't they go for first down? But he was open. There was a player open. It's his lack of execution. Now, I think the Caleb Williams could improve, but the number of lack of execution that he makes throughout many games, even those games that we won, I don't know. Could maybe Tyson Bagent would have been better? We would never know. Would we have won more games? Would we have won that Green Bay had Tyson Bagent being a quarterback? Without his, obviously he's not capable of making those splendid plays like Caleb does. There's no doubting the tools that the Caleb possesses, but I think Ben Johnson is, if you look at his character, you could read between the lines, is that there are times in which he is frustrated with Caleb Williams. He just doesn't say it. You could see it based on his character and how hyped up this guy is. Now, so I don't know. There's a lot of argument to be made is that Bears are winning despite Caleb Williams and not because of. But now when it comes to playoff football, you're right. You got to make a quarterback plays. Quarterback is the one who's going to lead the team to the playoff victory. Whether Caleb does it, I don't know. I'm very highly doubtful at this point of his career, right?
All right. Thank you for your call, James. I think
one call. That's all it took.
One call before Tyson Bagent is brought up. The spectacular plays you talk about, and this is of no offense to Tyson Bagent, he does not have the arm strength. He doesn't have the same arm strength. That doesn't mean he doesn't CrossFit his face off. We all know the man works, and he earned his position. But no, that is not the answer. I think the better point he was making lied in the fact that Ben Johnson did talk about, can you win with your passing game? I have not seen enough to say confidently that is an answer that works. But here's the thing. I think in the NFL, you need to run to win games. So I'm okay with it because that theory bears out more often than not.
I think seeing just how gassed the Green Bay Packers defense was at the end of that game. They were moving the ball down the field. They might come up with a stop here and there like they did on 3rd and 1, but overall, they were just moving at will down the field. That kind of sums it up. What you're saying, Layla, is that the running game is the most important thing as far as just controlling the line of scrimmage and then just having your quarterback make a play. And to that caller's, on the other side of that, Caleb is a reason why they've won a lot of these games because he's led big comebacks with spectacular throws as part of the big comebacks.
Well, that's it. And there's a reason we wanted to. I like it when we talk with people, not necessarily at them. So, yeah, for everybody complaining that we take calls, I don't know. We also listen to you. So there you go. 312-644-6767. More on the question, and we have a pretty hot phone bank here. So we will continue to delve into this. What is the Bears ceiling? Marshall asks if this is the stopped improvement arc for this season of Caleb Williams. The operative word being this season. There are 4 games left in the regular season. Let's discuss it. You've got Rahimi Harrison-Grody on the score.
Tomorrow and every Thursday, tune in at 5 p.m. for the 4 Winds Forecast with Dave Wanstead. Coach Wanstead will join the Spiegel and Holmes show to preview the weekend's games.
And for your chance to win a $200 gift card to 4 Winds Casino and Resort.
He's got the arm, he's got the intelligence, he's got the athletic ability.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Brought to you by 4 Winds Casino and Resort in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
Bank of America is the nation's leading business lender, and we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code CODE to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code CODE for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Honey, have you seen the winter forecast? Bitter cold, heavy snow. We have to plan a winter getaway.
I'll tell you what we're not doing, traveling abroad. Last time was a nightmare. Passports, flights, layovers, never again.
Perfect. I have the ideal solution. We stay in country and soak up the sun in a truly grand destination. Fairhope, Alabama. The legendary Grand Hotel Golf Resort and Spa Autograph Collection. 2 championship golf courses on the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. A world-class spa, pools, tennis, pickleball, croquet, fine dining, and endless activities for the kids. Plus 2-for-1 golf this January and February.
I'm not driving to Alabama.
Relax. There are daily nonstop flights to Pensacola. Just 2.5 hours in the air.
Wow, really? So, golf, spa, and sunshine, and no passports required?
Nope. The Grand Hotel in Fairhope.
Since 1847, the Grand has been an icon on the Gulf Coast. This winter, stay in the country and vacation in grand style. Visit grand1847.com. That's grand1847.com.
This is for all of my listeners who are struggling with hair loss. I'm sure you've tried the lotions, pills, creams, and potions. With so many options and doctors out there, who are you going to trust? What's really going to grow your hair back? The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair is an incredible breakthrough. Receding hairline, thinning hair, bald spots. Advanced Hair offers a simple, quick, one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And get this, Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow. It works for men and women across all ages, and Advanced Hair comes highly guaranteed to everyone. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. And don't forget to ask about that guarantee. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or for the incredible before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score, and we began our show asking the question, if this is as good as it gets mechanically for Caleb Williams, what is the Bears ceiling this season? This season.
You know what that sound is?
No.
It's cooking, because folks got ideas and thoughts about this particular topic.
They do. The phone lines are hot. 312-644-6767. Let's go to Sean on the west side. Sean, you're on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody.
Good morning, guys. How are you guys doing today?
Good. Well. How are you?
I'm great. So I want to start by saying I think he's a poor man's Baker Mayfield at the moment. I gotta put emphasis on it. He's a poor man's Baker Mayfield at the moment.
What does that mean?
Meaning, you know how Baker get out, scramble, make these spectacular plays with his feet, or he might throw it down the field. Like, you know how Baker is. That's Caleb. So let it soak in. Think about it. Think about Baker in the beginning of the season. Think about where he is right now, right? And I think Caleb, and I'm getting to my point, if Caleb play like the beginning of the season, Baker Mayfield, who was almost in the MVP category before he just fell off a cliff, but we know he got a lot of injured players and stuff. If he play like that, it's Super Bowl.
Okay, I think you're not the first person to have made the Baker Mayfield comp, Sean. We thank you for calling. But the idea that that's all it's going to be, or at least this season, or Baker Mayfield, he said poor man's Baker Mayfield at the moment?
That's what got me. It wasn't the Baker Mayfield comp in itself, but when you say poor man's Baker Mayfield, I'm wondering what is it that Caleb's doing that makes you think he's a poor man's version of him?
There was a game this season where Baker Mayfield threw for 41 yards total. Now, granted, it was against the Rams, but I get the inconsistency with Baker Mayfield. I get why maybe there's a connection there. I do not think they are the same. Just because they're both good at rolling out and that helps them see the field better or something along those lines does not mean But there was, I mean, at the beginning of the year when they came out winning 3 straight, he's right about people being hot on Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, the irony of that, the winning 3 straight, he threw 3 total touchdowns over those 3 games. You know?
Like I said, running the ball is your best friend.
Or excuse me, I'm sorry, 6. I was looking at the wrong end of that schedule.
Yeah, it was 3 against Atlanta, 2 against Houston, and 1 against the Jets.
I just...
But
Baker Mayfield's been in the league how long?
They had a brutal stretch, though, where they had to play in this order: New England, Buffalo, and then the Rams. Woof.
Baker Mayfield's been playing quarterback since 2018. That's why the comparisons don't hit, because we're talking about a guy in the first year of an offense.
It's also why I don't like to make comps, because I'm like, this is what's happening right now. I'll compare one game to another, but I don't like comparing somebody necessarily to another individual. Maybe the arc, maybe the improvement arc, but no, not necessarily in this case. We continue on the phones. Let's go to Nick in Bridgeport. Nick, you're on Rahimi Harrison Grody.
Hey, Layla, Marshall. Love your show. Always listen while I'm driving around doing my job.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Watching more football now because, the Bears are in it. I've been a Bears fan for a long time, but when they're kind of having bad seasons, you really don't watch much of any other games. I would say right now there's only 2 quarterbacks that I've watched so far, maybe Drake May and the Buffalo quarterback, that I would take over Caleb Williams right now.
Josh Allen.
I think the problem, Josh Allen. I think the problem, and the Packers is a great example. The Bears' offense just starts too slow. I think Caleb is a point guard that loves to push the ball up the court, and it seems like Ben Johnson kind of loosens up Caleb Williams in the second half. Just your thoughts. You think maybe the 2-minute offense to start the game might get Caleb in a better rhythm? The defenses that they play in the second half are exhausted because of how much he moves around. What are your thoughts about maybe going to a little quicker pace earlier in the game?
Well, first of all, Nick, I would like to thank you for being a safe driver because I heard your blinker was on. Secondly, I don't hate the idea.
I don't hate the idea either.
This is a fun idea.
I think Nick is on to something here. And I'll say this because we've seen games in which they have switched to a no-huddle or a tempo offense in order to get some rhythm going, whether that's keeping a team's defensive unit as is on the field or it's getting Caleb and the offense in a better rhythm. Now we talk about how he has improved from start of the season to now, and Anthony Herron talked about this with us in terms of all the mental stuff has caught up to where it needs to be, and now it's the physical that he's working on improving because he's got command of his team going to the line of scrimmage.
Well, and he likes playing in that pace.
Right.
Like, he's good at playing in that pace. It felt like the hurry-up offense against the Vikings to start the season. I felt like that was the pace they were playing with. I think that was something that was ingrained into QB's head, like, you are not getting sacked on this drive. I don't care how it happens. I feel like we've passed that, which is another reason why I think the improvement isn't over with yet this year. That's another example. I mentioned the fastballs. He doesn't throw as many anymore in certain situations. I would also like to say the sack avoidance has just been massive. He's naturally not a guy who likes to throw interceptions. I think that has to be coached out a little bit. Like, he does have to throw more of the balls where it's like, you need to learn that you can throw that ball, and it might not end up in INT. It might just end up incomplete. But I think that's the concept of running no huddle to start the game is avant-garde enough to make Ben Johnson interested, and then good enough to say that would help punch him in the mouth, I think, to begin a game. And you know what? Detroit loved when Ben Johnson was offensive coordinator. Detroit loved to do some ballsy, can I say that on the air?
Yeah, what do you mean?
Okay,
Yeah.
some ballsy, like trick play to start a game. Like, they were the dudes who'd be like, okay, yeah, cool, hook and lateral.
Okay,
You know, like, they would do that kind of stuff to begin a game and punch somebody in the mouth.
I'll say this specifically to what you're talking about. Love the idea. Don't do it this week. Wait till they play the Packers again. Don't waste that type of surprise element on the Browns. Just beat the Browns. Just straight up, just smack the Browns
Well,
around.
if you want to straight up beat the Browns, I'm running the ball as much as possible.
I am not opposed to that plan of attack.
And then if I need to use the play action and have a rollout or two, because Myles Garrett likes to chase people down, then I'm going to do it. And I'm sorry if the plan looks similar to last week or the week before.
I'll say this. Run the ball, kill them with explosives. That's your game plan against this. It should be your game plan every week, but specifically against the Cleveland Browns, a team that you should be able to overmatch both offensively and defensively. Just do it.
773 says, what's better for the Bears, a Lions loss or a Rams loss? Lions. Always go with division first, then kick it out, even though
I disagree.
They're threatening.
I would say the Rams, because if you want to win the NFC as far as have a chance at the number 1 seed, you need the Rams to get knocked off a peg. You don't play them head-to-head. You play the...
You don't play the Rams head-to-head, but if it's a loss to another NFC team, like, say, the Lions... the Seahawks, no, I think it's still the Lions.
You just beat the Lions straight up yourself. It's in your hands. That's something you can control. Let the Lions do whatever they do, and then you put them down at the end of the season.
I'll have the Rams beat the Lions. Thank you. Like if the Rams stay where they are in the NFC, I don't think it's hurting you particularly.
Okay, so you're
hurting your chances in the division.
Waving the white flag on the NFC. Got it. On number 1 seed, waving the white flag.
Yeah, waving the white flag. Does that mean that I had a flag to begin with?
Yes, you have a flag. Yeah. You're a game out.
Yeah, I think you and I think about these things differently at times, and that's probably a good example. Thanks again to everybody who called. I'm sorry we didn't get to everyone's calls, and you can always text us and chime in on the Meatball Machine, too. Leave a voice message on the app. You can see that on the Odyssey app, and that way you can leave your opinion, and we will revisit it. We've got, I think, 2 more days of show before the Cleveland Browns game, so we can bring it up again and just revisit that idea.
What are you saying the ceiling? Sorry, what are you saying the ceiling is again? I don't think I ever got your answer on the ceiling.
Well, I don't think that he's done improving. I think that this is a playoff team. I think they can get to 11 wins.
Okay, I think they can do that too.
But I also want to take care of division first. That's always how I believe. A division loss is better than anything else.
Oh, no. I just meant like if he doesn't improve, what do you think their ceiling is, the Bears? If this is the Caleb you're getting for the rest of the season?
I don't think it's the Caleb I'm getting.
I know that, but if it is, what would you say their ceiling is?
I still think it's probably 11 wins because running the ball wins in the National Football League.
Okay, yeah. I think we're on the same page there. I just when I was saying ceiling, I meant like how far can they go?
Yeah.
Like what can they do when they get to the playoffs? Because we're on the same page on playoff. They're a team that looks like they're headed to the playoffs.
Well, but Ben Johnson said it too. They don't have enough wins yet. So that's why I'm like, division opponents keep losing. Bears beat Cleveland, which isn't exactly as easy as you may have made it out to be. Let's discuss it with our next guest on Rahimi Harrison Grody. Mike Florio will join us. Mike of Pro Football Talk. So that's coming up next. We'll get the latest NFL news from him and talk about something that I think we need to prepare ourselves for because it hasn't happened in a long time in the NFL. That's next.
Bears fans, Caleb Williams and company return to Soldier Field to take on the Browns. Can the Bears return to the win column and keep pace in a tight NFC playoff race? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Browns right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
Hi, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 up and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for
2025.
Kohl's Customer Appreciation Event is here, right in time for the gift exchange. Even though everyone pretends gifting isn't a competition, it kinda is. At Kohl's, save on gifts everyone will fight over. From sweaters and flannels to air fryers, toaster ovens, and more. Because deep down, the gift exchange isn't just about giving. It's also about winning. Shop Kohl's and save on top gifts now. Select styles, some exclusions apply. Offers end December 14th. See store or kohls.com for details.
For 75 years, one Chicago family has helped families across generations celebrate the season with something meaningful and remembered.
I'm constantly meeting people that my dad or my grandparents have taken care of over the years, and it's so special to hear those stories so many generations in between.
It's one thing to have a name over a door that has existed for 75 years, but to be owned and operated by the same family for 75 years is something that is very powerful and unique.
This season, discover gifts chosen by a family that thoughtfully selects every collection for its craftsmanship, quality, and lasting value. Whether it's an engagement, anniversary, or holiday gift, there's always something special at Rasney's. 3 generations, one Chicago family. 75 years of celebrating moments that matter most. Rasney Jewelers, Suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago Oak Street. And always at rasney.com.
Pain has a way of stealing the moments that matter most, especially during the holidays. It's not just your knees, your back, or your shoulder. It's time with family and friends. But 2026, that could all change when your body remembers how to heal. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and her team at QC Kinetics here in Chicago believe relief doesn't have to come from surgery or pain pills. They use your body's own natural healing abilities to repair and restore what's been lost. It's your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. It's time to take that first step, literally, to walk and dance and enjoy the holidays without pain. With QC Kinetics, healing is within reach, easy with weekend appointments. Schedule your free consultation. Now's a great time to use your HSA and FSA for treatments. Call 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right.
Y'all gotta try that Febreze car.
Just right, just right, just right, yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistency, all over Febreze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Temperatures falling throughout the afternoon, and with a wintry mix of precipitation, roads and sidewalks could be slick.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is sponsored by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Affordable implants, life-changing smiles.
Ladies and gentlemen, joining us now is a man who's got a massive brain.
Mike Florio.
He used to be a lawyer, then he decided to take his talents to the internet.
NBC Sports.
I'm sorry I'm late. I was talking to Robert Kraft. That isn't the time for an airing of grievances.
Pro Football Talk.
I got a lot of problems with you people. Now, you're going to hear about it.
On Chicago Sports Radio, 670 The Score.
We love talking to Mike Florio. He is the man who has his finger on the pulse of the NFL and its news, more so than anybody else. You don't believe me? Well, check this out. We're about to talk to him, and I know we're going to have a lot of NFL news to discuss.
So much.
He is the creator and editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk. He is at Pro Football Talk on X. It is the same on Blue Sky. And he joins us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago670 The Score. How are you, Mike?
Good. You just caused me to plunge into an existential crisis. My only contribution to society of any kind is that I have established and maintained a repository of all the latest things happening in professional football.
That's not true. Just look at your background. Everybody on Twitch always asks what your progress is on the Lego Fire. It's the Ghostbusters house, right?
That's true.
Yeah, that's just like looking at your background. That's not even including your actual life. And aren't you an accomplished author of many books?
Accomplished is subjective. Many is objective. Yes, I've got a logjam of like 6 manuscripts I'm trying to figure out what to do with. 4 are out there. There's a Christmas book. It's actually, despite the fact that I wrote it, it's actually a very good Christmas book. It's called On Our Way Home. You can get it on Amazon for 99 cents in ebook form. But yeah, I don't know. It's just 25 years of the lather, rinse, repeat of the daily NFL cycle. The way you said it, it made me question my life choices.
No, I mean, I have that effect on people. I get that. But I will also point out that you have a law degree, do you not? This seems like a lot of accomplishments for somebody who might have an existential crisis.
I do not miss practicing law. That is a certainty. It's been 16 years. I've told my wife I'd take a job up the road at Wendy's before I'd go back to practicing law again, and I mean that.
So here's the thing, Mike. You're trying to act like you're not a modern day Renaissance man, but the evidence, as Layla points out, is to the contrary. Might I also add, you're a man for all generations, because the things you're talking about apply more to maybe anywhere from the millennial all the way back to the boomers. But then you've got the new Gen Z, Gen Alpha. You're on TikTok authoring up other things on social media as well. So we're not standing for any of this self-slander right now.
And he dances.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
I did mouth the queen mother of dirty words, the 4-syllable that starts with mother. That wasn't received well here at the world headquarters of PFT, but oh well. That's the lyric. I had to use it.
I love that for you. Here's the lyric I care about right now. Anything referencing old people, because the olds are taking over. Because Philip Rivers, just under an hour ago, we were told. What's that?
Philip Rivers isn't old.
Yes, he's football old.
He's not old.
He's a grandfather. He's a literal. He has a grandson. The man has a grandson, and Shane Steichen just said, regardless of Riley Leonard being ready to play, Philip Rivers might still get the start on Sunday.
The sad part is I had a driver's license by the time Philip Rivers was born 44 years ago, as of 2 days ago. When I look at the big picture here, I criticized the Colts late Monday night into Tuesday morning for not having a better plan in place for the potentially inevitable Daniel Jones injury, because he's had multiple serious injuries in the past. Once they lost Anthony Richardson in a freak accident with an exercise band that was defective, and he suffered a fractured orbital bone, that was week 6. They had 22 days to trade for a veteran backup for anyone other than Riley Leonard and Brett Rippon as the understudies to Daniel Jones. I think, given the timeline, the way this unfolded, I think all along the plan was, hey, if we lose Daniel Jones, we're calling Philip Rivers, and Rivers is going to say yes. And I mean, it happened, boom, by Monday night, and he worked out Monday night. He's been in touch with Shane Steichen. They've known each other for nearly 15 years, worked together with the Chargers when they were in San Diego, for crying out loud. This thing was locked and loaded and ready to go, and we're going to find out. I said earlier today, it's like going to see a movie that you expect to be bad, but you're still going just in case it ends up being good. Who knows what Philip Rivers can do? And the other reality, too, is they could have Peyton Manning in his prime, and it may not matter for Indy because they got the Seahawks, the 49ers, the Jaguars, and the Texans to end the season. They started 7-1. They're 8-5. They could be the 6th team since the merger to start 7-1 or better in the first 8 games and miss the playoffs.
Isn't that most movies, though,
That's
today?
most movies Marshall watches.
Yeah,
the light that went on when
I don't
you said
expect
that.
it to be good, but I'm going to go see it anyway, Mike, because what if it's good and I can see it in the theater?
The problem is, like every movie I'm ever excited to see, that's the kiss of death, because there's never been a movie that I was excited to go see that lived up to the expectation. The best movies are the ones where it's like, oh, I've heard of this. Okay, there's nothing else to watch. Let's watch it. And then it ends up being awesome.
Are you talking about that Many Saints of Newark movie? The
that
Sopranos
that was
prequel.
horrible. That was horrible. It started for me with, hey,
Why did I know?
but it started for me back with the original Batman with Michael Keaton and Jack Nicholson. I remember being so stoked to go see that movie. I was like 24 at the time. And the whole time I'm like, is this it? Is this it? Like, is this good? Am I supposed to tell myself this is good so I don't feel like an idiot for expecting it to be good? But every time since then, there's a movie I'm excited about. It's just, 2 thumbs down.
All right, we may disagree on that one because I did think that was a
But
great
think about how
movie.
old you were when it came out. That's the thing.
Well, I didn't watch it when it came out. I was not old enough for that. But yeah, so
Did you ever dance with the devil in the pale moonlight is one of the dumbest lines I've ever heard uttered in any American film.
But the scene where Jack Nicholson says, "Gentlemen, let's open our minds, shall we?" And then the boombox hits and he plays Party Man and wrecks all the art. That's what I'm here
Where
for.
does he get those wonderful toys?
I will say this. The soundtrack from Prince is awesome. And I'm not aware of another disconnect between such a great soundtrack and such a movie that failed to live up to what I expected. But I had it built up into like this awesome thing because I was a big Batman fan when I was a kid. And I always resented the Superman movies. Like, when are they going to make a Batman movie? Who cares about Superman? They finally make a Batman movie and it's...
I present Hackers and The Crow, but that's another conversation for another day. When it comes to something, I think, Mike, I actually think I tapped into something about your potential existential crisis that would happen earlier, because there could very well be, I don't know if it's the end of a dynasty. I don't know if it's the eventual decline. But when I saw the headline in Pro Football Talk that there's a mathematical possibility that the Chiefs could be eliminated from playoff contention on Sunday, that's the kind of existential thing that I think the NFL might realize, and the standings even bear it out right now, that there truly is a changing of the guard that is taking place.
It occurred to me yesterday, the Chiefs are that friend that you can always rely on to show up. And your friend was supposed to show up at the bar or wherever you would be meeting your friend at 10 o'clock. And it's now 1 a.m. And you're trying to decide whether or not you should just leave. Jim's not coming. Jim never has failed to show up. Tonight, Jim's not coming. And the concern I have is if you leave, that's when Jim's going to show up. So until, and I know it's playoff percentage season and everyone wants to tell us all these different numbers, and my response is, can we just watch the games, please? But until it goes to 0, no chance, no way, no how, I'm not going to believe it's over for the Chiefs, because I feel like we're being set up. Like, this is all part of the elaborate, we've done it every other way possible. Let's do this. Here's our idea. Here's our Don Draper pitch. Let's make everyone think we're dead. And then we're going to come back and we're going to take it.
You know what's funny about that? I have a friend. Layla knows my friend. His name is Ife. He shows up 2 to 3 hours late, whatever we're supposed to be doing.
I didn't realize he was always late.
He's always late. And so I completely identify with Ife being the Chiefs of my life. So I understand that. He shows up. He's just never, ever, ever anywhere close to being on time. Speaking of being on time, I don't know why Layla's cracking up at that specifically, Mike.
Because I know him.
But I'm looking at this NFC playoff picture, and I think we're at the point where we can start denoting contenders versus pretenders. Do you feel like we're there yet? Like, do you feel like you have your short list for Super Bowl now that we're over 3/4 of the way through the season?
Yes, but the reality is things change and momentum can be very fleeting and you can peak too soon. Everything's working now for the Seahawks. Right now, the Seahawks would be the most dangerous team if the postseason began today, but it doesn't. They've got to hold whatever magic they've found in the past few weeks together. And Sam Darnold needs to not have the chariot turn into a pumpkin in a big game. Oh, and a big game's coming up in 8 days when the Seahawks host the Rams for likely the division title, possibly the number 1 seed in the NFC. But the Seahawks have just been dismantling teams lately. They shut out the Vikings. They blew out the Falcons. They haven't given up a touchdown the last 2 games. And they get old man Rivers on Sunday if he ends up starting. So, they're in a position where they can really get hot going into this Rams game, but it's going to come down to whether or not Darnold can finally deliver when the lights are shining the brightest. But I like what the Seahawks are doing. And in the AFC, we've got a graphic of the teams and their playoff positioning, and we use it on PFT Live. Bo Nix is on one side and Drake May's on the other. And I said to Chris Sims on Monday, who would have dreamed a year ago that we'd be heading into the home stretch of the 2025 season and Drake May and Bo Nix would be riding 10-game winning streaks, and their two teams would be the best two teams in a conference that has the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, the Bills and Josh Allen, the Ravens and Lamar Jackson. It's just amazing what's happened in 1 year. And this is the kind of year that just helps the NFL in its annual effort to sell hope to every team, every fan base. That's what it's all about. Plausible hope to any team that, you know what, a turnaround, a dramatic turnaround is always just potentially right around the corner.
Well, and it's funny because I think it's yet again more evidence and perhaps another plank in the platform that Sean Payton very well could end up getting named the coach of the year when you consider what you just said, Mike.
Yeah, I say this about all of the awards. You know, we talk about them because we need to have things to talk about from basically week 4 on. Once week 18 comes and goes, the votes are due 3 days after that. Once the dust settles and we see who's got the 1 seed, if the Broncos have the 1 seed, Sean Payton's case is stronger. Mike Vrabel's case is weaker. Who has the 1 seed in the NFC? If it's the Seahawks, Mike McDonald has a stronger case. The betting odds are instructive, but they're hardly dispositive. And it's a snapshot of where it is now and where people project it to go. Once the season ends, the debates become a lot cleaner because there's something that is finite and clear and permanent about seeing where the teams finish. That helps us better prioritize Coach of the Year, MVP, etc.
Mike Florio joins us as he does each and every week, and we are delighted by his presence here on Rahimi Harrison Grody. He is the creator and editor-in-chief of Pro Football Talk. All right, Mike, the Bears have the Browns up next. One, you cannot convince me that Cleveland was not tanking with their decision of what to do for that 2-point conversion. And are you surprised that they have seemingly perhaps a quarterback of the future in Shedeur Sanders that they got so late in the draft?
Interesting question on whether or not they deliberately lost that game. Look, the Browns have been big picture tanking in recent years. They had incentive programs for coaches and front office people based on stockpiling draft picks, based on carrying over cap space. That's low-key tanking because it makes your current team worse. So you get yourself into a situation where at the end of the day, this win isn't going to matter. It's not going to change a thing. The loss gets us a little higher in round 1 next year and in the rest of the rounds with their original picks. But with the Shedeur situation, it's very simple to me. They need data. They need evidence. They need to come to the conclusion at the end of the season whether or not Shedeur is good enough to compete to be the starter next year or whether they use one of the 2 first-round picks. And it's commonly believed one of those 2 first-round picks, because they have the Jaguars from the Travis Hunter trade. Do they use one of those on a quarterback, or can we use those picks elsewhere, not on the quarterback position? Is there a chance that Shedeur can be the guy? And even though they lost the game, you know, they've had this weird ambivalence about him. That went away after Sunday. He's the starter for the rest of the season. Let's see what he can do. And then going into next year, maybe you don't need to roll the dice on an unproven first-round commodity. Maybe you can let Shedeur Sanders and Deshaun Watson, I don't know, and Dylan Gabriel all compete. I don't know. But I don't think it's imperative that you draft a quarterback. They've had so many resources tied up in the failed Deshaun Watson trade, 3 first-round picks plus. This is a way to use those extra picks they have on another position and make your team better around the quarterback.
Our segment with Mike Florio is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Save on dental implants today. Mike, we're living in a world where the AFC South is interesting. I don't know that I am prepared for this as a human.
The Colts looked to be the runaway champions when they were 7-1. And then the Texans and the Jaguars. And the Jaguars became consistent. The Texans finally turned it around. I was looking at their schedule earlier today. Their first 3 losses were against very good teams, and each one was 1 score or closer. Then they started to win, and when they got to 3-5, something happened, and off they went. 5 straight wins, and the Texans have the kind of defense that can win the Super Bowl. The question is, do they have the offense that will get them there? Defense wins championships, but offense gets you in a position where you can let your defense win a championship. But what they did on Sunday in Kansas City was very significant. The question is, do they build on that, or do they have any type of a letdown? But, you know, the thing about, defense travels, defense is consistent, defense doesn't change because it's reaction. right? There aren't the same variables that you have trying to keep a good offense performing at a high level. The defense, you just turn them loose and let them do their thing, and they're going to create havoc, and they're going to make it harder for the other team to score points. So, the Texans and the Seahawks played earlier this year. Seattle won by 8 points. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Houston and Seattle in Santa Clara in February.
Wow. That's an amazing prediction, given everything the Texans have been through. I also just wanted to ask you this. You think Myles Garrett breaks the sack record this season?
Oh, I think he will. He only needs 3 at this point. I think it's just a matter of time before he gets that third or those next 3 sacks. The question is, how high does it go? How far does he put it out of reach for whoever wants to try and do it again? And I know one of the things we're going to hear now, TJ Watt got to 22.5 in a 17-game season, but anytime these single season records are in peril, there are folks who want to apply an asterisk and say, well, it was 17 games. Well, look, that happened when it went from 14 to 16. It happened when it went from 12 to 14. If they don't expand the season, then the single season records are going to reset at some point. That's just the way it is. But it would be nice if he gets there in fewer than 16. I think he will. But, does he get to 25, 26, 27? He's had 2 games where he had 5 and then he had 4. So you never know where that explosion is going to come from. He gets one more of those, he may put the thing out of reach forever.
You think he could do it this week?
I think you do it any week.
Oh.
I think he's got a 5-sack, 4-sack game in him any given week. You just never know when it's going to materialize. Now, is it going to be easy to chase down Caleb Williams? No. But there's just something about this ability of Myles Garrett to just slip into this crazy, today is the day that I'm going to get to the quarterback and I'm going to put him down. And the thing about sacks, there's an arbitrary quality to it. You get close. There's so many close sacks. It's so hard to finish the job. Everything has to line up just right, but he could get lucky. Things can line up. And, if they don't, now, maybe they'll hold him every single play like they did to Micah Parsons, and that'll slow him down. But I think Garrett's the kind of guy where even if you hold him, he's still going to bust through and do what he's trying to do.
That's Mike Florio. We enjoy talking to him every single week here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. As we mentioned, at Pro Football Talk on X and on Blue Sky. And yeah, Mike, you've got a couple books out. You got time to give him some pub really quick.
Yeah, hey, all my novels are available on Amazon for 99 cents. On Our Way Home is it's a really good Christmas ghost story that has messages I didn't intend to infuse into it when I wrote it, but when I finished it's like, you know what? This is actually pretty good, and I've gotten some great feedback where it's really affected people in a positive way, and it inspires some to repair broken relationships. That's one of the themes of the book. Number 1, repair broken relationships with the people who are closest to you while you have time, and be able to forgive yourself if for whatever reason the person with whom you had the broken relationship is passed on and you can no longer undo whatever damage you may blame yourself for. It's important to find a way to move on. That's just part of it, but I think it's an entertaining book. They're all entertaining, and I got 6 more coming. It's just a question of figuring out how to unleash them on an unsuspecting public.
Well, we'll help leash them. How's that? So, Mike, thanks as always.
Thanks, Mike.
Right, take care.
That's Mike Florio. We also want you to know that you can head out to Garfield's Beverage Warehouse in Norwich tomorrow from 5:30 to 7, and I will be there. You can register for your chance to win a pair of passes to attend Football After Dark with Noah Sewell at Moretti's in Edison Park on December 16th. It is all brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. We have to talk about the latest from the winter meetings here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. But in order to do so, I think it is important to go back to something that was said over the weekend right here on 670 The Score by Cubs president Crane Kenny. So we're going to do that next.
Coming up today on Spiegel and Holmes, it's Wednesday, and we here at Turn the Page Industries officially do it towards Cleveland. Teron Armstead, former NFL tackle and excellent podcaster, joins us as well. Mark Grody with the Bears hit at 5, and we'll check in down in Orlando at the winter meetings. It's Spiegel and Holmes on a Wednesday. What are you doing? Come hang out on 670 The Score.
And always live on the free Odyssey app.
This segment is brought to you by AlmostFreeTeeth.com. New teeth, new smile, new you. Why pay more? At AlmostFreeTeeth.com, you can save up to 95% on full mouth implants. A brand new smile is finally within reach. Visit AlmostFreeTeeth.com today.
Save big and everything, now at Menards. When updating your home with a fresh coat of paint, be sure to use Frog Tape Advanced. It's a premium multi-surface tape with a thin, strong paper backing, allowing you to tape around contours without tearing. Get a 45-yard roll on sale. for $8.99. Good through December 14th. View our entire selection of paint and accessories today on Menards.com. Plus our weekly flyer for more great deals happening now.
Warm season's greetings to you all from Menards.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This is a coordinated monthly test of the broadcast stations in your area. Equipment that can quickly warn you during emergencies is being tested. If this had been an actual emergency, official messages would have followed the alert tone. The Score serves the Northeast Illinois EAS local area. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
If you're purchasing a new home or refinancing your existing home, you need to call Team Hochberg, your trusted local lender. Tim called to consolidate his debt and was so happy with David's advice. He left this 5-star Google review. David personally called me regarding my finance inquiry. After discussing my situation, David determined I'd be better served securing a HELOC instead of refinancing. David then spent considerable time providing valuable guidance and referred me to KCT Credit Union for a HELOC. David's reputation on radio for genuinely helping others, even when there's no direct benefit to him, is well deserved, and I experienced firsthand. Thank you, David, for your time and integrity. David thanks Tim for his amazing review and strongly encourages everyone to read Team Hochberg's nearly 600 5-star reviews, Google reviews. David helped Tim and thousands of Score listeners, but he can't help you if you don't call 855-563-2843 or visit that website you know and love, 56david.com. That's 855-563-2843 or 56david.com, lower.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 1124061.
Don't live one more day with agonizing joint pain. QC Kinetics has solutions that will give you relief without steroids, harmful drugs, or surgery. The consultation is free. QCkinetics.com.
Did you know you have the power to manage your energy? From usage alerts to energy-saving programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The NFL might be eyeing Marcus Freeman, but Notre Dame needs to lock him down, and honestly, he should stay. He's 43-12, a title game coach, and the Irish are ready to pay him like one of the best in the country. But the real reason to stay? Next year's likely expanded playoff makes Notre Dame's path way easier. With the door about to swing wide open, Freeman is positioned to dominate. Leaving now would mean walking away just as the road to the college football playoff clears. I'm Maggie Gray.
This is
Rahimi Harrison Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
At Audie and Hearing, our mission is simple:
to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Rahimi Harrison Grody, middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
The winter meetings are here, and all I've seen happen is Kyle Schwarber stayed with his team, and Edwin Diaz, because he's a successful reliever, is now a Dodger.
Is that the formula? If you're a successful reliever, come over here. We'll make you rich.
Yeah, pretty much.
And you'll probably win a title.
$23 million a year is the reported case for Edwin Diaz. That happened yesterday. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. And then this news just came out from MLB Network. So this is Kevin Acee, the longtime writer for the San Diego Union Tribune. This is what piqued my interest, and this happened just a couple minutes ago. The Padres are fielding calls on virtually every one of their healthy back-end relievers. Mason Miller, Adrian Morejon, Jeremiah Estrada, and David Morgan. Hey! Those four, plus Jason Adam, who is expected to be able to pitch off of a mound again sometime. Oh, I just went to the video. Sometime during spring training after his September surgery to repair a quad tendon tear, comprised the core of what was Major League Baseball's top bullpen for most of 2025. Okay. If you can get any one of those dudes, don't you have to try? I mean, I also said the Cubs should try to get Kyle Schwarber. The Pirates did. But if they're serious about this whole we want to improve pitching thing, and I understand they just got Phil Maton, but Mason Miller might be available, go get him.
Okay.
At least get him out of the NL West.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news or try to dampen
Or
spirits.
obvious news.
Well, one of the things I've been trying to determine since the season ended, how much value do the members of the Cubs farm system have in the eyes of other teams? And I'm really going in circles in trying to figure this out.
How tradable are the tradable prospects?
Right.
Like when you gave up Cam Smith, and then you also had to give up two big league talents in Isaac Paredes and Hayden Wisniewski, for example, to get 1 year of Kyle Tucker.
And so when you get excited about somebody like Mason Miller becoming available, the first question is, are you willing to part with guys? The second question is, do they want your guys over other teams' guys? And I think that's the part I'm stuck on, because I think the Cubs obviously should be interested in Mason Miller or some of those other relievers you were talking about, with Mason Miller being the headliner. But the question becomes, are you willing to give up what teams want? Because you go back to last year at the trade deadline, and obviously they were not parting with Cade Horton, who was kind of the centerpiece of a lot of the deals where people are like, yeah, we'll give you a pitching. We want that young prospect, the guy who's about to help you win, a wild card spot.
That's table stakes. If there's somebody that you want, the first thing you do is you're going to get the retort of, okay, here's your best young player under control. Like, that's just how it goes. But this plus Dylan Cease leaving, San Diego is making some major changes right now. As we know, reported ownership changes might be afoot as well. So this really just solidifies it for me. I feel like, I guess they think perhaps, at least on the pitching side of things, their window closed, or maybe they have to free up some money. Now, they traded for Miller. A lot of these guys are still on early deals in their careers. But I don't know, man. Either they're trying to shore up their farm system. Like, there's some reason for this plan taking place. It just makes me wonder who else is available. If you're willing to give up the bullpen like that, who else is possibly up for grabs that we might not be considering? But after seeing what Mason Miller did in that wild card series, you want to talk about a playoff confident, that's the guy you need in the playoffs type of reliever, like where you're not stressing out about your bullpen as much. Man, he's the one for me.
I'll say this, Layla, from a Padres point of view, with Dylan Cease leaving, and now knowing that you've just got one season before the purported work stoppage, wouldn't this be the time to load up on young players and be like, all right, we'll reset after, and like we'll do what we do with our superstars this season, the guys who are under contract, and see what we can get away with. But as far as reloading for post 2027, this does make a lot of sense from a Padres point of view.
815 says, honest question over the text line.
Uh-oh.
What makes you think the Cubs will even try? They are more than proven that they want a major league team on a minor league payroll. They will not spend even minimally. Not sure they still deserve the benefit of the doubt. Funny you should bring that up, because in case you missed it over the weekend, our friend David Haugh and our friend Bruce Levine host a little show called Inside the Clubhouse, not to be confused with Inside the Locker Room. That's a completely different show.
That's our show.
And it certainly doesn't have the theme song from Hit and Run. We would never. No. Anyway, so there's a show called Inside the Clubhouse. And Crane Kenny, the Cubs president of business operations, was on the show. And he did provide an answer when it came to what the budget is that the Cubs are working with.
The revenue line that I see used most often is pre-revenue sharing. So you guys know how revenue sharing works, but not everybody does. So every team gives about 48% of their revenue to the league, large markets and small. And then the league returns to each of the 30 teams in equal amounts. So if you're a large market, you obviously get back less than you put in, and you are a net payor. If you're a small market, you get back a lot more than you put in, and you're a net payee. And we're one of the largest payors in baseball. So when you see the gross revenue line, that's before revenue sharing. And then, like, even within a market, things are different based on how you own your ballpark. So we're one of 5 teams that own their stadium. So we wouldn't trade for anything, the honor of owning Wrigley Field, but with it comes the obligation to maintain it. Another example on the White Sox, they rent their ballpark, and the landlord pays the majority of CapEx. So these are huge numbers. So put it this way, our CapEx for 26 will be more than our highest paid player. So again, wouldn't trade anything for the privilege of running Wrigley Field, but what we have to do to maintain our facility versus being in a rented facility is a substantial sum of money. The same thing's true with property taxes. So if you own your stadium, you get the honor of paying property taxes. If you're in a leased ballpark, like the White Sox, you don't, and that's also a huge number. And then there's amusement taxes that differ from market to market. So Chicago pays the highest amusement taxes in the country, as no surprise the way our taxes work here, at 12%. And we paid the most amusement taxes of all teams in baseball last year. L.A., Boston, San Francisco, all those markets, 0% amusement or sales tax on their tickets. So, I'm not saying one is right, one is wrong. I'm just saying when you look at gross revenue numbers before revenue sharing, before CapEx, before property taxes, before amusement, all that, you're not really seeing a real picture about what's available.
They can give us a real picture anytime they want. They can open up those books.
They could. And here's the other part of that. While Crane Kenny is correct, there's a couple of stipulations here. He's right. These are all levied in separate processes. New York City does not have a single separate entertainment tax. They also have a city tax that's in addition to a state tax. So admission charges to places of amusement, for example, are generally subject to the combined 8.875 sales tax. So that's 4% New York State, 4.5% New York City, and then a surcharge. So they get it in a different way that's more broad. We don't have a city tax. So yes, while that is true, there are different ways that this comes into play. Los Angeles has a city business tax for entertainment businesses, and it's based on production costs. Now, whether or not sports goes into that is a different story as well. So while what he says is correct, LA and New York, you still pay more tax.
You do.
You do. Now I'm saying that as a whole. But here's the other part of this. The reason the Cubs are proud to own Wrigley Field isn't just because of all the money they put into it. They put into it because it's good business. They eat what they kill. And they kill a lot. And I say that in a positive manner here.
And they seem to kill it every season.
And there's a reason why Jerry Reinsdorf, for example, wants a new ballpark and thinks that that is the only surefire way his team can make more money. It's because having the one like Wrigley will help you. So all of these things can be true. But one of the reasons I think David Haugh wanted to bring it up was because Jed Hoyer said we would understand what the budget is by this time, the winter meetings. I think the reason that there was even a delay was because the playoffs came into that. That should be part of your budget.
So extra revenue in the form of home playoff games for 2 rounds. Well, a complete series at your place, and then, of course, the back and forth going the distance against Milwaukee.
I also will just never forget when Theo left, the question that started to percolate around the Cubs beat reporters, which was, oh, well, what are the Cubs going to do with that money? You know, are they going to reinvest in the team? Like, does that go to another player? And when you're already asking that question, it kind of gives you an indication of how the money is not as free-flowing as we have seen many times, for example, from, say, the Dodgers, the Mets, the Phillies, or the Yankees. So I understand that is part of it. And he speaks the truth. Like, Cook County property tax bills came in late this year. It frustrated a lot of people in the city of Chicago. They didn't get their property tax bill until way late. People are trying to budget. That is a real thing that happened, and it deserves scrutiny. But when you bring it up, you also need to understand that you don't become billionaires like the Ricketts did without knowing what good business is. And they've done that for a long time.
My question is, do you believe that the owners of other teams who stay up in that luxury tax don't know how to run a good business? Because I refuse to believe that. When you look at the assortment of teams, and there's a number of them that live in the luxury tax area.
And they don't care. The Dodgers are one of them. And do you know what one of the biggest stipulations for the sale of the Dodgers was? One of the biggest sticking points was the quality of the real estate at Chavez Ravine because of the ballpark and the parking lots. You want to own it if you can.
And the Cubs do. And so now I'm just wondering, as we will eventually get word, and here's how we'll get word. We'll get word by whatever their final payroll looks like going into 2026. There'll come a time where they say, we do have a little bit of money if we want to do something at the trade deadline. Although that should be less of a thing now based on what they said about last year's trade deadline.
Well, my bigger concern is if you don't want to defer money like a lot of these other teams are willing to do, including the Toronto Blue Jays, to get stars, then the market is passing you by. But my question then becomes, why are you not willing to do it? What is going on financially where that's such a concern of yours as a team? I understand that Jason Hayward's money was deferred to an extent, and so was John Lester. Okay? Those were 2 people on a $214 million payroll who also helped you win a World Series. Period. Paragraph. They did. Jason Hayward's career WAR before he got signed here was 5+. That's partially why Theo Epstein wanted him, because when you have 3 position players of a 5 WAR or higher for their careers, not just 1 year, for their careers, I'm going to make that very clear. That was a surefire formula to at least not only get you in the playoffs, but also likely win a World Series. He did it in Boston. So yeah, we can listen to all of this and we can understand what it means, and we know the cost that businesses bear paying taxes. But at the same time, this has been table stakes the entire time.
And yet we still wait and hope that things will get better from a production standpoint from whoever they decide to go out and spend money on.
You say you want to improve pitching, Jed Hoyer. You say you need to be creative. The best bullpen in baseball has just offered up their guys. Ante up.
I don't know that they have the horses to go get them.
Well, you want to get creative, you show me how. Coming up next on Rahimi Harrison Grody, it is halftime. I can't wait for this story as a woman in a male-dominated industry.
Well, you know, there's audacity, and it comes in no short supply, especially online, where for many, many years now, people have been trying to tell you how they, the average pedestrian male, can defeat a highly crafted and highly athletic woman at fill in the blank.
Oh, you mean like tennis, like with Billie Jean King?
That's a good example, but we have a more recent example, and it's not someone of Billie Jean King's stature who said, okay, fine, show up. Let's do it. The results are hilarious.
I love justice served cold and slushy from a sky spitting out sleet. Wait a second, that's just the weather outside. We'll talk about it next.
Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Always talking Chicago sports with you, the fan. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2.
Tony in Wonder Lake.
Today I had an opportunity to listen to you guys, and you're doing a fantastic job, of course.
Hi, Steve. You're on the score, and Rahimi, Harris, and Grody.
I love the show, guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Hi, Danny. You're on the score.
Love the show, guys. You guys doing an amazing job.
Thank you.
Tune in to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Middays, 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books for the BetMGM Network. We're heading to the ice tonight and taking the under 6.5 between the Rangers and the Blackhawks. Hawks have been in a drought offensively, only scoring 3 goals in their last 3, and the Rangers are an under team. They have hit the under in 5 straight games on the ice. So let's take the under 6.5 between the Rangers and the Blackhawks. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. And as always, please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/play.
Nugget bells, nuggets all the way.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison.
And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing them when we cut down the Christmas tree.
We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Hey, this is Coach Wanstead here. With the holiday season coming, that means extra time on your feet. I was kind of like the Grinch at Christmas. If you're living in pain, you owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet arch supports will help you. When I first tried on the arch supports, I could feel the difference right away in my balance, posture, and didn't have any discomfort. It's free to try. You'll work one-on-one with a Good Feet arch specialist and then pairs you with your own personalized arch support solution. If you're someone who's in pain, learning if Good Feet arch supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Get back to doing things that you love. Try for yourself and feel the difference. It all starts with one visit to your Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by the store nearest you, with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's your last chance to donate for 2025. Last chance! Donate now for a 2025 tax deduction.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside scoop on your home team before they take on their next opponent. Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
More Rahimi, Harris, and Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
This is the story of the one.
As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take DayQuil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the DayQuil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
What time is it? It's halftime.
It is halftime here on Rahimi Harris and Grody on 670 The Score. We spent the day asking the question, as it stands right now, this season, not in the future, not in the super future, not how you think it's going to go into perpetuity, but this season, as it stands, if this is Caleb Williams' ceiling this season, what is the Bears' ceiling? So we parse that through. Marshall thinks I've given up on the Bears winning the NFC. I'm sorry, I never thought they were going to win the NFC.
I love that
fun.
word.
It was hot while it lasted.
I love the word perpetuity. I just want to point that out. I love that word.
Into perpetuity.
Yes, it's a great word.
How do you feel about totality?
See how happy I was talking about perpetuity?
Listen, I don't mind all these people saying things. It's just that we're going to come back with other things and then point to scoreboards. You know, like that's how it goes.
Second half scoreboards, post All-Star break scoreboards, well, maybe postseason scoreboards.
Bingo. Like the results don't match the discussion, and that's the issue.
Man, you took my perpetuity thought and just said, how about this? And smashed it.
No, I mean, it's
in totality.
I just have we have different viewpoints, and that is the beauty of this program. We also listened to some calls, and it took us 10:35 for somebody to mention Tyson Bagent. I'm keeping track.
It was the first call, like second half first call.
I think it's just a stream of consciousness thing. You know, it's like how I say you have to get the crazy trade out of your head before you go to the realistic trade.
I wasn't ready. He wasn't ready.
I'm like, this might cover for Mason Miller. Okay, now that I've gotten that out of the way. And we talked about the Major League Baseball winter meetings and what Craig Kenny had to say about the team's revenue, because we're supposed to know the Cubs' budget right about now.
It's halftime.
Are you ready? Are you ready for an adventure? Who doesn't love a good online adventure, right? Like, you're just talking to people you don't know. You say crazy stuff. Sometimes you even get a response back.
Can you say that at this point on the Midday show?
Sure.
On the Score?
Sure.
Are we there yet?
Yeah.
Are we there yet?
At M. Harris on air. Give me your crazy thoughts. At M. Harris on air. Hit me up. Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, whatever.
You're wild for asking that question.
Dude, Ray knew exactly. Ray knew exactly what I was doing. There's a chance you do too, listener.
Let me start you off with this. Back in 2019, there was a poll. And in this poll, 12% of men stated they believed they could take a point off of Serena Williams in a tennis match. 2019. And I'm going to guess most of these men are not old enough to remember the whole Billie Jean King thing. And like tennis is one of those sports where if you're not good at tennis, you are going to get destroyed in such a ridiculous manner.
Tennis is one of those where the act itself of hitting the ball is understandable, but the strategy is not, and the failure is swift. Yeah, Bobby Riggs was the challenger of Billie Jean King.
So this marked a long line of things that people believe that they can do. A lot of times they are men. I will give you that.
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
I said a lot of times.
That? Well,
I'll give you that.
Where's my award?
Such as landing a plane with no training or killing large animals with their bare hands.
Or gorillas. There's the gorilla one,
too.
No,
at least 100 of them, though. 100.
Still no. I love you all, but still no.
So
you can't organize about a damn thing. You can't take on a gorilla.
We like to update this every once in a while. So we have this example of an online troll. His name is Anthony. He professed that there wasn't a single WNBA player he believed could beat him one-on-one in basketball. Now he's saying Caitlin Clark, Asia Wilson, you can go up and down the line, right? I mean, he said not a single WNBA player could beat him one-on-one.
I, for one, have never heard a man use all of women to make themselves feel better about their shortcomings.
So here's where things went wrong with Anthony. First of all, he sent out that tweet. Probably shouldn't have done that. Next up,
he doesn't care. This is every dude on Twitter now. It's like the Sad Boy Network on that app.
WNBA rookie.
Layla said this. Marshall said this. I didn't say these things, but I need to say that so I feel better about myself today.
Rookie Sarah Ashley Barker took him up on the challenge. Listen to what he was thinking in his confidence at the outset of this mission, if you will.
Like, I really don't think there's a single WNBA player who can beat me in basketball.
Okay. So you think you could beat her?
Oh yeah, definitely.
You don't think he stands a chance, huh?
No.
Is that before or after you land the plane?
You're fully confident solely because she's a woman. Yes. 100%. Let's find out.
It's the way he doubles down and sells it. Yes, I'm telling you this because, seriously, literally, your gender is going to be the deciding factor in whether I can beat you or not in this athletic contest.
Welcome to half of America. Gender decides everything for them.
Now, let me tell you about Sarah, okay? Sarah Ashley Barker was a college superstar for Georgia before transferring to her dad's alma mater, Alabama. Her dad, by the way, Jay Barker, former Alabama starting quarterback, where she was named first team All-SEC. Remember, she's a rookie. She's on the end of the bench for the Los Angeles Sparks. She's a 6-foot guard selected with the 9th overall pick in the 2025 draft.
So the 9th overall pick in the WNBA draft, just so we're all aware.
Now, she struggled as a rookie, scoring just 3.1 points per game to go along with 1.9 rebounds. But she did play in 34 of their 40-something games. Yeah. So she played a little bit.
So she averaged less than 4 points a game.
But she's at the end of the bench. I just want to point this out. She's not a mainstay. You know what happened next? This man, Anthony, got dusted 11-2. 11-2. That's not close.
So it wasn't quite the Celtics coaches versus the Celtics media.
You know what, though? She had very much a Joe Mazzulla vibe in her approach to this contest.
If you want to know what makes me laugh just randomly throughout my day, the story of that. But that's the point. He got dusted. How'd he get the 2?
I don't know,
but
here's what happened immediately following said contest, which you can go find on TikTok because it's up there, like the story of what happened. But here's what he had to say afterwards.
I need you to tell the camera that you're sorry to the WNBA and you're sorry to all the women.
I got nothing respect for the WNBA. They know what they're doing. They're the best at what they do. They deserve all the respect.
And I need to say something.
And thank you.
If you think I was hard, imagine my teammates who are literally the greatest of the greats.
Did you hear that man's voice? Did you hear the difference between Anthony at the beginning versus Anthony at the end?
Oh, my God.
See, it's the audacity coming out in voice form from one part of the TikTok to the other that gets me.
I got nothing but respect.
Let that be a lesson to all the foolish people out there that believe just because they are a man, they can defeat a woman who's been playing basketball all her life. What?
You think that's actually going to be a lesson in 2025 to those people?
Look, one man at a time, I guess. Anthony, congratulations on setting yourself up.
And if you're listening to this show, you're already a bit open-minded, whether or not you want to admit it.
That's
so
true.
You all don't even count. Just send it to your friends or something.
Sarah Ashley Barker, shout out to you for just, holding it down for the W.
Well, actually, and credit to him for actually at least A, going through with it, and then B, apologizing.
The only reason he went through with it is because he thought he was going to win. He really thought he was going to win.
You don't think he stands a chance, huh?
I got nothing respect.
Here's the problem is we can't do this in real life simulations for things other than, say, basketball. For example, somebody's going to die in the fight against the gorilla. Many people will die regarding a plane landing. So, we're running out of things where you can actually real-time try this.
Without endangering other people's lives.
Correct. That person isn't going to think he's going to die against the gorilla, and that dude's not going to think he's going to kill people trying to land a plane.
I'll push back on the gorillas. I think people understand some people will die. They just don't think it'll be them. It's 100 versus, I'll be the one that survived. That's the audacity even within it.
When I tell you that I am confident that 100 men would not organize, I am confident.
You might have a point.
I would bet good money on it but we're not going to simulate it because I don't want people to die.
Okay, that's fair.
Not even the crappy ones.
Yeah, that's fair.
I want you to have a nice little holiday season. I don't know. People deserve it.
Deck the hall.
Yeah, but good for that dude. But yeah, people are always going to use them. People are always going to use women for whatever shortcoming they may have, and they use other people, and I get it. But man, it gets tiring. Good for her to take them on too. Coming up next year, I'm Rahima Harrison Grody. It is time for 5 on It, and this is a litany of 5 on It questions today. We got Bears, we got Bulls, we got White Sox. We even mix in a little divine intervention. So we do it all next.
Hey Bears fans, the 9-4 Bears are back at Soldier Field to square off against the Browns. Mully here from the Mully and Haugh Show, 5:30 to 10 a.m. Can the Bears hit the reset button and take care of business on their home field? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Browns on the lakefront right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
The holidays are fast approaching. Have you thought about corporate gifts for your best customers and clients? It's always a nice thing to do. And if you're in charge of selecting the gifts that your company sends out, listen up. This year, really wow your customers with a gift from Second City Prime Steak and Seafood. They're based right here in Chicagoland. You're supporting a small business, and they source only the top 2% of USDA prime steak. This is not the same steak you'll find in the warehouse clubs and grocery chains. It's the best of the best. Filet mignon, Japanese and Australian Wagyu, bone-in ribeye, and more. When you call Second City Prime, you work directly with the owners, Chris and Susie. And they will work within your budget per gift and craft the perfect package that will arrive on your client's doorsteps. They ship nationwide, and they'll include a personal handwritten note with each gift. It is that level of detail that can really make a good impression. So this year, make a mouth-watering impression with your holiday gifts and support a local business at the same time. Contact owners Chris and Susie at secondcityprime.com. That's second, SECOND, cityprime.com.
The best bulls in the world have come to town. For bulls and their riders, those 8 seconds go by in a heartbeat. 8 seconds to become a champion, or nothing. This is America, and this is PBR. Moto Casino PBR Chicago bucks into the United Center December 19th and 20th. Tickets at pbr.com/tickets or Ticketmaster.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
This holiday, more couples than ever are getting engaged, and Rasny Jewelers makes choosing the perfect ring personal, easy, and meaningful.
At Rasny Jewelers, it's the same family for 75 years. That's a powerful statement that few can make.
When you come into our stores, we'll sit down and talk about exactly what you're looking for. We'll start by exploring different diamonds, looking at different shapes, seeing what looks good, and then we'll design the perfect ring from there.
Whether you already have a vision in mind or you're starting from the very beginning, we guide you through the process step by step.
We have rings that are ready to go, and you can walk out the door and you can propose to your loved one right away.
Visiting Rasny Jewelers, you're going to get that wow factor from beginning to end, covering all the details necessary to make Christmas morning unbelievable.
So this holiday, trust Chicago's family-owned jeweler, Rasny Jewelers, suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, Chicago Oak Street, and rasny.com.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical, regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-847-4347. That's 312-847-4347. 312-847-4347.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Hey, it's Brian Baldwin here. At the Home Depot, Makita tools are built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts, who know the job's only done when it's done right. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year, performance that pays off. When the job calls for the best, call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot. How pros get more done.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Finding health insurance can be so confusing. That's why we are here to help.
With thousands of insurance brokers to help you find the best health plan for your budget.
All free.
At getcoveredillinois.gov. Here to help.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
Hey, everybody. Rahimi, Harris, and Grody team. This hour is brought to you by Menards.
Save big money at Menards.
It's time for 5 on Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris with Mark Grody. Bringing you 5 topics on their minds today on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
You know who might not need to save big money at Menards? He should anyway, just because it's good practice. Pete Alonso. Breaking news on The Score, brought to you by Wildfire. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. Breaking news from Jeff Passan. First baseman Pete Alonso and the Baltimore Orioles are finalizing, that's right, I said the Baltimore Orioles, are finalizing a 5-year, $155 million contract. Alonso leaves the Mets to make a loaded AL East even better. So Pete Alonso can go to the O's. I guess they really were serious about trying to get Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah. I think Pete Alonso might be a better call.
And
he can actually play a position.
Another one on my bulletin board for the Cubs bites the dust.
It's okay.
Number 1.
All I want are home runs. Why is that so hard to ask for? Apparently, not only is it hard to ask for, it costs millions of dollars.
Don't worry, Nico's going to get hot.
Not like that. That's not his game.
Ouch.
Matt Shaw's going to get hot.
I want him to be himself.
They're going to get hot at the same time.
As a Cubs fan, I'm just in pain. But hey, we have football to talk about. Here's question number 1. Does Caleb Williams need to outplay Shedeur Sanders Sunday?
What did you do?
What do you mean?
Oh, the face you just made.
Whatever do you mean?
It was like a smile, parse lips, shimmy. It was like the Shaq gif.
I'm curious.
He basically did the Shaq gif just now.
I'm curious as to what people might think about this particular topic. So I proposed a question. That's how 5 on It works. Everybody submits questions, and then we pick some questions, and then we do a segment.
I do think Caleb Williams will outplay Shedeur Sanders.
Does he need to?
I don't think he needs to, but I think he needs to outplay Myles Garrett. Like, again, we have a head-to-head matchup where the situation features one of the best pass rushers in the league who might get the sack record. And yet, he is facing a Bears team who has to run the ball more, in the beginning of the games. I'm sorry, it's just the truth. Prove me wrong. And then also has to be able to use that play action and the rolling out game to its advantage when Myles Garrett is on the other side of you. So, does that mean outplaying Shedeur Sanders? Since it's going to be, his third start?
Might be start number 4.
Okay, so we're still in the single digits. We're in the one-hand starts for Shedeur. So, yeah, I think he will, but I don't think he necessarily has to because Browns.
I mean, Browns look pretty good against... Oh, wait, that was the Tennessee Titans. My bad.
I know. The Browns beat the Packers. I know.
Yeah, this will be his 4th start, Shedeur Sanders.
Okay, so 4 starts for Shedeur.
He's won exactly one of them, and that came against the Las Vegas Raiders.
Does he deserve his playing time? Yes, especially on the Browns. But
He's the only rookie quarterback this season to throw for over 300 yards, and he threw for 364 yards and 3 touchdowns last week.
Are we still waiting on the Drake May 300-yard game, by the way? I think we are.
We are.
I think we are.
We are waiting on that.
So you take with that what you will, but I still think that not only does Caleb Williams outplay Shedeur Sanders, that I don't know that it's completely necessary, but I think it's going to happen.
You think he is going to outplay Shedeur Sanders?
I said that, yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought you were just saying he needs to outplay Myles Garrett. That's the part I focused on.
He definitely needs to That's the main concern of Layla, is that he needs to outplay Myles Garrett.
See, I would ask the questioner of this, to what end? And since I'm the questioner, I'll say to this end. He needs to outplay him if it requires a Caleb Williams type effort in the second half to come back and win. You hope that that's not the case going up against the Browns.
Yeah, don't procrastinate this week, guys.
But after seeing the explosives last week and seeing that Shedeur Sanders and Jerry Jeudy are capable of explosives and working in tandem, I would say, yes, I would like to see Caleb Williams outplay Shedeur Sanders, who, again, is making his 4th career start in the NFL. Dennis Allen is tasked with something he's been tasked with before, which is making a rookie look like a rookie. Or, excuse me, a first-year quarterback look like a first-year on-the-field quarterback. Since, J.J. McCarthy's in his 2nd season, although this was the first year he ever stepped on the field. So, yes is the answer. I would like to see a more efficient and consistent effort out of Caleb Williams than what Shedeur Sanders puts on tape on Sunday. I think it's important, especially if he's going to do what you were talking about, which is continue to grow at maybe a more exponential rate than what I expect over the last 4 games of the regular season.
Number 2.
What would you give up to trade for Browns pass rusher Myles Garrett?
Ah, yes. The crazy trade idea. And do we know on the Myles Garrett happiness scale where he is right now?
Can't be that happy.
I feel like he's taking his energy and he's putting it onto the field, correct? But when it comes to where he is at with his level of satisfaction with the team, I don't know. I think Myles Garrett would still be open to a trade. Can we agree on that?
I guess. I mean,
he signed up, but here's the issue. He signed a 4-year, $160 million contract extension.
I think that's why he's happy right now.
Yeah, but my bigger concern is the Bears spent all their money on the defensive line already. I don't know. What it would take is the Bears would have to free up one of the defensive linemen they signed salaries in order to go get Myles Garrett. And so I don't know that that's happening. I don't know who wants to take on those contracts, whether it be Dio Dangbo, Montez Sweat, or Grady Jarrett. I don't know who wants that contract.
Let me ask you a question.
Jerron Dexter's on a rookie deal.
Would you trade Montez Sweat, Dio Dingbo, DJ Moore, and 2 firsts for Myles Garrett?
I'm doing the math in my head. Montez Sweat, Dio Dingbo, DJ Moore, and 2 firsts. That's so much.
Okay, but would you do it?
That's so much.
But would you do it?
No, because I think you probably need maybe all firsts, but not and 2 firsts. But the problem is that's so much salary. I guess you'd have to because it's so much salary that the Browns would be taking on with DJ and with Montez. Man, I mean, I guess I don't.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all that to just say probably.
He's that good. He is actually. I mean, he's worthy of that deal, is he not? He's got to get the sack record this season.
I was telling you in that question what I would give up for one Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Cleveland, in this mythical world, Cleveland would ask for 2 first-rounders because of the salary they'd be taking on. I hate it.
Number 3.
This is 5 out of 670 The Score with Layla Rahimi and Marshall Harris. Hey, Mark Grody, he'll join us at 12:25 right after this segment from Hallis Hall, the little Bears report. But we're going to pivot to the Cubs. Who is at the top of your Cubs wish list? And I hate to break it to you, but if you missed the beginning of the segment, scratch Pete Alonso off your Cubs list because he's going to be with the Orioles now on a 5-year, $155 million deal. I scratched him off my list.
Yeah, Pete Alonso is... It's not the 56 home runs that Kyle Schwarber had, but that's where I'm going with this. You need a bopper. You don't have Kyle Tucker. You need a bopper. And you don't need the guy from the commercials bopper. He's different. So in this case, I still think you need something. Like you need something offensively. And I don't know why. I know Jed Hoyer's like, I don't know why you guys think that Matt Shaw is not somebody that we're happy with. I understand they're happy with him. But again, you're running out of free agent consistent offense here. So again, I'm going to say, is Alex Bregman now the next man up on the wish list? That creates a huge problem. Where are you putting him? He's not your DH.
So why can't he be your DH?
Because he still needs to field, I think.
Okay, so put him at third base.
Then Shaw's your DH? Are you good with that?
He's in a mix for DH.
They really like Shaw's offense, or his defense, rather.
I'll put it like this. Alex Bregman had a 3.5 WAR last season. Matt Shaw, 3.1. Just something to chew on. I'm just giving you throwing a number out there. A couple of numbers for a couple of players. I'll say this. At the top of my wish list, Ketel Marte.
I mean, yeah, but you said it yesterday. He plays second base.
He can play other positions. He can play in the outfield.
Where would you put him?
I guess right field.
Yeah.
He has an arm, right? A little bit of an arm anyway. So Ketel Marte's at the top of my... He can hit. They need guys who can hit. He can hit for power. He can hit for average. He can hit. Ketel Marte. He's at the top. Go get him.
I mean, Ketel Marte is somebody who I would be looking into, but I start with who's actually available.
By all accounts, he is available by trade. Get creative, right? Isn't that what we were told? People are going to have to be creative this offseason?
Yeah, but it doesn't cost you any prospects to get some of these dudes, and yet here we are.
Number 4.
Even if the White Sox draft Rock Cholowski? Cholowski. I got to get familiar with this name. Rock Cholowski. Rock Cholowski. I'm learning it. Rock Cholowski. How much better do you think the team will be once he's major league ready?
I thought about this because congratulations to the White Sox for getting the first overall pick in the draft, and one where you have a really good idea of who's going, and that would be the shortstop from UCLA, Rock Cholowski. And for it to be a shortstop, that's even better. So when I put that all together, then I'm trying to figure out who's around by the time he's there. Catchers, right? Kyle Teal, for example. Although, did you guys see that supposedly somebody wanted Kyle Teal, like one of the teams?
It was the Red Sox.
Yeah, I'm sure you do. I'm sure it's just kind of how, like, you wanted Garrett Crochet.
And they got Garrett Crochet, just the Red Sox did.
And then gave up a bevy of prospects.
Including Kyle Teal.
There it is. So, I understand that sometimes people break up and then they might want to get back together.
Spin the block.
Spin the block. But I think your young core is somewhat starting to come together. But the better question then becomes, how many years do you think Cholowski's in the minors? Is it 1?
Is it 1?
I think it's at least 1.
Well, it's going to be 1 because they're not playing baseball his first year that he's going to be playing professional baseball. He's going to go short season, and then it'll be the year where there is no baseball, and then it'll be 2028. That's how it lines up, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, you're just saying there's not going to be a season.
I am not confident there will be baseball in 2027.
think there's too many people who need something to happen regarding the season. Like, too many teams need the season to happen, that they would be too far behind. So, okay, let me get back to this. So, Kyle Teal, Edgar Caro, Miguel Vargas, probably, just because he was the original, like, Chris Getz dude. He was better this last year than he was the year before. Chase Mydroth. Yeah, they just have so much they've got to add. Like, pitching, from a pitching standpoint, who's even going to be here at that time?
I think it's a good question. The hitters definitely took a bigger leap in 2025 than the hitters did. I'm sorry, the hitters took a bigger leap than the pitchers did. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, the pitchers had a setback when you consider
injuries / lack of development / injuries.
Yeah, and your opening day starter ended up getting optioned back down, right? So
there's a lot of issues there with the pitching accomplishments of the White Sox prospects compared to the hitting prospects who came up. And I don't know that Edgar Caro will even be on the team when Rock makes his ascension, because he might get flipped for more stuff because they got some catchers. And Kyle Till's going to be the guy, if we're being honest. But I say this, again, I think it's 2028, and I think, yes, the White Sox will be good. And when I say good, they'll be above 500. Is that a bold prediction?
Number 5.
I think it is. I don't feel like it's that bold. 2028, above 500. Go spend some money on some, maybe spend some money on some free agents.
Pete Alonso just went to the Orioles.
That's
in a world.
The market. Hello.
This is 500 on 670 The Score. Layla Rahimi, Marshall Harris, Mark Grody coming up in minutes with a Bears report from Haugh. But here's our final question. Now that the White Sox have won the top pick in the MLB draft lottery, what gift are you giving to Pope Leo XIV for making this happen?
Because didn't he?
I mean, right?
How is it that they get the worst record in baseball and they don't get it the year before?
Well, the rules said they couldn't have it. That was the reason.
And it was, you know what, a fair rule. But still, they didn't get anywhere close to what they could have gotten. And they'd had it happen multiple times. You know, they because of the new CBA, they weren't allowed to get outside of a certain pick. But I think that the next time that they were able to, I don't know, was it a coincidence? Was it a coincidence that they got the first overall pick, even though this year they didn't have the worst record in the league? That belonged to the Rockies.
How about a Bears Super Bowl ring? For when they actually win the Super Bowl, the Bears can give him a Super Bowl ring.
I'm going to need more words. I was just going to send him some rainbow cone or something. Does it travel transatlantically?
I don't think that's going to travel well.
What do you do? Like tons of dry ice?
There you go.
That's a lot of dry ice. I guess on a plane you'd be fine.
But this is the number 1 pick, Marshall. Spare no expense.
Okay, that's fair.
No, well, Chuck got him the jersey. The Bulls jersey. We knew he liked the Bulls.
He's got a lot of stuff already. So I feel like that room, what is that, his Pope man cave? Is that what we're calling it?
Does the Pope have a man cave?
The Pope cave.
He has we got, number 1, we need to take away the Knicks jersey that Spike Lee gave him. So we got to steal from the Pope first to give him better gifts.
Wait, can you steal from the Pope?
Just let me work through this.
Let her workshop it.
So number 1, we got to get the Knicks jersey out of there because I just think we should. Number 2, whatever we get has to supplant the Knicks jersey. And then he's like, oh, where did this come from? Is it the South Side, like the old school Gothic script that they had? Maybe, that's probably the one, right? The City Edition, their original City Edition jersey.
Oh, okay.
I want to say he probably has it already.
That's interesting. Probably. I mean, that's what I'm saying. What do you get? The Pope who has everything.
Has Jim Thome seen the Pope yet? Has that conversation happened?
I don't think
the nicest fellow with, the guy who represents the church. What would a chat with Jim Thome and the Pope be like? Would it just be super positive and you just leave there smiling?
It would be super positive. What if they
Jim Thome. We give you Jim Thome.
He's just going to live there?
No, not forever, but I think Jim Thome should see the Pope.
What if you send the last number 1 overall pick from the White Sox over there with an autographed jersey, Harold Baines? Hall of Famer, Harold Baines. Does that hold any weight with you?
217 says, give Pope Bob the newly created Score Midday Peace Prize.
Oh, man.
Okay, here's the thing. What would our Peace Prize be? I'd just go back to the rainbow cone. That's why we have to give him Jim Thome.
It'd be like a rainbow cone trophy.
We're
that
not
said
we're
Peace
not
Prize.
sacrificing Jim Thome. We're just loaning him to the Pope for a while so they can chat. And everybody's in a good mood afterward.
A conversation with Jim Thome. That works.
It's a mood boost, a fireside chat. And then Jim Thome steals the Knicks jersey. Yeah?
I'm with it.
Plot.
I'm on board.
You know who else might be onto this? One Mark Grody. I don't know if he's listening or not. We'll find out when he joins us from Hallis Hall. The Bears had a walkthrough practice today, so we'll get the latest from Hallis Hall with Mark next.
Mark Grody, part of the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show on The Score.
I remember the first time I called The Score, I had to call Doug and OB. Like, I was like, is Urlacher for real? And Doug Buffon told me, yes, Mark, Brian Urlacher is for real. And this was like his third game, I think, ever. And I was like, yes, that's just what I wanted to hear from Doug Buffon.
Mark Grody, lifelong Chicago sports fan and longtime Score guy, talking Chicago sports every day, 10 a.m. to 2 on the Rahimi Harrison Grody Show, right here on Sports Radio 670 The Score and live on the free Odyssey app.
Save big on everything for your next project when you shop at Menards. Refresh your home today with window images, blinds, and shades. We have everything you need for updating your window treatments. We carry vinyl, aluminum, and faux wood blinds, cellular shades, and more. Plus, you can get them trimmed to width in-store for free. Also, be sure to check out the weekly flyer on Menards.com for all our great deals happening this week.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Time's up. The IRS isn't waiting. They're coming for your paycheck, your bank account, even your home. You ignored the letters. You thought it would go away. It won't. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you are already in the crosshairs of the IRS. Wage garnishments, bank levies, tax liens, they're not threats. They're next. But here's the truth. You still have a chance to fight back. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Call us now at 630-415-5296. We don't do fluff. We get results. Call us now, 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
Are you like everybody else in the world who has no idea what to get everyone for the holidays? Well, you're in luck. We got you. Hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Because with hands-free Skechers slip-ins, you just step into them and they're on. There's no bending down, no touching, no fuss. Plus, Skechers slip-ins come in everyone's favorite styles and colors. And you can get slip-ins everywhere stylish footwear is sold, including a Skechers store. Or if you're too busy to shop in person, just get them online at Skechers.com, Amazon, and more.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
Did you know you have the power to manage your energy? From usage alerts to energy-saving programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
The premier name for bridal and engagement rings in Chicagoland is Rasny Jewelers, with locations in Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago. Visit rasny.com.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The Indianapolis Colts are out of options, and yesterday they signed 44-year-old quarterback Phillip Rivers. Sounds crazy, but here's the thing. Do you have a better idea? They're out of options with Daniel Jones, Anthony Richardson, and now possibly third stringer Riley Leonard hurt. Rivers is tight with Coach Shane Steichen and knows the offense. It would take a miracle for this to work, but it's sure going to be fun to watch, so I'm not complaining. I'm Andrew Perloff.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
This is an important notice to all U.S. taxpayers. The IRS is giving away billions of dollars in tax savings through a federal program called the Fresh Start Initiative to aid delinquent taxpayers. This initiative was established for anyone facing financial hardship and unable to pay their back taxes. Qualifying and enrolling in this program will stop all collections, settle your delinquent tax problem, and even reduce what you owe by thousands of dollars. Call the hotline at People's Tax Relief to see if you qualify and get this free information by dialing 800-922-1284. If you have unfiled tax returns or cannot afford to pay your personal or business back taxes, you can now get the help you need. One simple phone call can resolve your tax problem and save you thousands of dollars. To see if you qualify and to get this important free information, call 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284. 800-922-1284.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results vary. Consult with your tax professional prior to enrollment.
Bears. Mark Grody, covering the Bears for 670 The Score.
Can I get a couple minutes with you here, man?
Man, I ain't even talking today, man. I'm sorry.
Okay.
We'll go next to Mark Grody from The Score.
How gratifying is it when you win that battle and get the football thrown to you?
What? Host of the Take the North podcast.
Mark Grote, WBBM.
Kind of shaking your head at God for a second, though.
Mark Grody.
My hair does look good today.
With Rahimi Harrison Grody on The Score.
He's an apartment complex, this guy.
Oh my God, something overtook him singing Metallica? This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. We go to our Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa app today. That is where we find our friend and co-host. He's at the Hall, Hallis Hall today. Mark Grody, Mark Grote, and he joins us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. You're all smiles, Grote. Where are you? You're in some interesting locale at the Hall I've never seen before.
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever done one of my Bears hits from where I am reporting right now at Hallis Hall in the basement, I guess you would call it, of the lowest parts of Hallis Hall. I am right underneath what is called the main atrium upstairs, and now I'm in a room. It's essentially a banquet room. There are a lot of we come down here for when there are larger press conferences, things like that. When guys are introduced, this is the room in which we report from. So I'm in here all alone. It's very nice. It's a little eerie. You just don't see anybody, but that's where I am at Hallis Hall. Shout out. I'm smiling though, because I did challenge Tyler Buterbaugh and or Ray Diaz. I don't know who put it together to change the open, and they did, and it sounds deluxe. Nice job.
You're welcome.
You like the Wayne Larrivee in there?
Yeah, I think that it seems like it was time to refresh it, right? I mean, the Metallica was fun. The Layla impersonation, I stand by. But that was me imitating you, talking about what losers the Bears are. And the Bears simply are no longer losers, so I didn't like it anymore.
They're not losers. They're winners. They have a winning record. Mark, what is the latest from the Hall? I guess we should just start with the obvious question, like injuries. What's the latest injury report you can tell us?
Yeah, the Bears will just do a walkthrough, simulated, non-practice practice today. The only update we did receive today, and it is a bit ominous, as if we didn't already suspect that, as it pertains to Kyler Gordon. But when Ben Johnson today was asked for the update towards the end of our Q&A with the head coach of the Bears, he was asked, "Are you hopeful that Kyler Gordon will be back at some point?" And the answer from Ben Johnson was to be determined. And he also said coming out of that one, referring to the Green Bay game, it didn't look very good. And he left it at that.
Oh, God.
That does sound ominous.
Right? I mean, so it doesn't take a reporter plugged in at Haugh Hall like myself to infer from that it might be rough sledding the rest of the way for Kyler Gordon, and they may even be making decisions on him. But we'll probably know. Well, obviously, we'll get a projection on injury report today, because it's not really a practice. Tomorrow will be the day that we'll get into the locker room. It's sort of a different vibe here. They're not. It's weird that on a Wednesday they're not practicing, but everybody's trying to conserve and all of that kind of stuff. So I won't even be in the locker room today, which is typically a time in which we would. So very little information will come out like on the record today about injuries.
What is the hot tea from the podium when it concerns Ben Johnson? Because now I guess we're all turning the page to the Cleveland Browns. I'm sure he wants to make sure his team is focused on just that and not anything about the Packers last week or the following week.
Yeah, and I think the big deal for the Browns, despite the fact that they are a 3-10 team, which has lost 2 straight games, they have a really good defense, and they have the best player in the league on defense in Myles Garrett, who is up to 20 sacks. And in theory, it will be Ozzie Trapillo's job to stop him from attacking and getting to the quarterback, Caleb Williams. So we asked Ben Johnson about that, about Trapillo and what Myles Garrett brings. Moreover, the entire Cleveland defense, because that will be issue number 1 for the Bears. Here's Ben Johnson.
Not our first time that we've gone against a dynamic pass rusher. Certainly this guy is, he might be on another level than anybody else in this league right now. But, we've gone against Crosby and Hutchinson and Micah now. And so this is the next one. And we'll certainly have a plan and be aware of how we can help, not just Ozzie, but it's also Darnell as well. Because the scheme that they run is a little bit different. It's that wide 9 where, these guys are in sprinter mode and they're looking to go right to that launch point at the quarterback and every single snap. And if we happen to hand the ball off, then they'll try to tackle the ball carrier along the way. But, it is their intent to get to the quarterback. That entire defensive line is pretty good.
What distinguishes him from those other defensive ends or edge rushers that you just mentioned? Like, what are his superpowers?
Yeah, he's just a complete player. I think when you look at the size and strength and speed, it's just a unique package where he really has it all. He's very strong. He's got that bull rush that can take a tackle and put him on roller skates and walk him right back into the quarterback, which happens quite a bit because every team that you see on tape, they have a plan for him to slow him down, and yet the chip gets off of him and he just still walks that tackle on back into the quarterback. And so he does a great job with that. And then, heaven forbid you ever leave him one-on-one, and that's really where, he shows up. He's almost unblockable that way.
I'm going to be honest with y'all. I'm fearful of Myles Garrett, just straight up.
Why wouldn't you be?
But like in a different way than all the other guys that Grody mentioned Ben Johnson mentioned in his initial answer. I just think he is on another level, but also I don't know how you stop a guy who is capable of getting 5 sacks in one game.
Well, there's the other part too, Marshall. This defense ain't just Myles Garrett. You heard Ben Johnson talking about how effective the defensive line is, and they have the rookie second rounder out of UCLA in Carson Schlesinger. He is really good. And Ben Johnson went so far as to say, without necessarily being prompted, that he reminds him, Carson Schlesinger, of one Luke Kuechly. And 53 tackles, 58 assists, Layla. He's got a sack and a half this year. He had a couple of interceptions. Get to know this guy. He's going to be on the NFL map in years to come. Even if he isn't at the moment, this dude's a baller. So it's not just it's an entire unit of defense that has been really good for Cleveland this year. They are first against the pass, allowing 165 yards per game. They are pretty good against the rush, too, 13th against the rush, allowing 107 yards per game. So this is – and you are right, Marshall. That is the guy. That's why we were asking about Garrett, but it goes beyond Myles Garrett as to why this Cleveland defense is so effective.
Well, I mean, that's it. And that's what happens when you actually have a game wrecker for a pass rusher. Like, that's what it looks like.
Slightly
jealous. You don't need many. You need one guy to do his job, and this one absolutely does in Myles Garrett, and I think it's a fair discussion. To me, Mark, that says that the Bears know they have to run the ball more than maybe they think they probably did previous. Like, I don't know if we're going to see the same 2 opening drives the way they looked against the Packers against this Cleveland team.
Yeah, and I mean we talked a lot about it on Monday about the Bears needing to get off to faster starts no matter what it takes. But yeah, it will be very interesting to see what the game plan is. And as a matter of fact, let's cover some of that stuff with Caleb Williams. He was out here talking today. Caleb was front and center. Interesting Caleb today. Like, he answered all the questions really well. He seemed a little down today, and I can't, like, the Caleb energy just wasn't quite the same as what it typically is. Answered all the questions thoroughly and all of that kind of stuff. I can't quite pinpoint, and maybe you'll sense it when you hear some of the Q&A back and forth here. But I did ask Caleb Williams the question that I think a lot of us have been asking, and I listened to you guys coming in here today, and you guys were having a great discussion on Caleb Williams and what you can do to make him better, make him more effective, and some of that stuff came back with a question that I had for Caleb Williams. Take a listen to this.
Caleb, through 13 games this season, are there one or two things that you specifically want to get better at within the game?
Yeah, starting faster for myself, and then the other one would be some of these, like, I'm doing the right things, and then at the last bit of it, it's something's off, and it's either a miss or incompletion or something just not on the same page, or so that's the area that I really want to get on the same page with the guys, and then from my side of it is doing everything right, and then you miss, and so it's just sharp focus, and sharpening my focus even more, and just making sure, starting fast and having that sharp focus from the beginning.
What is the key to starting fast? I mean, everybody talks about it. Is it something that you can practice?
Yeah, something you can practice, but also something I think just like I keep using these analogies and references and stuff, but it's just like, sometimes just seeing the first basket go in and getting your first completion, and just kind of seeing the the pass being caught, whatever pass it is, whether it's a deep shot, a intermediate, short, whatever it is, just finding that first completion and getting into your receiver's hands or tight ends or whatever, and letting them go to work.
Makes it sound simple, but if it were, we'd see it more often in games.
Here's the part that I was most interested in that, and I tried to get a follow-up and I was not able to, but I guess I should give a little bit more of the description of Caleb when he was talking about doing everything right, and then something goes wrong, essentially. There's something that, whether he's not on the same page with the receivers, he kind of was smiling, and it was like that frustration smile, like, I'm doing it all right. And then something, and he's not blaming anybody else. Like, he's blaming himself, blaming everybody. But my follow-up question would have been, if I had had the opportunity, and I will try to chat with him in the locker room, because I think the follow-up question that was needed here is, are you kind of smiling and clinching a little bit right now because you think you're so close? That's the feeling that I got. That's what I would have asked. I would have asked, do you feel like you're so close? You're doing everything right, and then something, a tiny thing, and we know that the NFL at this level, it's a matter of inches, whereas in college, it's a matter of a couple feet sometimes. And so that's what I want to know from Caleb: are we close, or is it just like, I'm just so frustrated by the fact that everything goes right up until a certain point?
In listening to that and hearing you talk about it and the follow-up question that you wanted to ask, I mean, I've just come to this understanding that it's all just a little off kilter, and it's going to take more time than he can give to fixing whatever it is at that last second. And I just wonder if you believe he can change something between now and the end of the regular season, getting ready for the playoffs, or if this is simply something that's going to take more time.
It could click. Yeah, I mean, because that does happen to athletes and we're talking about the NFL, there is a point where there can be and is at times just an awakening for a player. Hi guys. I got Weeder and Fishbane walking around here right now. I don't know what these guys. You guys are welcome to come in here if you'd like. If you gentlemen would like to come in my room.
My room.
The PNC Center is now your room.
It's my room. They're correcting me again because I said Austin Booker the other day. Those senior writers from The Athletic, I tell you. I'm sorry, guys. What was I talking about?
We were talking about Caleb getting close and how you wanted to ask that question.
No, it's a great question by Marshall. And like, can you fix what ails him this year, or is it a matter of waiting for the offseason? And yes, as I was saying, yeah, it could click. It's not inconceivable, but probably unrealistic that at this point through 12 games that there's going to be some sort of discernible change in what's going on. It's not like you could just say like every start's going to be bad and he's going to be bad in the first 2 quarters of the game or not as good as he is in the fourth quarter. It could be better game to game, but I mean, in terms of actually repairing it, because you heard Caleb offer what we're all talking about, I do think it's more realistic to consider that that's a year 3 thing, that's a training camp year 3 to go to the next level. But I also think at the same time, and I've always thought this, that a lot of the stuff with, not everything, but a lot of the stuff with Caleb Williams, it is realistic to think that it is fixable.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Mark Grody, thanks as always for your time at Hallis Hall. What time are you on with Spiegel and Holmes today?
I will be on with Spiegel and Holmes today at 5 o'clock is when that hit will go down. You'll hear some different stuff from Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson. Plus, we'll add in a little bit of Kevin Byard for the fellas who just spoke to us at the lectern upstairs from where I am right now.
Love a little Kevin Byard. All right. Thanks, Mark. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Mark. I know you gave us the premium stuff. They get the secondhand stuff.
Of course. That's the way it goes. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get paid to be on this show. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Wow. It's true.
Yeah.
That's Mark Grody. You can catch his work later today at 5 o'clock on Spiegel and Holmes. Coming up next, we didn't really get to this yesterday with Mark because we had a bunch of breaking news happen. So we want to go back to it. Ben Johnson was asked if he made any halftime adjustments, and he said no. And then we had clarity from our friend Patrick Manley. And I think that there might have been some adjusting going on. So let's examine it all next.
Hey, you ever think about listening to the Score's Rahimi Harrison Grody show on your smart speaker at home?
It's another great way to get us and all your favorite Score shows. Just ask your smart speaker to play 670 The Score and listen live.
The Score's Rahimi Harrison Grody show, middays 10 a.m. to 2. Listen on your smart speaker today.
Helzberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for Dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at Helzberg.com for up to 50% off.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Nugget bells, nuggets all the way.
Hi, I'm Kylie.
I'm John.
And I'm Garrison.
And a little thing we love about the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets
is sharing them when we cut down the Christmas tree.
We will pack the car with gifts. And of course, we go and pick up our family's favorite nuggets.
Every nugget is tasty times quadrillion.
And we get all the sides.
Yeah, the ooey gooey mac and cheese is a big hit.
Share the nuggets, share the joy. Order the 30-count Chick-fil-A nuggets on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable scent boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness, so you can smell unstoppable.
Hey, this is Coach Wanstead here. With the holiday season coming, that means extra time on your feet. I was kind of like the Grinch at Christmas. If you're living in pain, you owe it to yourself to see if the Good Feet arch supports will help you. When I first tried on the arch supports, I could feel the difference right away in my balance, posture, and didn't have any discomfort. It's free to try. You'll work one-on-one with a Good Feet arch specialist and then pairs you with your own personalized arch support solution. If you're someone who's in pain, learning if Good Feet arch supports will work for you is as easy as going in for a free fitting and test walk. You can even use HSA or FSA account to purchase your arch supports. Get back to doing things that you love. Try for yourself and feel the difference. It all starts with one visit to your Good Feet store. Schedule your free fitting and test walk at goodfeet.com or just stop by the store nearest you with locations in Skokie, Schaumburg, Algonquin, Geneva, Naperville, Orland Park, and Highland, Indiana.
For so many, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown's disappearing. Hair loss can feel like identity theft. Well, there's good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It is the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They may sometimes help retain what you have, but they will never regrow hair that's completely missing. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or go to advancedhair.com. Once again, that's advancedhair.com.
670 The Score is home to your game day pregame coverage. Join us before each game for the latest inside information on your home team before they play the next game. The Insight on Football Fridays is brought to you in part by your local Ford dealers. Visit a store today.
Rahimi Harrison Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon. Hello? You won't believe where I am. Are you running? Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Google of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Rahimi Harrison Grody. Middays 10 a.m. to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
What, if any, adjustments did you make offensively from the first half to the second half when you were able to really get going in the second half, but obviously not able to get going in the first?
Did I make?
Yes, sir.
Not one.
Okay.
I stuck to the game plan, and we ended up doing a better job executing, and guys played hard, and we made some plays.
That was Herb Howard and Ben Johnson. This is Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. Herb asked the right question, like, did you make any adjustments? And Ben Johnson said no. But it sure looked like things changed for the Bears immediately after halftime against the Packers. They did run the ball more. Ben Johnson has said, well, some of those 2 and 3 yard runs that we had turned into 5s and 6s. And maybe he didn't make halftime adjustments. But for example, as we've mentioned a couple times in this show today, the first 2 drives, 6 plays called, and one of them was a run. The rest were passes. I don't know if that was by design necessarily, but I don't think it's a secret as to why you'd get back to the run and why you would decide to start rolling out and utilizing play action when your run game is working better.
It is somewhat curious because of how the game went down and understanding, yes, the Packers have a very good defense, but one way to attack a dominant pass rusher such as Micah Parsons and company, by the way, is just to run the football. Like they had just proven it. But I wonder if he was trying to zig when they zagged, as he did in that final play when obviously the run fit was there. The Packers thought they were going to run. They go with a pass play that had an option to run, if you will. I just wonder if that's going to affect Ben Johnson's thinking going forward. I don't hate the idea of getting Caleb Williams into a rhythm, but man, they have a puzzle they need to figure out.
And while I understand people questioning adjustments made during the game at halftime being the only adjustments, we know that's not the case. We've both spent time on sidelines as broadcasters. That's not what's going on. A lot of times what you'll see is if a player picks up something real time, say the defense is on the bench, they've just finished a series, they will tell other members of the defense, hey, this guy is doing this at this time. Watch out for this. There are real-time conversations that happen on the part of other players to let people know what they're seeing.
And those
are adjustments.
Right. Those are adjustments, and like they're not even like so much on the fly as this is just the normal progression of a football game. These guys have been playing football all their lives. The coaches have been coaching for a long time. And you pick up things because you scout for one thing, you prepare for one thing. But of course, there's always going to be wrinkles and adjustments that the team makes in an effort to stop what you were doing well last weekend. What were they doing well the week before? They were running the doggone football until it couldn't be run no more.
To say the very least.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see how they've been so much more effective from the quarterback on down in second halves of games compared to first halves, and it's got to stop if they want to have a chance to win the majority of their remaining games.
Well, that's it. You may not say you make adjustments at the half, but it sure looks like you do, or somebody is, or somebody does. And we know that, for example, Caleb Williams will go to the bench after a series, and he's usually looking at video. You know, there's oftentimes an iPad, or he's talking to one of the coaches. You know, there's always some sort of discussion that is going on with him, or he's talking to the team. As he's mentioned, he's talking to the offensive unit. I feel like those things do happen over the course of a game.
What do you make of what people have said post-game that follow the Bears about how they just didn't come out with the ferocity that we had been accustomed to, and the Packers came out with more ferocity than they did at the outset of the game, and that's what changed in the second half of the game?
Well, defense was just winning more one-on-one matchups. Like, that's how I put it. Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's as simple as, oh, they were the better team. But the Packers played like the better team on Sunday, especially in that first half. They had 71 yards as a team in the first half. That's not just all the quarterback.
Oh, no.
There's a lot of void there.
Absolutely not. But I think the lack of a passing game, once they get you to second and long, third and long, you already know what time it is, and it's not a good time for the Bears offense.
Well, and again, we just don't also know how many times Ben Johnson is using teaching moments or fact-finding moments in games. I think that is very much happening. And because the Bears have won so many games now, we look at it differently because we're thinking about a different goal. And that factors into this as well. I asked Patrick Manley about this yesterday, the longest tenured Bear, our long snapper of residence. He's on our pre- and post-game coverage, about what he saw based on one half to another.
What I kind of saw was just his mentality changed. I don't think his formations and all that kind of stuff changed. I think it was more of they came out and actually threw the ball and did a little more play action to start the second half and then got to the run game. So, you know, you practice all week and you put that game plan in all week and you got formations and all that stuff and you're scouting Jeff Hafley. I don't think he changed any of that. I just think he went down on his call sheet and called different plays and different orders and different ideas and different situations. That's what I thought. And when you're asking about adjustments, it's not him, you know, adjusting schemes and things like that. I think it's just him adjusting his call sheet to what he needed to do at that moment. And it obviously worked in the second half to get started throwing the ball, they're making the easy throws for Caleb and loosening up the defense and then running the ball down their throat successfully.
Sounds like a plan, and it sounds like an accurate description of what happened. I mean, you just wish that wasn't the case because the possibilities are endless if they come up with, let's just say they come up with a couple of field goals. If they get a field goal off the turnover that they create in the first half, when they have the ball 1st and 10 at the 36-yard line of the Packers, it's a different end-of-game situation.
There are so many times where I've said if 2 balls are completed more, it's a different scenario for the half. It's a different scenario for the game. But that's not what happened. But that's why I think Grody's right. They're close. Like, they're close to getting this stuff coming together.
I just don't know if they can close that gap, specifically the Caleb Williams gap. I think they can run the football. That's been established, but you got to have variety in order to win the NFL.
That's Marshall Harris. I'm Layla Rahimi. Coming up next, our friend Danny Parkins from Fox Sports 1. We'll ask him about this and a lot more, including a question about his Chiefs team that he used to cover. So we'll do it all next here on Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Remy Martin, VSOP, wants to get you into 670 The Score's exclusive Football After Dark event at Moretti's in Edison Park on December 16th with Noah Sewell.
Come on out to Garfield's Beverage Warehouse at 4601 North Harlem in Norridge from 5:30 to 7 p.m. tomorrow night to join me, Layla Rahimi, and register for your chance to win a pair of passes to Football After Dark with Noah Sewell at Moretti's in Edison Park on December 16th. All brought to you by Remy Martin, VSOP. This is my city.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP limited edition collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
Hey, it's Layla Rahimi for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one very easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Now, that's what I call a return on investment. So bet on the players you love the way you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Layla, Leila, to sign up today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rasny Jewelers has been Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. If you're not sure what to get everyone on your gift list, check out Refined by Rasny, an exclusive collection of modern diamond jewelry from Christine Rasny Porter, 3rd-generation jeweler. Features innovative, on-trend elements like mixed-shape bezel set, east, west, and chic settings. Think stacking rings, layering necklaces and pendants, diamond tennis bracelets and bangles, studs and huggy earrings, all fashion-forward pieces. Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and on Oak Street in Chicago. It's always available at Rasny.com.
Honey, have you seen the winter forecast? Bitter cold, heavy snow. We have to plan a winter getaway.
I'll tell you what we're not doing: traveling abroad. Last time was a nightmare. Passports, flights, layovers, never again.
Perfect. I have the ideal solution. We stay in country and soak up the sun in a truly grand destination. Fairhope, Alabama. The legendary Grand Hotel Golf Resort and Spa Autograph Collection. 2 championship golf courses on the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. A world-class spa, pools, tennis, pickleball, croquet, fine dining, and endless activities for the kids. Plus 2-for-1 golf this January and February.
I'm not driving to Alabama.
Relax. There are daily nonstop flights to Pensacola. Just 2.5 hours in the air.
Wow, really? So, golf, spa, and sunshine, and no passports required?
Nope. The Grand Hotel in Fairhope.
Since 1847, the Grand has been an icon on the Gulf Coast. This winter, stay in the country and vacation in grand style. Visit grand1847.com. That's grand1847.com.
Here's a great savings idea. Did you know you've got the power to manage your energy? Yep. From usage alerts to energy savings programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
More Rahimi, Harrison, Grody. Back in 60 seconds on 670 The Score.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Imagine being a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
This hour is brought to you by Menards. Save big money at Menards.
I could do Stephen A's job, guys. It's not that hard.
Danny Parkins.
QB1 party! All are invited!
Host of Fox Sports 1's First Things First.
The first half of that game was very frustrating. They got dominated. They got thoroughly outplayed in the first half. I think a million things that could go wrong went wrong. Jordan Love was great. And then in the second half, Caleb and the Bears dominated the Packers and got right back into that game. And I know this is a little bit of an other than that, Mrs. Lincoln, how was the play thing? But Caleb in the second half was spectacular. The Bears, plenty of reason to doubt them. Caleb Williams, no.
Former host of 670 The Score before he abandoned us.
That's a Caleb Williams custom, baby!
Jersey number 1 is going to the Raptors.
You guys made it seem like as Chicago Bears fans, we had our guy, Danny Parkins, all these guys.
Danny Parkins on 670 The Score.
Wait.
We love talking to Danny Parkins. We do so every week at this time. He joins us via the Circa Sports Illinois hotline. Download the Circa app today. Danny is now on the newly expanded First Things First OT from 4 to 5 p.m. on Fox Sports 1. And he joins us on Twitch, twitch.tv/Chicago 670 The Score. Hey, Danny.
What's up?
Danny,
What's going on, Marshall? Look like you want to say something. How's it going?
No, I had a question.
The same thing.
I had a question because it was like every time I hear First Things First, I think I'm going to hear you say First Things First. I, Danny, freak all the honeys, but that never comes out of your mouth. So I was just curious.
You know, that sounds like a reference that if I was cool, I would get.
It's
that's sad.
It's Biggie.
Now I'm sad.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it is Biggie. Talented guy. R.I.P. I watched episode 1 of the P. Diddy doc.
Oh,
What'd
you
you
seen
think?
it? I haven't seen it yet.
I mean, guys, bad guy. Bad guy. Bad guy.
Ray
The sign-
Diaz and I have been talking about this too. Like trying to get. I haven't watched it yet, but it is on my list.
Yeah, the signs seemingly were there from the beginning.
This is the Danny Parkins episode 1 of the documentary postgame show.
I love it. Yeah, well, right. Like it's 3 more episodes, and obviously I know where he is now and how the trial ended. And so this is, like episode 1 is kind of like a back in the day type of situation, and it's like I see where they're going. I see how
There's
they're
a clear path. There's a clear path, Danny.
Yeah, I get it. I understand what they're trying to do, and my guess is they're going to land that plane pretty successfully.
And that it shows you that Danny is not just a sports expert here on the show. Good stuff. Danny, I do want to go back to our open, and you did talk about, of course, that Bears and Packers game, the all-important one.
Yeah.
I'm with you. Like, the first half was a clunker, and the second half we got to see some real football, and overall it was an exciting game. What were your major takeaways?
I mean, I think the prevailing wisdom was we'll see him again in 2 weeks, right? Like it coming off of the Eagles game, it felt further validating that they were not outclassed. I think there were totally legitimate questions about the Bears the first 3 months of the season on like if they were just getting lucky, if these were just like outlier fourth quarter variance results that would even out. And when they played better, healthier teams, they would kind of get dog walked. And now in back to back, now you could say the Eagles are falling apart, and there's certainly some truth to that. But I think in back to back weeks, the Bears have acquitted themselves like they belong. Like they'll be a team that no one wants to play, that can beat anybody on any given Sunday. And so, this isn't a sport of moral victories, and they have not locked up the playoffs yet. But I thought that the second half, how Caleb played, Ben Johnson adjustments, I thought those were all encouraging things. And then, period, next paragraph, Caleb needs to make that throw. I don't know how much heat he's gotten in Chicago. I'll be honest. I haven't listened to much of you guys this week. I apologize, but he has to make the throw. And I know he said today some version of the Michael Jordan quote. He missed a bunch of game winners, and he thinks he's going to make that throw 9 out of 10 times. Okay, well then I'm going to be mad that wasn't one of the 10 or one of the 9 because it was a primary read on the play. You had to have it. It's an aggressive play. You went for the most aggressive of the options on the play. If you're going to do that, you've got to connect. And he didn't connect. So I hope he's at least caught some heat for it because he chose the riskiest option and he didn't connect on it and it cost him the game.
We definitely talked about it. I think he just probably chose it a little too late. I think Komet was open. Originally, I thought it was around the 2 or 3.
Same thing, though, right?
It was the 5. He was open at the 5 or the 6. He was open earlier in the route, and I think if you look at Komet's reaction, Danny, you can tell he expected to catch that ball earlier than when it was thrown.
Yeah, it's the same thing. If you made the right decision late, you made the wrong decision.
Right.
Right. You're right. It's hard to bootleg away from your strong side and throw quick because you got to get your hips around and all of those things. But that's how the play is designed to do. And Caleb has done it 1,000 times. And he himself said it's not a hard throw. I loved the play call because it had 3 real options. DJ Moore, I do not think was a real option on that play. That was clearly a release type thing that was not realistic with the, running Swift and Komet. I think he would have gotten stopped if he ran it. And he chose the home run ball because Komet was open, to your point, Layla, but he was late on it. And then even when he threw it late, if he would have thrown it to the back of the end zone and back pyloned it, he would have at least given Komet a chance. So he underthrew it and he threw it late. So I mean, it's a bad job. It was. Now before that, he was 13 of 20 in the second half with 2 touchdowns, no turnovers, and 150 yards of offense by himself. So, I mean, the throw to Zacchaeus was great. The throw to Komet was great. Some of the scrambles were impressive. We now know that Loveland was not the first option on that touchdown pass, so that showed some good improvisational ability. There were a lot of really impressive moments from Caleb, too. Just the last one's the one that we'll remember. And now as long as you beat the Browns, you get, no matter what happens in Bears-Broncos, you get the Packers for first place in the division at home Saturday night, prime time on Fox, a week from Saturday.
I love that. And I'll tell you, I've wrestled with this whole, can Caleb get there by the end of this season? And I don't think he can get where I want him to be, which is elite quarterback. But I do think he can be good enough to get this team to the Super Bowl if he doesn't make mistakes, number one, which is turnovers. But Ben Johnson can scheme around his deficiencies, if you will, or where he hasn't quite gotten to good enough in Ben Johnson's eyes. Do you see that also?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think it's probably the question. And it's can Caleb get hot for a stretch of games? Yeah, probably. But it's hard to say that with much conviction, given that he hasn't had a dominant stretch of games yet. Jordan Love right now is on a dominant stretch of games. Matt Stafford is on a dominant season of games. So those are quarterbacks right now that if you got to win 3 or 4 straight to win a Super Bowl, you have to feel better about. The Bears, I love their coach. I love their running game. Is the takeaway rate successful? Getting at least one takeaway in 11 of 13 games, is that sustainable? Probably not. But maybe. Caleb's gonna need to play very well if they're going to win multiple playoff games. He's gonna need to play at least very well in one of them. So maybe the rest of the team is strong enough that he doesn't have to go 4 for 4 with 4 straight great playoff games. Maybe they're good enough in other places where they can overcome it once. But if they're going to win multiple playoff games, he's going to have to be a big part of the reason why at some point. And again, to be clear, he was the biggest part of the reason why that was even a game at the end against Green Bay. He was the biggest reason for a stretch of time, a quarter and 1.8 quarters of football. He was the best player on either team on Sunday. So he definitely can do it. It's just hard to say that he will when it's been as inconsistent as it's been.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. And the other thing too is Marshall and I were talking earlier, Danny, and Marshall's like, "Oh, you're waving the white flag and the Bears taking the NFC." I guess yes, but it goes back to me.
I wouldn't.
It goes back to me. Well, I know that. I know how you feel,
okay,
but
okay.
I before we get there, it goes back to me to the point of what Ben Johnson said last week. You're winning in spite of your passing game right now, not because of it. And so until we see that overwhelmingly, I don't know that I can confidently say this is enough to beat a Rams team. This is enough to beat the Seahawks.
Well, so the Seahawks, Sam Darnold has won 0 big games in his life. So, Sam Darnold can lose you a game, right? That's the hope against Seattle's been better than the Bears this year, no question. But, if you love the Bears defense and their takeaways, Sam Darnold can give it away. So that's the glass half full for Seattle. And then they'd be an underdog against the Rams. But where's the game? Is the game in LA? They're a bigger underdog. Is the game in Sub-Zero Soldier Field, like that game the Rams came to a few years ago, where the Bears won 15-6, and they looked like they had no interest in playing in that game because it was so cold? I don't know. The 1 seed is still there for the Bears technically, depending on how they finish out and what goes the rest of the way. So you're probably right. They're an underdog for a reason. They're the 7 seed for a reason. But I just think it's wide open still right now. Speaking of the cold, you guys are successful. I got a question for you guys. What's your number? If I said to you, you could dress however you want, but no press box, no club level, no suite. You've got to go sit with the diehards, the lot B folk, and you gotta tailgate for 90 minutes or more. And then you got to sit in the upper deck at the 20-yard line. And what's your Yeah, you got an upper deck. So you're sitting with the diehards. You got to be a fan in the elements for one of the coldest games in Soldier Field history. I assume you wouldn't pay for the privilege of doing it. But how much would you guys have to be paid? I want a number from both of you.
Well, I think I could shop my way out of this. So given that, I could buy.
You would do it for free.
I could buy no, because I would at least have to get the cost even of what I buy on Amazon to make this happen. Because I know where those rechargeable hand warmers are at, and I could put on a ton of layers. Then I could put on layers on the layers on the layers, and as long as I could cover my face too, because my nose runs at 75 or less, I feel like I could shop my way into making something work. So
give me a number.
All right, I'd say I would need, based on what I already have, what I own, and what I would need, I'd say I need $200 worth of stuff. So if
he's asking about a ticket, I thought.
Hold on a second. No,
he's asking how much he could pay me.
I'm saying, Layla, if I Venmo you $200 right now and get you a ticket to the upper deck of this game, you will go to that game?
Do I get to tailgate?
Sure.
The problem, come
on. You do not want to go to that game.
I want to go. I would do it, but I needed to at least cover what I buy in gear. But here's the other problem: is we work, so then I can't rewind the play in person when I'm watching. That's always the overriding concern. But if work is not an issue,
Oh, come on! You get home and watch the game back, and whatever analysis your Monday show will miss from your ability to rewind, you can make up for it in telling stories about how cold you were.
No, I tell stories about. The problem is, Danny, that's not interesting to listeners because I tell stories about how cold I am all the time. I'm cold in the studio right now, but outside of the work responsibility, I could do it. I would just need to break even on my shopping.
I promise you, the more entertaining radio on Monday is going to be stories of Bears fans staying warm at that game, more so than analysis of why they won or lost the game. I
just hope it's not a Chiefs situation where fans were defying frostbite and like health to watch the game.
$200 is a crazy number.
It's whatever the break even would have to be, and the fact that I wouldn't have to like analyze the game like I normally do.
Can I just tell you when
Marshall,
you asked
what
the number was? I was going to tell you 50, as in 50 degrees, as if it's not above 50 degrees and I'm in the upper deck, I'm not going. That's my answer. So like there is,
there's no number.
There is no number, and the number is like I'm at work in a full-time job where I have been assigned to cover the game. That's all that would get me to go there.
So Marshall, you would not go in the stands to that game on Sunday for $2,500.
If you pay me $2,500 to go and sit do I have to tailgate?
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, you got
to.
No, that's because
you have to
tailgate for 90 minutes. And then you have to go to the game in the stands.
Nah, not for $2,500. That number's gonna have to be higher.
That's the game we're playing.
Okay, so here's my number then. My number is $10,000.
$10,000.
Yes.
See, that's an answer.
Yeah,
okay.
$10,000.
Layla claims the only reason she wouldn't do it is because she needs to take notes during the game.
No, that's a bad answer.
Danny, that's our job.
She can take notes later. She can run it back. She records the game.
That's our whole ass job. I do.
It is actually not our whole job. Our whole job is to be entertaining on the radio. That's the whole job. It is not to take notes. I promise you, it has nothing to do with taking notes. If you got $10,000 to go to
if I get $10,000, I'm going.
Give me the $10,000.
Even $1,000.
You're going for $200. Yeah. You said.
I mean, I just want to break even on what I buy. But yeah, I would like. The only problem is when I get home, I don't like moving. When I get cold, I don't like moving at all. I turn into one of those iguanas that falls out of the tree. So like, I'm just worried about the job I would have to do later in the week.
Why, do you have tickets that you're offering us, and that's why you're saying this?
I promise you, no. Guys, it's going to be 20 degrees below zero.
Oh, we know. We were just talking about this.
Well, I'm just saying, tickets are not going to be hard to get. Like I haven't checked. What's the get-in price for this game?
I haven't even looked.
I'm gonna tell you in 30 seconds. I will tell you what the get-in price is for this.
So yeah, we'll see which one of us beat. I guarantee.
So what did you think it was gonna be? What did you think it was gonna be?
I would imagine I can get into that game for $75.
You can get into Browns Bears right now, and I'm just looking at StubHub. You can get $107.
But that's
Section 349.
So really, after the fees, it's like $200.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Yes. But so come game time, when that forecast actually hits, and people wake up that morning and decide, you know what,
the price is going to go down. You're right about that.
My house is good. You can get into that game for $75. So Layla, the offer's on the table. I'll take notes for you.
No,
I'll send you $200 and the ticket to the game.
I said my issue was like the notes. So no, that's not.
But he just said he would take notes for you.
Danny's note taking is not mine. Like, I appreciate the idea, but that's my biggest issue.
Just so you know, Danny, the $10,000. If you want to send it my way, I will be there.
No. Marshall, your number is closer to my number.
Thank you. What's your number, Danny?
Yeah, my number's probably like 5.
5.
I think I'd do it for $5,000.
I would think about it at 5, but the thing is, like, I like to be warm. I like to be able to replay
But you wouldn't be warm. That's what we're paying you for.
No,
exactly.
For me, it's 100% about being able to like watch the game how I want to watch it, which is no. We have a job to do.
So you wouldn't do it for $10,000 though?
Okay, Layla, we have a job. Like, yeah, okay.
I don't do this job for free. Sorry.
No, but your point stands. If you give her $10,000, she can rewatch the game and take notes when she rewatches the game for $10,000.
This is just not. I mean, if I didn't have to if I had my old job per se, where I'm hosting like White Sox pre and post, I don't know, whatever my break even is with the shopping would get it done. I already own a Canada Goose. So like I figure I can probably work with everything from there.
Yeah, I think
if it's just for the bit. But the problem is like this job is not just for the bit. I wish it were in some ways, but no, that's just not the case.
I'm with you, Danny. We're on the we are aligned.
Just differing opinions on the job. But yeah, that's okay. All right. Well, it was just a fun question. Just a.
I appreciated the question. Again,
the question is great. It's
50
just the
degrees is where you
realistic
had me.
application is another thing.
Okay, yeah. Well, people do the job without watching the game live all the time. You know, it is like it's doable. Is all I'm saying. I would recommend it, but it is doable. But I just hope Chicagoans stay safe. You're right, Layla, to bring up that Dolphins-Chiefs game. People lost their fingers.
That's what I'm saying.
That's crazy.
That stuff is terrifying to me. And then there was that whole weird story about the people drinking, watching the game in somebody's backyard, and that turned into a trial. Like, Harry.
Yeah, no joke. Stay safe out there. Don't lose to Shedeur Sanders, and Bears-Packers a week from Saturday is for first place in the division. Opportunities right there in front of the Bears. They got it. I got it.
Bears-Packers Saturday is going to be drunk.
Could
no
be
matter
for
what
first
we
place
do.
in the NFC if things shake out right.
Yeah, everything is still right there in front of the Bears. But the NFC's tough. You go from the 1 seed to the 7 seed with one loss to a good team. It's tough.
Go Lions this weekend. Go Lions.
No.
Yeah, tricky. If you believe in the 1 seed, go Lions. If you just want security to make the playoffs, go Rams. That's a good topic too.
Yeah, and I vote Rams. Danny, thanks as always for the time. We look forward to seeing your work on First Things First. It is from 4 to 5 on Fox Sports 1.
Thanks, Danny.
All right, stay warm.
R.I.P. Biggie.
Yeah, R.I.P.
Somebody on the text line said you could have told him it was meatloaf. Guys, I'm not going to the game. I have to work. It's a different thing. You give up your fan card when you get paid to watch the game. I'm sorry. That's just how this goes. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harrison Grody on 670 The Score. We did hear from Caleb Williams today, as we mentioned. I think we've got to re-examine, based on what he said, your question from earlier in the show.
I like it. I like that idea. And extrapolating it out, because that's where we are in this season.
This is hilarious. 847, you guys are so soft. Let me know if you're trying to unload tickets and I'll go for nothing. Turning down $2,500 to watch the Bears is ridiculous. Who said $2,500?
No one said $2,500. I went straight to $10,000. I like being comfortable.
No, you're good. I'm just trying to... People... You think you listen, but sometimes you guys really got to press rewind. Fortunately, if you're listening on the Odyssey app, you can do just that.
Oh, I like that.
Stay with us.
Smooth.
More next.
Chicago versus Green Bay at Soldier Field on December 20th is going to be the biggest game in the football universe.
Looking, throwing, it is intercepted, and the Packers will win it.
Green Bay, Chicago, I think that's awesome to have this rivalry alive and well right now.
And on Friday the 19th, the Score is crossing the Wisconsin border to host the return of the Brat Bowl.
We'll be back at the world-famous Brat Stop in Kenosha, where the Score will clash with radio hosts from The Fan in Milwaukee.
And you're invited to join us. First, from 10 to 2, it's Rahimi Harrison Grody. Then, from 2 to 6, it'll be the Spiegel and Holmes show.
Save the date and join us Friday, December 19th. The trash talk will be flowing at the Brat Stop in Kenosha for the Brat Bowl.
Brought to you by Kenosha Subaru. For all you do, Kenosha Subaru.
Imagine this, a brand new finished basement your family can enjoy right now, and you don't pay a dime until 2028 with Matrix Basement Finishing. Lock in your 2025 pricing today and enjoy your dream basement years before you even make that first payment. Whether it's a home theater, a gym, game room, make your home bigger, better, and more fun without waiting. Your dream space shouldn't have to wait until 2028. MatrixBasements.com. You know, the guys with the X.
Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
Listen up. You want the IRS off your ASS? Do you owe the IRS over $10,000? Do you have unfiled tax returns? Do you owe payroll taxes? Has the IRS garnished your paycheck or taken money out of your bank account yet? They will if you ignore them long enough. Look, deal with the IRS on your own, and there's a good chance that you're going to feel like you've just been run over by a freight train. I'm Patrick Noon, founder and owner of PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800 number 10 states away. We're here in St. Charles, Illinois. Call me now at 630-415-5296. I've helped hundreds of taxpayers resolve their tax issues with the IRS, and I can help you too. Call me now at 630-415-5296 for your free 1-hour, no-obligation consultation. Or check us out online at pjntaxsolutions.com. Either way, remember, call us when you want the IRS off your ASS.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu. Medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
The premier name for bridal and engagement rings in Chicagoland is Rasny Jewelers, with locations in Addison, Hinsdale, Highland Park, and Chicago. Visit rasny.com.
Did you know you have the power to manage your energy? From usage alerts to energy-saving programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Ed Orgeron never minced words. The former LSU head coach had a great line on the podcast Bussin' with the Boys. Ed was about how NIL changed the game. He said, back then we used to walk in the back door with cash. Now we walk in the front door. Ed is a lot of things, but probably not a liar. Maybe that's why he's not coaching anymore. But he sure is a must-listen interview. I'm Andrew Perloff.
We'll be right back with Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past 2 years. For example, a man age 45 non-tobacco user, $1 million of coverage is only $75 per month, level for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can buy $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110, guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rates for 20 years. And if you're a smoker, we have great rates for you as well. At the Term Lifeline, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. So if you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call right now for a free quote.
800-676-1090. 800-676-1090. 800-676-1090. That's 800-676-1090.
Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes are based on preferred non-tobacco underwriting exam required to qualify.
Paid for by Airtime Media.
Listen to Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on the Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
And it all comes down to this 4th and 1. On the fake. Williams looking, throwing, it is intercepted! Keyshawn Nixon and the Packers will win it!
This is Rahimi, Harris, and Grody on 670 The Score. That was the final play of the game against the Packers at Lambeau Field. That courtesy of Fox Sports. We had asked the question earlier in our show to begin the 10 o'clock hour. It was a hypothetical created by one Mars Hall Harris. What is the Bears' ceiling this season if Caleb Williams is at his fully realized self this season? Not that he won't improve next year, but just as much as he can do for this year when it comes to improvement. Mechanics you typically fix in the offseason, so what would it be? We had a good discussion about it in the first hour. And then there was some more that came out just now. In fact, Danny Parkins referred to it when he talked to us in the previous segment. He mentioned the quote from Caleb Williams talking about that final play, for example. And you heard Danny say, well, that is one of the throws that I need you to make. So here's what he was referring to, the question and the answer about that play that ended up being an interception.
Okay, what's your process after the way that game ended, like the first couple of days? Are you, like, how quickly do you flush it? How much are you, and obviously you watched it with Ben on Monday, that last play, but like, what's kind of your process of how you just think about a game that ended that way?
You're saying me throwing the
the last
there's not another moment, another player, another situation, in those moments, I feel like the ball should be in my hand, and that's how I felt as a kid. That's how I still feel today. That's how I felt on Sunday in that moment. And so, feel great. It kind of goes to the MJ quote where he missed how many game winners, and the Kobe where he took the game winner, and tried to, versus the Jazz and all of them back then. It's like, you're going to take those shots, and, that's the type of mindset I have that, I'll take those shots and, I'll roll with the punches if I do miss. And, that's what happened. And so you move on from it. And when that moment comes up again, I think 9 times out of 10 that I'll hit. And so, that's my mentality. That's how I feel about it. And just got to give Cole a better ball in that moment. But other than that, roll with the punches if it doesn't roll your way.
I do think that's how he feels about it. I do think that is his mentality. I don't know that it's 9 times out of 10 right now.
The numbers would bear out that it hasn't been 9 times out of 10 for really any of his throws, if you're really thinking about it, because of what his completion rate is on the season and what it is game to game, to be honest. And even in second halves when his passer rating is above 95. I love the reference to the Michael Jordan and the Jazz, though, when shows you he is a student of the game of basketball as well as football, because that happened before he was born. Well before he was born. So I do like that element of it. I think Caleb Williams wants to be great. I don't think there's anyone denying that. It's just where he is on his journey right now that the timeline doesn't necessarily match what this team outside of his play is capable of this season.
And you have to have that belief in yourself. To be a quarterback, you have to have a bit of that. I think it was when we interviewed Jakeem Grant, he talked about a little bit of insanity was the quote he had when it came to having to return kickoffs and punt coverage. I think there are certain traits you have to be able to function in the NFL at that position in particular. Nothing wrong with that. And he has faith in himself, and that is a very good thing. But Danny's right. If that is 9 out of 10 throws like you claim it to be, then that's one of the ones that needs to be in the 9.
And if it is 9 out of 10 throws like you claim to be, that means the next 9 better be on point, because that would be 9 out of 10.
The team has improved. There's no doubt about that.
He has
Caleb
improved.
Williams has improved. I don't think that that's also in question. And I mentioned before in the first hour, I think one of the best ways that you can tell is not just the avoidance of sacks, which is absolutely massive, but now we're starting to see some off-speed, some balls thrown with touch as opposed to every one of them being a fastball. But until you show us that you're consistent and with a higher pass rate completion percentage than I'd say 55 on plays and structure, and you're not throwing so many balls out of bounds, and you do make that throw where you're likely hitting Kmet when he's first open at like the 5 or 6 yard line as opposed to being in the end zone, then we talk. Then I will believe you. But I understand completely that you have to believe in yourself first, and I'm okay with giving you the time to get there.
And I think that's where we are right now, is giving him the time to get there and understanding how long this is going to take to get him to an elite young quarterback, if that is the ceiling that he is going to reach. And listen, I'm good with the development that he's done so far this season. Again, I just think it's not on the same schedule as the overall winning
opportunity window, if you will, of this 2025 Bears team. If he was next year and they were in this exact same situation, there's no doubt in my mind, I'd feel much better about the chance of the Bears making some deep playoff run. Not to say they can't do it, just the margin of error is so much slimmer now than it would be a year from now, let alone 2 years from now.
630 has a good question. Is Rome going to play against the Browns? I don't know. With the only update we got was on Kyler Gordon per what Mark Grody said, and the update on Kyler Gordon was bleak.
I'll say this. I don't expect him to play. A stress fracture sounds like one of those things in your foot. When you're doing stuff on your foot, running, starting and stopping.
Planting, turning.
You want to give that time to heal, right?
And I don't think it feels better in that kind of weather when the cushion that you expect to have in your shoes is going to be hard as a rock.
It's not a great picture that you're painting right now for Rome Odunze's. We'll see what happens today. If he like goes limited today, I was like, oh, okay, maybe there's a chance. But if it's another DMP, nah.
No, 773 says, I don't think he meant 9 out of 10 for every single pass he throws. I don't either.
No, I think he meant that throw.
And yeah, they go on to say, I think he meant 9 out of 10 during clutch time. Yeah, I completely also agree. I think it's 9 out of 10 during clutch time, but we saw so much good that came from it last year, and they have come back in many different ways this year, as we have talked about, and he can also say that, but it hasn't all been throws. It's been turnovers created by the defense. It's been bruising runs. It's been a combination. The pass he threw to Cole Kmet on the scramble on the other side of the field was fantastic. I think the ball he threw to Olamide Zaccheaus in the end zone, I don't know how it got there.
I like that one better than the Kmet throw.
I have no idea how that ball got there. And frankly, some credit goes to Olamide Zaccheaus as well for being able to put himself in that position. And I need to see just more of the basic. It's true. It's like what Patrick Manley said.
No. I think we're all on the same accord with the pedestrian-looking pedestrian. That's what we were asking for. Can you please make the pedestrian look pedestrian? And I think one of the things you just brought up about specifically the avoidance of sacks. You know how many times he got sacked last year, right?
68.
68. Third most sacks all time for any quarterback ever.
All time.
All time.
Like that. It's that part of it.
How many sacks do you think he's on pace for right now?
It's less than 20, right?
No, it's not less than 20. He's been sacked 20 times.
Okay, I thought it was 19 was the number he had right now, so I was one off. So then, therefore, that would put him at 23. So he's on pace for like what, 28?
26.
Yeah.
You cut your sacks down by 42 season over season. That is such a marked improvement. I don't think he'll get enough credit for. You know,
we should.
And that is a major. I think I was comfortable. I was like, hey, if you could just get him down to 35, 36 sacks, but if he stays on this pace, and he might not because you see who's coming up, like the gambit.
Myles Garrett is 3 away from the record, as we have discussed.
Bosa.
Yeah, there's a litany of
Hutchinson again.
Yeah, there's a litany of pass rushers that the Bears are going to see over the next several games. So. Understood, but we know that is improved. We absolutely know that. I don't think you could ask anybody who follows the Bears for even 10 minutes, you would know that the sack number has improved.
He's only been sacked more than 2 times twice all season. And both of those games came in the first 6 games of the season. Just to show you even the improvement as the season has gone on.
708, this is not a championship level defense. No, it's not.
Surely is not.
And that's of no offense to Dennis Allen. I have loved some of the concepts that they have run. But when it comes to just what they, as I've said before, the money that they signed is not the money that's making money for them on the field defensively. And I hate to say it, but it's just absolutely true. Like I think Jalen Johnson will be a better version of himself this next game. But the money men, you got to step up too. And more so than we've seen out of Montez Sweat.
And Sweat has been better. And, he answers my question that I have every year following the Bears, which is who's going to get to the quarterback. Montez Sweat is going to get to the quarterback. Is he going to get there frequently enough to, be a game wrecker? Not yet, but he's improved. And that's all I can really ask at this point is steady improvement, knowing what the linebacking core and even the defensive back core has looked like for most of the season. It's been tattered, it's been patchwork, but Dennis Allen's done a pretty good job with the patchwork, because if you're going to be an opportunistic defense, as they have been, at least they have come up with big opportunities.
Yeah, it's the bottom. One of the bottom lines is at least that, like, for example, the one person Dennis Allen mentioned by name in his press conference that he was excited to work with probably isn't seeing the field for the rest of the season. So what they have, 3 games with Kyler Gordon?
Wasn't it 4th? Or maybe I thought it was 4, but maybe I was thinking it was going to be a 4.
That's what we got to look.
So this season, Kyler Gordon has played in 3 games. He has started 1.
Yeah, I thought it was 3. So that ain't great. Coming up next here on Rahimi Harris and Grody, Ed Ogeron has the most unlikely quote of a very popular song that I've ever heard in my life. Additionally, we have something to give away. Caller 6 to the score contest line, 312-540-0670 will win tickets to Football After Dark at Moretti's in Edison Park on Tuesday, December 16th with special guest Noah Sewell. I'm hosting. We had a great Football After Dark session with Nashawn Wright last week. So it is all sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com. Brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. Eminem, like you've never heard him before.
Oh, no.
Through the dulcet tones of Ed Ogeron. Next.
Go Titans! Bears fans, Caleb Williams and company return to Soldier Field to take on the Browns. Can the Bears return to the win column and keep pace in a tight NFC playoff race? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Browns right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hurry! It's our last chance to donate for 2025.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose vasectomy clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
Hosting a watch party or a holiday shindig? Let Portillo's take the stress off the plate. From craveable Italian beef and burgers to fresh salads and chocolate cake, Portillo's will help you catch up with your crew. Order now at portillos.com/catering.
You're listening to Rahimi Harrison Grody. Back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-999-3339. That's 800-999-3339. Again, that's 800-999-3339.
The Rahimi Harrison Grody Show. Middays 10 to 2 on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score.
I got to tell you, we had a meeting.
Ed Orgeron. It was about time for him to show up, wasn't it? Like, LSU gets rid of Brian Kelly, enter Lane Kiffin. Somewhere hanging out is Ed Orgeron.
But did you hear him while the job was open after they fired Brian Kelly? I'd love to coach LSU again. Give me another chance. I don't know what's better, this story or the Joe Burrow recruiting story, but they're both.
Then there's the story that, I don't know if he told this on Bussin' with the Boys podcast, but the reason he got let go anyway.
Yeah. Some things are just, yeah. Like, what are you going to say? What are you going to say, Layla?
It's just laughing. Like, it's so funny. If you don't recall some of the antics that Ed Orgeron was up to at LSU and in Baton Rouge outside.
Wilding. He was out here wilding is what he was doing.
Yes, he was. So point is, it's about time for Ed Orgeron to like pop up in the college football landscape. It just is. You know it too. Like deep down, you know. So he was on Bussin' with the Boys, and he talked about his recruitment of Joe Burrow, and see if you can make out what song he's referring to.
So I took him outside. This might have been the most important talk I ever had in all my life. We're in the parking lot, okay? And the gravel's, road people, the dust is coming.
What restaurant is this?
Mike Anderson's restaurant. I said, Joe, if you tell anybody about this conversation, it never happened. I said, Joe, I don't get you, they're going to fire me. I get you, we're going to win the national championship. That's how important you are to me. Now, there's 3 quarterbacks ahead of you. I'm going to put you on the 14, and you're going to earn your way in front of the football team. But, Joe, I know these quarterbacks. They're good, but they're not as good as you. I ain't seen a damn lick of film on the son of a gun. You hear me? I was just going on what I heard, right? Okay? And I saw in that meeting, right? You know what I mean? Hey, you got to take a shot, baby. Hey, what was that? M&M. Got one shot, man.
Yeah.
Hey, is that a great song? Spaghetti, throw up all over the place. You got heartbeat, you forget the word. You got one fucking shot, you got to take that song, man. Right? Whoa! Man, I can hear that song and get fired up, boy. That was me out there.
What's his facial expression? What's his response when you say, I don't get you, I'm getting fired?
You could tell when you tell somebody, it's like an aha moment. I saw that look in his eye. I hit home right now. I said, now, you're going to come earn your way, but I know you're better than them. Now, Joe, by the way, I have two pretty good receivers. One's name is Jamar Chase, and one's name is Justin Jefferson. You don't know about them yet, but you're going to love them.
What a sell.
If I don't sign you, I'm going to get fired. But if I do, we're going to win the national championship.
Was he wrong?
Throwing up all over the place spaghetti. How many times in practice do you think they'd all be like, what?
Are they from Louisiana or from outside Louisiana is the next question.
Yeah,
I can answer your question after you told me that.
Yeah, that's
Because if
fair.
they're from Louisiana, they understood perfectly what Ed Orgeron was saying.
I heard that and I'm like, my God. In some ways, you just, like, I'm sure he thought he was pretty bulletproof given, like, he absolutely met the moment there, but...
He did meet the moment. They won the national championship.
Did he, like, emotionally blackmail Joe Burrow into... And then the plan? Like, I have to move you up, and here's how we're going to do it?
No, I respect
And then they
that.
did indeed win the national championship.
I respect the fourth team bit because you got to, like, earn it with the team has to believe you can't be some guy who just comes in and they just anoint you the quarterback. I get it.
And he was spot on in his talent evaluation, wasn't he not?
You're going to love him.
We do. Jamar and Justin Jefferson.
That's crazy that they were that loaded. Every time I think about that national championship team, I think about, well, yeah, Joe Burrow looked like a godsend because he had these angels at receiver who could do anything and everything. Like, what are you doing defensively if you got Jamar Chase on one side and Justin Jefferson on the other?
Was that the 19 title? It wasn't it?
Either 18 or 19, right?
Yeah. Leonard Fournette was also on that team. And you know that Leonard Fournette was the kid that everybody talked about. They're like, did you hear? Was it Lane? Was it Lane who offered him somebody recruit? No, it was it Les Miles? I think it was Les Miles who recruited him as a 14-year-old. And everybody's like, oh, did you hear? They recruited a 14-year-old. Like, oh, that's crazy. That ended up being Leonard Fournette.
It was 2019, which was Clyde Edwards-Helaire was the lead running back.
I know, but I think Leonard was on that team.
He was.
Yeah.
13 carries, 36 yards, and a touch.
The legend that was Leonard Fournette, because he was the one who was recruited at 14 to go to LSU.
I mean, he was a big boy. He was a strong boy. He was a powerful boy. And Joe Burrow was out here winning Heisman's and national champ. 15-0. Remember when
that team dismantled everyone?
Champs had to go do some things. They were undisputed. They won. Let me take you through. Can I take you through
Wasn't
just real
that
quick?
Alabama game awesome? I seem to recall that game being ridiculous.
46-41. Yes.
Oh yeah, was that
in Tuscaloosa?
It was one of the quote games of the century end quote.
Yes. Their run in the postseason, a 37-10 win over Georgia. Then in the semifinals, they beat Oklahoma 63-28.
Ed would call that the semifinal.
And then they beat Clemson in the national title game 42-25 to finish off their 15-0 season.
If you never heard the story about Ed Orgeron at a gas station, which
Google
is what
it.
led to his downfall.
Google it.
I strongly suggest Google and enjoy. We wanted to let you know that next Friday, December 19th, you can join the score at the world-famous Brat Stop in Kenosha for the return of the Brat Bowl, previewing round 2 of Chicago and Green Bay. Our show will be there broadcasting live from 10 to 2, followed by Spiegel and Holmes from 2 to 6 that afternoon. We'll be joined by special guests, including Patrick Manley and hosts from The Fan in Milwaukee, as the shows gear up for a huge game the next day. That's next Friday, December 19th, from 10 to 6 at the Brat Stop in Kenosha. It's all brought to you by Kenosha Subaru. For all you do, Kenosha Subaru. Coming up next, time to talk to Spiegel and Holmes. I see Matt Spiegel. I see him. I see you.
He has acknowledged us.
He has. So we'll do that next.
Spaghetti, throw up all over the place.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know, The Score is your destination all season long. Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Crew, Jared Payton, Patrick Manning.
On defense, it's Matt Bowen and Anthony Herron. Plus, former Bears head coach giving us the big picture on offense and defense, Dave Wanstead. And all the inside info from Mark Crody, Brad Biggs, Dan Wiederer, Stacey Dales, and many more.
Unfiltered opinions from the unprecedented team of experts on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Whether you're gearing up for game day, planning a casual soiree, or just having a late-night snack attack, you're in luck. That's because your local Jewel Osco has sliced the price on your favorite pizzas. So swing on by the frozen aisles for great buys on Home Run Inn and Gino's East Pizza. These quick and easy crowd pleasers are perfect for just about any occasion. So stock up now to lock up the low prices during Jewel Osco's incredible holiday sale.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I was in a wreck. I need a check.
I'm attorney Kevin Rowe. Getting rear-ended once is bad enough. Don't let the insurance company hit you again with a lowball offer. Call an experienced attorney who knows how to fight and win. Call Lerner & Rowe today. 708-222-2222.
Jonathan Vows, managing attorney, 114 East Cermak, Chicago. Some work may be performed by or referred to other attorneys.
David Haugh for FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. Right now, that's the perfect time to join. Yes, right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. What a chance. Bet on the players you love the way you want. Head over to FanDuel.com/score to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/SCORE. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 and older and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rasny Jewelers, Chicago's most trusted family-owned and operated jeweler for 75 years, with 3 generations behind the name. December is often the single most popular month to propose. Buying an engagement ring can feel intimidating, but Rasny makes it easy and stress-free. Rasny also has their signature engagement ring collection, Forever by Rasny, crafted to highlight exceptional quality and artistry. Each ring is meticulously designed in-house to reflect your vision. There's no middleman. The Rasny family sources diamonds directly from Africa, hand-selecting only the finest natural diamonds. Rasny Jewelers, 4 Chicago area locations: suburban Addison, Highland Park, Hinsdale, and Chicago on Oak Street. Always available at Rasny.com.
Honey, have you seen the winter forecast? Bitter cold, heavy snow. We have to plan a winter getaway.
I'll tell you what we're not doing, traveling abroad. Last time was a nightmare. Passports, flights, layovers, never again.
Perfect. I have the ideal solution. We stay in country and soak up the sun in a truly grand destination. Fairhope, Alabama. The legendary Grand Hotel Golf Resort and Spa Autograph Collection. 2 championship golf courses on the Robert Trent Jones Golf Trail. A world-class spa, pools, tennis, pickleball, croquet, fine dining, and endless activities for the kids. Plus 2-for-1 golf this January and February.
I'm not driving to Alabama.
Relax. There are daily nonstop flights to Pensacola. Just 2.5 hours in the air.
Wow, really? So, golf, spa, and sunshine, and no passports required?
Nope. The Grand Hotel in Fairhope.
Since 1847, the Grand has been an icon on the Gulf Coast. This winter, stay in the country and vacation in grand style. Visit grand1847.com. That's grand1847.com.
Here's a great savings idea. Did you know you've got the power to manage your energy? Yep. From usage alerts to energy savings programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
Rahimi, Harrison, Grody will be back in 60 seconds on The Score.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-941-2255. That's 800-941-2255.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station. The Score!
I got Weeder and Fishbane walking around here right now. I don't know what these guys. You guys are welcome to come in here if you'd like. If you gentlemen would like to come in my room.
My room.
Oh,
PNC Center is now your room.
It's my room. They're correcting me again because I said Austin Booker the other day. Those senior writers from The Athletic, I tell you. I'm sorry, guys. What was I talking about?
Thanks to Mark Grody. Thanks to Mike Florio. Thanks to Danny Parkins. Do we thank Ed Orgeron?
We should.
Go Tigers.
Yes. Oh, Ed Orgeron is here. Hey, Ed, how you doing?
You gotta love them.
You look like you work out.
Okay, one friendly reminder. Once again, caller 6 to the Score contest line, 312-540-0670. We'll win tickets to Football After Dark at Moretti's in Edison Park. It is Tuesday, December 16th. Special guest Noah Sewell. I am hosting. We had a great conversation with Nashawn Wright, a great crowd too. It is all sponsored by TimberTech Decking and Railing, #1 in premium decking. Order free samples at timbertech.com and brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city. Yeah, that's the story, man. I just looked it up in our break and I'm like, this isn't true, right? Oh no,
it's very true. That's how Ed used to get down.
Well, how old is this story?
It's like four or 5 years old.
Yeah, it's back from his.
It was part of the reason that he got ousted.
Yeah.
Okay. This is from 2021, and the headline is, "If this wild gas station story is true, it's no surprise that Ed Orgeron is out at LSU."
Yeah, he went from.
Should I just read the rest of it?
He was wasn't he bringing ladies to practice and stuff too? Why before he was officially divorced?
Big man on campus.
Yeah, there was some stuff going on. Go Tigers!
So the story is, Orgeron's new bachelor status created messes for him. Like the time Orgeron pulled up. This is the story. That the time Orgeron pulled up to a woman at a gas station wearing exercise attire. "Hey, you look like you work out," he said.
Which is my line from Marion Host, and I resent that he's stealing it. But go ahead.
"Hey, you look like you work out." Like, that's the other thing, like the delivery. According to multiple sources, he said, "We could work out together." The woman informed Orgeron she was married and pregnant, to which he responded,
"What your man got to do with me?"
To which he responded, "Why does that matter?" "Well, here's why, Coach. That woman was the wife of a high-ranking LSU official." Word of this reached the LSU Board of Supervisors, the collection of prominent Louisiana attorneys and business owners appointed by the governor who make the most important decisions at LSU.
Well, I think Ed was just making conversation. You know, he's just chatting.
I mean, I detected a call to action in there.
Look, Ed was like everybody at some point in their life. Sometimes you just put the mouthpiece in and go to work.
Shooters shoot.
Shooters do shoot. Not all shooters have the same range, but shooters do shoot.
Every time you guys say shooters do shoot or anything, I always think of the old doorman at my building who doesn't work there anymore.
This story.
Yeah,
like,
we should beat him with a bag of apples.
Thank you, Lawrence.
The fact that you
Finally,
slide on that.
that's a real partner. Lawrence is a real partner. My partner at the time was not so supportive because
Is that the one who just tried to get me to go outside instead of work?
No, it was a different one. It was a different one. But yeah, like my Christine and I were dating at the time, and she was leaving the house, leaving our place after a date, and the doorman handed her a note. And the note had his phone number on it and said, I've enjoyed seeing you and meeting you. If you'd like to hang out sometime, give me a call. It's the doorman of my building.
We're positive he knew you were together.
Okay, yes. She'd
that's-
been there like 4 times, or maybe 5 times.
But there was no ring on her finger, right?
No, no
Okay,
ring
well,
on her
you know
finger.
what?
Then you sound like Jason Goff.
So-
he said, with a smile, he said, you got to shoot your shots. And now anytime
I
anybody
would
says
say
shoot
this.
or shoot, I think of
I
that.
would have shot my shot and had his ass fired.
Thank you, Lawrence.
No, but
Dude,
finally, I'm partnered up.
I said at 11:40 before we did halftime to Marshall, before we did the story about the guy who thought he could take on a WNBA player. I was like, the audacity of men. He's like, well, I
Odyssey.
don't know.
Odyssey.
Women have audacity too.
women do have audacity, but in this specific case, this man does not respect you. You need to let him know he needs to respect you.
Why he needs to be beaten with a bag of apples.
Also, I'm pretty sure that's a fireable offense, hitting on the significant others of residents.
Yeah,
as a
like
door
hitting
person.
on it just a
What
guess.
did she say about it?
She's like, don't. She told me, don't say anything. He's a sweet guy. It's fine. So I
like her
did her bidding.
transparency.
Yeah, she told me all about it. She showed me the
What time
note.
does he work?
Yeah, he doesn't work there anymore.
Okay, good.
Yeah. See?
Lauren's ready. Yeah.
Man,
Roll up.
because you know
I
what?
like
If you're
that.
that confident to do that, then what else are you doing?
Facts.
You know what I'm
that's true.
saying?
It comes down to integrity at some point, you know?
At some point, early, I would hope.
Well,
Before
clearly-
then,
I got your Christmas bonus.
Can
in
I
this
th-
bag of apples.
Bag of apples to your face.
I gotta thank our crew: Ray Diaz, Tyler Buterbaugh, Brandon Fryer, Jacob Stutz, Max Curtis, and Connor O'Donnell. You guys kill it every single day.
Can you help
Thank
me
for
with these
working with
groceries?
us.
Yeah, I never heard of a bag of apples as a weapon, but I'm really enjoying that visual.
There's a lot of things that can be weapon.
Well, clearly.
The idea is like they don't leave bruises.
Ah, yeah. Well, that's like
Takes the impact.
It's like Full Metal Jacket with the soap inside a sock. Everybody goes and gets one on
you got
private
it.
pile.
You got it now.
Yeah. Well,
Yep.
I will. And so
It's
will
just-
he.
it's
Any regrets?
So out of pocket.
You feel like
I
you
got the
handled it
girl
the right way?
I got the girl.
That's true. You got the girl.
I got the girl, and I got a story.
And she was always on your side.
Always, never a doubt.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's beautiful.
No, I was gonna say,
Yeah.
that was the best part of your story from a Spiegs wins element is that she was transparent about what
Yes.
happened.
Yes.
She told
That's
you not
a
to
win.
do it. You didn't do it,
Yes.
and everything worked out. As
Yeah,
long as
man.
everything works out, you good.
Yeah, that's why
The
I'm trying to stay married.
disrespect. The disrespect, though.
I know.
Yeah, there's a high level of disrespect.
High
in
level
this.
massive.
And
that,
like-
that
massive.
needs to be accounted for.
One of the Twitch chatters
Cut your
says
Achilles.
he asked an unmarried woman
That's a
out. I
very
don't get the
specific-
issue. The issue is she's dating somebody at the building you're working at as a doorman.
Yeah.
That's the issue.
That's the issue.
Yeah, can I tell you my doorman
That
story?
he
just
works
as an
for
aside?
me. Yeah.
Okay, so this is back when I was living in Philly. I broke up with my girlfriend, and she comes to the building when she knows I'm at work, and she asked the doorman, who she of course saw frequently, is like, so just tell me, like, does Marshall bring a lot of girls home? Like, and so
Wow.
my doorman laughs and was like, what are you talking about? Are y'all not still together? My man was
Now, see, that's an extra
zipped
100
up,
at Christmas.
buttoned up.
That's right.
And then when I got home, guess what story he told me? Because she had dropped off these red velvet cupcakes that she had made, like homemade
that's nice.
red velvet cupcakes.
This is an X. You don't know what's in there.
Yeah, I took those.
Oh, wait. I thought you meant like while you guys
No.
were.
This is when she came.
Oh, no.
She's
you
like,
don't
I'm
want
dropping
those.
off these cupcakes. And by the way, does Marshall, because it was like 3 weeks after we broke up, and she was trying to like run it back, spin the block. I was like, I'm good.
That's also diabolical. For her to then ask the door person as if that door person's going to tell her.
I mean, I could see how she could use her womanly wiles to coax some information. She was a very lovely lady.
But he had your back.
He had my back 100%,
You know
and
what?
told
You
me
should-
the story that night when I got home. Like,
$100.
Yeah, $100 or just a bag of apples, like a very nice bag
No.
of apples,
Oh,
not as a
yeah.
weapon, but just as a gift.
No, that's cash.
yeah.
That's a gift card.
That's cash. I always did hook him up with the extra bonus at holiday
Maybe
time.
That's what
maybe
you're talking about.
Maybe just some Joe's Stone Crab leftover gift cards. Now we're talking
This
about your
story's so old. This
last
is
guest.
pre-Uber, and this is the guy that would always make sure I had a cab when I had to go out of town.
Layla, do you have you even looked like in a closet or in boxes? Like Danny Wysocki would always give us stuff for going on. Do you have like any Joe Stone Crab gift cards and gift certificates
old
laying around?
Unfortunately, Danny hid those from the rest of us. So
Send him
No,
a.
I'm sorry
gotta
that
check.
I'm sorry that I
Gotta
don't know
check.
where those are.
You never know. I got a couple Let Us Entertain You $50 cards.
Hell yeah, you do.
I'll use the hell out of those.
And those never expire.
No.
Take him to Bub City and
Yeah,
get the
sure.
Hub nachos.
Seriously, Let Us Entertain You gift cards never expire.
Yeah, which is a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Hell, I could go to RJ Grunt's and get a French onion soup. I can do what I want.
There are a lot of options.
Yeah, man, I like it. I like it over there.
I know. I got to get the
Now
hot
I'm hungry.
nachos
Thanks,
at Bub
guys.
City. I got to do that in my life.
It's a fun thing.
Hey, how about the Orioles and $155 million to Pete Alonso? Huh? How about that? You know what?
I'm so irrational about this.
Well, you know what it shows is like they were for real on Schwarber. We heard that they had offered Schwarber the same money that the Phillies did, and I'm like, it sounds like are they one of those teams doing the we tried?
We tried
thing?
so hard to get Dylan
But
Cease.
no, then they get Pete. I like that they're aggressive. They were last place last year, but I feel like they're a couple years late with that great young core.
I think the core is still ripening.
Well, I mean, there's more. There's more.
I think
coming.
they can easily be back and competitive again this year.
Now they need to go get
They need some
Framber.
pitching.
They need to get Framber Valdez or Ranger Suarez or God forbid Michael King. Cubs.
Well, I do
Get going! Do they have a
I
better
do think
lineup?
Mike Elias would like Framber Valdez because that's the Astros system, and he was a part of it.
Sure, but I mean they need somebody up top there.
Do the
But,
Orioles have a better lineup than the Cubs?
It's a good question. Maybe
I think they do.
Well, it depends if some of those young guys take a step. But the subtext here is get going, Cubs. Get going.
If you're really serious about pitching, the Padres just offered up their bullpen.
What you mean?
The
They got Phil
whole
Maton.
bullpen.
They got Phil Maton. They're good.
No, they're not.
That's not it?
No, they're not.
Oh,
that
not
ain't
the,
it.
That's not the sum?
Yeah, but I mean, all that stuff's percolating. I think we're having Bruce on today. We're going to check in with Bruce down there, Shecky Levine, as he does his comedy
punching
bits.
up bits for Boris.
Wait,
Writer's Room. Bruce auditioning for the Scott Boris Writer's Room.
The Scott
yesterday.
Boris Comedy Jam.
Oh, yeah.
That would be so awesome to have the Scott Boris Comedy Jam, hosted by Martin Lawrence.
Yeah, there you go.
Here's some more stuff. And did you guys even hear the Bruce?
No.
Oh, Bruce setting him up for Zach Gallen material with his own Zach Gallen
He
stuff.
had his own Zach Gallen
Yeah,
bit.
he went with
measuring cups.
With measuring cup.
And Boris went with gasoline.
Yeah.
Like that's how he like it was
two very different. Yeah.
Yeah, but
I get it. I get it.
Different
No,
angles.
I like where Bruce was going.
Punny at best.
If we just offer him, Boris, like, I don't know, 2 segments to get the jokes off, do we get more information because he's so happy to have a creative outlet on a microphone?
No, he doesn't need
I think
us.
that's part of the reason he talks the way he does is like he can dance around like substance.
He's already got the captive audience, so he does his bits in front of the captive audience. Then they ask him questions that he doesn't quite answer.
But you know the combination to the lock.
Right,
so
but-
maybe if you put him in this setting,
Didn't the
catch him
Schwarber
off guard enough.
with a drink.
I believe the
Presto
Schwarber news.
changeo.
I believe the Schwarber news broke during Scott Boris's comedy bits. Like he was up there doing shtick for all the assembled media, and Passon, not in attendance at that event, it went ahead and tweeted the
Dropping
Schwarber
hammers.
news. Yeah, exactly.
I believe that.
So while everybody's out there kissing the Boris ring,
No, you know what the problem is you have to come back with something. And when nothing happens, you're like, well, at least Scott Boris will talk. So then you have to use it because you know it's a guarantee that you might get somebody speaking on the mic.
Scott Boros.
yeah, that ain't him.
Scott Boris.
What's that hat that Tyler Buterball's rocking right there? What you got, kid? Is that a whale?
It's Whalers Brewery out in Rhode Island.
Oh, very nice.
Thank you.
Yeah, like a Hartford Whalers thing.
Very fancy.
You guys get to use the single Tyler formation. Have you been in the double Tyler formation at all?
I have
Not
never been.
yet.
12 personnel.
12
personnel.
2 Tylers.
I like that.
We were talking about Cole Kmet a little bit, how like the existence of Colston Loveland has allowed you to see the limitations of Cole Kmet. Like physically, like he is lumbering out there in comparison to a truly athletic
'Cause
and
Colston
gifted
glides.
receiver. Colston glides.
He's got receiver's feet.
Yes.
I would still say that Cole Kmet is having his best year as a Bear.
I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying the difference. Like even on the interception.
Yeah, you can see how those two guys could work together.
Yeah. Lawrence has a very nice way of
Contrast
saying.
and compare.
And I believe Cole Kmet is a lot more Kyle Rudolph, like just lifelong carpenter.
But you know what's funny is we've gotten such a more defined role for Kmet. You see
That's
exactly
what
how
I'm saying.
he's-
I think we continue to learn in this town, like the difference between tight ends and why two matter.
Well, also why it's good to have a guy who's 6'5". Like Colston Loveland is 6'4", right? I think, or he might be right at 6'5". Like they're similar height, but when you see how Kmet's able to use his body and what he's able to do when they want him to be out in a pass pattern, it seems to always make sense as to why he's being utilized in that particular play the way he is.
In a perfect world, you want your inline tight end and you want your move tight end. And the great thing about these two guys is that depending on looks, they can be interchangeable. It's a great combination of tight ends. And I feel like Cole has kind of found himself in this offense. And if he's catch the ball, fall down, go boom, but he's in the end zone,
That works. And he's making his block really well when
Yes.
he chips before he leaves there, or does whatever he needs to do. And from the eye, whether it's him or Durham Smythe,
he knows our buddy Chip Help.
He does. He knows Max Protect.
He knows Max Protect
Those
too.
guys
he
are tight.
does.
Those guys are tight.
But yeah, I think are the days of Cole being the Bears' leading receiver over? Probably.
Yes,
You know?
as they should be. That's why I
Yes.
think it's great. Like I think when you look at the two guys and you're looking at the draft profile of Loveland, you're like, oh, I get it now. I see what people see in him. But that shouldn't diminish what Cole is as a player. It's just a different skill set for a similar position.
It's all it is. It's like when your ace becomes your number two pitcher, and you're like, "Oh, I get it. That makes a lot more sense right there." It's just that kind of thing. I was hanging
Cubs
out.
got an ace?
No, not yet. Okay. Well, no, not yet.
Well, they might not have that ace until
maybe.
September.
Yeah, I don't know. I was hanging out with somebody on Thanksgiving who's like, I love tight ends. It was a young lady who's like, I love tight ends. They're so handsome. They're so big. They're so strong. And I was able to like explain how we've come to know that tight ends are the key to understanding an offense very often.
And a lot of them were former quarterbacks, so they've got the swagger of former quarterbacks.
Oh, that's interesting.
In bigger bodies.
That's interesting. But like how you can see what an offense is doing if you learn what the tight ends are doing, all the different uses of them, and how a lot of future offensive coordinators are tight ends coaches by design. Sean McVay will make somebody a tight ends coach when he thinks they have a future as an offensive coordinator. That kind of thing.
Yes, the old Sean Payton path to
Yeah,
greatness.
I think that is true.
Go learn how the offensive line works.
Yeah,
But Dan Campbell path.
learn how somebody does both, because the tight end is both offensive lineman and receiver. Welcome to my tight end TED Talk.
Thanks. It was
I
awesome.
enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's good to have you.
You gonna have more of that or
No, that's about all I got.
today?
Yeah, today. I'll have more tomorrow. I'll see you tomorrow, right here. Same spot. If that's all right with you. See, I thought you were a good partner because you're going to go after the doorman. Now you're hanging me out to dry.
Hey, I've
Who's getting the bag of apples now?
I've got negatives and positives about me. One, I'll go to war with you. Two, I don't like you.
But you need that.
Let me put those things on the list.
Like those are good. Those are good qualities in a coworker.
Yeah, I know. Lawrence has the
And
list.
family member,
Damn
coworker,
it.
family member. Those are good traits to have. Like I don't really like you, but hey, if you need me, I got you. I got you.
Yes,
That's right.
It's true.
It's a whole thing. Here's what we have planned for today's show. I hear that we're getting the second rate version of a Bears hit, 2 words, from Mark Grody. I heard that today on the Midday Show.
That ain't right.
That
Marshall
ain't
loves
right.
a pre-owned analogy. He
That ain't
really
right.
does.
Bruce Levine is going to join us. We will talk to him about his hot 5 that he had in front of Scott Boras.
Oh
and
my goodness!
if and when the Cubs are going to do something, we will turn the page today at 4 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock.
Man, that extra hour is tough.
Yes,
all right.
because of the time change. No, Teron Armstead is going to join us at 3 o'clock today, and we've got offensive line questions that we want to run past him.
We have to
I see what you did
expand.
there.
We got to expand his. Yeah, it's true. We can expand on his conversation he had with Darnell Wright, which was fascinating.
Yes, and I want to know if the trajectory of Ozzie Trapillo's career has changed, because he's been playing quite a bit of left tackle again, and I thought that wasn't a thing. So we'll ask Teron about all of that stuff. We're going to talk about Caleb and his 1,000,000 reps. Getting 1,000,000 reps seems like a lot of reps to get before your next season, but whatever. But we're going to start talking about the White Sox. I know, right? And the number 1 pick and the Bears, because I've already heard people starting to fall for the banana in the tailpipe, and I just want to offer a warning on that, just like the warnings that have been offered whenever you've talked about the number 1 pick in the NFL draft. We'll do that after Tanny's Open. Next, here on The Score.
We're not going to fall for a banana in the tailpipe.
You're not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe?
Every soda next to Mr. Pibb got something to say. The classics reminisce about the glory days. The doctor's giving a dissertation. The prebiotic bubbles giving TED Talks. Then there's Mr. Pibb. Sweet cherry up front, bold fizz on the follow. No pitch, no promises, just bold cherry bringing the flavor. Some sodas talk big. Mr. Pibb backs it up.
Bold kick up cherry.
Hey, yo, Mr. Pibb.
Whether you're gifting, decorating, or treating yourself, Lowe's December deal drops are here to help you save more all month long. Get up to 50% off select holiday decor. Plus, get up to 45% off select tools and accessories. Shop new December deal drops every week this month and get so much more out of your holidays. Lowe's, we help, you save. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 630-320-2100. That's 630-320-2100.
Annuities not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, a new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, nice job, Pete. I like those clean lines. Fellas, do we have anyone that can get to Greenport today?
At Corey's Landscaping, the staffing plan is in the weeds.
Anthony, we need that leaf blower over here. 3 more new customer requests just came in. Who wants to work some overtime?
He needs to dig up quality landscapers and fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Did you know you have the power to manage your energy? From usage alerts to energy-saving programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
Cars for Kids reminds you time is running out to donate your car for 2025. Call 877-CAR
Cars for Kids now to secure your 2025 tax deduction and vacation voucher. That's Cars with a K.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Joe?
I started a woodworking business. I was able to build beautiful furniture, but had no handle on the business side of things, so quickly fell behind in my taxes. 1 year of being behind in taxes quickly turned into 5 years. I ended up owing almost $37,000.
Then Joe found Tax Relief Advocates.
I would hear ads for tax relief advocates. One day it just clicked. This is my exact situation that I'm in. So I wrote down the number and called from the car when I got home that day. TRA saved me 99% of what I owed the IRS, and that brought a huge sense of relief.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Joe did and called TRA for a consultation.
I'm really happy that I made that call, and I finally felt like I could breathe again.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-513-5321. 800-513-5321. That's 800-513-5321.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's going to be hard to make this work, but it's easy to understand why the Colts are rolling the Phillip Rivers dice. Coaches like familiarity, and Shane Steichen knows Rivers well. So, even if Rivers is 44 and hasn't played in 5 years, he makes more sense to Steichen than the options inside and out of the organization. I'm Andrew Bogish.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Okay, here we go, sports fans.
Afternoons on the Score.
No, this is not a drill. The White Sox have the #1 pick in next year's draft.
Yes! 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 Yes!
They got it. #1 overall.
#1.
#1.
And it is a year where the #1 prospect might be really, really damn good. Rock Kalowski.
Of course, that's his name. The Polish kid. Tanny.
No.
The Pope be coming through.
I think a rock shall lead you back to baseball relevance, White Sox fans.
If you smell what the rock is cooking.
He might be the best all-around shortstop prospect to come out of college in the last 20 years.
Since Colson Montgomery?
No, it's the Bobby Witt Jr. feeling that when that guy was everybody... Well, actually, he went #2, right? Because Adley Rutschman went #1 in that draft. We all know who went #3.
Long live Andrew Vaughn!
But Rock Kalowski.
Oh. No, not Rock Mamola.
John the Rock Mamola, The Rock Report.
What's that? Is that Danny's blog?
School of Rock?
School of Rock, sure. Rock the White Sox. Chris Getz does like it.
Rock the White Sox.
Sorry about that, everybody.
But man, I can't understate how big of a deal this is.
Brilliant move having a #1 overall pick as your club rep, Harold Baines. That was a brilliant move by you.
Evidently. All coming together.
What a fantastic turn of events if you love the Chicago White Sox. And I'm falling in love by the breath.
What's the vibe in Chicago right now, Coach? You live there. The vibe in Chicago is go White Sox. Nice.
I want you to put the word out there that we back up. Understand me? We back up.
The official adventures of Spiegel and Holmes. Afternoons 2 to 6 on 670 The Score.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. It is the Spiegel and Holmes show. We have got you until 6 o'clock. And man, do we have a show in store for you. We are going to get the B-level Bears hit from Mark Grody, apparently, at 5 o'clock. Looking somewhat forward to that now that we know that it's the B-level report.
So he was kissing the patooties of his midday partners and telling them he was giving them the good stuff.
Says he doesn't get paid for our show.
Wow.
So he doesn't bring it.
Where's Chris Emma? Where's Chris Emma?
Let's get Emma warmed up. Some people like Chris Emma, and we're those people.
We're two people. You tell Mark Grody we got Chris Emma on speed dial. All right?
Turn the Page is at 4 o'clock. We will also take a look at the North. Teron Armstead is going to be on the show as well. Looking forward. Look, this is a guy who's played against these pass rushers that the Bears are dealing with. Micah Parsons last week and next week. and this week, Myles Garrett.
And Teron Armstead was once coached very successfully by Dan Rochar, who is now coaching the Bears offensive line. So we get smarter as well in that department.
We are going to talk in about 15 minutes about Caleb Williams and where he can improve and how we might need to change our scope on his development. We'll take your temperature on that. Alex is here. Tanny is so fired up, he pulled a White Sox cap out of the closet to make sure that he was repping today.
Not out of the closet. It was right there on the hat rack, easily accessible, baby.
How low? How low on the hat rack? Let's be honest.
It was behind a Bears hat and my Jordan cap that I wear.
Which one is that? Because it's got Jackie on it, right?
Yeah, from a couple years ago. Yeah, so
it's quality cap.
I noticed Lawrence is not wearing one. By the way, that man is Matt Spiegel. I noticed Lawrence is not wearing a White Sox hat today.
I thought about it.
Yeah, well,
I did.
Did you give them all away?
No, I gave.
He gave them to the Pope.
No,
they're all in the Pope's Hall of Fame room.
No, I legit last year during the 108 thing, I gave away like 10 of my caps.
Oh wow.
Yeah,
man.
I still have some, but it was like I don't need this many caps, and people will get more enjoyment out of wearing them than I will. So you clean them up,
you
sterilize them, and you give them to people.
You're still just culturally a White Sox fan at this point.
Yeah,
right?
but I mean it's still my team. Mm-hmm. It's just
But they got the #1 overall pick, and as we discussed, the kid Rock Chalowski,
Kid Rock,
Chris Getz does like it.
Ball with the ball
is very likely the #1 overall pick. There are some others possible, but Rock, as I said in there, might be the best all-around shortstop prospect to come out of college in the last 20 years.
I don't want people to fall for that. And I don't mean that you saying that, Speaks. Here's my thing about this. I think that
the generational talent?
Yes. This is whenever we talk about drafts in whatever sport, it has now become a hyperbole contest. That the next year's prospect is always going to be the greatest prospect that I've ever seen ever. And when you say like the last 20 years to come out of college, Dansby Swanson came out of college 10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Like there have been a bunch of players who have come. Corey Seager came out 10 years ago. So I just want people to be happy. You should be happy, one, because the White Sox have choices. And if they want to go in the direction of pitcher, do it. But there are two really good shortstops at the top of this draft. One of them went to Alabama. You can make some choices on how to rebuild your team.
High tide!
High tide, indeed. I just want people to here's what I would like. And I know that it's hard because people are fans. And for White Sox fans in particular, the pickings are slim. Like you're trying to be excited about things and you want things to get better and you want to do it through sheer will. Like you're trying to do it through sheer will of making the White Sox better. So my hope is that you don't just fall into such and such said that this guy is going to revolutionize the position. This guy is generational. And then when the player isn't generational or the player hits bumps in the road. And for White Sox fans, I would offer you Colson Montgomery, who a lot of White Sox fans looked towards as being kind of the savior of the franchise. And he wasn't that. Now, he's gotten himself on the right road, and I wish Chris Getz would be a little bit more descriptive when he was asked, I think it was Harold Reynolds, who asked him about Colson Montgomery and him going all the way back to non-play. I think it's one of the more interesting things that the White Sox have done is taking Colson Montgomery out of competition and then just saying, hey, we don't need to see you in competition right now. There's some things mechanically and fundamentally that we would like to get a hold of without the stress of playing baseball.
You've been clear and good on Colson in that situation. This is about team building and dreams of a reemergence of a franchise. Tanny puts "we back" at the end of the open, and I don't know how tongue-in-cheek that is, but it's one.
No, I'm very serious.
He's wearing the White Sox cap
He's got
today.
His cap
I'm
on
very
today.
serious. You should know.
Super serious.
It's one player. It's baseball. Okay? You need a lot more than one player.
And it might take him a while to, one, get to the major leagues,
For
and
sure.
two, be good at the major league level.
When Bobby Witt Jr. was the number 2 overall pick as a can't-miss shortstop with 5-tool talent by the Kansas City Royals in 2019, okay? You knew it was going to be a while. He doesn't get to the Royals in the big leagues till 2022. But they've been really pretty damn good and pretty relevant since Bobby Witt Jr. got there. He's not alone, obviously, and you need a lot of them. But if you can add a cornerstone like that, it can do a lot for you. But the better way to think about this, to me, is that you need as many of these guys as you can.
I agree with you.
And once you get one, then it can free you up. And if Colson is a real good player, it looks like maybe he can, and you move him to third base eventually, and then you got 2, then you're getting somewhere. You know what I found myself thinking about as you were talking, Lawrence?
High tide.
How many of these kind of guys are Padres? Fernando Tatis Jr. was a do-everything shortstop.
It's usually where they come from.
Jackson Merrill was a do-everything shortstop, now a center fielder.
I showed you the mural.
It's what Theo was doing when he first got here, is acquire shortstops and put them all around.
These are the Padres who started out as like top-tier shortstop prospects. Tatis, Jackson Merrill, Manny Machado, Jake Cronenworth, Luis Ariz. That's 5. And then there's Xander Bogaerts. That's 6. They got 6. You find a spot for these people, but you do not pass up. If you've got one in your sights as the number 1 overall pick, who's the real deal, maybe he's Gunnar Henderson, who, by the way, was a second-round pick. But if he's one of those guys, you take him and you figure out where to play him down the road. Don't you worry about that. But to your point, you need a lot of them. They need more. But now you can add him to Braden Montgomery, who might actually be something.
I don't want people to not be excited about the White Sox having the number 1 pick. You should absolutely be excited about it. I'm just saying, don't paint yourself into a corner of, well, everyone says that this guy is a can't-miss guy, and everyone says that this guy is a generational guy. And then
every time you say generational, though, I hear the Caleb Williams subtext.
I'm not trying to hide that. That is the context of this, is that you still have Bears fans now who, in my opinion, aren't giving Caleb enough space to grow into the player that we all hope he can be, because people told them, no, this is a generational guy, right? Like, this is a plug-and-play guy. This is a guy who's supposed to come in here and fix everything for you tomorrow.
And not only did people tell you that, the Bears thought that was the case. They were like, hey, Caleb, here's a football. You got a dope as a head coach and a Seattle cast-off with the same agent who doesn't have a first 15 as your OC. Good luck, kid.
Well, see, and that's another part of this for the White Sox.
They need a really good infrastructure and coaching tree within the organization. But remember, I think they have made some of those advancements.
I agree.
And that's why you add talent like this. Maybe you can get somewhere.
I have no problem if that's their choice. And
we back, baby. We back.
I have no problem with that being their choice if that's their choice. They may say high school pitcher is our choice. I am curious on.
Hell no.
They may.
They'll be wrong.
Hey, man, this is baseball. Weird things happen.
But that kid's arm could blow out twice before they're relevant. You load up on cornerstones like this.
How did the Cubs get Chris Bryant?
Mark Appel.
Thank you.
Yeah. So that was a bad mistake. The Mark Appel draft was a bad mistake. That's why I'm saying don't do that if you're the White Sox.
Right, but that my point is like when you start talking about, well, this guy is a consensus number 1 or this blah 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 blah. There might be a better fit for you of the 5 top prospects. There might be a better fit for you.
And maybe it's one of the young high school shortstops, because there's a kid from Alabama. There's there's a high school shortstop. There's an outfielder. Yeah, whichever it is. But give me 5-tool cornerstone position player at this point in your rebuild.
If you draft a shortstop, you can play the shortstop pretty much anywhere.
Yes.
That's why you should always draft them.
And this draft is in July, by the way. And I don't think I've earned the right to speak on behalf of White Sox fans anymore. I went to one game last year.
I disagree.
I didn't really watch the past couple years because it was too hard for me, to be honest with you.
I think that too hard because you have to get an antenna and then
no, not that, but just
not logistically.
The quality of play, in addition. But I think the last 10 years, White Sox fans have felt kind of unlucky. A lot of unfortunate things have happened. Some of them earned and some of them because of incompetence, but some of them just freakishly unlucky. The way this 21 team unraveled with all the injuries, maybe that was because of certain things, but maybe there was some luck in that. And to win a World Series, you need some luck. And maybe this is the first time that Sox fans can feel like something. We were advantageous of something lucky happening to us last night.
Now, that does remind me of the Caleb conversation. Oh, look at that. Lovie Smith did that. And, Bears fans have had rotten luck. All these different things that have happened. And now we fell into Caleb Williams.
Well, think about it. This is their worst year in franchise history, and that's when the draft lottery starts, and they pick 7th or whatever it was.
Yeah, because the rules, it changed, and you weren't guaranteed the number 1 pick or top 10 pick anymore
and again,
because of that.
Back to their own fault, you know what I mean? But still, it's still stuff that fans had to endure and not get much of a payoff from it,
So watch how his season plays out. That's fair, and watch what the White Sox continue to do organizationally. And there have been a lot of things. I think from a pitching infrastructure standpoint, the White Sox are in really good shape. But I'm not convinced the general manager nor the manager know what they're doing, that they're championship level at their job.
I don't know that the manager being championship level is something you need to know yet. As long as he's a good safe atmosphere builder and teacher of fundamentals, that's fine right now.
Great. So
you need the general manager to know what he's doing, and I don't know exactly yet about that.
So we're just running it back with Ricky.
Hey man, it's worked for a lot of people. Call him Dale Swaim if you want. It's
what is Ricky doing these days? Is he somebody's advisor or minor league guy?
I'll tell you one thing he's doing is he's turning down media requests.
What if I ask him to make ceviche?
But that he's accepting, as everybody is. Dude, if you can get some ceviche made,
we got a kitchen studio. We can have Ricky in here making ceviche.
Here's the thing, though. I will just to counter a little. You want this guy. This year's MLB draft did not have anybody who profiles as good as theoretically Rock Chalowski. Chris Getz does like it, Rock Chalowski. This night, Eli Willits, the high school shortstop who went 1 overall, or the Ethan Holiday, Jackson's little brother.
Well, yeah, but
another high school shortstop, a college shortstop who might be closer, and profiles like this was not in this year's draft. But we'll see.
But I would then ask Cub fans, how do you like your Dansby experience?
Mm-hmm.
And I would say it's been fine, but has it been great? Now we're talking about a free agent signing, but Dansby had this type of juice when he was in the draft. I remember watching the Vanderbilt games and people talking about, man, there's this kid, this Dansby Swanson kid who's got all the things. Baseball's a really difficult sport, and it's very hard to project out. And when you see when you see the impact that Bobby Witt Jr. has, and hopefully they have fixed Colson Montgomery, and he can slot in and be your shortstop until whomever gets here, or your third baseman right now, and let him just grow into that position. All these things need to be taken into account. I don't want White Sox fans 2 years from now calling the Spiegel and Holmes show.
Mm-hmm.
It'll probably be Spiegel and someone else by then. I don't want them calling here and being like, you're the guys who told me this guy was a generational talent at shortstop.
I'll take care of that call.
Sir, we're talking about the Bears Super Bowl run. Please call back Sunday morning.
Sir, we're talking about the 2-time defending Super Bowl champion Bears right now.
We're talking about league MVP Caleb Williams.
That's right.
And 2-time Coach of the Year Ben Johnson.
Let's talk about them next, as a matter of fact, because Ben said something about Caleb that had me thinking about Malcolm Gladwell, and I didn't like it. Let's talk about it next here on Spiegel and Holmes on The Score.
The Bears return to Soldier Field to face off with the Browns. Mark Grody here from the Rahimi Harris and Grody Show, middays 10 a.m. to 2. Can Ben Johnson get the Bears back on track and move to 10-4?
I don't think 9 wins is going to get you in this year.
Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Browns right up to the kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
I'm PJ Glasser, sending in here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Earlier this week, the Week 6 AP poll was released, and historically, that is very significant. Every national champion since 2004 in college basketball has been inside the top 12 of the Week 6 AP poll. 3 teams I would consider placing a wager on are UConn at 10-1, Houston at 12-1, and Gonzaga at 12-1. I think one of those 3 teams will be your champion. I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In on the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today, and please gamble responsibly.
Drinking and driving will change your whole world. The next time you're out with your friends, consider what would happen if you got pulled over after drinking. Like the legal fees, or the time in court, or a DUI on your record. Your decision to drink and drive could change someone else's world, too, if you hurt or kill them in a crash. Instead, what if your decision to call a sober ride changed your world for the better? Drive sober, or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
Every now and then I rinse it out, and I need Downy rinse tonight, and I need it more. My kick was the bed and the smell never leaves. I don't know what to do, I'm always in the dark. The sweating dead short smells like a dog car. And Downy rinse it tonight.
Downy Rinse fights stubborn odors in just one wash. When impossible odors get stuck in,
Rinse it out.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching fever under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
There comes a time in many men's lives in which the thought of having another child is not an option. Do you want to maintain the romance without the risk? There's a permanent solution that can help you achieve just that. Consider a vasectomy.
Ooh, I don't know about that. I heard it could be painful.
Yeah, not only that, I heard it was expensive.
These statements may be true for many men, but not the men who choose Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago. First of all, our procedures are covered by most insurance plans and flex spending accounts. The best part is, with our experienced surgeons, the procedure only takes 30 minutes in the office. No needle, no scalpel, and no trip to the hospital. If you're certain your family is complete, do yourself a favor and call Vasectomy Clinics of Chicago today. Or visit us online at www.vasectomychicago.com and read the testimonials. Conveniently located in Tinley Park, Naperville, Arlington Heights, and downtown Chicago at Lake Point Tower. Now with free valet parking. Call us today at 877-877-4VAS. That's 877-877-4VAS.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hosting a watch party or a holiday shindig? Let Portillo's take the stress off the plate. From craveable Italian beef and burgers to fresh salads and chocolate cake, Portillo's will help you catch up with your crew. Order now at portillos.com/catering.
They're going quick.
Yeah, don't get that defense was a little worn down after the long drive. Don't give them a chance to breathe. Go right back at it again.
Play fake. Williams looking, throwing. It is caught. Touchdown! Oh, Lamine Zacchaeus!
I like the idea of getting Caleb outside of the pocket. He's been so dangerous all day. Drops it down barely through the arms of Nixon in coverage. And finds Zacchaeus. What a catch. What a great camera angle. Sidearm delivery through Nixon's arms and then finds Zacchaeus from the pylon cam. What a drive, KB.
Yes, Caleb needs to get those million reps in.
That's what Ben said. Malcolm Gladwell had that book, Outliers, several years ago, where he talked about the 10,000 hours that a practitioner needs to have at whatever his chosen craft is, be it a blacksmith or an actor or a talk show host or what. I remember being pissed off when I heard it because I realized at that point in my life, I'd done like 7 different things for like 3,000 hours.
You're like, can it all add up?
Nope. By now, I've done talk shows for 10,000 hours,
Easily.
probably. But anyway, Ben went million reps. He went Gladwell times 100, right? Or is 1,000, I guess, in talking about Caleb Williams today.
And at what point this season, like in season, did you notice the coaching or your teaching really start to click with Caleb?
He's been receptive from the get-go. It's just been a matter of reps. I think Declan and I have talked about that up here. He just needs 1 million reps right now, and we've probably gotten about 10,000. We're going to need another 100,000. And we're working on it, and he's doing a great job taking it. There's some things that he's hearing for the first time, even after the game the other day. I'm like, hey, next time we get this, we need to think, and so that's part of it. And he's banking those reps. I think he does a good job with that library that we keep talking about, where he's going to be able to go back and reference those coaching points, and he'll be better for it in the long run. So, we're working every single day. I feel so strongly about the process that we have in place with him right now that I know the gains are going to come.
Okay, hold on a second.
Oh, yeah, I got you.
Because I'm not good at math.
Oh, I know.
But if he already has 10,000.
Yep. And he needs another 100,000.
He just needs 1 million reps right now, and we've probably gotten about 10,000. We're going to need another 100,000. And
that's 110,000 reps. That's not 1 million.
That's not 1 million reps. So he needs 10 more of that amount.
Obviously, this is hyperbole. I hate to make that the word of the day.
Whoa! Hold on a second, because I've been doing a little math here in advance of this segment.
You're also not good at math.
Well, but I used computers for this.
Ooh.
How about that?
Spaceman.
I used an adding.
Let's use ChatGPT again.
I used an adding machine.
Did Scott Davenport lend you his magic machine for this exercise?
I called John Dewan myself.
Hey.
I have called John Dewan myself, actually. Delightful man.
He is a delightful man.
But anyway, the NFL estimates you get 30 to 40 real-time reps in a practice as a quarterback. So, and you have 3 practices at a maximum. Call it 100 reps per week.
Well, can we make that? Let's make that 120, because we'll take the walkthrough as reps too.
Okay, so 120 per week times 17 games. It had been 1,700. Then I need 17 times 20.
I'm sorry.
It's another 340.
Sorry
no,
to make
that's
the math more
that's a little
difficult.
more than 2,000. I've got
112, 129, 101, 126, 148, 160, 152, 117, 103.
So call it 2,000 during the course of a season. And then what's fair for a week for the rest of the year? The other 35 weeks. Call it 100 per week. That's 3,500 plus those 2,200. That's about 7,000 in a calendar year. Okay, actually about 5,000 in a calendar year.
All right. So how many years would it take you at 5,000 a year to get to $1 million?
A little more than 200 years.
I feel like Bears fans don't have that type of time
to get to 1 million reps. Obviously, it is hyperbole. But if anybody was listening to our 5 o'clock segment last night, well, then you are a very lucky person.
If you stay through the White Sox talk, there's some really good stuff on the other side.
There really was, because there was some Caleb Williams accuracy conversation, including quotes from Press Taylor, and some analysis of how in structure for accuracy, Caleb probably needs at least one offseason to dial it in for this Ben Johnson system.
What do they call it, Alex? What do they call it when a player is a junior and then all of a sudden they're a sophomore? What do they call that in college?
Or redshirting?
No, not the redshirting. It's the reclassification.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I think we need to reclassify, and we've talked about this since the beginning. We need to reclassify Caleb as a rookie. Now, look, if you go back to the beginning, and we're not just pulling this out of thin air. Ben Johnson was asked, like back in the summer, was asked, like, hey, what type of...
Yeah, what did he get? What did he experience last year?
Does that experience matter? And Ben was like, nah, none of it. Like, none of that experience from season 1 matters at all. So maybe there needs to be a reclassification of Caleb as a rookie quarterback.
I think that is sadly true in terms of wanting him to be accurate within structure, which is the other half of what it is to be a full quarterback in the NFL, as Ben talked about eloquently the other day, this fusion of what he can do outside structure and what he has to do in structure. I was talking to a baseball person before the show, and I mentioned this million reps thing and told him we were going to do the math, and he laughed at that, and he said, that reminds me of when baseball people like to say you need 1,000 plate appearances in the minors. Like a position player needs 1,000 plate appearances. He says, yeah, I guess that's true, except for the ones that don't. Except for the ones that don't need that.
Except for like King Griffey Jr.
Sure. Juan Soto.
Yeah.
You know, Michael Harris of the Braves. Like guys who came up quick and don't need it.
But that goes back to Malcolm Gladwell, right? Outliers.
Sure.
Like these are outliers
Correct.
that you're talking about.
Like Drake May hasn't had 1 million reps.
Well, I mean,
Bo Nix had 1 million reps.
Not 1 million. And I think the Drake May comp is probably better than the Bo Nix because it's a different coaching staff, right? From year 1 to year 2.
Yeah.
And he's succeeding in year 2.
So Drake May is an outlier.
He might be, or it might be the same thing that's happening with Caleb, where it's like, oh, would you look at this? I've got actual coaches who know what the bleep they're doing. And look at that. I somehow got better.
Yeah. I think it's, Texture says, I don't think it's hyperbole. The math is Ben's way of subtly telling us it'll never happen. Or at least, I don't think he's saying it'll never happen, Texture. I think he's saying, cool your jets.
He needs more work.
He needs a lot more work.
Let's talk about this offensive line in front of Caleb. Teron Armstead played for a long time. He was a really good offensive lineman. We'll ask him what he thinks about this Bears offensive line coming up next.
By the way, head out to Garfield's Beverage Warehouse in Norwich tomorrow from 5:30 to 7 p.m. You can meet Layla Rahimi and register for your chance to win a pair of passes to attend Football After Dark with Noah Sewell at Moretti's in Edison Park on December 16th. It's all brought to you by Remy Martin VSOP. This is my city.
It's delicious. You should get yourself some. And go see Layla. We'll be back with Teron after this on The Score.
Bears fans, Caleb Williams and company return to Soldier Field to take on the Browns. Can the Bears return to the win column and keep pace in a tight NFC playoff race? Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Browns right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
It's cold out there this winter, and remember, you spent last winter thinking that it was time for new windows. Well, it's good that you waited, because right now, during Window Nation's end of the year sale, you get 50% off, plus you could get 0% interest for 5 years.
That's on windows that stop those wintry drafts, seal out moisture, and are so energy efficient, you'll save money on your monthly utility bills. Sale ends soon, so don't miss out on 50% off and 0 interest for 5 years. Visit windownation.com to get started. Tell them Mully and Haugh sent you.
It's that time of year again, hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer.
Allstate's new home insurance is now better than ever. We're making getting the right home insurance that's right for you super easy with our improved online quoting tool. It explains how each coverage option works for you without the headache. Yep, you can start protecting your home in a matter of minutes. So check Allstate first for home insurance that's better than ever. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Coverage subject to terms, qualifications, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey Chicago, it's David Haugh here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with my plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on my plan. That means new and existing customers. There's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Chicago Verizon store, and they will give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-to-verizon/.
For all the planned. Okay, it's on my calendar. See you then. And the unplanned. For your healthiest days.
Woo! Nice catch!
And the days when you need us most.
Oh, let's get you back in bed.
It's time to enroll in or switch healthcare coverage. And Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is here to support you throughout all of life's ups and downs with member benefits like preventive care, plus access to leading doctors, hospitals, and specialists, all within a reliable network that gives you confidence for every part of your wellness journey. So no matter where life takes you, go with a trusted plan that'll help take care of what matters. Open enrollment ends soon. Visit needcoverageil.com or call 800-605-7000 to sign up for health coverage today.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Here's a great savings idea. Did you know you've got the power to manage your energy? Yep. From usage alerts to energy savings programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WB WBMX HD2 Chicago in Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on The Score.
Let's take a look at that New Orleans offense.
Teron Armstead, University of Arkansas at Pine Bluff.
The big left tackle, Teron Armstead, 6'5", 304.
Into triple figures. Follow Armstead around the left side.
Kamara, blocked by Armstead, that opens the door.
Teron Armstead. He's one of the best in the National Football League.
Right now, who's your number one player in the top 100 this year in the NFL?
Number one player in the top 100. Who been cooking this year, though? Teron Armstead, number one player.
Teron Armstead, he's been one of the most important players here on offense. I know that Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle get a lot of attention, but it's been his stability at left tackle that has really helped this offense bring it together.
I love Swaggy still. Oh, yeah. I'm introducing Armstead every week. Just fire.
Been around a long time, and he's still one of the best tackles in the game.
What about him stands off the tape?
Do you watch his tape?
Spiegel and Holmes, afternoons on The Score.
We're really blessed on this show and this station to get guys who played the line. And as talk show hosts, we're all starting to be more and more educated by people like Olin Kreutz and people like James Big Cat Williams that help us figure out some of this stuff. It's great to now be able to talk with someone who just finished playing in the last year, and that's Teron Armstead, who joins us now on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline, circalasvegas.com. Teron, thanks so much, man. We've been wanting to talk to you since August, so I'm glad that you made time for us.
Oh, no problem, man. That intro was sweet.
Yeah,
appreciate it.
Yeah, you got it.
It was sweet.
That's our guy. That's our guy, Chris Tannehill, who does like the best work in the business. And we were talking during it. That was a teammate saying you should be number one in the top 100, but you were top 100. What, 3 different times? That's pretty damn good showing on a career, isn't it?
Yeah, no, I was on there a few times. Like I feel like I could have been up the list a little more a couple times, but it's okay. No complaints.
What made you want to step into the space? Because like I said in our intro, like we're really lucky to have guys that played offensive line. I think it's the most difficult thing to talk to the layperson who's never played football at a high level to talk offensive line play. So what made you want to step into the space and say, I have something that I want the people to know?
Yeah, I mean, throughout my years, I've gained a ton of knowledge, insight, different perspectives. I had to play the game multiple ways due to injury and other circumstances. So I just wanted to be able to share my knowledge, share my experiences, stay around the game. You know what I mean? So doing media and covering all these games, I'm actively watching and paying attention to so much. So it's been great. It's been an incredible season, a lot of fun, a lot of ups and downs. I'm really enjoying it.
That's awesome. The Set podcast is the pod. And you had Darnell Wright on the other day. We played a little snippet of it yesterday because we have loved his kind of breakout season to another level. And you got stuff out of him about what Dan Roshar, the offensive line coach, has meant to him, which shed new light on the progress. Like that human connection and that encouragement was incredible to hear about on the pod. What about Dan Roshar's coaching helped you in some of the same ways you suspect it might be helping Darnell? Because you were a Pro Bowler 3 times when Dan Roshar was your coach.
Yeah, man, Dan is excellent. He's amazing. He's like a human whisperer. Like he just finds the ways to motivate you, to make you focus on the right things. He demands a standard every day, and he won't yell for it. He won't call you out your name or do anything explosive. Very calmly, but the standard is set, and it has to be that every single day. So being in Chicago with the talented group that they have and bringing in Joe Thuney and Jonah Jackson and the guys that they already had in the building, I'm not surprised. Like, no question about it. I'm not surprised about the success that they're having already and the success that they will continue to have. He builds confidence. He builds camaraderie and cohesiveness. Like he really believes in that, having the chemistry across the board. So I know those guys are spending time together, getting to know each other more. And as Darnell spoke on this set, he talked about just having someone to have that unconditional confidence in him and it helps him to display that in himself now.
When you watch Darnell from his first couple years to where he is now, where do you think he's improved?
Confidence is one, and it's easy to say, like, what does that mean? But if you play the game in a safe way, you are putting yourself in position to not make mistakes, but you're not putting yourself in position to make plays. What Darnell Wright is doing, he is making plays. He's making as many plays as any skilled player that's on the Chicago Bears offense. He's creating lanes and he's creating opportunities for those guys to be successful. You don't do that without confidence. So Dan bringing that alone to guys like Darnell and others is a huge asset. But for Darnell and his technique, what I've seen from him and what I spent some time on the field with him during training camp, he kept retreating for no reason. Like he would gradually continue to back up and give away real estate that wasn't earned. And so that was like the biggest thing that we talked about is make every person earn every blade of grass. He's a big, strong, massive man. So if he says that your push stops here, a lot of times it's going to stop right there, wherever he determined that to be. So him just taking a set and the work that he's put in throughout this season has been incredible. It's been fun to watch his progression and development, and it's only going to get better.
Is that approach from Roshar and that worked with you and worked with Darnell of helping to build confidence through kindness and calm? Is that an outlier among offensive line coaches? Like we think of offensive line coaches as ass kickers, and you big strong dudes as people who need your ass kicked. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't even say it's kindness from Dan. It's direct and it doesn't waver. So if you hear the same thing every day, like that's not good enough. I need this to be better. I need that to be, this is how it's done over and over and over and over in a way that is explained to you, in a way that is easily processed, in a way that is digestible. I think that's the outlier, that the fact that Dan's patience in walking you down towards the progression or doing the right things, his patience in that process, I think that's the outlier, what makes him special as a coach. A lot of different coaching styles there, a lot of them work. His approach, it fits any player.
Teron, how did you see the left tackle position change from the moment that you walked into the league to the moment that you walked out?
It has developed for sure. These guys are being asked to do a lot more in run game and screen game, I would say, opposed to back when I was playing, we were drop back passes, one-on-one with me and the DN. When I was with New Orleans, Drew Brees he's trying to dissect the defense. Now it's a lot more screen game, reverse is tackles getting a lot of catches and touchdowns that I missed out on, sadly. But it's evolved. And even pass protection is not as much one-on-one pass protection. Not like drop back 5-step, 7-step. You don't see as much of that anymore. These schemes have developed and progressed because a lot of these rushers have as well. Myles Garrett we don't know if he's human for real. So it's not the smartest thing to just line him up with somebody and block one-on-one all day. So if you have an opportunity in scheme to create ways to get help, you do that for sure.
So before we get to Miles specifically, who we get to see this week, it makes Bears have had 3 different left tackles this year. They had a holdover former 5th-round pick, and then they had an undrafted Canadian in Theo Benedette, and now the 2nd-round kid Trapillo, who we were told might not even be a left tackle in training camp. So they keep getting chip help and max protect. That speaks to what you're saying about the evolution of the position, doesn't it?
Yeah, and those guys individually have played pretty well too. All things considered, they have. Ozzie has impressed me quite a bit. Seeing him in place of Braxton and those guys, they played pretty well over there at the left tackle spot. And it's like I say, it goes back to that standard of the offensive line. It's just not Dan just on Darnell Wright. He's on Joe Thuney, who's a All-Pro, multiple-time Pro Bowler. He's on him the same way. So guys like Ozzie and any of the other young guys, you have to come every day to bring your best. And you do that every day. You have that standard every day. You have no choice but to get better. And they're doing that.
All right, let's talk about Myles Garrett. Because, look, in our group chat on the show, we've been sharing the clip of him doing a Euro step to beat a double team. I think you're right. I don't think he's human. And now the Bears have to deal with him this week. What is that guy, and why is he so difficult to deal with?
He's a problem, man. He's a problem. Like, throughout my career, as I would game plan and dissect rushers, I try to take away what they're best at. So if it's a power guy, I'm gonna get on him early. If it's a speed guy, I'm gonna meet him at a point, kind of deeper in the pocket. If it's a guy that has a spin, I'm looking to take that away the entire game. This man does everything at the highest level. So at the end of the day, my game plan for Myles, well, let's go do it. Let's go dance, baby. Let's really just line up best on best and let's do it. It's really like you go out and you compete at the highest level when you got somebody that can, even though you do everything right, they can still beat you. Okay, I'm gonna go do everything right. I'm gonna play physical, fast, and we gonna dance. That's really the approach for when you got a guy like Myles Garrett. You shy away from it at any moment, he got you. It'll get ugly. You go battle, you go compete at the highest level. That's it. That's all you want to do.
And did you want help? Did you get help? How did that play out?
If you guys knew Sean Payton, he wasn't he's a do your job type of guy. So if your spot is play left tackle and block that man, you play left tackle, you block that man. He's not really a reinvent the wheel. He would implement some type of help and a chip every now and then, but no, me and Myles, we went toe to toe, one-on-one for a lot of battles, and it was great.
Teron, Drew is one of my favorite quarterbacks for a very specific reason. And I talk about it, Speaks and I talk about it a lot. The idea of athleticism in the pocket. Now, we know that Drew wasn't going to win a 40-yard dash against someone, but he was really good at taking a step to the left, step to the right,
and climbing
the pocket, changing a launch point. So what was that like for you guys to know that you had a guy that, while doing all of that, he was going to keep his eyes down the field?
He was an elite athlete in the pocket. Like, to your point, elite athlete in the pocket. Like, his short area movements, footwork was clean as ever. But the way that Drew prepared and how he was able to diagnose defenses before the snap was his superpower. So we knew with Drew, most times the ball would be out fairly quickly. Like, you stop that initial rush, the ball's gone. Most times. It'll be other times where he had to, be mobile in the pocket, and he can do that with the best of them. He was an elite athlete in the pocket. And it helps to know where your quarterback is. Caleb Williams, I've seen growth and progression in his game. A lot of times he's able to diagnose and get rid of the ball quick, early. There's other times that he's using his playmaking ability, strengths that Drew didn't have. So I can't say that's the right thing to do or not. Like, he can do these things at a very high level. He's not making bad plays worse. He's not taking the unnecessary sacks and unnecessary hits. So I like where Caleb Williams is right now, and I think he will continue to speed up his process. He will continue to speed up the operation. He'll find the easy ones more often. And as he continue to do that, man, he'll be more and more dangerous and borderline unstoppable.
That's Teron Armstead, and that's really interesting to hear you say, because you were honest about what you saw from Caleb in training camp. I remember we played it on this show about seeing some concern about his processing. And we like having honest conversations about where Caleb is. We just had one before we brought you on. So it's interesting. You do see improvement is what you're saying. What's left for him to do, you think, from what you've been able to see?
Continue that, man. Continue to work his process, his preparation, find the easy throws. The ball moves best when it's in the hands of the eligibles. So as fast as he is, as good of an athlete as he is, the ball moves best. We score more points when the ball is in the hands of his eligibles, the guys that are out there to make plays, to get yards after catch and all those things. So the more he can do that, more often he can just get the ball to his eligibles. They've been running the ball incredibly well. And that's the same thing. Just giving the ball to the eligibles, let them do what they're paid to do. So as he can continue to speed up his process, his preparation, diagnosing blitzes and different schemes as the rotations are happening. And these things come with reps, come with time. But I've been impressed, man, from Philly and the dynamic schemes that they have with Vic Fangio to Green Bay Packers. We've seen the Packers dominate top offenses at times this year, dominate. And Caleb and he orchestrated that offense, and they were able to go down and move the ball down the field at will, essentially, in the second half. So it's there, but more often, let's make it more common.
What do you think of Ben Johnson, and what do you think of his run schemes?
I think Ben Johnson is fire. I think he's very sure of the type of team that he wants to have, very sure of the direction of the organization, very sure of himself and the identity of that he's bringing, physicality, different matchup problems, scheme to help create lanes and create space for his eligibles. I think he's a phenomenal coach. And from everything he's shown so far, from what we saw from this Bears offense last year and Caleb being sacked more than anybody in NFL history to where we are today, and so much room to grow and to get better, so many more challenges to come up to and adversity and work through that and fight through that. But what I've seen from Ben Johnson thus far has been incredible.
Man, this is such great stuff. One more on the coaches, because you had Dennis Allen. You shared space with Dennis Allen for some time there. Bears aren't generating a lot of pass rush with the front four. Montez Sweat is getting there a little bit more, but it's been fascinating to watch him. You think the lack of a pass rush affects what Dennis Allen can do, as you know, from a theoretical standpoint?
That's my one concern, guys. That's my biggest concern with the Bears moving forward. Like if they can make a real playoff push the rest of December and January, is because when you get to those games in January, you get to those playoffs, can you rush forward and get home? And on the other side, can you protect against forward? Dennis Allen can scheme up better than anybody, as well as anybody we've seen in the league. And he's done it throughout the years. He can create pressure. He can create blitzes. When you get into the playoffs and you have a team that is focused on you and you only, and they see these blitzes and they're ready to slide this way, slide that way, and it's less people in the back end now because you got safeties blitzing, and it makes it really hard to win those playoff games.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, my one concern is Bears pass rush. Can those guys win with four? It's not for me to say right now. They have the guys that's capable. I know Brady Jarrett can get hot at any moment as well. Montez Sweat has been playing well. And they got some young guys, too, that's going in and that have moments. But on a consistent basis, if the Bears can generate pass rush, they're dangerous. They're dangerous. They got the ability to beat anybody.
Great stuff from Teron Armstead. What a pleasure. Hey, I was somehow just hip to this week that Big John Henderson used to have an assistant coach slap him across the face before games. Like, that's what got that guy going as a tackle. And now I got to ask, was that ever a thing for you? Did you ever need anybody to slap you across the face to get you going for a game?
No, absolutely not. Mama told me somebody hits you, you hit them back. No, sir, not me.
Okay. All right, so look, everyone that's within the sound of our voice, you need to go to YouTube and become a subscriber to The Set.
Or else Lawrence will come and slap you across the face, because that's what he does.
That's what I like to do. But you should definitely look, if you like really good offensive line content. Teron has a bunch of it, and he's got a bunch of Bears content this week. Fresh stuff that he did. So go and subscribe to The Set and show him some support and some love for the great content that he provided to us this afternoon. Teron, this was an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
No, thank you. I appreciate you guys, man. For real. Thank you.
You got it. Thank you. Learned a lot right there.
There's some great stuff in there.
Yeah, there's some incredible stuff in there.
Which I imagine we will see. This is why it was okay for Alex to move
Turn the Page?
Yes.
Yeah, because that Myles Garrett stuff is a keeper for, Turn the Page. Look, we here at Turn the Page Industries are able to look inward and realize when we've made a mistake. And we apologize to Alex Kuhn for what we thought was indiscretion.
Apology accepted.
Thank you, Alex.
All right, way to go.
Look at that.
TTP LLC.
Danny, can we add a few cuts to TTP?
The whole interview?
Yeah, the whole thing.
Stay out of Turn the Page business.
I mean,
It's not my jurisdiction.
The Myles Garrett stuff. There's a lot of good. If you like sexy football,
Like Darnell Wright making more plays than any skill position player.
Yeah.
How about
I mean,
that?
come on.
How about the simple advice in training
Beautiful
camp?
stuff.
You're giving up real estate that's not earned. Man, that makes all the sense in the world.
So please go be a subscriber to the set. It doesn't cost you anything, and support Tehran and show him that when people, because I got a text from Futak yesterday. It says he does stuff all over the country, but when he does stuff on the Score, people react. So show Tehran that you're interested in more of his content and subscribe to his YouTube page. We need to take a break. Why? Because Speegs is upset.
Yeah, and you like it.
I love it. I love it, you big tight end. I'm a big fan of it. You know what? I forgot to tell Tehran that my college intramural team was called the Pine Bluff Bumpkins.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I never heard about the Pine Bluff Bumpkins.
Yep.
We ought to get them going against the Mighty Sequoias in a grudge match.
We'd kill y'all.
You don't know that.
Yeah, I do.
Man, we had a 700-pound offensive line.
Yeah, and I was actually fast in college.
Filmer, I don't believe it.
There's film on it.
Well, let's get it.
That's right.
Let's get it. Put it up on Twitch.
That's right.
Right after I play Marshall in Tecmo.
Strangely enough, that video will be up before you guys play Tecmo Ball. So let's talk about the Cubs and
inactivity,
free agency.
Yeah.
Maybe there'll be something during the show. You never know.
I'd like that.
I think everyone would like that. Well, everyone who's a Cubs fan. The White Sox got their gift. Back after this on The Score.
We are Chicago's #1 and most listened to sports station. We're live from Chicago, talking Chicago sports. Listen on your radio, your laptop, your mobile device through the Odyssey app, AUDACY, or tell your smart speaker to play 670 The Score. We're live and we're local. 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, it's Russ Armstrong, the Chicago window guy. If you're in the market for windows, we do things different than those other big window companies. No subcontracted labor, no 3-hour-long sales pitches, simply the best product made here in Chicago with the best installation and best warranty, all at the lowest price. Deal directly with me and call the Chicago Window Guys at 847-881-3060 and check out our 5-star reviews at chicagowindowguys.com.
ChicagoWindowGuys.com.
Hey, Chicago, Wild Fork is helping you fight inflationary food prices. Enjoy organic 85% ground beef for $5.60 a pound when you buy 2. New York pork chops for $2.98 a pound. Or Brazilian beef ribeye steaks for $8.98 a pound. A pound of salmon fillets, $5.99 a pound. Argentina red shrimp at $5.99 a pound. Refuse to pay inflated prices. Now offering 3 months of free delivery to new customers. Visit wildforkfood.com.
Xfinity is the network you can rely on. Like a close friend who never lies. The friend who will tell you that new haircut, it's not great. Friends make sure friends get good haircuts. And Xfinity makes sure you get a good deal on Wi-Fi. Xfinity gives you reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi at our best price. This holiday season through December 21st, get gig speed Wi-Fi for just $50 a month for 5 whole years. No strings, no commitments. Just super fast, reliable gig speed Wi-Fi with our best equipment and unlimited data included. Save yourself from questionable decisions and save over Verizon and AT&T. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary.
Time's up. The IRS isn't waiting. They're coming for your paycheck, your bank account, even your home. You ignored the letters. You thought it would go away. It won't. If you owe more than $10,000 in back taxes, you are already in the crosshairs of the IRS. Wage garnishments, bank levies, tax liens, they're not threats, they're next. But here's the truth. You still have a chance to fight back. This is Patrick Noon with PJN Tax Solutions Group. We are a local tax resolution firm located right here in St. Charles, Illinois. Don't call some 1-800-FIRM 10 states away. We're right here. Call us now at 630-415-5296. We don't do fluff. We get results. Call us now, 630-415-5296. That number again, 630-415-5296. Or just Google, I want the IRS off my ASS.
What's good, y'all? It's Von Miller, Super Bowl MVP, Sagmaster, and now your host of Free Range. This is where NFL meets real talk. Every week, I'm bringing you inside the game, from locker room stories to league-wide headlines. You want football IQ, locker room insight, and real conversations with the people shaping the league? Welcome to Free Range with Von Miller, where nothing is off limits and every down counts. New episodes every Wednesday. Listen and follow Free Range with me, Von Miller, wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's a great savings idea. Did you know you've got the power to manage your energy? Yep. From usage alerts to energy savings programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Audion Hearing, our mission is simple: to make better hearing affordable for everyone. This Christmas holiday, enjoy exclusive savings on our high-quality rechargeable hearing aids. Clear, comfortable, and ready to use right out of the box. And here's a study worth hearing. Research shows that wearing hearing aids can reduce your risk of dementia by up to 61%. Join over 1 million happy customers and shop Christmas holiday deals before they're gone at audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute, paid for by NHTSA. Drunk driving changes your world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Disappointment is a part of life, and those people that want to succeed have to learn how to navigate it with class and dignity. Maybe that's a class Notre Dame should take, given its athletic director's silly and unnecessary shots at the ACC. Maybe you got wronged, but it's over. Show some class and move on. I'm Bill Ryder.
Spiegel and Holmes.
Scott is in Wisconsin, and now Scott is on Spiegel and Holmes. Hey, Scott.
Hey, how you guys doing? Great show. Hey,
You're right.
I got a couple questions. Great show.
You're right.
You've covered some of it.
Afternoons on the Score.
The Cubs.
I don't remember what the play is, but it was in Arizona. And I was doing play-by-play. Got another one of those games in February. Very much looking forward to that.
That's dope, man.
Yeah, getting out there in Mesa. I get to hang out at the complex and do a bunch of research. Maybe I'll do a show from there. Going to bring the machine and do the show from there.
Bring the machine.
Bring the machine.
That would be awesome. I know some places.
Oh, yes.
There's some places I want to take you guys. I want the whole team to go down there.
Let's go. Let's all go at the same time I go. Let's do it.
There's a couple places I want you to stop by and have some eats at.
No, but you tell me, and I will follow up on that.
All right. And you know there's a Harold's like right down the street from Sloan.
I did not know that.
There's a Harold's and a Portillo's like right down the street from Sloan.
I'm not going to do that. I can't do that.
Sure you can.
Hey, look, I'm out here. It's like going
Just know when you go,
Yeah.
the first person you're going to meet is from Chicago.
I mean, it's like going
Never fails.
It's like going to Dublin and eating at a Burger King, you know, which me and Jay Zawoski did late one night.
They've got everything out there in Arizona. There's like, they've got the Eagle Man insurance. They got the Victory Auto Records out there.
They got Lou Malls.
They do actually.
Yeah. But
One of my favorite places to go eat breakfast is a place that was here.
do they have a closer for the Cubs? Do they have enough of a bullpen for the Cubs? You know, 4 of their pieces that were real good in the bullpen are free agents. The ones that they found eventually. Brad Keller's a free agent, and he's talking to everybody. The Blue Jays, the latest team to show interest there. Caleb Thielbar, a free agent. Drew Pomerantz. And, Andrew Kittredge, they traded back to Baltimore. Who's going to be in the bullpen? They signed Phil Maton, or Maton, excuse me. But who else is going to be there, Lawrence?
So my feeling about bullpens, they are a living organism. And from year to year, you can just kind of work hard, but also get a little bit of luck and end up with a solid bullpen. So I'm not as worried about where they're at with the bullpen right now.
I understand. And that's what they did last year. In fact, Craig Counsell was talking about that, the realities of last year's bullpen. But he and Jed Hoyer have been saying, we need more bullpen. Yeah, we're not done. But here's Craig on the bullpen.
The bullpen is, we talked about this earlier this week. Like, what we thought about our bullpen going into the season, and maybe just reread it, maybe what we thought. We were wrong. We were pretty wrong on it. We ended up pitching pretty well, but I think at the start of the season, it maybe wasn't the guys that we expected to do it. So it just shows, I think it's get a bunch of good arms and kind of see, what happens and have enough abilities to pivot when you have to during the season. And so I think part of that absolutely this year will be Porter had a rough season. It's Porter Hodge season bouncing back. That's going to be important.
So look, a Porter Hodge season bouncing back, a healthy Daniel Palencia. Who knows what they do with the kid Jackson Wiggins and how aggressive they are. I get it. But they had said they were going to go out and get a couple veterans for that bullpen, and right now they have one. And part of this, Lawrence, for me, is I just keep seeing other people sign. Kyle Finnegan went back to Detroit. I love the idea of that kid, the former closer in Washington, who they had a pitch usage change in Detroit, and he was really good. So when I saw that happen today, I was angry in the group thread. And,
yes, you were.
And you were tickled.
Yes, I am. I think that if I can do a little bit of psychology, I think that
that's my lane.
I know. I think that you are trying to give yourself a break from football because we spend so much time talking about football. And it's like you need a little sorbet. You need a little baseball sorbet. I think you were expecting the baseball sorbet to come in the form of the Cubs being out here doing stuff.
Well, when there's other people doing stuff.
Right.
I hear you. But there are other options for the sorbet.
Speaks. I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way.
I could come in and wax rhapsodic about how Kyle Schwarber should have been a career Cub who goes into the Hall of Fame with a C on his cap instead of a script P.
Yes.
I could come in and do that.
And you will at some point later on, especially if they don't do something. But as guys fall off the list, I get the frustration because you're like, oh, that would have been a good fit for the Cubs. Mm-hmm. And you're like, oh, that guy would have been a good fit for the Cubs too.
Well, and then you go,
you're right. Are there enough fits left for them to do stuff?
Right. Are they going to go get Robert Suarez, the 35-year-old closer from San Diego, who's probably going to get 3 years at 55 or 3 years at 60? Are they going to do that for a 35-year-old reliever?
I could go for a lemon sorbet right now.
I mean, Finnegan signed a 2-year deal at like 11 per or something like that, or 12.5 per, whatever it was. Like you could have done that. So are they going to go get Michael King, or are the Mets going to pounce now that the Mets have been embarrassed again with Pete Alonso going to Baltimore?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
he kind of told them, though.
Yeah, he did.
Like Pete had said, I'm planning on exploring free agency.
Yeah, after last year, and he screwed them too because they couldn't offer him the qualifying offer again, so they didn't even get a draft pick. They got nothing. You get nothing and like it.
That's right.
Yeah, so you're right. The Cubs have needs. I don't believe that they're going to spend with consequence until they do. Right now, it feels like a lot of talk. That's the problem. Feels like a lot of bluster and not a lot of action. And you look around, there's action taking place.
Well, there's another piece of Craig tape that we need to hear because George Offman had reported, hey, George, he had reported that Justin Steele isn't coming back into September. Tanny and I were trying to do the math yesterday, and we're like, okay, well, yeah, I guess with the injuries that he had, that actually kind of makes sense that he might not be available until later on in the season.
But he's throwing. I see him on Twitter and IG throwing and doing his thing.
But throwing and pitching are two totally different things. Here's where, how about this? Listen to Craig, and you tell me if it's closer to September or closer to April.
Nothing has changed. I mean, it's not going to be opening day, and after that, I think I really don't want to speculate until we get to spring training and see where he's at as we get to, I think we'll know in spring training kind of a target area of dates there. But yeah, it's not going to be opening day, but I think it'll be the first half of the season. Yeah.
First half of the season. Okay. That sounds better than the September business.
He thinks it's going to be, and he still has to see him in February to make that assessment.
Yeah, I'm all right with that one. I'm okay. I mean, if you go out and you get another one, you get Michael King or you get Tatsuya Imai or something like that, then you've got enough for the first couple of months while Justin Steele's getting comfortable. And hopefully Justin Steele is that dude, that top 3 Cy Young caliber dude by the time August and September and October come around. So I'm all right with that one, as long as there is an arm of consequence that gets added. I just feel like right now it's a lot of bluster and a lot of talk, and there are teams out there actually doing the do, and I would like the Cubs to be one. I'm not usually this guy who's like, who's this kind of antsy about it, and I do believe in Craig and his ability to find bullpen folks on the fly. I'm just not... I didn't think I'd have to access that at this point in the offseason.
I know we're doing your baseball sorbet.
I'm good, though.
But I've got some breaking news.
Yeah, I've processed my sorbet. It was delicious.
I could really go for some. Breaking news on the score is brought to you by Wildfire. They have sorbet. Join Wildfire Restaurants as they celebrate 30 years of serving delicious food and creating memories. This is from Adam Schefter. The University of Michigan has fired Sharon Moore.
That's the football
There were
coach.
some rumblings about that.
Yeah, but I would have figured if it was going to happen, it would have happened, after the Ohio State game.
How bad was their season?
It wasn't bad. Were they 8-4 or 7? I thought they were 8-4.
They're supposed to play in the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl, which is my least favorite flavor of
Cheez-Its and citrus.
The citrus.
But let's be honest, folks. What's undignified is playing in that bowl game or refusing to be in a bowl game at all.
Hold on. Yeah, I know
the
that.
Pop-Tart Bowl.
Yeah,
That's the bowl you want to go to.
That's the one you want to go
right.
to.
But I mean, it's like the
and the great
Armor All-
sponsor, Duke's Mayonnaise Bowl.
Yeah, but the Armor All Pop-Tart Bowl would be the comp here. Like, if you're going to just throw a sponsor on top of a pre-named bowl, you can't do Cheez-It Citrus. You can't put those together.
You know what you could do, like an alcohol sponsor and citrus bowl. That would be
Absolutely.
great. Like the Grey Goose Citrus Bowl.
I'm all in. I'm all in on the Grey Goose Citrus Bowl. But the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl?
That doesn't seem right.
That is not okay.
Yeah, Michigan finished 5th in the Big Ten this year. And they ended up with a 9-3 record.
Yeah,
and they fired their coach at a very weird time in the calendar to fire a coach.
Good luck finding another one. Does Iowa State have
Jesse
another
Minter,
kid?
Maybe.
The defensive coordinator from he's in Baltimore now. Was there with I think he took over for Mike McDonald. That's like the name that pops in my head first. They have to have a name in mind at this point, right?
Is there a Michigan man who's an assistant in the NFL that they want to hire?
Folks, let's give it up for Alex Kuhn for coming up with Jesse Minter.
The Chargers, I should say, not Baltimore.
Okay, that's fine, though, but you still came up with it, and, Alex
Mike
Kuhn,
McDonald.
Yeah.
Alex doesn't know what he's talking about.
Right.
You guys over here listening to yacht rock.
I loved him in the Doobie Brothers. Absolutely. He changed the band. Alex Kuhn needs to host a college football show on this here radio station.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Like, he needs somebody get out in front of that. Some sponsor get out in front of that. Is Mitch here? Is Ryan Porthier? I'll talk to them. Alex, I have a lot of sway with those guys. I think you know that. But, yeah, Alex has thoughts and answers.
Thanks for the confidence, Speaks.
You got it, buddy.
We did see George Jacobs walking around here today. Mr. M&M Jacket himself.
What was he doing here?
Who knows?
Maybe he was putting together a college football show for young Alex.
Could be. You never know. Hi, everybody. Welcome into the Windy City Limousine College Football Hour. I'm Alex Kuhn.
Doesn't that sound good?
It really does.
It really does.
We take a trip around the Big Ten.
Yes. In your Windy City limo, we're taking it down to Champaign.
It's the luxury drive of the weekend.
Brought to you by. There you go.
Let's see who's moving to the back seat here on the Windy City limo.
All right. I got to do some reading up on the Sharon Moore stuff because
Okay.
I think there might be more to it. And maybe that's why a coach that's 9-3.
Are you already angling to host the show that Alex is hosting?
Me?
Yeah.
I would love to be a guest on that show.
I know, but you want to host it and run.
I don't want to host. I already do college football stuff on House of L.
All right, there you go. So you've already got an outlet.
I've already got a space to do that stuff that you guys won't let me do here.
Welcome to my world. I'm looking to
More bear stuff.
Protect Alex Kuhn's theoretical real estate right now. I just want to help make sure that his fake radio show stays alive and afloat at this point.
I think it makes a lot of sense.
Fake radio, real analysis.
I mean, think about it. There is like a 10-week period where there really is no baseball stuff to do. Like, not necessarily enough for like a couple baseball shows. So you just take those shows and you move them out the way. We've already moved one of them out the way for Bears pregame stuff. Like, that was easy. And then you take the other show and then you move it out the way for those 10 weeks and you have Alex in there doing some college football.
I'm uncomfortable.
Well, I'm really glad I wasn't actually listening and just instead was Googling Sharon Moore fired because I'm trying to figure out what's going on with that.
Yeah.
I'm grateful that
Didn't
I wasn't
even trust
listening.
Alex.
When we come back, let's talk a little bit about the NFL because beyond the Bears, there's a lot of stuff going on. We'll try to get as much as we can. Turn the Page is coming up at 4 on The Score.
Tomorrow and every Thursday, tune in at 5 p.m. for the Four Winds Forecast with Dave Wanstead. Coach Wanstead will join the Spiegel and Holmes show to preview the weekend's games. And for your chance to win a $200 gift card to Four Winds Casino and Resort.
You know, he's got the arm, he's got the intelligence, he's got the athletic ability.
On Sports Radio 670 The Score, and always live on the free Odyssey app. Brought to you by Four Winds Casino and Resort in New Buffalo and South Bend. Your entertainment escape.
For so many, it's happening. Your hair is thinning, your crown's disappearing. Maybe hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether.
Your identity is lost.
Well, there's good news. It's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It is the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They may sometimes help retain what you have, but they will never grow back hair that's missing. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to their world-class physicians, it's not maybe your hair will regrow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, and they come highly recommended. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 872-217-HAIR. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or go to advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Bank of America is a nation's leading business lender. And we're ready to help with your next goal here in Chicago. That's why we have over 3,700 local business specialists across the country. Because with the right team, your business and community prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA World Cup 2026. Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
It's that time of year again, hockey season and cold weather. As a proud partner of the Chicago Blackhawks and Chicago's hometown tire, Atturo knows just what drivers need for this climate. Check out the new all-weather category of tires available from Atturo. Offering year-round performance, all-weather tires are your safest bet for any season. Get your vehicle ready for winter with a new set of Atturo tires. Visit Atturo.com to find performance within reach at your local independent Atturo tire dealer. Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-894-3737. That's 800-894-3737.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise. Enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select 2025 models.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick promise.
Warren, the running back. Warren to fake it to him. Rodgers still has it. He's going to take off running for the touchdown. Aaron Rodgers. Well, he can't throw. He can't run. Beats you on a 55-yard bomb and then runs it in for his first rush touchdown as a Steeler.
He needed some help, and he got it today. And right here, he shows off the wheels, and then he almost gives you the discount double check there.
Means maybe you guys will shut the hell up for a week.
Maybe it'll make Speak shut up. Before we get into the NFL stuff, I have an update on the Sharon Moore story.
Yeah, it's not good.
This is from my office mate, Adam Rittenberg. We share an office at DePaul. Professor Rittenberg writes, quote, following a university investigation, credible evidence was found that Coach Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member.
Oof.
This conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy.
That ain't right.
Well...
Yeah, because you got power, so you're using some power, and even if you're not, you're putting the university in jeopardy by having said relationship.
Ooh.
That's ugly.
My goodness.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? And now there's a statement from the University of Michigan.
Okay.
All right. U of M head coach Sharon Moore has been terminated with cause, effective immediately. And here's the part that I just read. Following university investigation, credible evidence was found that Coach Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. This conduct constitutes a clear violation of the university policy, and U of M maintains zero tolerance for such behavior. Biff Poggi, or Poggi, right? Is Poggi?
Uncle Biff himself.
Poggi has been appointed head football coach in the interim capacity effective immediately.
So he'll coach the Cheez-It Citrus Bowl. And it probably a lifelong dream of his to coach that particular bowl.
I mean, Citrus Bowl is like a pretty good bowl.
Oh, absolutely. I just, now that Cheez-Its are involved, it changes the tenor of it a little bit. Yeah, that's
Remy
really
Martin
ugly.
Citrus Bowl.
That's
what you want.
I bet Notre Dame doesn't turn that down.
The Remy Martin Citrus Bowl?
Yeah, you offer them that. It's a little bit more appetizing.
A little Remy and ginger ale.
That
a little
is
Remy and ginger beer.
All right, so some ugly stuff there at Michigan. That's too bad.
Man.
Yeah, we were going to talk about some other NFL stuff in here.
Yeah.
The only thing I wanted to say is that the AFC is going to look vastly different come playoff time. No Chiefs, maybe. No Ravens, maybe. No Bengals, probably. Like, it's a very different thing that, with Jacksonville and Trevor Lawrence and the possible Coach of the Year candidate, Liam Cohen, guy we made fun of for Duval.
Duval.
Right? And the Texans on the come here with that defense. The AFC is going to be very, very different.
In the NFC, watching that horrible football game on Monday night, it was terrible. Watching poor Justin Herbert just be like, okay, I'll just kind of tuck under every time I fall so I don't land on the hand that's hurt.
Yeah.
And Jalen Hurts just being like, here's the interception for you, and here's a fumble for you. Here's an interception for you. It's really interesting watching how each week when you watch the Eagles, you go, there's something wrong, and it's a different thing every week. You go, oh, their defense wasn't really strong this week, or A.J. Brown's not getting the ball enough, or something's wrong with Saquon. And then this week,
it was
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, you're right, because Saquon ran well, and you'd think that would be enough. A.J. Brown ended up with a hundo, but it was Jalen just giving the ball away left and right. Yeah, something is definitely rotten there.
And the idea that the Chiefs thing might be over.
Yeah, 7 straight AFC title games. 3 straight Super Bowl appearances, 9 straight divisions. That thing, the division is now lost altogether.
The division is now lost.
And Travis Kelce
Don't
may
ever
be
do
done.
that again outside of the REIT.
Okay.
Per the client, stop doing that.
Yeah,
See me, not good.
That thing may be over. Do you know what team has the longest drought in all of professional sports of not making the playoffs? They're in the NFL. It'd be the New York Jets. 15th straight year of no playoffs. That is the longest drought of any team in any of the 4 major sports.
Wow. That's bad.
Yeah, that's bad. They're real bad.
There's a lot of bad stuff going on out there. Luckily, there's still good stuff going on with the Bears.
Yeah, there is. They got an interesting matchup.
Some good stuff going on with the Browns, too.
Yeah, there's a couple things.
Just a couple.
Really just a couple.
Then there's some really bad stuff going on with the Browns. And then there's some passive-aggressive stuff that's going on with the Browns.
And some sloppy stuff that's going on with them. And hopefully the Bears can take advantage because they don't have the dysfunction. Like the Eagles have all that dysfunction, which clearly is manifesting on the field. The Bears do not at this point.
Brian Daboll to Michigan?
Ooh, that's interesting. They should go get that Carolina coach. I know he only won, 4 games in his first year?
Bill Belichick?
Yeah, he's on the
that
come.
guy?
Yeah.
Get him now.
Mike Tomlin? I'm not being serious.
Yeah, okay.
That is
taking
none
a
of
shot at Ben
yours
Roethlisberger.
businesses.
Yeah.
That is no way to make that Windy City Limousine college football show happen. It's not how you do that. Be careful.
How do I do that? Teach me, Speeds. Teach me.
Somehow brought to you by M&M's, too.
That's right.
Somehow they're
Lots
a
of
part
options.
of the thing, too.
Send this to George.
We're
Send this
going
all
to turn the page and get you ready for Bears-Browns next on The Score.
When it comes to Bears analysts in the know, The Score is your destination all season long. Our starting lineup on offense includes Olin Crew, Jared Payton, Patrick Manning.
On defense, it's Matt Bowen and Anthony Herron. Plus, former Bears head coach giving us the big
picture on offense and defense, Dave Wanstead. And all the inside info from Mark Crody, Brad Biggs, Dan Wiederer, Stacey Dales, and many more.
Unfiltered opinions from the unprecedented team of experts on Chicago's Sports Radio 670 The Score.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 670 The Score. Hey, it's Spiegs. FanDuel, it's the number one sportsbook for same-game parlays. From points and rebounds to threes and assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And right now is the perfect time to join because new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet on the players you love the way that you want. Head to FanDuel.com/Matt to sign up today. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Illinois. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Truck drivers, wherever you want to take your driving career in 2026, Schneider has an opportunity for you. Our huge selection of driving jobs means you can get the home time that suits your schedule. Choose from daily, weekly, monthly, or sometime in between. Plus, Schneider drivers can choose from dedicated, intermodal, dry van, and tanker options. Don't wait to upgrade your career before the new year. Search jobs and apply now at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
Introducing Remy Martin's This Is My City VSOP Limited Edition Collection, paying homage to the iconic sounds, style, and teams of our very own Chicago. The collection celebrates the city's influence on culture and features Remy Martin's renowned VSOP liquid. This limited edition bottle is available now, and you can learn more at RemyMartin.com. Remy Martin VSOP Cognac, 40% alcohol by volume, imported by Remy Cointreau, USA, New York, New York. Please drink responsibly.
Guys, thanks for helping me carry my Christmas tree.
Zoe, this thing weighs a ton.
Drewski, lift with your legs, man.
Santa! Did you get my letter?
He's talking to you, Bridges.
I'm not that.
Of course he did, right, Santa?
You know, my elf Drewski here, he handles the nice list.
An elf? I'm 6'3". What everyone wants is iPhone 17. And at T-Mobile, you can get it on them. That center stage front camera is amazing for group selfies. Right, Mrs. Claus?
I'm Mrs. Claus's much younger sister. And at T-Mobile, there's no trade-in needed when you switch, so you can keep your old phone.
Or give it as a gift.
And the best part, you can make the switch to T-Mobile from your phone in just 15 minutes.
Nice. My side of the tree is slipping.
Timber!
The holidays are better at T-Mobile. Switch in just 15 minutes and get iPhone 17 on us with no trade-in needed.
With 24 monthly bill credits for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
On the days when you're thriving.
Come on, everyone. You're almost there.
The nights when you need us most.
Mom, I don't feel good.
And every moment in between. As a Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois member, we are committed to helping you stay covered at each stage of life. Whatever challenges may come your way, our mission is to be here for you and your family so you can feel confident as the new year approaches. Visit StandByYouIllinois.com to see the steps you'll need to take to renew your coverage. And with nearly 90 years of experience, you can expect personalized guidance throughout the process, helping you stay covered into 2026 and beyond. We thank you for trusting us on your health and wellness journey through it all. Visit StandByYouIllinois.com or call 866-575-2583 to renew your coverage today.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399. 800-756-6399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Brisk and sharply colder tonight, some clearing low 15.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have an easy holiday at Staples. Save on top tech and gaming gifts, shipping supplies and services to get your packages there safely, even custom cards and wrapping paper. Staples. That was easy.
This is where Chicago comes to talk Bears football. We are Sports Radio 670 The Score. Broadcasting live from the Hyundai Studios. Presented to you in part by your local Hyundai dealers. WSCR Chicago. WBMX HD2 Chicago. And Odyssey Sports Station.
The Score!
Don't you guys do a Turn the Page segment?
On Wednesday. It's time to turn the page.
Turn the page Wednesday.
I don't know when I turn the page.
And then you got to turn the page real quick.
We just haven't been able to turn the page.
That's what you have to do. You got to turn the page.
I think now we all can move on.
Looking ahead to this week's opponent.
We're going to take the North and never give it back. Because we need to know when to turn the page.
That's right. Every week we turn the page from one game to the next. And we're not turning the page all the way to next week's Packers game because, damn it, you don't want the Bears to fall into a trap. Admiral Akbar, it's a trap.
This is a real defense. Second in yards per game are the Cleveland Browns. 17th in points per game at 23 points per game. They're 13th in rushing. They are first in net passing yards, because, folks, that includes sacks. They're second in the NFL with 44 sacks. Myles Garrett has 20. He has 20. The defensive tackle Malik Collins has 6.5, but he's on injured reserve. There are others, though, have 1 or 2, but, folks, Myles Garrett has 20 sacks.
To put that into perspective, Micah Parsons and Rashawn Gary have a combined 20 sacks.
And Myles Garrett is so far and away the best player on this team. Everybody knows it. He's the top of the scouting report and has been for his entire career, and he still has 20 sacks. Carson Schwessinger leads them in tackles. Devin Bush, the former Steelers, had a good year at linebacker as well. Look, the special teams are real bad. 31st or 29th in all the punt and kickoff categories. Let's remember that. The offense is bad overall, but it's a different thing now. Look, they're 29th in points per game. They're 30th in yards per game. They're 29th on third down, 16th in red zone. But 3 different quarterbacks have thrown for 700 yards. It's Shedeur Sanders' world now.
He is now the starting quarterback, even though for some strange reason his head coach kind of doesn't want him to be. It's a very, very weird thing that's going on there.
Their leading receivers at tight end, Harold Fannin. Jerry Jeudy is the best wide receiver, but he's a mess.
He's a very messed up player. Steve Smith nailed that scouting report.
The running backs, Quinshon Judkins has 784 yards rushing, leads all rookies. My guy, 130.
So my last name Judy. People sometimes call me short for Jew, like one Jew.
Yeah.
So I just got a Jewish star. So yeah, I'm not Jewish though.
This is a strange man. Quinshon Judkins leads all rookies. He's got 130 more yards than Ashton Genty. Kyle Monungai's third among rookies, by the way. Judkins' former teammate Trevion Henderson is fourth. But anyway, that's a little capsule on the Browns. Here's what Ben Johnson has to say about the 3-10 Cleveland Browns.
He's just a complete player. I think when you look at the size and strength and speed, it's just a unique package where he really has it all.
Myles Garrett.
He's very strong. He's got that bull rush that can take a tackle and put him on roller skates and walk him right back into the quarterback, which happens quite a bit because every team that you see on tape, I mean, they have a plan for him to slow him down, and yet the chip gets off of him and he just still walks that tackle on back into the quarterback. And so he does a great job with that. And then, heaven forbid you ever leave him one-on-one, and that's really where, he shows up. He's almost unblockable that way in pass protection. So a lot of respect for him. He's done an incredible job. And, just to look at the number of double teams, triple teams that you see on tape, and yet he still has 20 sacks on the season. It's pretty remarkable, and it's a special season for him, no doubt.
Ben, what attributes have you seen in Shedeur Sanders, and does he remind you of anyone, either personality-wise or what you see on film?
No, I think he's doing a great job as a rookie. You know, he was able to sit in and soak in that offense over the course of the spring and the summer and early in the season, and you can tell that that's probably benefited him to a degree because now he's able to go out there and let it loose. He does a great job of extending the play and creating on his own as well. So I think Stefanski does a phenomenal job. You know, he's played with not only Shedeur but also the other rookie quarterback, and I think he does what he can to help those guys develop and find some easy completions to get them in a rhythm and get them going. And they're dangerous players. I mean, they can get hot and make you hurt in a hurry. So last 3 weeks, you kind of feel a little bit of a spark there on offense with Shedeur out there.
Boy, I just realized the national opinionists are probably going to have a field day with Shedeur versus Caleb, aren't they? And can you imagine if Shedeur looks further along than Caleb in any way to the casual observer? We will see. Here's Teron Armstead, who was on this show 1 hour ago, the former All-Pro tackle, talking about Myles Garrett, who he tried to block a lot.
He's a problem, man. He's a problem. Like, throughout my career, as I would game plan and dissect rushers, I try to take away what they're best at. So if it's a power guy, I'm going to get on him early. If it's a speed guy, I'm going to meet him at a point kind of deeper in the pocket. If it's a guy that has a spin, I'm looking to take that away the entire game. This man does everything at the highest level. So at the end of the day, my game plan for Myles, well, let's go do it. Let's go dance, baby. Let's really just line up best on best and let's do it. It's really like you go out and you compete at the highest level when you got somebody that can, even though you do everything right, they can still beat you. Okay, I'm gonna go do everything right. I'm gonna play physical, fast, and we're gonna dance. That's really the approach for when you got a guy like Myles Garrett. You shy away from it at any moment, he got you. It'll get ugly. You go battle, you go compete at the highest level. That's it. That's all you want to do.
And did you want help? Did you get help? How did that play out?
If you guys knew Sean Payton, he wasn't he's a do your job type of guy.
How about that?
Sean Payton did not help.
Nope, he wasn't going to help you. Chip help is not going to be there for you, Teron. Yeah. Max Protect is not walking through that door.
Just like Matt Nagy when it comes to Cleveland.
Well,
images of that will never leave my head.
There have been a lot of disasters, recent disasters for the Bears with Cleveland.
We'll touch on some of that tomorrow. But right now they have a disaster of a head coach in his 6th year already.
Yeah, and a lot of people wondering if it'll be his last. Here's what Kevin Stefanski had to say about your Chicago Bears.
It's a great rush attack, not just the runners who are very, very, very good, but the offensive line, the tight ends, the receivers all block. So it's a good scheme. They have various schemes that they can get to, whether it's the zone game or the gap scheme game. The runners are dangerous in that they have the ability on the perimeter. They can run between the tackles. So it's a huge challenge for our defense, and obviously it's a huge focus for us going in this game.
Caleb Williams also in the run game uses his legs a lot. So how does that duality of his skill set present challenges for you guys?
He's a really, really good young player. He's can make a ton of plays, both on schedule and off schedule, has elite arm talent to throw the ball around the field. And then to your point, Kelsey, he can really get he's very elusive, extremely elusive. He can get out of the pocket to the left, to the right, vertical in the pocket. He's a hard guy to bring down, and that adds another element to their team, and in this case, the run offense.
Just what's unique about the way the Bears, and him specifically, what they do to kind of maximize that ability to operate on?
Well, he's terrific off schedule. He's also really good on schedule as well. And they run the ball at a very high clip. They have play action at a high clip. So those are they're putting the quarterback in advantageous spots in a lot of their offense. And he does have the ability, like we were just talking about with Tom, he does have the ability then when it's not there to be elusive, get outside the pocket and make a play.
As an offensive mind yourself, just what stands out most about Ben Johnson, the system he runs? We've seen his offense, especially in Detroit. He's so effective, and he's brought a lot of that over to Chicago. Just how challenging is it to game plan against him?
Yeah, Ben's done a great job. I don't know Ben well, but I've known him for a bit here. He worked for Darrell Bevel when he was a young QC in Detroit. So we can share Bev stories. That's a tough way to be raised in this business. But he always admired the scheme in which they play. I think that he does a great job of marrying the run and the pass. And I think he's utilizing the personnel really well there in Chicago.
See, that's usually how it works when a coach knows another coach. And if Kevin Stefanski were to take just a little jab, you'd be like, oh,
yeah,
those guys remember each other when they were rooming together when they worked on the staff with Darrell Bevel.
Darrell Bevel, your offense mess. Darrell Bevel.
How many times was he in a folder for the Bears?
Oh, dude, innumerable times he was in somebody's folder. Usually mine.
Him and Jim Bob Cooter, right?
Jim Bob Cooter, sometimes wearing pants.
Yeah.
So, look, Jim Schwartz is the defensive coordinator. He's good. And in that wide nine that you might remember from all those years
with
in
Detroit,
you bet. But he's got a history. He was in Philly for a couple years with T.J. Edwards. He was in Tennessee for a couple years with Kevin Byard. And, hell, Joe Tryon-Shoyinka was there this season. So there's a lot of familiarity among the staff and the players for the Browns and the Bears Sunday at noon.
And he's a red ass, too. Like, he is just a consummate red-ass coach.
Isn't he the one who said that they played till the echo of the whistle?
That is correct.
Didn't that originate with him?
And, well, I don't know if it originated with him.
And Ndamukong Suh. I thought it did.
But because, I mean, college coaches have kind of said stuff like that for forever.
But in terms of the Lions.
But, yeah, he definitely likes to mix it up a little bit as a
finishing
coach.
plays, they say to the shadow of the whistle. He's kind of pushing and shoving after the fact.
It's fine. So that is the Browns. Shedeur Sanders played very well last week. We'll see if the Bears can make him not play very well. Now, let's take a look at the North. It's a very interesting weekend in the NFC North, and all of the weekends in the NFC North at the end of the season are going to be.
We gave it back. We had the North.
Yep. Now, Dan Weeder will tell you that possession was not granted for the North, but I think that people can legitimately argue about that. The Bears not only had the North, they had the NFC, Speaks.
Yeah, we gave it back.
And then they gave it back.
Damn.
And that is different than what Ryan Poles said. He said they were going to take it.
And never give it back.
And never give it back. And then they gave it back immediately.
Well, next Saturday looms. But
no, it does not, sir.
Turn the page demands no traps.
Turn the page industry would like to have a word with you. For sure.
Calling me in. I didn't do what Sharon Moore did.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the Packers and the Lions have 325 games that are serious consequence games. The Packers are taking on the Broncos. They are at Denver. That's 325 kickoff. The Lions are at the Rams. The Trade Bowl gets to take place again at 325 out in L.A. Here's what Matt LaFleur, cram up your cram hole, LaFleur, had to say about Jordan Love's level of play recently.
But Jordan's near the top of all of them, behind, I think, just Stafford and Drake May. Is what you're seeing on tape backing up that he's playing like one of the best guys?
He's definitely he's playing really good football right now, and that's obviously important, and it's going to be important moving forward because, like I mentioned, we got a hell of a test. I mean, this defense is they're for real. So one of the top defenses in the league.
You mentioned Denver's defense too. How do you think they've come together and with given the challenge that's coming up on Sunday?
How our O-line is?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like they're getting better each and every week, and every week's a new challenge, and this is going to be one of the toughest challenges to date. I mean, aren't they on pace to break the all-time sack record? So, we're going to have our work cut out for us.
The Denver Broncos have won 10 straight games, and they are the 1 seed as of right now in the AFC with elite defense.
And they don't have to worry about the Chiefs winning the division. Now, maybe the Chiefs still get in as a wild card, but their reign as AFC West champions is now over.
Oh, the Denver Broncos. Thank you.
The Lions are at SoFi. Dan Campbell knows that Sean McVay knows, and he knows all the different ways that they're going to use the personnel and how challenging that can be.
And I think McVay's always done a good job of putting players in the best position to have success, using the roster, the totality of it, as much as you can use your personnel. If you've got it, use it. And he does a great job with that. You got to win. We had to win last year. That's the way it felt. You never felt like you could take a breath last year. You're constantly trying to, it was for something different, but yet you're trying to get the 1 seed. You're trying to get that home game. You're trying to get throughout the play, all this stuff. And now it's no different. It's just, we got to win. We need to win. We're trying to get back to that spot. So all that matters is this one. Just like it was Dallas, man, we had to win that game. We had to find a way to win that game. And we did everything right. Not everything, but relative to that game and everybody doing their job, we did what we needed to do to win it. Played complimentary football. We got to do it again on the road versus the Rams. Very good team, playing at a very high level. So, and we got to play better. We got to play better to beat this team that we're getting ready to face. And we will. We can do that. We can play better. We will play better.
Ever since the Cowboys win for the Lions, it has felt like every single NFL slot has had a good game with playoff consequences. And I'll tell you what, after the Bears-Browns at noon on Sunday, the late shift has the games you mentioned, Lawrence, Packers-Broncos and the Lions and the Rams. And then at night, it's the Vikings and the Cowboys, an important game for the NFC. Maybe you didn't notice, but J.J. McCarthy had 3 touchdowns last week and no interceptions last week. They dominated Washington, and Kevin O'Connell this week opened up about the discussions he had with J.J. leading up to an excellent football game.
There's a lot been made of fundamentals and technique, and those things, our job as coaches are to try to help players improve, and we've navigated through the season of watching him show improvement in areas of fundamentals and technique. But there's another layer to it with JJ of in certain times of the season, you would get a response of, I thought this player was going to do that, speaking about a defensive player. Or, hey, I played with Mike Sanders still at Michigan. He's real instinctive. He might try to do that. Stop.
Yeah.
Just quiet your mind and let's not overthink anything other than what is my job on the play.
Wow.
And making good decisions. Every play there's a positive outcome, and you hold the cards to go finding that positive outcome. And it's amazing just what the calmness you're speaking of simply comes from stacking plays of doing your job and putting the ball in play to Minnesota Vikings players in space, whether it's a 2-yard gain or a 50-yard gain. They're all positive, and they all have a negative effect on the defense, and allows me to continue calling the game within the sequencing of how we practiced on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday on into the game.
After the Lions game, okay, you win and you get that alter ego thing in the locker room, and somebody asked me about it a couple of days after, and I'm like, the 9-bit sucks, okay? If he wants to go with it the rest of his career, go ahead. I don't like it. It's not who he is from the McCarthy that I've gotten to know, and I think that bubble burst too a little bit. You know
I think
what I mean?
if you've learned anything about me, I think you would probably say I'm pretty normally the same guy just about every day. Regardless of circumstance, I do believe.
Well, the whole building is since you got here. That's why I love this job now more than I ever have.
Well, I just think that, you better have confidence and you better have a comfort in who you are to be in certain roles. And I think being the starting quarterback of an NFL team is one of those things. All I've asked JJ to do is just be authentically himself. That's really all we've ever asked players playing that position. Whether you go back to Kirk Cousins in 2022 and people said, man, who is this guy? It was just trying to allow these guys to be ultra comfortable in front of their teammates, in the huddle, on the grass, in the meeting room, whatever you want to say. Part of helping guys reach their truest potential is helping them be themselves every single day. And I think at times guys try to, and maybe it is the moment. And if it's authentic in the moment, fire away. Let's have at it. But we don't need to exhaust any energy. Our jobs are hard enough already.
Thank you.
Trying to be somebody else or trying to play to some sort of persona, whatever it may be. Let's just go back to work, man. It comes down to some very simple principles of the Minnesota Vikings.
He's really good and he's really smart, and he always sounds better after a quarterback plays well. But it is also easy, towards the end there especially, Lawrence, to hear the shots he's taking at how JJ was trying to do it. Right. Don't you think so?
Yes, the idea of not worrying about a persona.
Yeah.
9.
Yeah, 9.
Just
be you.
Just come in here and go to work, JJ.
Can we just keep it simple and just be authentic? Just be genuine in the
Damn.
meeting room, wherever you are. Just relax and be yourself. Instead of pretending you got Superman who's 9.
That's real stuff right there.
Yeah.
I'm glad that KOC felt comfortable enough to say that publicly.
Yeah.
And hopefully he said it privately.
I'm sure he did.
And JJ can accept that the way that it was meant, because I think it's meant to make him be a better quarterback.
That's a great job, as always, by Chris Tannehill to listen to stuff from the other coaches and figure out what we need to hear.
How about the thinking too much part? I know we got a break, but remind me what we were just talking about earlier this week.
Hey, man, you saw them both in the first week of the season. Didn't they look like the same kind of quarterback? But JJ was thinking a little less there towards the end. It's a whole thing. We here at Turn the Page Industries really appreciate everyone's efforts.
Next Friday, December 19th, join the Score at the world-famous Brat Stop in Kenosha for the return of the Brat Bowl, previewing Part 2 of Chicago versus Green Bay. Rahimi, Harris, and Grody, they'll be broadcasting from 10 until 2, followed by our show from 2 until 6 that afternoon. We'll be joined by special guests and hosts from The Fan in Milwaukee as they show up and gear up for the huge matchup. I wonder which Packers jersey Rami's going to wear. That's next Friday, December 19th.
Is Kuhn going to be there?
That's right. Well, Alex might be.
I will be there, yes.
From 10 to 6 at the Brat Stop in Kenosha. It's all brought to you by Kenosha Subaru. I like those people. They came out to the Brat Stop last year.
Yeah, they were fun.
Yes, go get yourself a Subaru from Kenosha Subaru.
They have chicken brats up there at the Brat Stop. They have chicken of any kind, so we can have Victory Chicken together with John Kuhn.
Yeah, I think you can get probably have a Munchies basket that you can get yourself there at the Brat Stop.
No, there's only one Munchie basket in Wisconsin.
And
Come
where
on.
is it? Where is it?
Rookies in Denmark.
Thank you.
That's right.
Shout out
See,
to you,
they
Rookies.
should be sponsoring your college football show that we're going to will to happen. That's what we're going to do. Let's take a break. When we come back, what are the Cubs doing or not doing? What's up with the White Sox getting the number 1 pick? Evidently, we're going to talk with Bruce Levine about all things baseball next on The Score.
Bears fans, Caleb Williams and company return to Soldier Field to take on the Browns. And the Bears return to the win column and keep pace in a tight NFC playoff race. Stay tuned to The Score as we continue to get you ready for Bears-Browns right up to kickoff. And don't forget to listen for a full day of reaction on Monday on Chicago's Sports Radio, 670 The Score. And always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps.
The holidays, they're almost here. Family, food, and chaos in the kitchen. But what if you could keep the fun without the frenzy? Matrix Basements Finishing can help you create the perfect downstairs getaway, a cozy family room, game space, or kids hangout, so everyone is happy and out from underfoot while you prepare the feast. Make this holiday season even easier for everyone. Go to matrixbasements.com today to learn how you can give your family the space they deserve. That's matrixbasements.com.
Hellsberg gifts checked off the list. Now, time for wrapping. Earrings for mom. A gold bracelet to match the rings Danielle wears every day. And for dad, a new watch, because we all know he needs one. All right, this is going to be a good one.
Our favorite things for your favorite people. Shop in store at hellsberg.com for up to 50% off.
Comcast Business is celebrating the holidays by giving your business the $1,000 holiday bonus when you switch to a gig speed internet package. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 12, the new laptop for the office holiday hero. Or possibility number 108, smart speakers to deck those hallways. Or possibility number 192, new equipment for the new year. Or possibility number 555, Bluetooth holiday lights for office decor. Switch to Comcast Business, designed for 100% reliability with business internet and wireless connect, plus advanced cybersecurity, and now get the $1,000 holiday bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 12/14/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Requires qualifying gig package. Other restrictions apply.
No matter what kind of business you run, finding a bank that supports your success can make all the difference. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We're a bank that invests in relationships with our customers for the long haul. Customers like Marty Nixon from Norman Mechanical would agree.
I'm Marty Nixon from Norman Mechanical. We are a market-leading plumbing contractor operating throughout the Chicagoland area. We take pride in the quality of our work and value our relationships. I have known the team at Cornerstone for over 30 years and became a customer of Cornerstone when they opened their doors way back in 2000. Since then, Cornerstone has been a trusted relationship partner for all our banking needs. Cornerstone is a bank where we belong.
Thanks, Marty. If you're looking for a reliable banking relationship for years to come, give us a call at 847-654-3000.
Member FDIC.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-830-4914. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-830-4914. That's 800-830-4914. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with, call Big Lou at 800-830-4914 or biglou.com. That's 800-830-4914 or biglou.com.
Here's a great savings idea. Did you know you've got the power to manage your energy? Yep, from usage alerts to energy savings programs and more, ComEd has all kinds of ideas to help you gain control over your energy costs. Find out more at ComEd.com/energy savings.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
2 hours ago, Kyle arrived at the bar.
Hey, what's everyone drinking?
30 minutes ago, Kyle got his friends another round of drinks.
Cheers!
5 minutes ago, Kyle decided to drive home drunk. A minute ago, a law enforcement officer pulled up behind Kyle.
Sir, have you been drinking tonight?
A chain of events that began 2 hours ago is about to change Kyle's whole world. Drive sober or get pulled over. Paid for by NHTSA.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM. Own your moment, make it legendary. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Yesterday, the Mets lost Edwin Diaz to the Dodgers, and today they saw Pete Alonso leave Queens for Baltimore. Now David Stearns is officially on the hot seat. He has from now until opening day to get it right. The facts are he didn't re-sign 2 fan favorites, and if he doesn't lead the Mets to the postseason this year, then the fans will deservingly so call for him to be fired at the end of the season. I'm Zach Gelb.
Who's your favorite rock star? You're a Prince fan. Bruce. Prince.
Bruce Levine.
Just had a text from Bruce Levine. Hi, Bruce. Noted baseball aficionado, been around town for a long time.
Score Baseball Insider.
Good ball players come in all shapes and sizes in baseball, right? Your shape and size hasn't been all that popular these days, but it's pretty effective.
What are you saying, Bruce?
Exactly what I said, yeah.
I like my shape.
Covering the Cubs and White Sox for more than 30 years.
Get a gallon.
I think for Zach, it's high quality, never crude, always refined, and when you pull up to the pitching pump, a gallon is always premium.
Bruce Levine with Spiegel and Holmes.
You guys know this because you have people like myself.
On 670 The Score.
Bruce is down at the winter meetings in Orlando, so we were like, we should probably call him and find out what's going on with the baseball teams and baseball overall. He joins us on the Circa Resort and Casino Hotline, circalasvegas.com. Hey, Bruce.
Hey, guys. You know what? I've been covering the winter meetings for the last 36 years, and I've never seen a winter meetings where there wasn't even a whisper about trades. It's all been free agents. Some big free agents have signed here, but there are a lot of teams are caught in between the free agent market and making deals. And a a little confused as to where to go right now.
That's interesting. A lot of people, it seems like, targeting the guy they want and making it happen. That's kind of added to my antsiness about the Cubs not quite doing that yet. Do you think they're trying to be aggressive like some of these other teams have been?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I don't think they can afford to be passive if you look at their pitching and their minor league pitching and trying to fortify a pitching staff that's not sure when Justin Steele will be back. A little bit shaky about Imanaga and the way he finished last year. You have Cade Horton coming back from the injury on the rib cage. He should be 100%, but I don't think they feel it's a slam dunk that they have depth, and certainly their bullpen, they're in need of three bullpen guys. I don't know if you get that through trade or free agency, but again, I think they will be spending money, and I think they'll be aggressive in the trade market. The only thing I'll ask you guys is if you're going in the trade market again, you're going after Mackenzie Gore of Washington, you're going after either Cabrera or Alcantara with the Miami Marlins. Do you have enough young inventory players of your own to get back a player or a pitcher like that? I'm not quite sure that they have the pitching inventory to return to another team to get a top flight pitcher.
Bruce, I know what George reported. I heard what Craig said. What do you think is true about when Justin Steele might pitch for the Cubs?
I don't think they know for sure. I mean, when George reported September, and yesterday when I asked Craig about when they think he'll be returned, he said, well, definitely not opening day. He said, but we feel comfortable it's going to be in the first half of the season. So that's a lot of territory. You're going through first half of the season can be April, May, June. If something goes wrong, if there's a hiccup, maybe George ends up being right. From all indications, he's throwing. He's not re-injured. He hasn't had any, setback that we know of, and they're not talking about it. So you hope he is. But again, an injured pitcher coming back from a elbow problem. The other part that we're not talking about is, okay, he's back. How many innings can he throw coming back from elbow surgery? And is he a viable 5 or 6 inning pitcher every 5 days?
Yeah, as long as he is worked back to a good version of himself by August, September, October, ideally, I'll probably end up feeling okay about it. But that means you really got to get this other starting pitcher that they're targeting, whoever that is. I want it to be Michael King because I feel like his stuff could merit a start at the beginning of a playoff series or like 4 or 5 innings of bulk in a really high leverage playoff series, that kind of thing. Who else beyond Michael King that they're talking to has stuff that could be that good? Does Tatsuya Imai's stuff profile to be that good?
I think they think so, yes. Just depends on, what Boris feels that he has to get for him. Gallen's stuff is outstanding. He doesn't have great velo, but the Cubs have shown a propensity to not worry about velo as much as strikeouts, right? So, getting Phil Maton as a bullpen guy, he throws 90, 91, but his strikeout, I think he's 29%, maybe higher last year, strikeout guy. They don't care about velocity as much as spin rate and the ability to strike people out. So they're looking at different variables of strikeout pitchers. I think we can all agree that they need a strikeout pitcher. If you're going after a starting pitcher, you need somebody that can strike people out. They don't need another contact guy in their rotation.
Bruce, how do you think a possible work stoppage changes the way that the winter meetings works or doesn't work this time?
Well, that's a really good question because we don't know about long-term contracts for guys that aren't superstars. From you saw the 5 years for Schwarber, you saw the 5 years for Alonso today. These are pretty much guaranteed 35 to 45 home run guys, but the rest of the markets, we don't know, if there are any 6, 7, 8 year deals like the I think the thing that I find the most strange about this offseason is that the predictions of Kyle Tucker getting a 7 or 8 year deal for, or 10-year deal, first reported by Jim Bowden for an average of $40 million a year. I mean, come on, he's a good player, but he's not a number one player. He's not a superstar. You're not paying him $40 million a year, and you're not doing it for 10 years. So just because the market has these players in it doesn't make it a great market. I think it's an average marketplace right now. Cubs are going to have to play in the pitching part of it, both in starters and relievers. I think they've done their due diligence at these meetings, texting and emailing each other. Hoyer admitted the other day they don't have very many meetings anymore at these winter meetings. They do most everything by text and by email.
So John Heyman just tweeted a couple of moments ago, Bruce, that the Red Sox and the Cubs were the other teams that met with Pete Alonso in Orlando on Tuesday night. He was never spotted by media as he went through a side entrance and used a service elevator. That surprises me that the Cubs met with Pete Alonso. I didn't think they'd be in on a guy like him or a guy like Schwarber. As much as that hurts and is sad to consider.
Yeah, I'm already kind of sick of the.
What do we mean by in on, right?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, it's like Devin Williams. I reported this morning on Mully and Haugh that the Cubs had a 3-year offer for Devin Williams before he signed a 3-year deal with the Mets for $51 million, but it wasn't for $51 million. His preference, according to some agent sources, is that he wanted to go to the Cubs, but they didn't approach $51 million. And frankly, for Devin Williams, I don't think I'd be approaching 3 years and $51 million for him.
That's really interesting because the bullpen. God, I wish they'd been able to re-sign Brad Keller, like even during the year, but maybe he didn't want to. I don't know if he wants to be a starter.
Not gone yet. I mean, there's still possibilities. Him, Thielbar, Pomerantz, they could all be back. I mean, if they believe in those guys and they believe in the money that they're asking for, they all had sensational years. I think the one thing that's interesting, guys, is that, the Cubs have a great pitching lab. They have great pitching people. But I don't think they're arrogant enough to think that they could go into next year and get 3 unknown bullpen guys, and they all could have star years in the bullpen like those 3 had.
Yeah,
okay?
Is there a chance that they're in on Suarez or any of the other big-time relievers?
I mean, you would hope they would be. But again, after Diaz gets $23 million a year, I'll say that again, a closer getting $23 million a year, what is Suarez going to expect to get?
At least that. I mean, well,
maybe not. I mean,
20, 18, 20, something like that.
Okay, but times what?
3.
Again. So.
3 at 54, something like that. 3 at 54.
We're walking around the issue, and the issue is the Cubs do have probably $45 million, $45 to $55 million to spend, but you can spend it real fast on bullpens these days, right? 25% of your payroll, with the way bullpen pitchers are paid right now, can be, going to relief pitchers. So with that in mind, they have more money to spend, but it takes a lot more money to play poker right now.
What's it been like talking to White Sox people after them picking up the number 1 pick?
They really felt they won the lottery more ways than one. Because talking to Chris Getz, it's just a feel-good moment for the fan base, for the young executives of the White Sox, that they can look forward to picking, ideally right at the top, the best player, and hopefully this player out of UCLA is the next Bobby Witt. That's what you hope for. Not all 1-1s work out. The White Sox have had 2 in their history. One worked out really well in Harold Baines. Yeah, the other one, Danny Goodwin, didn't quite work out for them. But, again, when you have 1-1, you know, all with, you know, tongue in cheek, you have to hit a home run, right? So hopefully they're going to get this right. I know, you know, to be sarcastic or to be negative about the White Sox, I think anybody has a right to be because of what White Sox Nation has been going through. But this is a feel-good moment, you know. So I hope they use this time here over the next couple months to make sure they get it right and move on from there. Certainly, White Sox fans are entitled.
Bruce, you've been doing great work down there. Is that a fire alarm behind you or a set of crickets? What's going on?
I'm at Disney World. You know, I'm on.
Is that Jiminy Cricket himself?
It's a small world after all.
Yeah. Oh wow. Could take that in a lot of ways, can't I? It's just at the airport, Southwest Terminal. Everybody's having a good time here, so
yeah,
it sounds like it.
But I mean, in closing out, you know, the White Sox are going to be waiting. You know, again, I asked Chris Getz again for the 8,000th time about Louis Robert before he walked out of these meetings here this afternoon, and he said, "Look, the same response was, we expect Louis Robert to be our center fielder and be with us in 2026. I don't, okay? And I hope for them and White Sox fans that he's traded because God knows he still has a lot of talent. We haven't seen it as far as the offense goes over the last few years. He gets hurt at least 2 or 3 times a year. You know, please let Louis go somewhere else and bring in 2 or 3 players that might be able to help you. I think that's the goal.
Thank you, Bruce.
All right, guys. Have a great day, okay?
All right. Safe travels. Appreciate you.
That's right. With all those alarms going off, we don't want anything to happen to Bruce.
I like to think of it as an army of crickets that was back there just kind of marching through the airport, getting ready to go.
This is my favorite Bjork song.
There's lots of good stuff in there from Bruce. The fact that Devin Williams might have wanted to actually be a Cub, but they didn't pay him enough, didn't offer him enough. I don't know if I'm upset about that. Devin Williams was not up to the task as Yankees closer. He folded under the pressure there.
I don't like the narrative that's already starting to form. Well, the Cubs were in on this guy.
I know.
And they were in on that guy.
Every once in a while, it's true.
And they were secretly in on that guy.
I hear you. The Orioles were clearly in on Kyle Schwarber since they went out and got Pete Alonso for almost the same exact money the very next day. That one was true. You know what wasn't true, by the way? The Reds. Dude, the Reds just so clearly floated phony interest on Kyle Schwarber.
Well, you know he could come on home.
And then they immediately pivoted to, we're not going to go after anybody. They said that publicly. We're not going to do any other free agents. We just liked him because we thought he might boost ticket sales, but we're done.
There's so many terrible franchises out there.
Oh, dude, there's a big pile of bad out there.
Let's talk some football.
That's better.
Let's get back to, I don't know.
Consider the itch scratched.
I don't know, considering the subject matter of the next time. Kyler needs to make an impression on Ben at some point, right?
Has he met him now?
I don't know. We'll find out next here on The Score.
Mully and Haugh, Chicago's #1 most listened to sports morning show, 5:30 till 10 a.m.
Nobody knows how badly Rome Odunze's injury is limiting him, but
we don't know.
It's a stress fracture for a receiver who needs to be able to burst out of cuts and routes, and I would be very cautious. If anything you want to commit to this weekend, it's committing to finding ways to get the ball to DJ Moore. Figure out a way to increase the role for Luther Burden. Get Zacchaeus involved, but don't rush Rome Odunze back.
Mully and Haugh, mornings 5:30 till 10 a.m. on Chicago Sports Radio 670 The Score. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Okay, only 10 more presents to wrap. You're almost at the finish line. But first... There, the last one. Enjoy a Coca-Cola for a pause that refreshes.
This season, some gifts don't come wrapped in paper. They come wrapped in trust, commitment, and integrity. At Patrick, we believe in the joy of giving and a promise, especially during the holidays. That's why we created the Patrick Promise. Now through the season of giving, enjoy 0% APR financing for up to 60 months on select new 2025 models. Here at Patrick, we stand by our word, just like the traditions that bring us together.
Taking care of you every day. That's the Patrick Promise.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
250 years ago, a promise was made to connect families and friends, near and far. And during the holidays, that promise is more important than ever. That's why USPS is building a better network to meet your needs, with timely deliveries, easy and affordable ways to ship, and everything you need to make your season full of holiday cheer. Our purpose is delivering your peace of mind, knowing your love will arrive, bringing joy to all. The United States Postal Service. Learn more at USPS.com/holidays.
This is for all of my listeners who are struggling with hair loss. I'm sure you've tried the lotions, pills, creams, and potions. With so many options and doctors out there, who are you going to trust? What's really going to grow your hair back? The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair is an incredible breakthrough. Receding hairline, thinning hair, bald spots? Advanced Hair offers a simple, quick, one-day treatment that begins regrowing your own natural hair the very next day. And get this, Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow. It works for men and women across all ages, and Advanced Hair comes highly guaranteed to everyone. For your free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts, call 872-217-HAIR. And don't forget to ask about that guarantee. That's 872-217-HAIR. Or for the incredible before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention victims of church clergy sexual abuse. If you were sexually abused at a church or a school by a member of the clergy, listen closely, as you may be entitled to financial compensation. Even if the abuse happened decades ago, your case could still qualify for compensation. If you suffered abuse from clergy members and those who knew about the abuse but failed to stop it, no matter how long ago it was, call our law firm's confidential clergy abuse helpline at 800-721-8353 to find out if you're eligible for a cash settlement. Our attorneys may be able to get you justice, closure, and substantial compensation while your case remains fully confidential. Receive the financial settlement you deserve and hold those responsible accountable. Call now to find out if your case qualifies for compensation. Don't wait. Call our law firm's 100% confidential clergy abuse helpline right now to seek justice and compensation. Call 800-721-8353. That's 800-721-8353. 800-721-8353.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Hosting a watch party or a holiday shindig? Let Portillo's take the stress off the plate. From craveable Italian beef and burgers to fresh salads and chocolate cake, Portillo's will help you catch up with your crew. Order now at portillos.com/catering.
This Bears defense, what they do best is turn the ball over. They lead the league in creating turnovers. That's why they're good. But they were dealt a big blow in pregame warmups. Kyler Gordon, their star nickel, who came back last week from a groin injury, injured his groin. He's out for the game, so that hurts.
That definitely hurts them, but they've basically been playing without him most of the season, and I think this defense has really grown together since week 1. The last 3 weeks, they've really limited the explosive plays, and they, like you said, KB, the best team in the league in takeaways. They've been relying on taking the ball off the offense all season long.
He is a very important cog, we thought, to the Bears defense, but he hasn't really played, and so it makes it uncomfortable kind of talking about him. And then there's the game last week where he could have been so important because he has the inside and outside skills. And let's just say that it ends up being him. And maybe what Matt Bowen said was right. DA just got caught in some of those man situations. But you'd rather have Kyler instead of C.J. Gardner-Johnson in those situations. It's not a slight on C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He's probably more safety than corner, and Kyler's a little bit more corner than safety, and both of those guys can intermix in those spaces.
Yeah, but Kyler is a special, flexible tool who you can use as an outside corner and obviously as a nickel, and he's fast enough to run with Christian Watson, which CJ is not. And Dennis Allen didn't have a lot of time to react and kind of deal with it. You picked up on the way that Ben Johnson talked about Kyler, several weeks ago when he said, well, I
haven't been around Kyler a whole lot yet. He's been dinged up, and so I can't speak to that.
So that was the first thing. And then the other day he said something about I don't really know him, I'm not really sure in terms of actually knowing the guy. Then Alex, you heard yet another thing, right? This is from yesterday, and you were like, guys, we need to, or is it
from today? Yes,
from today. So tell us, this is more. This is Ben Johnson, not.
This has Ben Johnson being asked about the near future this year with Kyler Gordon.
To be determined. I haven't heard over the last couple of days just the extent of it, but coming out of that one, it didn't look very good.
Oh,
that's it, huh?
Well, that's too bad.
Really is.
Because you think about it, you have an injury. I guess theoretically, you know what? Let's not put it in the that's too bad category yet. Because we expected the Bears are going to be playing playoff football, right?
What kind of mayor of Worrytown are you?
One that's trying to get reelected.
So you start blowing smoke, and then you worry once you get the gig?
You start reaching across the aisle.
Worrying is down in Worrytown.
Yeah.
This is not the mayor speaking.
You got to reach across the aisle a little bit.
Man.
So let's farm.
What kind of craven political aspirations does the mayor of Worrytown have?
Let's farm in a little bit of hope. Hopeville is right down the street. You never know when they might get annexed.
I used to live there.
You
No,
did.
we're crossing the aisle. We're going to cross the aisle. There is going to be no aisle. Okay, we're going to go like this. And the same thing with our football team.
Wait, what?
There's going to be no aisle. That freaking guy.
But if you have aspirations of the Bears playing playoff football, then we don't have to put a fork in Kyler coming back. You can give him his 3 weeks to get ready, and then when you need him, when Amon-Ra is healthy, and
I gotta say, it just doesn't sound honest coming out of you.
What?
It just doesn't. It's against your nature.
I like things.
You like things that are great. You do. I like things that are great. Things are fantastic. Okay, they
That's
really
what
are.
I heard from a very famous singer.
He really does. No, I mean, I appreciate that. Yeah, maybe. No, I don't think you can. I don't think Ben's counting on Kyler Gordon.
I don't think he is. All I'm saying is that it might be a bonus later on. I don't think that the Bears should count on Kyler Gordon for the next 4 games. But the idea that maybe he's available at the end and maybe he's available for you in a playoff situation.
That would be nice.
That would be really nice.
Yeah, that'd be really, really
because
nice.
then everything.
It'd be nice. A playoff situation.
It would. That would be great.
Yeah. I think it's going to happen.
I haven't even. Here's how bad of a mayor of Worrytown I am.
Okay.
I haven't booked a Bears postseason vacation yet.
Yeah, the mayor of Worrytown, I know, would have been locked and loaded
Monday morning
for
on a flight to Phoenix
for a January vacation.